bone. Stop you bastard, no. A faint crunching sound could be heard by Roland as the shin bone snapped in half. He felt that the eye for an eye approach was the right choice here. The potions could heal the broken bones as well, so this wasn't even that harsh of punishment in his mind. Before passing out, the last thing that Devon remembered seeing was a discharge of electricity coming from the very gauntlets that broke his leg. It had actually been quite the merciful gesture from Roland, as the man was knocked out cold almost instantly, and didn't need to suffer through the pain of a freshly broken shin. Roland removed his foot from the man's chest and glanced at the broken leg for a second before turning around. The battle was won quite easily, but he had used a large amount of mana to hasten this process. He took a mana potion out from his storage bag and drank it before turning around and heading back into the pub. The entrance that he made with his wind blast was still there. On the inside, he could see half of the people missing, while some others looking at him with interest or fear in their eyes. While walking, the chipped wood started cracking under his feet. He looked to the side to where the backpack was sitting and moved over to it. This item was mostly undamaged with some chunks of wood here and there. Well, that was easier than I expected. Roland wanted to pat himself on the back as he decimated a party of lower-leveled Tier 2 warriors. They were all below his level, with the leader being at the 68th one. They were close to each other in that regard. He was wearing his necklace that blocked part of his status, but the leader from this group looked confident in their fighting capabilities. There could have been other ways unknown to Roland to measure the strength of the opponent. Though this might have been just a sense of the level difference without an in-depth look into the stats. He grasped the backpack and carried it with one hand while still having the shield on his back. Everyone that he fought was left alive with mostly minor injuries that could be recovered with the help of potions. Before leaving, he moved over to who looked to be the bartender in this pub. The man was an old muscular man past his 40s. "What do you want?" Even though the man witnessed him take out 5 people with spells, he didn't look that scared. "Here. This should cover the cost for the destroyed walls." Roland reached out and dropped a couple of small gold coins on the bar counter. The old man raised an eyebrow at the large sum of money and then to the large hole in the flimsy wall. "Hey brother, if you want, there ye another wall on the other side." The man grinned while quickly swiping the coins from the bar counter. Roland just turned around without replying and went for the exit. He had gotten what he came for, and it was time to leave. There was a small crowd at the regular entrance now, thus he decided to use the one that he made with the wind blast. While stepping through it, he could see most of the assailants still on the ground and out cold. One of them was crawling out through the alleyway to safety. He only broke the party leader's leg, while the others were left with bruises and broken teeth. Thus it was normal for one of them to attempt to flee. The person that was crawling away was Garlen. Being the tank, he did have the most resistance and hit points from the group. He could see Roland walking out of the hole in the wall again, which prompted him to quickly try to escape. He had already seen Devon's broken leg and was not willing to receive the same treatment. Help, he is crazy." Roland could hear Garlen call out to someone from afar. It looked like he was grasping for straws and trying to ask the passers-by for help. He didn't think that anyone would actually help some thug like this guy, but to be sure he drank another potion to recover more of his mana and stamina. Someone done you idiots in. You probably deserved it." While walking forward, Roland heard a familiar voice that made him stop in his tracks. He tried looking at the source of that voice. Doing so made this person spot him as he was walking out of the alley. "It's you. What is this guy doing here?" What Roland saw was a familiar face of a man he once fought. It was the guild instructor that was unhappy with the results, by the name of Armand. He was standing there with 2 women, each one was clinging to one of his muscular arms and looking in his direction. For some reason Roland didn't like the look in Armand's eyes. It seemed as if the fight wasn't quite over yet. Chapter 100. There they were, looking at each other without saying much. Armand looked to have been having quite a blast. 2 women were clinging to his arms while pushing their squishy assets into him. They had heavy makeup on and looked to be working ladies that he had picked up somewhere. Each one of them sported a set of animal ears, and a bushy tail was wiggling around from above their plush rear ends. The 2 women also noticed Roland in his flashy red armor and started smiling at him. "Please help me, this guy is crazy. He started attacking us for no reason." Garlen was down on the ground not far away from where Roland was standing. He was still weakened and somewhat paralyzed. Without being able to fully crawl away, he fell to Roland's swift kick. This kick had enough power to send Garlen tumbling to the side. The hit connected with his stomach, which then caused an abrupt release of the man's previous calorie intake. "Armand, I'm scared, we should leave," one of the girls said while moving behind the large man. The other lady also flinched as she saw Roland kick one of Benir's assailants to the side without any mercy. "What do you think you are doing?" Armand, on the other hand, didn't seem like he wanted to leave just yet. He puffed out his chest while strutting forward. "Do I really need to fight this idiot? Is there a way to defuse this situation?" Roland looked at the large man moving forward. In contrast to his fight during the guild test, this time around Armand was wearing some higher-level gear. He had large black gauntlets made from deep steel. They were of a different design than what a knight would wear, in the sense that there were blades sticking out from the sides. They were at a slight angle and probably used to receive hits from bladed weapons. The sharpness also made Roland believe that they could cut into flesh rather easily. His legs also had fitted boots, and the rest was light armor with chest protection. It looked like the man was back from a dungeon run and was just hanging out here right after. He wasn't sure, but the two ladies by his side made this theory probable. While Armand moved forward, the two girls decided to move to the side. It looked like they would be cheering him on. "This doesn't concern you." After going through with the fight, Roland wasn't in the mood to explain himself. He already didn't see Armand in a favorable light after he complained in the test about his armor. "It doesn't concern me. You think you can attack guild members whenever you like? They stole something from me, my reasons were justified." Armand looked at the large backpack that Roland was holding with one hand. Before asking, he looked to Garlen for some confirmation. After the kick and release, the man was now able to talk. "He lies, he just attacked us out of the blue." "So you are a thief and a liar." Armand smacked his fist into his palm while approaching Roland in a menacing way. It didn't look like he would take his word over the man called Garlen. From Roland's perspective, he was probably only trying to look for an excuse for this fight. "Shouldn't you investigate before you make an assumption? We can all go to the guild." Roland was still mad, but his common sense prevailed. The whole situation could be resolved without bloodshed if they went to the guild. He had some proof that this backpack belonged to him and not to these men. Benir would probably recover for an official hearing, and some things like this could be confirmed with spells. "Investigate? There is no need. Now stop spouting nonsense, you're just trying to stall." "Stall for what? How did an idiot like you become an instructor at the guild?" Roland replied with scorn, as he had enough of this guy. It didn't look like there was a way to reason with him in any way, shape, or form. "Who are you calling an idiot, you idiot?" Roland wanted to scratch his head at this response. The man before him was clearly not very intelligent as he continued moving towards him. There was not real beef that Roland had with Armand, but he wouldn't back down if a fight was that he wanted. Surrendering was also not an option. He had no way of knowing what this man would do. Would he actually take him to the guild and go through the proper procedures? It didn't seem like this person was very fond of paperwork, so that option was not probable. "Back off, I won't warn you again." Roland moved his hand towards his enemy. His palms were outstretched, similar to the way when he produced the wind blast. He didn't want to hurt this idiot, as he was related to the guild. If the other guild members would see him in a bad light, or if he would be excluded from it for attacking an active instructor, was unknown to him. He didn't have any proper backing in this city, and the guild master was probably someone that he wouldn't be able to take down with strength alone. "Shaking in your boots already? I'm going to pry you out of that armor." "Honey, hurry up, we don't have all day." Tilda, the two ladies that Armand was with, started cheering from the side while he got in a fighting stance. He placed his left foot forward while his right foot was back and pointed at a 90-degree angle. He had one fist to the right side of his hip while the left one was stretching out. Roland wasn't an expert, but this stance made him think about karate. It looked like the diplomatic talks had broken down and now the battle remained. He looked around for a moment, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted Agni peeking out from another alleyway. His wolf was waiting for an order, as for the time being he was still on standby. The enemy this time around was quite dangerous. Agni would have to sit this one out, as his master didn't intend to utilize his help during this fight. His hand was also outstretched, and he would use this to his advantage. Armand had only witnessed him fighting during the guild test, and he wasn't aware of this armor's full capabilities. Roland had no reason to hide this anymore, as he had already used a plethora of runic spells against the band of thug-like adventurers. The space they were occupying was spread out. They were standing on a plot of land that was surrounded by buildings from each side. The people from those buildings were looking at the two men that were going to fight. Some of them were whistling while others were cheering. Everyone here wanted to see a good show. Fights between drunks weren't anything new, but this looked to be one between two higher-level adventurers. There were even people betting already, mostly in Armand's favor, as he had gotten popular in this city. They couldn't ignore Roland's fashion choice either. The armor made them think that he was an established adventurer or knight. "Not gonna use that fancy sword of yours?" Armand asked while Roland didn't reply. He just stood there with his hand outstretched towards his opponent. He snorted at Roland that didn't reply and just charged toward him with increased speed. Roland was a bit surprised at the charge, as it was much faster than what he remembered the man being able to output during the guild test. He was now also wearing enchanted clothes, so that could have been the issue here. Armand continued his charge as he tried to close the distance in an instant. He knew that there was something off with that hand, so he was wary of it. This was something that Roland was counting on. The hand was used as a feint to mask his true purpose, which was the Earth Pillar spell that he used before. Without even stepping forward, his metallic boot started glowing. The moment Armand got close, a large spire of hard rock erupted from the ground towards him. This clearly took the tanned man by surprise, but it was only good to stop his charge while not causing much damage. Roland expected a clean hit on the stomach, or at least to make his opponent stagger a bit so that he could release another spell. Instead, the rock pillar got smashed into rubble by Armand's large fist. He recovered quite quickly and continued. This time around Roland had to step back. While activating the Cone of Cold spell, a wide burst of frost energy erupted from his open palm. The crowd gasped as they saw the quick casting proficiency that Roland was displaying. Normally a person needed a lot more time between spells and even longer for magic armor. Roland could do this thanks to programming the spell language himself. It was tailored to him, and he also possessed a specialized class that was good at using runes. "I knew you had more tricks up your sleeve," Armand shouted while dodging to the side. Even though Roland was fast on the uptake with his spell casting, he was fighting a close-range expert. His opponent's reaction time was about the time he needed to activate his runic spell structure. He moved his hand to follow his opponent, while spraying the cold air in a wide area. The ground below became covered in ice, and the people in the crowd even felt the shift in temperature. Some of them realized that it was probably a bad idea to stand so close to a magic caster like Roland. One stray spell could kill or maim anyone involved. Roland wasn't a madman. He could see people getting affected by his cone of cold while he was trying to hit his target. This place wasn't suited for someone like him for fighting. He couldn't use some of his more powerful spells like a flame blast. If he missed, he would probably hit someone from the crowd that continued to gather. This calls for. After stopping his spell, he jumped back. Armand wasn't far behind as he continued his approach. Roland, on the other hand, moved his hand to his waist to take out a little ball of paper. He threw it towards Armand, that was quick to move out of the way and protect his head. Yet instead of an explosion that he expected, a burst of thick smoke was released by this ball of paper, a tactical retreat. His armor's green mana stones lit up as he started running. He was sure to go for the alleyway where his little puppy was in. Agni was quick to jump into his arms, and both of them took off. The backpack was also grabbed from the side as he escaped. What is this? Get back here, you coward! Armand was momentarily stunned by the smoke screen, but after activating one of his skills he spotted some green light. The muscular man took off running after Roland while also leaving his two escorts. He had long forgotten why he had come to this place. Not yet taking revenge on Roland was the only thing on his mind. A little chase commenced as Roland's more speedy form was hard to catch. Armand wasn't slow either and was able to somehow keep up with his pace. The people were left with an empty field with no fighters present as they had run off to God knows where. The two working girls started stomping their feet in rage after their date had run off without even tipping them once. Stop, coward! You can't run from me! Who's running? The two fighters came out at a deserted spot in the city. The only thing here were old buildings and rats. Roland's main goal was to get away from the populated area. If he didn't manage to find such a spot, he would just continue with his escape, but now that wasn't needed. He threw the backpack to the side while getting ready. Go hide behind those rocks, Agni. Woof! the puppy replied while running behind some rubble. His master on the other hand turned around to look at a very pissed off Armand. He was in his enlarged form that made him look like a very muscular tomato. This was the same skill that he had used before. With it, Roland knew that his opponent was more formidable. A red glow covered his vambraces from both sides, but it was focused on metallic parts that were sticking out. This was the weapon he had worked on before, and now would be the time to test it. The red glow expanded from Roland's wrist and fire elemental energy slowly shot out. This energy slithered forward like a molten snake and singed the ground. It looked like two whips made from molten lava were attached to Roland's hands. He was even able to grasp them while flailing them around. Armand charged forward, but he was stopped in his tracks by one of those fire whips colliding with the ground right in front of his foot. The snake-like torrent of fire energy expanded in length and started to dance. The guild instructor found himself on the defense, evading what he could while blocking the magic with his deep steel gauntlets when it wasn't possible. This was a little spell that Roland came up with recently. He was actually working on something that could retain the fire elements in place. It would look more like a sword made from plasma, but he was unable to condense it in place without suffering a large loss of mana. This runic flame whip spell was a byproduct of that research. The added random movement was quite hard to dodge, which made this weapon quite deadly. It's powerful, but the mana usage leaves much to be desired, he thought to himself while the whips tried to coil themselves around his opponent. Armand wasn't able to close the distance, but he also wasn't able to deliver a decisive blow besides some minor burns. Armand had successfully managed to defend himself with his own enchanted gear that was looking slightly melted, but it was still keeping its defensive properties. The whips of fiery energy extended in length while wiggling about like two long tentacles. There was an inclusion of a self-guiding spell structure that he added from another spell that he knew. With its help, he only needed to point these whips in the general direction of his enemy and they would try to dismantle it. The approach he was taking was a bit excessive, but his opponent wasn't that easily defeated. Even with this weapon going after him, he was able to bat away most of the attacks while getting some residual damage in the process. Soon both fighters backed away from each other. Roland had used quite a bit of his mana while Armand's skill was also running its toll on him. If this battle continued, the person with more reserves would probably be victorious. Damn coward, using underhanded tricks. Fight me like a man. You tell that to every magic user that you start a fight with. Roland scoffed back after hearing Armand speak. He was more of a magic caster than a close-range combatant, even though he did a lot of training. There was no reason for him to duke it out at close range with someone that specialized in it. Keeping him at a distance was exactly what his aim was, and it looked like it would be paying off soon. Running out of steam? Shut up! Armand replied while the red coloring from his body started to fade. His body shrunk down back to normal and he looked to be in pain. It was clear that this was some kind of doping ability that ate away at the user's stamina. The man wasn't that smart in using it, as he activated it during the chase till this point onwards. Isn't this enough? Roland would probably be able to finish off his opponent, but this wasn't really what he was aiming for. He didn't know what sort of backing this person had, so trashing him without mercy could backfire. Thus he moved over to the spot that he dropped the backpack while talking. What are you? Look, I'll make a report to the guild. If you have any grievances with me, we can officially settle it there. Though I fear that if questioned you would just lose your job as an instructor. Agni ran out from the side while barking. The sight of the puppy made Armand take a step back. What do you mean? Aiding thieves and thugs is probably frowned upon, don't you think? Thieves and thugs? The man you helped, they stole from me and hurt my friend. I was just returning the favor. The two chatted for a while. Armand looked to be more receptive to dialogue after gassing himself out. Before this event could end, though, some trouble appeared from behind. There you are, I've been looking all over for you. An elven woman appeared out of the alley that they both came from. She was wearing some stylish green armor and had a longbow draped over her back. The moment Armand saw this woman, he started grinning. Great timing, Lobelia. Back me up. During their conversation, he had seemed to recover some of his stamina. Now with a possible party member of a similar level, it didn't look good for Roland. Agni started barking menacingly as he was placed back on the ground. It looked like the fight would continue past this point, and now it was 2 against 1. The woman walked forward and stood next to the grinning Armand. It looked that with her addition he was confident in winning. Before he could charge forward again, the elven woman named Lobelia did something unexpected. She grasped Armand's ear and yanked on it very hard. "Stop causing trouble for everyone, you big idiot." Along with the ear pull, Armand received a quick kick to the shin. "I apologize for my party member's attitude towards you." She looked to Roland and performed a small bow before yanking an unwilling Armand back towards the alleyway that she came from. Roland was left scratching his head, but it seemed that it was finally over. "Let's go home, Agni, woof." Chapter 101. Roland stood alone in the wide open area surrounded by old buildings. Some of them had even caught on fire due to him swinging his fire whips around. Thus he needed to douse them with some water magic. Luckily, in his bag, he did have the wand he used for cleaning his house with water pressure. "I need to report this to the guild, along with that guy." He thought back to what happened today. Following Banir's beating, he went to the city to disperse some street justice. There he met Armand, who attacked him. His reason was probably the test at the guild. There were a couple of choices here. He could just forget about it, return home with the backpack, and that would be it. With the lack of a police force, fights like this mostly went unattended unless someone reported them. The party of thugs would probably do no such thing, as they were the ones that started this whole predicament. This left him or Banir as the witnesses that would need to go to the guards to seek justice. Though after he beat up the other party already, they might not even bother in following through. The city guards might even apprehend him for causing damage to the city or performing spells out in the open. Dropping the case with those ruffians was probably the best choice, considering that he did get back his items. That left the guild and Armand, who was trying to defend the perpetrators. This was something that he couldn't just look past anymore. It was clear to him that this person was not thinking straight, just tossing his weight around like he owned the place. Armand's level was past the 90s, which brought him close to the next class change. Past Tier 2, a person could change their classes every 25 levels, just as with the Tier 1 classes. The Tier 2 classes could be leveled up to the 50th level, which most people followed through, as there was a certain bonus and special skills if you maxed out. Some did switch every 25 levels though. For instance, the Tier 3 Elementalist Mage class required 4 classes of Fire, Wind, Earth, Ice Mage to be all leveled up to at least the 25th level. There were other class combinations if a person chose to raise 2 of those elemental mags to level 50. Frostfire Mage, for instance. There was also supposedly a stronger, true, version of the Elemental Mage if they managed to max out on all those Tier 2 classes before the change. It would take a lot longer, but the bonuses a caster would get by maxing out their levels with all the classes allowed for a prestige class. Due to how hard something like this was, almost no one actually went through with it. Woof. "Yeah, I'm coming." Roland grasped Banir's large backpack and carried it over his right shoulder. It was time to return home and sleep this whole thing off. His trip back home was luckily not as eventful as his way into the city. He evaded the pub where he fought the party of Tier 2 adventurers. While moving, he had to look at his armor. He had gone through quite a bit of spells in this fight. Everything seems fine. The armor seems more used out in the dungeon, but the flame whips, on the other hand, the experimental part that he used against Armand, had dug through the steel prototype that he made. He had made it as a reusable part, which he could replace later. The spell was on the stronger side, as it pushed the capabilities of Tier 2 spells to their limit. He also discovered the biggest weakness of this type of design. It was hard to replace during combat. It was fine in a one-on-one battle, but not if it continued for a long time. When the second party member arrived, he needed to go back to his sword and shield. The whips would only function if he used his rune mending skill, but this would bring the rank down after activation. It was a skill mostly suited for a worst-case scenario and not in day-to-day combat. Unless I can implement some kind of reloading mechanism, this approach might prove fatal if I rely on it too much. With Agni riding on his shoulder, he left the city. The night had already come. With a little jolt to his helmet, he activated his night vision rune. Thanks to it, he could comfortably walk without needing to carry a torch. This had the boon of people not being able to spot him from afar, as he wasn't giving off any light. When they were close to the house, Agni was placed on the ground. The little guy quickly ran out to the entry gate and started to scratch against it. He then promptly bolted inside after Roland opened it up. After closing everything tight, Roland heard Banir's screams. Concerned with his wounds, he rushed inside the house only to spot Agni sitting on his chest and licking his face. The half-dwarf was trying to shove the puppy off him, but was unable to escape from the long tongue and slobber. "I see that you are awake." Agni finally jumped off Banir and ran into the kitchen. From it he brought back the wooden bowl that was made for him. He tossed it on the ground and then started barking, Sure, you've earned your reward. Roland chuckled as he tossed Banir's backpack to the side. His tracking wolf had done quite the good job. The monster wolf's nose was quite a miraculous thing. With his pet around he would be able to counter one of his biggest weaknesses. This was of course tracking and spotting hidden enemies. Banir rubbed his face that was now covered in wolf slobber. The first thing he did was to look around. After being beaten he was still surprised that he made it back to Roland's house. He then looked at his body. His broken leg was numb from the healing potion, but it was well enough for him to stand on it. Boss, what did you? Oh, yeah. I brought it back from your friends. I was sure to return the favor. They won't be walking straight for a while. You should probably rest for the night. You can sleep on the couch if you're too tired. From the way those thugs were talking about Banir it was clear that they knew him. Roland moved to the kitchen while Banir slowly stood up from the ground. The half-dwarf started at his backpack with intent without saying a word. Roland on the other hand was placing some meat on Agni's bowl. Thanks to his runic refrigerator it was easy to store. He even constructed an oven for cooking and baking that was powered by his runic engine. After returning to the living room he spotted Banir. The young man was holding the backpack and looking his way. Is something wrong? Do you need another healing potion? Before Roland could ask more questions Banir's face started contorting in strange ways. It all started with a single tear that ran down his cheek. The floodgates opened up soon after as Banir started bawling his eyes out. Snot was not far behind as his incoherent wails filled Roland's room. Wait, what? He started moving his hands around in a random fashion as he clearly didn't expect to get this kind of reaction. Banir was a young man but he didn't expect him to cry like a child. Even Agni peeked out from the side with a large piece of meat in his mouth. He started running around the crying half-dwarf while mumbling something. Does it hurt that bad? No, it's not about that. This is the first time someone has done something like this for me. Roland scratched the back of his neck while staring at his assistant crying his heart out. He had heard some stories from Banir's youth, how his parents died, and how he ended up here with no money, job or friends. It was respectful that he was able to keep it together for so long while still having a smile on his face. He was also not someone that would blame others for the dark turn his life took. Still, he was a young man that was entering his 20s and alone in this world, without no one to lean on. Life was tough. Not many people were like Roland that was fine with living alone. He was in the minority as people were social creatures. Without others around they would find it hard to live. This was quite an awkward situation for a socially inept person like Roland. Without knowing what to do he moved over and placed his hand on Banir's shoulder. Soon an awkward patting on the shoulder commenced as he tried to cheer his assistant up. His lack of interaction with other people had caused him to not really know what to do in such an occasion. The reaction he got was a sharp gaze from this half-dwarf. It made him flinch and take a step back while Banir used his hand to wipe away some of that snoot. I'll be sure to work even harder from now on. I'll repay you for this one day, boss. Sure, no you don't understand, I will be forever grateful. I'll be your trusted follower for the rest of my life. It looked like Banir was pledging his life to Roland in a sort of vow. The recipient wasn't really looking for anything in particular in return for his act of revenge. He mostly did it to not look weak and to send a message to anyone that would ever try to bully his workers. You're being too melodramatic, think you should go to sleep before you pass out again. Banir's wounds were closed due to the potions, but that didn't mean that he was fully healed. He had many broken ribs and cut-up flesh that needed to be mended. These potions that Roland was using weren't magical elixirs. They mostly kicked the body's regenerative capabilities into overdrive to mend it. The materials required for the healing process had to be taken from the body as well as from the potion. This would leave the healed person weakened depending on the type of wound they had suffered. Of course, with higher quality potions the strain on the body was lessened, and with a high vitality stat, this could also be counteracted. Banir's had a fire in his eyes, but after crying his heart out, and then getting pumped up he started wobbling around. Roland had to support him with one hand onto the nearby couch. Sorry boss, I'll go to my workshop, it's fine, just rest here, for now, you've been through a lot today. Boss, Banir looked like he was about to cry again after being helped to the couch. Roland on the other hand was trying to avoid this show of affection from the bearded half-dwarf. Luckily Banir was still quite tired, so after leaving him on the couch for a few minutes he was dead asleep and snoring like a bear. I haven't used that sound-cancelling spell in a while. He placed a blanket over his assistant and went away to get undressed and cleaned. Soon it was morning again and the two men had a conversation with each other. Banir explained in full detail about what this whole thing was about. So, they were nothing more than small-time gangsters? Roland commented after hearing the explanations. It looked like this group of adventurers used their Tier 2 status to strong-arm weak people into giving them money. They even did it to weaker adventurer parties like the one that Banir was in before. It seemed like the guild was really not being managed well. On one end there were people like Armand that liked to toss their weight around due to being slightly stronger than the regular adventurers. Then we had even worse elements like the party of thugs that extorted other adventurers for money. This reveal made Roland worried. Something like this could only take place for a couple of reasons. 1. The guild master was either incompetent or didn't care enough to bother with people below a certain tier. It looked like the people being abused were mostly below Tier 2 or at the start of this tier. The test that he went through started looking more as a show of force to keep him in line. Luckily he was able to turn the tables on the person performing the trial. Now another problem arose as he wanted to report this blatant abuse of power to the guild master. Boss, are you really going to bring this up with the guild? I think you have done enough. Banir was clearly against it. He was probably afraid that Roland could be putting himself in more trouble than he could handle. Of course, that party that attacked you needs to be banned from the guild. This was what Roland would like to happen, but if a full team of Tier 2 adventurers would be outright banned from the Adventurers Guild was to be seen. It was easy to remove Tier 1 adventurers from the picture as the materials that they brought to the guild were of low quality. On the other hand, people like these were already able to kill monsters below the 10th level in the dungeon, which would bring a lot of coin to the guild in return. But what if you get in trouble, boss? You don't need to go to this extent for someone like me. It's not all about you. Banir don't want trash loitering around the Adventurers Guild. If we leave people like that be, they will only get worse. They need to be punished. Roland didn't want to be living in a city that just let adventurers like that roam uncontested. They would only grow big heads and become more unhinged the longer something like this continued. Sooner or later a fatality would happen. Banir could have easily died yesterday if he wasn't treated by Roland. Bleeding out in the middle of nowhere. We'll go to the guild today, but first I need to check my armor. Banir looked a bit apprehensive about going to the guild. This was of course a normal reaction and Roland knew it. Who would want to face their old bullies right after being beaten half to death? What are you waiting for? Huh? Roland opened up his secret chamber while Banir was deep in thought. After this experience, he thought that Banir required some cheering up. What would be better than showing him some of his runic items that he was working on? Ah yes, coming boss. He didn't need to tell his half-dwarf assistant again as he sprinted down the stairs into the secret runic lair. Inside were all sorts of runic schematics, diagrams, and designs for Roland's inventions. The biggest one was in the back, which depicted his work in progress on the new and improved runic armor. After we are done with the guild, I'll need to make you some runic equipment. I'll need to get you something to increase that meager amount of mana you have. Roland couldn't just give Banir his own mana increasing skill. It required mana sense to be used, something that he didn't have. The only way of increasing mana capacity for people that didn't have that skill was through potions or enchanted items. With a big enough mana stone and high-quality runes he would be able to fashion something like this for his assistant. He would also need to fashion a communication device for him if something like this ever happened again. Pass me the hammer, Banir. I need to do some repairs. Aye, boss. Chapter 102. Why did you stop me? We could have easily taken him down. He was probably out of mana. You have never been good at judging others. Armand, an elf with golden hair, was walking with a large muscular man. The man's arm guards looked to have been melted by some heat and he was also panting. The heavy breathing was caused by the backlash of a skill that he previously used. What do you mean by that? If I didn't step in you would have died, you big idiot. The elven woman delivered a swift kick to Armand's shin, but due to him having shin guards on, the one that felt pain was her instead. How could I lose to someone relying on enchanted items? Just look at yourself, you probably haven't realized it yet. Armand looked at Lobelia, who was part of his adventurers' party. He wasn't sure what she meant by that statement, but soon he found himself leaning up against the alleyway. See, You're barely standing upright and that armored man wasn't even tired. You know my skills, I could tell. But he was using those magic items constantly? Armand replied while wiping some sweat from his brow. He finally realized that his body was feeling weak. In his anger he forgot to pace himself. He chased after Roland for a long time even while activating his body enhancement skill. Then he was forced to be on the defensive against those fire whip attacks. He thought he would be able to outlast an avid magic item user, as everyone knew that they burn through a person's MP and sometimes even SP. Roland that he was facing on the other hand had truckloads of magic in reserve along with a high speed of mana recovery. This was also paired with his runic mastery skill that lowered the mana requirements on all runic items, and also his class-specific traits lowered it even further. That man must have a special class. His mana was comparable to a mage and that was even after fighting you for so long. It can't be. We're lucky that he didn't chase you down. Why were you even fighting him in the first place? Well, you see, the two walked down the alley while talking. Armand said how the fight started. So he was assaulting people on the streets and you gracefully, from the bottom of your heart decided to help them out. Lobelia squinted while looking at Armand's explanation. It was clear that she knew this man long enough to recognize that this was a lie. Before she could continue with the cross-examination, two ladies with animal ears arrived at the scene. How could you leave us behind? You didn't even pay us yet. The two women looked quite annoyed, even more as they spotted Lobelia to Armand's side. As an elf she was quite the looker, thus another misconception occurred. Who is this hussy? Listen here, we saw him first. Haven't seen you around here. Are you a new girl? Which parlor do you belong to? Are you trying to weasel in on our turf? What are you talking about? I'm not part of any parlor. Lobelia looked at Armand that was looking to the side and whistling as if nothing was happening. It looked like he was caught red-handed, but this female party member, and it was clear that she didn't appreciate this fact. So this is where you spend your coin. I'm going to tell Big Sis about this, you just wait. Wait, what? Armand started panicking and moved towards the elven girl that was about to leave. But before he could do that, the two ladies he was previously with blocked his path. Wait right there, lady killer, we aren't through with you. Pay up. Yes, pay up. You wouldn't want us to tell the madam about this, now would you? The large man's face changed into one of fear as he backed away. He quickly moved his hand into his coin purse and gave the women the money. The two girls with the animal ears smiled at each other and backed off. You know, we could go to a private place. There is enough coin here for a little bonus session. Armand started sweating even more as he looked at the two ladies winking at him now. He managed to snap out of it to chase after his party member. The two ladies looked at each other and just shrugged. Easy money. The two pocketed their payout that they didn't need to work too hard for and moved back into the city. There were other clients they could service through this day. A day had passed since then and Roland along with Bernier were moving towards the guild building. The half-dwarf was looking a bit skittish today. This was brought on by his unwillingness to cause trouble for himself and his boss. Roland was adamant about this issue as he feared being seen as weak if he didn't follow through till the end. In this world built on strength and connections, he could only rely on himself. Boss, are you sure about this? I fear that this might just bring more trouble. Bernier stopped in his tracks but then quickly flinched forward as something ferocious started nibbling on his ankle. See, even Agni wants you to go. It's just the Adventurers Guild, they won't do anything drastic. Roland wasn't sure about the outcome of this situation, but he was curious about what the guild would do about such an incident. Would they try to sweep it under the rug like nothing happened, or would they punish everyone included, with him included? He himself didn't feel like he was in the wrong, but he was prepared to pay a fine for wrecking things in the city. Only if the others didn't walk out of this without any repercussions, of course. Soon the two were right next to the guild building. It was quite noticeable by the smell of sweaty adventurers. People noticed the characteristic crimson armor that Roland was wearing, but by this point, they were used to it. Both of the craftsmen entered through the door and arrived in the busy building. As always, people were sticking to the notice board while others were waiting in line. This time around Roland decided to go towards the other receptionist lady that looked like a librarian. The line moved fast enough as most people were just there to get rewards for completed contracts. Good morning, how can I help you? The woman did a little bow which after she fixed her glasses afterward. She glanced both at Roland and then her eyes fell on Benier. The half-dwarf flinched a bit. This office-looking lady had the air of no-nonsense around her. "I would like to file a complaint, could you give me the form?" Roland on the other hand saw this as a big bonus. The woman wouldn't ask any silly questions or beat around the bush. With the helmet on top of his head, he was also immune to anyone staring at him. A complaint about the guild, other adventurers? Both actually, one for an official guild member and another for an adventurer party. During his time here Roland had informed himself about how this establishment worked. The guild loved contracts and paperwork. Every quest would be written down as a contract. The people hiring adventurers could then file a complaint if the adventurers stepped out of line. The guild had people that would then determine if the claims were true or not. Depending on the proceeding, the adventurer could be fined, but that also could happen to the job giver if they lied and didn't keep their side of the promise. Without filing the correct paperwork, nothing would happen, but after it was done there was no stopping the bureaucratic machine. The guild workers would need to go through the motions of asking the people in the city and also the people involved in this incident. Most would try to avoid such a hassle and just leave it be. Not Roland though, he wanted to see how this guild would make things right. Depending on the results he would know how to proceed in the future and if he could trust the people here to be just in their reasoning. "Here, fill out these documents. Please list all the involved parties in the correct brackets." The receptionist lady explained everything thoroughly while pointing Roland to a small booth at the side. There he found a quill with some ink. He was very quick to write a small essay on what transpired that day. There was also a spot to include what he wanted as collateral for the scene that played out yesterday. He went with banning both Armand and the whole Tier 2 party of thugs from the guild, revoking their adventurer cards. He knew that this was a bit unrealistic, but when bartering it was best to list the highest price, and then slowly go down to where both parties could agree on something. "Here Benier, you need to sign your name here and here." Benier moved closer and wrote his name haphazardly while also smearing the ink on the completed form. The half-dwarf's handwriting was an eyebrow raiser for Roland. He made a mental note to give his assistant some writing classes. Increasing his dexterity through scribing type skills could actually work for a crafting class like Benier. Roland returned to the guild receptionist and handed her the papers. The woman looked through it and for a moment he could tell that her poker face changed. It was a minor switch, but he could spot a slight twitch to the eyes when she was reading through his writing. "You wish to file this complaint against this adventurer party and our instructor?" "Yes, is there a problem?" This woman was mostly known for not asking that many questions, so it was odd that she started questioning him about the incident. He had heard the names of two of the thugs that he faced, so he had listed them down. Armand was well known around here and looked to be treated as some rising star. He was quite young, while being close to level 100 already. If not for Roland coming along to clip his wings a bit, he would have probably been still cruising along. Is she somehow connected to that party or that muscle brain? It wasn't really his place to ask about personal things, but it would be a problem if the woman decided to sweep things under the rug for some reason. "No sir, I'll deliver these forms to the proper department." Similar to the police from his own world, there was a section of the guild that was responsible for internal affairs. The people from it would need to get to the bottom of this. "Is this all?" "Yes, this might take some time. You can either wait for further questioning or we will give you an appointment for later." "I'll return later. You can send the notice to my address." "How long will it take to clear this up?" Roland knew that things like this could take a while. Waiting around and twiddling their thumbs around wouldn't help with anything. They could return the next day to see if there was a set date or even wait for a letter to be sent to his house. "We should be able to set up a hearing within the week. The letter will cost extra, Mr. Wayland." As always, bonus features like having a courier deliver a letter cost extra. Even when filing these documents he needed to drop a few small silver coins to get things going. This was fine as payment was seen as confirmation that something was wrong. Most people would not bother going through with things like this just by the fact that it cost money. If he lost the case he would also need to pay a fine for using up everyone's precious time. "See, told you that today will just be some formalities, you can stop sweating." Roland commented at Benier as the two were walking out from the Adventurers Guild. "Sorry, I'm not that good with this kind of stuff. You'll have to get used to it. We'll have to go through the hearing. You'll probably have to look at those idiots that did that to you. Unless the party of thugs admitted everything or skipped town, they would need to meet them once more." It was similar to a court case with two parties accusing each other. He was sure that those guys will try to put the blame on him in one way or another. It didn't look that good after walking into the pub and beating all of them up. Luckily violent exchanges like that weren't that looked down upon in this world. If he managed to prove to some degree that he had a reason for it, the guild would see it his way. Do I have to? Yes you do, don't worry I'll be there, and not like they would do anything drastic during the hearing. Both of them left to go home. There were still wind turbines to be built and more cables to be placed. With the influx of enemies, Roland felt like he needed to move along with his defensive measures. For this reason, he was also heading towards the city and auction house. It was the time to pick up the gold that he made as well as see if there was something he could get. There was a certain rumor that there would be golem parts this time around. Roland wanted to get the full item, but a part with the operating system would be enough. He had enough know-how to connect the rest of the runic structures in working order. It would be best if you didn't drink before it though. Also don't forget to wash up. Now let's go to the auction house. All right boss. The pair of craftsmen soon left the Adventurer Guild and wandered deeper into the city. They left a certain glasses-wearing woman staring at a stack of papers. Hey Elodia, you look more angry than usual. Was that Mr. Wayland and his new friend? The elven receptionist peeked out of the corner while bringing over some large cups of warm tea. Before the stern-looking receptionist could notice, the elf was already looking through the forms out of the corner of her eye. Oh? Isn't that a complaint form? What would Mr. Wayland complain about? It's not me. Is it? Hey, can I look at that? No, Solana, you can't. Elodia replied while hiding the rest of the papers. She glared at her co-worker. She knew well that she wouldn't be able to hide any of this, but she still didn't like the nosy loudmouth elf and how she acted. Don't be a cheapskate, let me see. The scene soon changed to Elodia trying to hide the papers by hugging them against her chest and Solana trying to peek without spilling the tea. Hey you two, get back to work. An old man called out from afar, the very same one that explained tamed monsters to Roland. The two receptionist ladies straightened out and soon returned to their regular tasks. Time continued to pass by and it was time to close up the guild. Elodia, like the other workers, were now finally able to return to their homes after a hard day of work. Solana waved her goodbye while escaping into the city to have a good time. Elodia, on the other hand, had other things to take care of. First, she headed towards the market, picking out various food items. After scouring and haggling down the prices, she headed into one of the more regular city districts. She arrived at a large wooden house, but before she could enter, the door swung open. Big Sis is back. Yay! A group of 4 children burst out to give this stern-looking lady a big hug. 2 of the smaller children started clinging to her legs while the older ones helped her out with the groceries. Soon she was inside and cooking. The home was large, but there were many young children running inside. There was a clear lack of adults here. It looked as if she was the oldest. While the food was being made, the kids started shouting again as another person arrived. It's big brother and sister, they are back too. Another pair of young adults arrived and waltzed through the door. These two looked more rough around the edges and were wearing adventurer gear. Did you hear how much that stupid blacksmith wanted for the repair? It's your fault for damaging them in the first place. Elodia stepped out from the kitchen to see a rather muscular young man carrying 2 kids on his shoulders. Next to him was a cute elf that was actually only a half-elf. I told you to take off your boots before you come in. You're bringing dirt in. Wash your hands, the food will be ready soon. Sure, Big Sis Elodia. The elf replied, but quieted down after noticing that her big sis was looking at the man next to her with scorn. Armand, we need to have a talk. Elodia soon ducked back into the kitchen while leaving Armand and Lobelia to think about what she meant by that. Hey, you swore that you wouldn't tell her anything. I even gave you a big silver coin. I didn't. Maybe she found it out some other way. The large building soon filled with loud young voices while the sun began to set. Chapter 103. There we go, thud Roland pushed the large log with the propeller connected to it into the hole like last time. This was the last wind turbine, which made it the 3rd one that was now in his backyard. Banier was close by to fill out the hole with rocks and this world's version of cement. I think this puts us a bit in the red this month. With his expansion continuing through the months that Banier was hired, Roland was slowly burning through his money. Due to the nature of these wind generators, he wanted to make them with the best materials he could afford. The lumber they were made from was also quite special. The fantasy wood was very resistant and would be unaffected by the elements. There were also metallic parts inside which were mostly composed of deep steel, which also had various appealing properties. The magical alchemistic materials that the copper wires were coated in also weren't cheap. They would also need to connect them to the four corners of the fence with the runic structures that delivered electrical shocks to any unforeseen guests, now even more after he made a public appearance in the city and beat up some thugs. Should not be a problem after we receive the money from the auction house. Yeah, wish they would lower the margins though. Roland was a bit maddened by the high transaction fee that this particular auction house was giving him. There was only one of them in this city, and they even increased the margins after finally expanding in size. This was also one of the reasons a black market started to appear. Bonnier mentioned some rumors which they couldn't confirm, but it was quite natural for it to spring up. The information also carried something else: if a black market was being made, then the Thieves' Guild wouldn't be far behind. The city was finally becoming something to be desired, which would bring the criminal element over. I did spend a lot on that item. The prices here are ridiculous. The biggest reason they were close to being bankrupt was that toy that he bought. While waiting for the guild to respond to his complaint, they had spotted an old runic golem toy. It was about 30 centimeters in height and made from rock, but it was somewhat functional. Its design left a lot to be desired. From what he could tell, it was supposed to look like a turtle, but the craftsmanship wasn't that great. The thing looked like a big jagged rock with 4 legs attached to it and a little head with stones for eyes. The uses were also limited, but it could very slowly react to some basic spoken commands. Agni didn't seem to like it that much. I think he thought it was another pet. An image from the previous day popped into Roland's head of the time Agni saw the turtle walking through the backyard. The little wolf pup actually tried attacking it after a few sniffs. Luckily Roland managed to peel him off the rock turtle without much damage happening. Now, with a basic golem in his possession, he would be able to work on that automated operating system. Regretfully, it proved to be quite convoluted and with a lot of lines of code. It would probably take him weeks or maybe months to get through it fully before being able to add his own flair. The small puppy was still in his unevolved state as Roland was keeping it from progressing. The skill related to mana stones was close to maxing out now, so the joyous occasion would probably be happening within this month's time. Okay, let's wait for this to set. This should be enough energy to run the whole workshop for now. Since Bonnier's accident, he was allowed down into Roland's workshop. All of the runic tools were down there, which his assistant was now allowed to use. They would remain down there for now while the dummy workshop was still used for disguise purposes. Due to this, he decided to let Bonnier expand the log shack to the side. If any thieves came around, he would at least not be inside the workshop during the robbery. He was even planning to connect the two parts with a tunnel and put in a runic thumbprint of sorts. With more gear at larger items came the need for expansion. He was going to be working on a prototype golem design that would need more space. The first one would be small and portable, but later on, Roland did want to make it at least human-sized. A group of golems patrolling the premises would probably keep most people away, but also paint a bullseye on his house. Only people having things worth protecting would spend so much money and time on costly defenses. It would be clear to anyone outside that there was money to be made by performing a little robbery. Excuse me, I have a letter to a Mr. Wayland. While the two blacksmiths were about to get something to eat, a voice of a young boy was heard from behind the gate. Roland expected this letter to arrive at about this time. Please leave your signature here. After showing the courier his adventurer card and signing his name, he was delivered a letter. On it was the date of the guild hearing that he signed up to. Roland wasn't wearing his armor anymore, the cat was out of the bag, so there was no reason to hide. Soon the boy left and Bonnier peeked at the letter. What's the date? In 3 days, you better wash up and put on some good clothes, the guild master might be there. Roland chuckled while reading through the contents of the letter. Besides the date, there was also the location, which was of course at the guild. He was to show up there with any evidence that could confirm his case. It took close to a week for this date to be set up. The people from the guild had shown up at his doorstep a few days ago. They had questioned him and Bonnier about the day, and Roland had even taken them to the spot where his assistant was brutally assaulted. After getting more information they had left, but beforehand they had asked him if he really wanted to continue with the process. He knew that there were ways of clearing this up on the down low, but that wasn't his aim. Roland didn't want any money or guild benefits. He just wanted unqualified people like Armand to be punished for their unprofessional behavior. If the guild master would actually punish him remained to be seen. Nevertheless, he at least wanted to judge his character. By knowing the guild master's thought process, he would know how to act around him. There were a couple of ways this could go. It was possible that he would just dismiss the whole thing and do nothing. Armand would remain as an instructor and test other recruits as previously. Nothing would change and no one would be punished either. This was more of a neutral option, but the worst would be if Roland got punished instead. Armand was throwing his weight around as if he wasn't afraid of any repercussions. If the guild master revealed himself to be his uncle or the sort, then Roland could be in a heap of trouble. Then was the option of it going his way. Armand would be removed from his position, maybe even fined. Taking away the Thugs Guild cards would also be a nice bonus to this whole predicament. In Roland's opinion, they should serve jail time for acting like common thugs and also making the guild look bad in the process. But he carried out some vigilante justice himself, so he might also suffer. Can't I wear my regular clothes? Bernier replied while Roland was going through the possible outcomes. His half-dwarven friend had a certain lack of items. Clean clothes were one of them. The two men living here together were a little out of their element when it came to fashion and keeping things clean. I think you need to go buy a new shirt, and new pants. Roland glanced at the various stains on Bernier's clothes. There were also burn marks from some blacksmithing. Those sparks and embers sometimes did make it past the blacksmith's apron. Maybe I should get someone to come to clean the house each week. He wasn't really that keen on mopping the floors and sweeping them. Bernier also had to work on his blacksmithing class, so they minimized house cleaning and cooking. Hey boss, have you ever thought about opening up a shop here? I bet you could sell some of those swords for more than at the auction house. Some of those merchants would pay double for a custom-made sword. Bernier was quick to change the subject of the guild visit. After spending some time crafting blacksmithing tools, he had grown a need of sharing them. There was a particular need in each craftsman to show off their wares. And it was the same for these two. Even Roland liked his previous arrangement back in Edelgard. His name was known and people enjoyed his scrolls, but here he was still someone without a well-known brand, a shop. I might need to at least hire a clerk, best if it's a woman. Roland knew that it was always best to have a good-looking salesperson at the forefront of your store. Many of the high-class stores used elven women for this very purpose, as they were universally acclaimed beauties by almost all the other races. Bernier on the other hand wasn't that good to look at, but he would probably be good at explaining the items in detail. A woman. I could ask some of the girls from the pub. I bet all of them would sell their knickers to get out of working there. For some reason, his assistant started drooling while imagining things, probably ones involving bar wenches and him being their boss in the new store. First, Roland would have to get things in order here before allowing more people to waltz in. Bernier was fine, but bringing more people brought in more trouble. He would have to come up with some good contracts to keep company secrets. He would also need a name for his company. Wayland Industries? Maybe something not involving my fake name. I'm sure you'd love to give them job interviews. You know me well, boss. Before that, you can go get yourself some clean pants and a shirt. Roland tossed some coins towards Bernier as he was serious about the half-dwarf's wardrobe. He at least had to make him look presentable to the adventurers. If you look more professional, then people would take you more seriously. Okay boss, just ask some of those wench friends of yours for a fitting shirt, nothing too fancy. Bernier's and Roland didn't really have a knack for fashion. Both of them would rather create metal armor or other lighter gear to wear instead of formal clothes. Fancy dresses were more in line with nobles, but merchants and high rollers were also using them. What are you going to wear, boss? Me? Just the usual, but without the helmet this time around. He was already known for being a weirdo that used shiny runic armor and wore it everywhere. There was no use of him getting a tunic to this occasion. The armor would also give him some protection in the case of something going wrong. Without it, he was nothing more than a failed mage and a somewhat competent warrior. If Armand attacked him when he wasn't wearing it, and if he didn't have any of his items, the fight would surely go in his favor after a couple of exchanges. This was his biggest weakness, as he heavily relied on his runic items for battle. The only thing he could do was try to minimize them for such an occasion so that he could at least have something to use when in trouble. There was also another theory he was working on, which involved scribing the runes on his own body. Unfortunately, there was a big problem with the deterioration. The mana would already eat through leather scrolls and burn them up. It would do the same to his skin. He might be able to produce one effect at the cost of his limbs and while giving himself third-degree burns. At this point in time, it would be better to get the thinnest sheet of magic paper and just tape it to his body. At least he would have a one-time use item that wouldn't cause him to pass out. Roland could actually think that putting some adhesive to one side of the scroll and then placing it on his body wasn't such a bad idea. Thanks to the direct contact with his skin, he would be able to set it off at any time he wanted. It would probably be a valid way for a surprise attack after someone destroyed his armor. You sure love that armor, don't ya? If only I had more mana. Banir started sulking as he knew that if he asked, Roland would create some runic equipment for him. Being a carpenter and a regular blacksmith, his stats weren't all that great. He wasn't suited for prolonged magical item use and would probably pass out quite fast if he ever tried to use Roland's crimson armor. There were some ways of making mana-boosting gear. Most of them used special alloys that could actually absorb ambient mana from the surroundings. Then along with the mana stones, they would lower the casting requirements exponentially. They all had a large price attached to them, which was several times higher than deep steel he was using. This metal was only resistant to runic deterioration but didn't add any other bonuses besides that. Yes, unless you find me a crate filled with blue mithril, you can forget about it. Now, stop stalling, go get yourself that fancy shirt, and don't come back until you have it. Time continued to pass, and in a few days, it was finally time to get the hearing over with. Roland and Banir appeared at the guild together. The half-dwarven assistant had bought a nice-looking white shirt along with some dark pants. It fit on him well, and thankfully he was young, so his belly wasn't protruding that much compared to all the regular dwarfs. Remember, just answer the questions truthfully. If we're lucky, this shouldn't take more than an hour. Okay, boss. Roland also forced Banir to get a haircut and somehow control that scruffy beard of his. He knew that looking professional during a hearing like this could move things in his way. The two craftsmen entered through the main entrance without really turning any heads. At this point in time, Roland wasn't seen as anything out of the ordinary and was already known as Wayland the Runesmith. They needed to wait for a second, but in time the glasses-wearing receptionist herself walked up to them. Mr. Wayland, please follow me. Roland nodded as he and Banir were led further into the building. This was one of the larger buildings in the city with many side rooms. Inside were various facilities that the guild used to make money, but today they would be going into a middle-sized room. I wonder what they will decide on. He didn't have a good opinion of this guild, so Roland wasn't expecting much today. He at least hoped that some justice would be done today. With mixed feelings, he pushed the door open to where the hearing would take place. Inside were already people waiting for them, some known while others ones that he never saw before. It was time to get this over with. Chapter 104. PND No 10. Hey Elodia, did something happen? Armand asked while dropping onto a chair. The wood started squeaking due to the man's increased weight, but somehow survived his large frame. It was already past sundown, and most of the young kids were fast asleep. The few candles that were lighting up this place made it hard to see, but this was all that they could afford for now. Yes, could you explain this? Elodia, who was a worker at the Adventurers Guild, placed down a piece of paper on the nearby table. It looked like one of the many forms that could be found at the Adventurers Guild. Armand looked at the piece of paper from the corner of his eye, not really knowing what this was about. What is this? Read it. Elodia waited while tapping her foot on the wooden floor. Armand raised a brow for a moment, but finally leaned over to grab the piece of paper. He was nervous that they were having this talk as he thought that Lobelia had snitched on him. After catching up to the half-elven girl, he had managed to convince her to not tell anyone about what had happened that day. This required a little bribe, but it would keep him from having to explain it to Elodia here. He started going through this piece of paper, and the more he read the more his forehead went up. This was a copy of the form that Roland had filled out. Elodia knew that this was against the guild rules, but she would bend those slightly for one of her own. That bastard. Where is he? I'm going to. Armand ripped through the piece of paper in a fit of rage. On the form that Roland filled out was a detailed recount of what had happened that day. It listed the name of the party that attacked Banir and the people involved. Roland had asked his assistant about it and filled everything in. There was also a recount of Armand's involvement. How he ignored Roland's advice and didn't want to go to the guild to clear everything up. Roland had specifically written that he had asked Armand many times to stop fighting, and go resolve it with the guild, but was ignored instead. He also mentioned that the whole fight endangered the citizens in the city, and that Armand was not fit to work for the guild. There were also some demands in there. One was for Armand to be fired from the guild and put on probation. A probation period could be put on a guild member for various reasons. It would cause them to not be able to use some of the facilities and also get less money for their work. This was mostly done to punish people that didn't perform their missions on time or failed them multiple times in a row. Sit down. Elodia raised her voice at Armand that jumped up to his feet. The ruckus even brought the half-elven girl over that was already listening in from the other side. She was there when her big sister called Armand over, and she was afraid that he was in for a scolding. Hey you two, why don't we calm down? Armand, if you raise your voice this much you'll wake up the little ones, you big doofus. Lobelia whispered after closing the door behind herself. Lobelia, you know something about this, explain yourself. Elodia knew that the young half-elf girl was hiding something from her as Armand, and she was acting strange ever since a few days ago. Even now she was convinced that they were hiding some facts. Finally, after some glares from their big sister, Armand and Lobelia opened up. They recounted the story from their point of view. Armand wanted to paint himself as a noble warrior that just wanted to help some friends from the guild. Roland, on the other hand, was described as a mustache-twirling villain that just beat up everyone that looked at him. You are friends with that Devon? Elodia recalled hearing that name. There were some previous complaints against that man and his party. They seemed to have been extorting Tier 1 adventurers, but whenever someone reported something they soon took that claim back. It was rumored that Devon and his thugs were threatening them, but without evidence or any witnesses, the guild couldn't punish them. I told you not to associate with people like those. And what were you doing in that district to begin with? The angry woman glared at both Armand and Lobelia that felt attacked. She only used one of her tracking skills to search for her idiot party member. Now she was also being questioned about her wandering close to the red light district of the city. I didn't do anything wrong, it's all that guy's fault. The guild might not see it your way, Armand was quickly corrected. How would they? I'm sure the old man will see it my way. Elodia gave out a sigh after hearing Armand still not admitting that he was in the wrong in any shape or form. She thought back to a time long past where she had to take care of this idiot brother of hers. This was an orphanage that she helped set up in the city. The three of them also came from one of them. Everyone decided to move here when the new dungeon became known. She was forced to transfer here by the guild, and these two followed after. With time they bought out one of the larger houses to help the children with no parents. Stop calling the guild master like that. This time around he might not be able to help you, or could choose not to. What do you mean? Armand asked while trying to talk quietly. Elodia gave out a sigh while gathering the pieces of paper that were previously a copy of Roland's form. It doesn't matter. Can't you just go to this Wayland and apologize? He seemed like a reasonable person, he might take back his complaint. She knew that Armand was throwing his weight around lately, even more since he was close to the 100th level. His pugilist class would be maxed out at L50 and then he would be able to select a more prestigious one. The praises from stronger adventurers and the guild master only made him more arrogant. She knew that the guild leader might see this as a chance to take him down a peg. Me apologize? Never. I would never apologize to a coward like that. Coward? Elodia asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, we could have resolved it like men, but instead he went and done this. Like men? She asked once more while progressively sounding colder. A vein on her forehead started to appear while she grasped a book from the side. With a one-on-one fight, of course. Armand struck a battle pose, but soon was hit with a large book straight to the face. Didn't you already lose a one-on-one fight to him before? What would have happened if Lobelia didn't arrive on time? The glasses-wearing woman alluded to the second fight that Roland and Armand had. If the half-elf didn't arrive, it looked like Armand would have lost the fight as his skill was taking a toll on him. You even asked her for help. Who is acting like a coward now? A barrage of books and pottery descended on Armand's face as Elodia started shouting at Armand's flawed logic. It was obvious that he had a thick head, and unless someone beat him down hard enough he wouldn't give an inch. Hey, stop. The fight never finished, so I never lost. Armand shielded himself with his large hands while slowly evacuating from this room. From his perspective, the fight never reached a conclusion. In his experience, there was always a chance for a reversal during combat. One lucky punch was all that he needed to win the fight. Even though his skill deflated him quite a bit, he did have another trump card waiting. He was confident that if he timed it well he would be the one standing victorious. Stop being a child and go apologize. Never. The conversation ended with Armand escaping through the door and quickly running out of the room. Some of the older kids were laughing at him, pointing fingers as the large man escaped outside. Get back here this instant. Think we won't see him back tonight. You know how stubborn he gets. Do you really think he might lose his position in the guild? While holding a wooden plate up that she wanted to toss at the escaping Armand, Elodia gave out another sigh. It's a possibility. I don't know if that person will let it end unless that idiot gets punished in some way. The guild master is also interested in him. Elodia was part of the guild and stayed informed. She knew of the person named Wayland the Runesmith. He was low-key, but ever since the advancement test he was getting inspected by the guild information section. There was even a file on him that was slowly being filled out due to the guild master's interest in him. But if he loses his position, then we will also lose all of our good selling rates. Staff members of the guild always got a better deal while selling things like mana stones and monster parts. They also could buy things like health potions at a lower price while just having to do some side work. Armand didn't actually need to work that much. He was mostly used to perform tests on new Tier 2 adventurers just like he did with Roland. Then sometimes he would be asked to perform certain quests by the guild that he couldn't refuse. Those could range from fetch quests to escort missions to other cities. People like him were given the position to act as a more trusted and elite force that the guild could use. They mostly went to work when a high-paying client showed up and the guild wanted to be sure that the request would go through. They didn't want random adventurers making them look bad in front of influential people. Thus they would hire promising prospects to perform these tasks. I know, this month might be tight. Lobelia frowned at the prospect of losing Armand's premium rates. She was part of his party, so she would also be affected. Part of her income went to this place as well. They would be losing about 10% of their monthly wages if this happened. This apparently for the reason that their big brother wasn't able to halt his violent ways. Where does this Wayland live? I'll go and ask him to drop the complaint. That wouldn't be a good idea. Just help me clean this place. There were scattered books and other items around this room after Elodia unleashed some pent-up rage on her younger brother. None of the people here were related by blood, but everyone was treated as part of the family. But big sis, what if I can convince him otherwise? No man can resist my charms. The elven girl puffed out her chest as if trying to show off her assets. The big sister just glanced at this chest and gave it a pat. Maybe first try growing something here before you try charming anyone. Lobelia's pose quickly changed as she slumped forward, her hands covering her chest which was on the smaller side. I'm still growing. It might actually be better if we don't convince that man to take back the complaint, said Elodia while Lobelia looked confused. How would that be better? We will lose money. That we will, but maybe that idiot might learn something from this. Lobelia looked to her big sister and after thinking for a moment she nodded. Her older brother's behavior had been deteriorating ever since the guild master became interested in him. She knew that he had gone through a rough childhood. Most of his problems were always resolved thanks to his fists. He needs to understand that not all of his problems can be resolved with fists alone. Both of them nodded at each other and agreed not to go see Wayland. They hoped that this would teach Armand some humility, but that was only if the guild favored Wayland's claim. They were still part of his family though and didn't wish for any bad outcomes. Elodia wished that Armand would see the error of his ways, but still didn't want him to get banned from the guild, which was a possibility. The two continued to clean and finally, the day of the hearing was upon them. Armand, being his stubborn self, never returned to the orphanage directly and talked through Lobelia while evading his older sister. Haven't had one of these in a while and it's against Armand and some Tier 2 adventurers? An old man asked while looking over some papers. Roland would recognize this person as the man that helped him with Agni. Yes, Mr. Wilser. And it's that young man that is making the complaint. Yes, Mr. Wayland. The small gnome rubbed his chin while thinking back to the armored man that he taught some basics about monster taming. The hearing will be starting in 10 minutes, Mr. Wayland is already here and waiting. Elodia was talking while looking into the distance. She could see Roland in his usual red armor, but this time around his helmet was to the side. What she saw was quite the handsome young man with a strong jawline. He looked to be someone that wasn't even in his 20s, but she knew that looks could be deceiving and he could be much older. Well, at least he took off that silly helmet this time around. The gnome scoffed a bit while looking over the papers. Let us get this over with, there is much work to be done today. Elodia nodded while the old man walked away and into the room where the hearing would be taking place. Soon after, Armand finally appeared at the scene along with the guild master. Even though Armand was already a large man, the guild master dwarfed him by quite a bit. He was from a race that was considered small giants known for their physical strength and warrior classes. Our little Armand has gotten himself into trouble, isn't that right, Elodia? The guild master appeared with a big smile on his face. It was clear that he wasn't taking this very seriously, but Armand that was next to him wasn't smiling. Who are you calling little? Why are we even here, old man? You can just dismiss this. It seemed that her younger brother was still adamant in his beliefs. Luckily, even though the guild master was finding this whole predicament hilarious, he was still carrying out his duties. I don't know. Should I? Elodia stood there while hugging some papers against her chest. She still could not come to terms with how Armand acted around the guild master. The large man had somehow grown to like this small brother of hers and even helped him train. Though it was always a one-sided beatdown where Armand ended up defeated. Yes, you should, or just let me fight him one-on-one. Ho ho, so you almost losing to him twice wasn't enough? I never lost to him. That's not what little Elodia here reported to me. The old man laughed while giving her a little wink. She didn't react in any way, just continued to stare at the two idiots with scorn. That's only because of that armor. If he fought me fairly, huh? The smile that the old large male had plastered all over his face finally faded. He turned to Armand that was trying to explain himself, but before he could, a large fist descended onto his head. He was quickly pressed to the ground due to the guild master's hit, almost getting hit out cold. If you think that the armor is the only reason that you lost, then you still have a lot to learn, boy. Now stop whining like a wench and get in there. The guild master grabbed Armand by the neck and yanked him into the room where the hearing would be taking place. Elodia, tell them to get a move on, we don't have all day. Soon she walked over to the side of the accusers and guided them inside this room. In it, besides the guild master and old gnome, there were two other guild members. The only side that was missing was the party of 5 thugs that attacked Banier. Mr. Wayland and Mr. Banier, please take a seat, we will start the hearing soon. Elodia said while greeting Roland. It was finally time to get this hearing started. Chapter 105. Roland walked in through the room while wearing his red armor. This time around though, he had his helmet down. This was an official hearing with even the guild master present. There was no use hiding his face, he would need to take it off anyway if they started asking questions. The room was about the size of a school classroom with a large desk with the guild workers sitting at it. He could see the woman with the glasses sitting to the side along with the gnome that explained taming-related skills to him. In the middle of the table he saw an unknown giant. It was clear from the first glance that he was someone belonging to the Goliath race. He was large and muscular and looked to be the one running the show here. Roland hadn't seen the guild master before, but he knew from the rumors about his characteristics. Why would the guild master be here? This was the first red flag. Normally there would be a higher ranking worker from the guild present here, but not the guild master. Could this be why Armand was not afraid to attack other adventurers? Could he be backed by the guild master? If so, Roland could be the one getting banned from the guild instead. There were another 2 people sitting to the other side. It was an older woman and a middle-aged man. The man looked like a fighting instructor, his face was filled with scars and his body was also rather muscular. He was clearly someone belonging to the warrior profession. Next to him was an older woman in a robe, she gave him mage vibes. By the way, Mana gathered around her. She was someone with a large amount just like Roland here. 5 people in total were behind that table. From what Roland could tell, these people would take a vote. You needed 3 votes in your favor to have the verdict go your way. There was also the guild master present though, he could outright shift the whole thing in Armand's favor. Roland feared that if he gave an order the others would not vote against his judgment. There was a set of 2 long tables on the opposite side. In one of them, he noticed a familiar face. It was the muscle-bound Armand who looked quite angry. He was staring daggers at the guild master for some reason. When Roland walked in, his target had changed. This was the first time they were actually face to face. It seemed that the fistfighter was a bit surprised at how young Roland was. Even though his frame was similar to an adult man, he was still only about 16 years old. The only person that actually saw his face before was the elven receptionist lady. She wasn't here though, so it was a first for everyone gathered. While being stared at, the woman with the glasses walked up to him. "Mr. Wayland, Mr. Bernier. Please take a seat." She pointed to the 2 chairs that were probably prepared for him and Bernier. They were at the table that was to the left of the one Armand was sitting at. The 2 nodded and slowly walked over to their seats. Roland purposely evaded Armand's menacing stare, which only caused the muscle idiot to get angrier. "Those 5 idiots aren't there. Might have actually skipped town." For now, it looked like they were missing the party of the Tier 2 thugs that attacked Bernier. Not being here would actually work against them. They wouldn't be able to explain themselves, so Roland winning the case was almost guaranteed. The only one he would need to watch for is Armand. Then, it would seem that Mr. Devon and his party haven't arrived yet. "Miss Elodia, would you know anything about this?" The one that spoke up was the old mage-looking granny. The old woman had a gentle smile on her face while looking at the receptionist lady and asking the question. "One of our guild members should be bringing them over soon," she answered, while the warrior-looking man next to the old woman grinned a bit. "You mean Korgak? Hope he doesn't kill them before they get here, though that might speed things up." The man rubbed his chin while looking happy for some reason. He was probably imagining a violent ending for the party of 5 by the hands of this associate of theirs. "Let us wait. If it's Korgak, then he should get them here." The guild master waved his hand while leaning back in his chair. Roland took this time to examine this man. This was apparently the most powerful adventurer in the city. A Tier 3 class holder that followed the warrior tree. If someone wanted to become a true guild master, this was the main requirement. You had to have successfully attained a Tier 3 class. This was a new city and a new guild, which made Roland believe that he was probably at the lower end of this Tier 3 class. Albrook was a developing city, and no established guild master would take the time to spend years developing it. Most of the time something like this would be given to new guild masters. Roland wasn't sure about this man's character, but he didn't seem like someone that enjoyed guild politics. He was sitting with his back leaned back and legs spread apart like he owned the place, which he did. He looked like the type that would settle things with his fists instead of diplomacy. Hope he won't think of something idiotic like having us both fight to clear things out. The victor gets the spoils? Something as silly as that would probably not come to place, as there were strict rules. The guild master would be breaking guild laws if he ordered such a verdict. On the other hand, Roland wasn't sure what he could do if such a decision was made. Not like he had anyone that he could file a complaint to. The only one that outranked this man would be another guild master from a larger guild. There were many guilds spread throughout the lands. It worked similar to a chain of stores with the guild masters being managers in them. Then there was someone like a regional manager that the guild masters had to answer to. Above them finally was the strongest one out of them, a Tier 5 monster. This was also mostly where the journey of power ended for everyone. There weren't many people that could achieve something of that height in their lives. The experience it took was massive. Besides that, most people ended up retiring after achieving Tier 3, which was already seen as being one of the top elites. I'd have to go to one of those regional guild masters, while thinking, his eyes met with the imposing-looking man. The man that looked to be chiseled out of granite smirked, which made Roland flinch a bit. It looked like he was about to say something, but before he could, the door slammed open and one of the thugs that attacked Bernier flew through it. Finally. What took you so long, Korgak? Soon all 4 of them were in the room. Behind them was an imposing half-orc that looked quite similar to the one that he met as a slave. His face and bone structure were quite similar. The main difference was that his shade of green was paler. "Korgak, bring, now Korgak, go." The way that he talked was also akin to what he remembered from Golgrim. He was quick to remove himself from the room after shoving the 5 adventurers in. They all had bruises on their bodies, and it was clear that they didn't come here of their own volition. "Good, everyone is here. Let us get this over with." The guild master leaned forward while smacking the table with his large hand. Elodia instructed the 5 to sit at the table with Armand. The 5, after realizing that the guild master was here along with some other powerful adventurers, were quick to shrink back. Like puppies with curled up tails, they waddled over to their seats as the hearing finally commenced. "We have gathered here due to Mr. Wayland's complaint about the party name, Dread End." Elodia started listing the names of everyone. Devin and his gang had quite the showy name, but not much to show for it. They were only lower-level Tier 2 adventurers with basic classes that didn't show much promise for the future. Dreadend was seen being attacked by Mr. Wayland in the focus was on the battle at the pub. It seemed that the guild did their research. Elodia explained that Roland was seen walking up to them slowly and that he asked for the backpack more than once before attacking. Devin and his boys were the first ones to draw the weapons, which put Roland in an advantageous position. Does anyone from Dreadend have anything to add?
Of course we do.
That madman clearly attacked us, we were just defending ourselves.
That's right.
The ones that were being accused were unwilling to admit to their robbery. The problem with this was that it came to their word against his and Benir's. The only thing that could help them were the witnesses. This was a bit concerning, as he had no idea who the guild would bring in or if they even took the time to do this. This was also why he was soon pleasantly surprised as they brought out the first witness, a middle-aged dwarf. Could you point out who Mr. Devon and his party members were following?
Yes, it was him, I saw it with my very own eyes.
He lies.
Damn dwarf, I'm going to pipe down.
A little scene unfolded that Roland didn't predict. The guild brought out this witness from somewhere and apparently he saw Devon and his buddies following after Benir. He described how he noticed them walking out of an alley and trailing after his assistant in detail. How they managed to find this guy was unknown to him, but someone did a good job. Dreadend was not happy about this surprise witness, but they quickly quieted down after the man next to the guild master shouted at them. It was clear that they knew him and were scared. The hearing continued and it was going in Roland's and Benir's favor. Some people from the pub were questioned and they also mentioned how he left money behind after trashing the wall. I think I've heard enough. Dreadend will be suspended from the guild, we can't have our adventurers acting like common thugs. The guild master spoke out while the others nodded. These 5 made them look quite bad, and even though they were Tier 2 class holders, they could be replaced. I agree with the guild master, but this isn't enough. I say we give them to the city guards, they did almost kill a man. The one that brought this up was the old gnome. The others murmured for a moment before starting a vote between themselves. Everyone minus the man with scars on his face was for this idea, his reasoning being that he didn't like the nobles being involved in guild politics, the city guards. You think we'll take this lying down? Devon and his buddies quickly shot up to their feet before storming for the exit. They were already forced to arrive here due to the half-orc and were probably planning to escape from the beginning. Roland watched them tackle the large door that was locked. It couldn't take a full shoulder tackle from a Tier 2 tank and broke down instantly. He wasn't about to chase after them though. This was the Adventurers Guild and they had enough people to handle something like this. Dreadend reached a bad ending as they didn't make it outside. The half-orc was still there on guard along with other instructors. After a little scuffle, the 5 thugs were apprehended. Well, I guess you didn't get a chance to say much, Benir. Benir was to the side wiping some sweat from his brow. Roland could see him flinch a bit as the people that broke his leg stormed out in haste. He wasn't even able to testify as the surprise witnesses took care of that for him. I just want to go back to the workshop and drink some wine, hope they get sent to the mines. Benir laughed weakly. Sending people to mine underground was a popular punishment for criminals. People like that would be mostly branded as criminal slaves and used for hard labor. In this world, there were no large prisons where the prisoners just stayed in without working like in Roland's previous world. Everyone was forced to work for their food, and if they didn't, then death was the only way out. You might want to hold that thought, this isn't over yet. Roland commented while looking at the one person that was sitting at the other table. Armand started out looking angry, but now he just looked bored. The young man had even dozed off during the questioning of the previous witnesses as if it didn't concern him. After a few minutes, another member from the guild popped his head through the door. We got them, guild master. Ha ha, good. Keep them locked up till the guards arrive, then they will be their problem. It seemed that the guild master was finding these scenes quite amusing. Roland already noticed that this man acted quite relaxed and as if he didn't take many things all too seriously. If this was a good or bad thing he wasn't quite sure. So are we done here? The man with the scars asked while standing up. What about little Armand there? The old woman next to him commented while causing Armand to look at her with a frown. What about him? We got the ones responsible. Everyone can agree that it was just a misunderstanding between the adventurers. They can just shake on it like men. Roland remained seated while he listened. Half of his requirements had been fulfilled by the apprehension of the band of thugs. They were even going to go to jail, but if they got prosecuted and sentenced would remain to be seen. Shake on it. Roland finally raised his voice while the guild members looked at him. Why would you allow someone like that to still work here? He said while pointing to the man he was accusing. Someone like that? Armand called out from the side while looking at Roland with scorn. It was clear that he had not learned his lesson yet. How would you wish to resolve this issue then, young man? The one that asked was the old mage-looking lady. I'm not sure how the guild conducts itself, but I think someone that can't think before acting is unfit to be an instructor. He makes the whole guild look bad. Roland's main issue with Armand was that he was a blockhead that only wanted to solve his problems with fists. It would be fine if he was a regular adventurer, but he was part of a larger unit. He made the whole guild seem like a band of thugs, not much better than the people that they just sentenced. Hear that? You are making us look bad. The guild master gave out a chuckle while looking at the angered Armand. See, even now that idiot wants nothing more than to attack me, again, just like he did before without thinking. Do you really want someone like that around? The issue with Armand attacking him after he cleared out Dread End was already known. Now he only needed to convince these people to see it his way. The best way to do this in his eyes was to make them feel like he made their organization look bad. People could start going to other businesses to sell their monster parts if the guild started being known for their unreasonable practices. I had enough of this nonsense. Just have the two fight and clear this out as men. The man with the scars proposed while most of the people that were sitting with him cited, that's why they think we are all muscle brains. The old woman commented while shaking her head, yes, let us fight. Armand looked pumped for this option, though why Roland wasn't sure. He had already shown that he was more than able to beat this man in a one-on-one fight. Haven't you already lost to him twice? Sit down, you idiot. The guild master commented while slamming his hand on the table, which caused the other people to quiet down. That's only because of that armor. Be quiet, idiot. Hey you there, kid. The guild master called out to Roland while shouting at Armand, did you make that armor yourself? He asked while Roland just nodded, not like he was hiding that he was a runesmith at this point in time. Interesting. Hey, doesn't the guild lack runesmiths? Why don't we sign a contract with this kid? Contract? Roland's eyes narrowed, not sure what this man was trying to do. Will lower the rates of what the auction house is giving you. Better the rates? Roland had to take a moment to think. Getting more money was always nice. The auction house was kind of scalping the prices as there was no one going up against them. The guild was an entity that could compete with them, and some did expand to have their own stores that sold more than just healing potions. Shouldn't we end this hearing first? We don't have all day, the old gnome called out from the side as they did not reach a verdict yet. Right, the vote. All for firing little Armand here raise their hands. Chapter 106. 2 hands were raised for and 2 against Armand being relieved of his position as an instructor. The ones that were against it was the man with the scars on his face, which didn't come as a surprise to Roland. The man was a similar type of person as Armand, and he wanted to settle it with a fistfight instead. The other person that was against it came as a surprise as the woman with the glasses that was a receptionist raised it. He could somewhat tell that she hesitantly raised that hand for some reason. Was this Armand guy blackmailing her, or did they have some history? The old lady and gnome that were clearly people that worked more with their brains were for it though. It all came down to the guild master now. Would he choose to fire Armand or would he keep him here? The impression Roland had through the interactions here was that they two were close. It was as if the guild master was an older brother that liked to make fun of their younger sibling. He would constantly laugh at his anger outbreaks while pointing his finger, but not like Roland could do much about it. The real perpetrators were banned from the guild, so this was already a win for him. 2 against 2? Maybe little Elodia shouldn't have been assigned to this hearing, the man commented while rubbing his chin, his bald head shining in the room light. This comment only strengthened Roland in his beliefs that the woman was involved with Armand in one way or another. The woman in question just turned her face to the side while evading the gaze of the other people in the room. You put this old man in a tough position. He shrugged a bit while standing up. After a few steps he was in front of Armand that continued to be in a foul mood. The large bald man from the Goliath race smiled brightly while the recipient looked even more dejected. Don't worry Armand, you can keep your adventurer card. Here it comes. Roland wanted to give out a sigh as it seemed that this rowdy adventurer would be getting out of this without losing his position. I knew I could count on you, old man. Armand rejoiced and wanted to stand up while grinning in Roland's direction. Before he could go through with that, a large hand was placed on his shoulder and kept him in place. I'm not finished yet, brat. The man's voice got colder and the aura around him also changed. You can keep it, but it will need to be updated as your position as an instructor will become vacant. Old man, what are you? It seems like I've been too lax on you. Ever since you got here you have been picking fights with everyone that was up for it. Then when someone comes along that can contend with you, you do nothing but complain like a little brat. Soon Roland could see the guild master grabbing Armand's other shoulder and slowly lifting him up into the air. With both his mid-sized palms clenching together, even Armand with his large frame looked like a small child in comparison. I gave you too much freedom. And what do you do with it? Attack a runesmith in my city? Do you want our guild to go bankrupt or something? The conversation soon shifted into something that Roland didn't expect. It started to sound like the guild master was more concerned about offending a runesmith than about what Armand was actually doing. He is a human runesmith of all things. Do you know how rare those are? Do you realize how hard it is to find a runesmith that isn't forced into the Dwarven Union? Huh? Do you? Dwarven Union? Roland knew this name. It was a huge behemoth of United Dwarven Companies. At one point all of the Dwarven craftsmen gathered under a large banner to hike up the prices of the magical items. They were the gatekeepers of 80% of all the magical weapons, armor, and items. Their race had a natural knack for smithing and creating, which also caused them to have the most runesmiths from everyone. Being a Runesmith and a Dwarven runesmith was also seen differently. The race of craftsmen had a long history and shared secrets among each other. They were seen as superior item makers. When people had a choice between a human or a dwarf, they would always go with the latter for blacksmithing. Stop shaking me around, oh old man. The guild master continued to berate Armand while finally letting him down to the ground. He then turned over to Elodia while maintaining the menacing look. Go file the paperwork and don't think I don't know what you were trying to do here. Next time something like this happens you will also be out of a job. The woman with glasses went pale in the face while bowing before the guild master. My apologies, I'll go get it done swiftly. The other guild members that were here remained silent and soon started to stand up. Armand was a bit stunned by the decision and it looked like he wanted to say something. One stare from the large man that owned this place was enough to make him not to. Okay, everyone get back to work, this hearing is now over. Armand managed to stand up from the ground and it looked like he wanted to contest this decision. Before he could do that, Elodia approached him, started to yank him out of the room. In time Armand dropped his shoulders in defeat and followed along, the look of defeat plastered on his face. The two didn't look all that happy about this resolution, but the guild master word was the rule. They soon left, probably to carry out the orders. Armand would be keeping his adventurer card, but he would lose his position. He was still a promising silver rank adventurer, so this wasn't the end of the world for him. There were many ways to make money even without those bonuses he received by being an instructor. For Roland this was enough of a punishment. He didn't want to push his luck with this guild master that was now showing some interest in him. At his word, the people started to stand up. Banir, that was next to Roland, remained quite quiet during this whole predicament. The half-dwarf looked a bit pale, probably a bit affected by the guild master's killing aura. Everyone but you, kid, that is. Huh? Roland was about to call it a day but was held back by a rather large hand. He considered himself to be tall, but this guild master made him look like a 10-year-old. Me? Is there something else? He looked up at the man. The baldy before him was back to being all smiles. This person was quite fast to change his mood. It was better not to get on his bad side though, otherwise you could be shaken around violently like Armand. Yes, human runesmith, we need to talk about money. Roland wanted to refuse at first, but after thinking it through he just nodded. This was the guild master he was talking with. There was a certain degree of respect that he was required to show here, otherwise, he could be very well removed from the guild as well. Besides that, he was also interested in what this man was offering. It seemed that he wanted to strike a deal with him, probably to craft weapons for the guild while abandoning the auction house. About money, not that many guilds offer runic weapons or armor. Exactly. The bald man nodded while the others slowly removed themselves from this room. Benier remained next to Roland while not knowing what to do. He wasn't really an adventurer, so he didn't feel like the guild master here could order him around. The only person he would actually listen to was his own boss. "It's fine, Benier, just wait for me, this shouldn't take long." Roland told Benier to wait for him, mostly as he wasn't sure if his assistant should be walking back home alone without protection. He looked a bit meek today and was probably stressed after seeing Dread try to escape from their faith. "Okay, boss. Just don't drink too much." Benier turned around while trying not to show his facial expression. "You make me sound like some kind of drunkard, boss." Roland didn't reply to that as he just stared at his assistant's back. It seemed that the mention of alcohol had at least helped Benier recover his humor. "You done?" "Yes. Follow me, kid." The guild master smirked while finally getting out of the room that the hearing took place in. Outside he could see some blood and cracks in the walls. It looked like Dread did meet a demise. The half-orc was nowhere to be seen, probably stuck guarding the 5 ruffians after beating them up. The other people weren't there anymore either. Elodia was probably filing out some paperwork to get her younger brother removed from the guild roster. Just as the guild master ordered, he followed behind him. This was the first time he was this far back here, so he took time to look at this guild. They went through a long corridor with various doors on the side. Some of them were labeled while others remained a mystery. One room was used for monster part harvesting. Normally here they would just be allowed to deliver the parts to a side room while given a slip that proved what they left. A person could just leave a whole monster carcass and be given the regular market rate for it. They could also decide to wait. The guild would then sell off the parts, and depending on the quality they could get more gold. This way mostly brought in more money but took a lot longer. Most adventurers were fine with taking an average cut and using that gold instantly. There was a large aversion to banks in this world. They mostly functioned with merchants and nobles, while the adventurers liked to carry their winnings around with themselves. On this level was where the guild instructors were stationed. Armand could have occupied one of these rooms. They were named instructors, but they were required to do many other tasks which could range from training people to monster slaying. Quite often they were hired by merchants or nobles to protect their kids that descended into the dungeon for the first time. While the young masters and misses were hunting monsters, they would guard them against any unforeseen disasters. This type of work was risky. If a noble child died during such a mission, the instructor would be held accountable. They could then end up as a slave or even dead depending on how influential their noble parents were. Besides that, he also spotted some potion-making rooms. The guild apparently did hire some alchemists to produce potions cheap. Ordering them from stores always brought in lower margins for them. This was probably also why the guild master was now interested in Roland. The guild offered some weapons, but they were mostly overpriced and only there for when an adventurer had no other choices, or lacked time to get a proper weapon from a reputable store. After getting through this corridor, they moved upstairs where the guild master's office was. On the way, he could see some other offices belonging to different high-ranking officials. There were positions like Vice Guild Master or a Guild Treasurer, and they were also here. Where he was going though was the office at the very end and with the biggest door. "Take a seat, kid." The Guild Master pushed the door open with one hand and the two walked in. Roland took a second to look around this place, and the first thing that he noticed was the giant black desk at the end of the room. Behind it was an equally large-sized armchair where the guild master sat down in. It was clear that these items were custom-made for this baldy, as they were far too large for any regular human being. While looking for a seat, he also noticed the many monster heads hung up on the walls. They all looked to be evolved monsters or beasts. They were probably all hunted down by this man. He spotted a couple of chairs to the side. It was a bit strange how they varied by size, but it all made sense all things considered. Races here all varied in height, so having chairs to fit them all was actually a good idea. He grabbed the one that was human-sized and placed it in front of the desk where the bald man was sitting. "So what would you like to discuss, Guild Master?" "Let's get right to the point then. I want you, kid." "You want me?" Roland flinched a bit at this reveal. He also noticed that the bald guild master was looking at him with passionate eyes, which brought him to one conclusion. "Sorry, but I don't swing that way. Could this be why this muscle monster was hesitant to remove Armand from the guild faster?" The guy was a handsome young man. What if this guy just liked to keep those types around? "Hey, stop looking at me like that and stop backing away, you stupid brat." The man slammed his hand on the giant desk, which shook around but somehow remained intact. It was clearly made from a superior wooden material that could take these Tier 3 hits. I want you to work for the guild and only for the guild. Roland gave out a sigh of relief as he didn't think that he could win a one-on-one fight with this man. At most he could spray some icicles in his face and make a run for it. Why would you want to hire an unknown runesmith? Even one that is a human. Craftsmen that weren't dwarfs were seen as slightly worse in a general sense. Their racial traits were just fashioned to work with molten metal and hammers. They also had a vast history and many hidden techniques that were not shared with any other races. That's why I want to hire you. You are unbound by them, a blank slate. While they were talking, Roland noticed a strange shift in the mana around the guildmaster's desk. Almost instantly after this strange feeling, a person barged in through the door with something in her hand. I brought it, guildmaster. The one bursting in through the door was the elven receptionist that he usually visited. The item that she was holding was wrapped up in cloth and was placed on the guildmaster's desk. Roland could somewhat tell what was in this cloth by the general shape. The guildmaster didn't wait long before pulling this cloth to the side and revealing the weapon inside. Yes, it's one of yours. What they were looking at was a longsword that Roland had made about a month ago. It was created from deep steel and had a mana stone in the hilt along with 2 runic enchantments. The craftsmanship of the sword is only adequate. Roland took a critical hit to his pride instantly. He knew that he wasn't the best blacksmith and most of his weapons came out at an intermediate grade, but that isn't important. These runes on the other hand are perfect. You have a talent for runesmithing. His runes were a notch above the rest. Most new runesmiths that just started out would have a hard time inscribing a basic rune at the intermediate level. He on the other hand only produced the high and highest ones. One part of this was that he could improve on every schematic thanks to his skill. The other was his work ethic that brought him this far. Then another was the talent for mana, which aided in the creation of these runes. Most dwarven runesmiths had a fatal weakness. Their race was not the best with mana as they were mostly given warrior and crafting professions. Their magicians were inferior in some ways to humans and elves, thus a lot of them chose to go with runesmithing or enchanting instead. Thank you, but what are you offering me here? Roland was not keen on working for anyone besides himself at this point. This didn't mean that he could not be swayed into a sort of partnership. This all depended on what he would get from this exchange. If it was just a small contract to limit himself to the guild with sales, then he would probably refuse. The rates in the auction were not that good, but the bidding wars that sometimes transpired there made up for it. The prices were sometimes hiked up to twice or more of what the item was worth. I see that you aren't convinced. Well, let us talk business then. Roland recalled the old gnome that he had a similar conversation before. He wasn't really that interested in this offer, but there was no problem in hearing this guild master out. Maybe the deal would be better than anticipated, and having the guild master on your side was always a good thing. Chapter 107. So what do you think, kid? Should be a good deal for YA. Roland eyed the parchment in front of him. It had already been an hour since the hearing took place and Armand was probably relieved of his position by now. He on the other hand was led up to the guild master's office, and was now looking through a sort of contract. It wasn't an actual contract yet though, just a list of what he would be getting for working with the guild. He would need to stop selling his wares at the auction house. This was more or less the only thing that the guild wanted. His runic weapons would be placed in the guild-run shops that were in the city as well as in this building. The guild operated in one main location, but that didn't mean that they didn't own other businesses in this city. They sponsored people that could bring in profits like alchemists or monster butchers that were good at deconstructing monsters for parts. Roland was not too keen on giving up his freedom. Ever since Edelgard and the cultist debacle, he stopped trusting large companies. Even if they made a contract, it didn't mean that they would keep it, while he on the other hand would be bound to it. In return for signing himself over to the guild, he would receive several bonuses. From what he could tell, these bonuses were similar to what instructors like Armand were getting. Discounts to potions, more gold for monster parts, and access to some guild facilities if he ever wanted. I don't think I can make a decision right now. I'll borrow this and I'll tell you within the week. After going through the hearing, he was getting tired. Not physically but mentally, as he still wasn't used to being around so many people and talking with them. There was also Benir that had been waiting for him for the past hour. He was starting to feel bad for his assistant as well as Agni that was left behind in a special room in his secret workshop. Not convinced? Anything that would sway your mind? The guildmaster gave out a sigh after hearing Roland's answer. The two had gone back and forth while going through the contract. He did notice that he started losing Roland's attention after mentioning giving up rights to selling items at the auction house. Sway my mind? Roland had gotten up by now and was about to head out of the guildmaster's office, but then he remembered something. There was a certain manufacturing method that he wanted to get his hands on. Well, if you can get me the schematics for the mana stone smelter along with the recipe for the mana alloys, this was one of the rune-smithing secrets that he desired to get. With the correct smelter and the recipe on how to make specific mana alloys, he would be able to ditch the flashy mana stone design. He would be able to just integrate it into the structure of the weapon or armor. This had multiple advantages, one being that there would be more surface for runic inscriptions. The other is that it would be impossible to knock the mana stone out of the weapon, which would ruin the whole runic structure. This advanced runesmith technique required two things. A special smelter that had a specific runic structure. One that only produced fire wasn't quite enough. He somewhat knew that this special smelter would shape the mana alloy in some way. Then he needed the actual manufacturing method, otherwise, he could have to spend months or even years testing everything himself until something stuck. Mana stone smelter. That's quite the little contraption you want, but the guild master leaned back in his chair and started rubbing his chin. It was clear that he was thinking hard about the pros and cons of such a transaction. Roland knew that the price for something like that would be high. It wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. If this man had the connections, he might be able to get him what he needed. Give me a few weeks, I'll see what I can do, but you better prepare. The man slammed his large hand on the larger desk and made it shake some more before standing up. You'll have to make it worth my time, kid. Roland knew that this meant that he would need to make quite a lot of runic items for the guild. This didn't mean that he would need to craft everything himself. There were enough advanced blacksmiths that could prepare the items, and he would just add them his flair. Which was what the guild master was aiming for, as he already saw his average-looking weapons with the above-average runes. If you can find me those, then perhaps, he wouldn't just agree at this very moment, but he did want those schematics. An alloy like that would be perfect for something like a magical golem. Having it not be covered in mana stones would help out for something that needed to be durable, perhaps? Listen here, kid, I'll have to contact some of my associates, but don't think that you'll get anything before signing that contract. Do you even know how much something like this costs? Roland nodded at the guild master's reasoning. Why would he go through getting a costly item only for Roland to say that he didn't want it anymore? He would be stuck with something he had no use for other than selling it on the auction house for a lesser price. Good point. Are you sure you can procure it? The guild master rubbed his chin again, but instead of a confident response he just shrugged. As I said, give me some time. Apparently, he was also not sure if he could get his part of the deal done. Roland would need to return later or have them send him another letter. I see. I'll just read through this again and you can get back to me once you have everything sorted out. Roland waved the parchment with the bonuses that the guild was offering him. The things in this list were tempting, but they weren't really a deal-breaker. If he had to choose between them and the manufacturing method, he would go with the runesmith knowledge. With it, he could just charge more for his wares and they would also last longer. If it was possible, Roland would even pay extra just to get his hands on that knowledge. It seemed that this guild master wanted him badly on his side. Runecrafting was a rare profession that could elevate an adventurer to new heights. He was probably hoping to sell the weapons and armor, which would then cause the adventurers to hunt more monsters. With more dead monsters came more monster parts and even more gold. For someone that looked like a muscle-bound idiot, this guild master was quite cunning and hungry for money. I'll have one of the girls prepare the contract. The two exchanged some words before Roland left. Before going through with anything, the guild master would see if it was possible to get what he asked him for. If not, then they would be back at square one and a new exchange would need to be proposed. Sorry about that, we can go now. Roland arrived at the main guild area where all the adventurers were busy picking up new missions. He found Banir at the pub section. The half-dwarf was noticeable due to the number of beer mugs on the table. Before he could scold him about his alcohol addiction, he noticed someone else sitting at his assistant's table. Armand? B-boss, you're finally here. Banir looked ecstatic that Roland was back from his business talks. It was clear that something was wrong with this picture. Armand that they had filed a complaint about was in the process of drinking some alcohol. What's going on here? Roland whispered to Benier while looking at the muscle brain from the corner of his eye. He just sat down next to me and started drinking and complaining, Benier whispered back while trying to explain. After the hearing was over, Armand's instructor rights were revoked and he lost all of his nice bonuses. The two started whispering for a moment and Benier gave a recount of what transpired after Roland went away, 40 minutes earlier. "Hey barkeep, hit me up." "Sure thing." Benier called out to the person behind the counter and was given 2 mugs filled with alcohol. He set them down on a table that was free and began relaxing. The only thing that was on his mind was to get back home and how nice it felt to see those thugs being abused by that large half-orc. "Serves those bastards well, good riddance." While holding up his mug in the air, he did a little cheer while some people wondered what was wrong with him. Benier didn't care. Finally, things were looking up for him. There were plans of expanding the workshop, and he was about to begin his Tier 2 journey. He was aiming to become an armorsmith to help out Roland. The biggest thing he was excited about was a proposition that he was given. His boss mentioned that he was spreading himself thin. He wanted to focus on runecrafting, but due to this his blacksmithing skills couldn't keep up. Then he offered Benier to take some of that burden off him. The half-dwarf would be tasked to create the armor shell for him while he inscribed it with his runes. Roland would still craft the weapons himself, but the armor would be Benier's task. Being someone that was dreaming of becoming an armor maker since a young age, this was something he couldn't refuse. The need to go back to his own workshop and work was making him all giddy. There were so many types of armor that he wanted to create. Thanks to Roland, he would already be able to work with deep steel and the runic tools would speed everything up. They only needed to expand the underground workshop so that he would have space to work there himself. The dummy log shed would be now mostly used as his living quarters. While thinking about the future, he heard a loud sound. As he turned to it, he could see the man that his boss filed a complaint against. Armand was by the reception and talking with the glasses-wearing receptionist lady. Benier had nothing better to do, so he listened in while being slightly afraid that this man could try to take his revenge at a later date. "Calm down, Armand, you brought this on yourself." "On myself? I thought you were on my side." The two started arguing with each other. Armand mostly threw out empty accusations while acting like a child. Soon a smacking sound resounded and a red handprint appeared on his face. Benier raised his eyebrow after seeing the receptionist lady deliver this slap. "Why did I even bother with someone like you? When will you grow up?" A moment of silence descended upon the Adventurers Guild. Armand was shouting quite loudly, so other people had noticed the scene. Most of the warriors were laughing from the side while finding it funny that Armand lost his position. Now they were whispering and Benier could hear them clearly. Poor Elodia, heard she was running around the city searching for those witnesses. She did? Is that even part of her job as a receptionist? Apparently, the person that found those people to testify was the receptionist lady. Thanks to her, Dread End reached a timely demise. Benier looked to the woman. If the scary muscle man wasn't there, he would actually go thank her for helping him. And Roland with this case. He still was a bit perplexed by her actions though. She helped them with that side of the hearing but also voted against punishing Armand when the time came. The only thing he could come up with is with her being too soft on this brother of hers. I bet she wanted to get Armand off the hook. Perhaps, on the other hand, the two guild workers that were talking thought she just did it to help her brother. If Armand got associated with Dread End, he could have been punished even more. The witnesses made it clear that he was just someone that arrived there randomly and was not there during Benier's attack either. At least that is what he could make out from their conversation. Then it happened. Armand that had been slapped started walking towards the guild bar. At this point, Benier moved his gaze back to his alcoholic beverage. He then heard a strange thumping sound followed by wood cracking. To his dismay, the person that had it in for his boss was now sitting at the table behind him. The two had their backs to each other, which caused Benier a lot of stress. Hope boss comes back soon. It's already been 10 minutes. With not being able to control the situation, he just continued to chug on his drink while Armand behind him did the same. At first, it seemed that he was being civil, but after a couple of quick drinks the angry grunts behind Benier turned to strange mumbles. Huh? Roland's assistant then felt something large pushing against his back. When he turned around he noticed that Armand was leaning back while having trouble keeping his balance. Is he drunk already? It seemed Armand had zero tolerance for alcohol. After a couple of filled mugs his face was all red and his speech was broken up. Ugh, who's that? Hey, don't I know you? Bernier was noticed sitting alone while waiting for Roland to come back. Armand had lost all of his reasoning and slumped forward right next to the half-dwarf. Whatever, want to be my friend? No one respects me anymore. Bernier found a large muscular arm draped around his shoulder as Armand started hugging him as if they were some old drinking buddies. This is how he spent the next 20 minutes while the muscle brain whined about losing his position. A few minutes before Roland arrived, he was able to flee as his drinking buddy had gotten too drunk to care. So that's what happened. Yes, boss, think we should go. Roland was now looking at a drunk blockhead with his face against the table. His drink was spilled and he had a stupid expression on his face. Who gets this drunk in the middle of the day? This only made Roland look down on this young man even more. Due to this display of drunkenness, he was just making trouble for other people around him. Someone would need to clean up after him and maybe even carry him back home. Hope this guy learned something from this. Armand was, from what Roland knew, 22 years old. Which in his eyes made him a young brat. He himself would be in his late 30s if he added his life from his previous world. In that world, someone like Armand would probably still be stuck in a university or working a blue-collar job. Roland didn't like him but could see how this world could shape someone like him. The real challenge for this young man was progressing past this point and learning from his mistakes. Let's go back home. The sight of a drunk and defeated Armand brought less joy to Roland than he expected. While trying to get to the bottom of why he felt this way, he was approached by the receptionist called Elodia. I'd like to apologize. Before the woman could speak up, he moved his hand up to stop her. Don't. It doesn't matter if you apologize to me, you didn't do anything wrong. Roland wasn't actually mad that this woman voted for her family member. He would have probably done the same if he was in her shoes. You should probably get this idiot a sobering potion before he makes a mess. Roland pointed to Armand that was wobbling around and slowly falling asleep. Elodia's eyebrows went into an angular shape as she looked at this brother of hers. Why yes, excuse me, Mr. Wayland. The woman still bowed before him while going over to Armand. It was finally time to return back to the workshop. That woman, think I've seen her around the city before, is that so? Ah. Bernier looked as if he realized something as they were returning. With nothing better to do, the conversation shifted to a certain woman wearing glasses. Chapter 108. An orphanage, huh? Roland awkwardly went into his house while thinking about the conversation that he had with Bernier. With nothing much to talk about, the conversation shifted to Elodia. Bernier had seen her going around the city with some young children not more than 5 years old. At first, Bernier thought that maybe the woman was the mother, but soon he discovered the truth. Some of the shopkeepers spoke up about how she was a hard worker. How she tends to an orphanage with some other young adults. Did I make a mistake? It also came out during the conversation that Armand was apparently also from the said orphanage. Bernier had heard this fact during Armand's drunken stupor. He had complained that it would be hard to feed the kids while also paying off the house mortgage. Roland was now second-guessing his decision of kicking the man to the curb. Though he wasn't sure about the costs of that house, he felt that if Armand managed his money right, he should be able to pay for something like that. He didn't know how many mouths they were feeding or if they were duped into paying too much for the large building. It was apparently somewhere in the city in a more costly part. Well, that woman didn't seem that mad though. He recalled Elodia's reaction. She even apologized for her older brother. If they work through it, they should be fine. Woof. Ah, I'm coming, wait a moment. His thought process was interrupted by a muffled bark. He headed downstairs into his workshop where Agni was sitting in. The small wolf puppy was left here as he couldn't bring him over to the guild. This was the only place he could leave him while being sure that he wouldn't destroy it. The inside of the house was not a possibility as he felt that Agni would trash it. Then escape and track him to the Adventurers Guild. The possibility of the little puppy being then slain was high. People could take him for a regular monster. Some others could also try to capture him instead, then sell him on the black market as he was a rare breed. I see that I'll have to air this place out. Roland opened the slab of metal that was his door and was hit in the face by a strong smell. It was clear that his puppy had relieved himself here. Luckily for him, he had placed Agni in a large cage which he could just carry outside and wash. Woof. Agni ran about 3 circles around his master before bolting through the opening outside. The small guy was smart to understand Roland's facial expression as he looked at Agni's present that he left behind inside of his cage. While holding his breath he carried the metal cage outside. Thanks to his enhanced strength this wasn't anything difficult. Maybe we should have taken him with us, boss. Banir laughed from the side while Roland doused the cage with one of his water pressure wands. Ever since he started eating mana stones the smell has been, Roland commented while using some flames on the metal cage to disinfect it. Does the mana make it extra fragrant? Banir asked while peeking out of his log workshop. He was busy grinding away at some tools, soon it would be time to get that tier 2 class. Roland had already given him a class change stone which would be coming out of his paycheck later. Now that you mention it, Roland brought up Agni's status screen while his wolf pup was running around the backyard. He zoomed in on the page with the skills and was pleasantly surprised. Mana Stone Eater did reach level 9. After seeing the skill finally reach the cap he quickly went for the evolution options. After using the costly mana stones on his pet he hoped that he would get another evolution that was even rarer than the gemstone. Wolf, Adolescent Volcanic Wolf, Fire Earther Beast, a common canine type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in volcanic rocks. Adolescent Ruby Wolf, Fire Earther Beast, an uncommon canine type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in rubies. Adolescent Gemstone Wolf, Fire Earther Beast, a rare canine type monster found in deep dungeons. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane adorned with various gemstones. Hellhound Puppy, Fire Fiend Beast, an uncommon canine fiend type of monster. This type of monster is regularly seen accompanied by demonic beings. Adolescent Ash Wolf, Earther Beast, a common canine type wolf found in dungeons. They are characterized by having a white ashy fur pattern. Adolescent Mystical Ruby Wolf, Fire Earther Beast, a rare variant of the Ruby Wolf monster. It is known for its high affinity for fire magic and high intelligence. A rare variant of an uncommon Ruby Wolf breed. There actually was another option that popped up. He now had an option to pick between two rare variants, a Gemstone Wolf or a Mystical Ruby Wolf. What do you think, boy? Agni had stopped running around and was now sniffing Roland's leg. Due to him being in the city for so long he had all kinds of scents stuck to him that this puppy could smell. The small wolf tilted his head to the side and then gave out a cute sneeze before walking away to dig up some holes. I figured. At this point in time, Roland had enough time to go through some monster tamer books that the city had to offer. He had managed to get a more thorough explanation of this Gemstone Wolf variant. It was a solid pick from what he could ascertain. This wolf was quite tanky, its fur slowly changed into hardened gemstones which could take some punishment. On the other hand, the Ruby variants were mostly known for their high speed and fire type skills. Both types would grow into large wolves that could rival horses after a while, but the Gemstone Wolf would be bulkier. Now with the new variant out there, Roland felt like he knew what to get. What he needed was someone that was fast and not to tank hits for him. He was already a tank and a caster in one, there was no reason for him to have Agni fill that role. What he needed him for was to discover monsters as a tracker and scout type. Then with the added magic affinity, the Mystical Ruby Wolf could even give him some backline support. He was also trying to create golems, so he had not that much use for more tanky party members. Well, Agni. I'm not sure how this will feel, so brace yourself. At this moment the red puppy was wiggling his ruby-tipped tail while his head was underground. There was not much around to damage with the wind turbines being a bit to the side. I guess here goes nothing. Roland focused on the evolution option. It was akin to imagining a button press. The moment he did, the status window went blank for a moment before a prompt sprung up, evolution in progress. He had thought that he had already gotten used to this game-like interface, but sometimes he was taken back by its functions. Roland glanced from the status window to where Agni's butt was sticking out. A noticeable change was taking place as the puppy's body began to glow. The small posterior of the puppy began to expand and some of its fur began to shed. It started falling to the ground while another coat of fluff shifted in its place. The hind legs extended and small ruby crystals started to emerge above the paw area. Oh! Is Agni evolving? Why didn't you call me over, boss? Banir noticed the shine from the backyard. He had been busy crafting, so his attention was elsewhere. You looked busy. Roland didn't wish to interrupt a blacksmith during their work as he was also one. All sorts of things could go wrong if a person was interrupted, so he just went through with the evolution. It's going faster than I expected. Within a minute the red glow subsided and Roland was looking at an enlarged backside of Agni. The rest of the body was still stuck underground as he had chosen to go through with this while the puppy was digging a tunnel. He did get bigger. Should I go pull him out? Banir asked while looking at Agni struggling to free himself from the small hole. After a few moments though the pooch managed to free himself. Agni started sneezing a bit then quickly shaking as if he was trying to dry himself after taking a dip in the river. Roland could now take a good look at his teenage puppy. The first thing that was characteristic was the assortment of gems on his legs. They went all the way up to his knees. His fur looked more robust and was also longer, his mane looked a lot bushier and he had a ruby sticking out of his forehead. His ruby-tip tail got longer and the tip was quite a bit more pointy. The size of this adolescent wolf was close to a large dog, his head almost reached up to Roland's waist. A woo! Agni gave out a howl after cleaning himself and trotted over to where Roland was. He then circled around his master a couple of times before looking up to him. Showing off your new form? Roland smiled a bit and placed his hand on top of Agni's head. After ruffling up his fur he gave the forehead gem a little poke. It was quite smooth and in a circular shape. It was quite small at about 2 centimeters in diameter, which was less than an inch. While petting his puppy he brought up his status screen to see what had changed. Name, Adolescent Mystical Ruby Wolf. L26, X 0%, Type, Fire Earth Beast HP 313 313 MP 341, 341 SP 499, 499 Strength 24 Agility 39 Dexterity 19 Vitality 22 Endurance 31 Intelligence 23 Will. Got boosts to his stats akin to when he reached his Tier 2 Runesmith Lord class. There was a difference in people and monsters as he could see now. After the evolution was done there was no mention of the previous lesser evolved form. Only the adolescent mystical ruby wolf part was visible as if he had it from the first level. Roland also noticed a trait that wasn't there before. Mystical Tier 1 trait increases MP by 10%. This is similar to that 1 mana trait that I have. Roland had the Blessed by Mana trait that increased his mana by a set percentage just like this. It was one of the skills that allowed him to use his magical armor at a high proficiency, and without the worry of passing out. He went through Agni's skills and noticed something strange. Skills like Ruby Tail Whip had a plus sign after it. Bite plus L1, passive skill, increases the strength of biting attacks. Fiery Bite plus L1, skill, discharge of flames during a bite attack. Ruby Tail Whip plus L1, skill. Skill can elongate the ruby tail of the monster which then can be used as a means of attack. It was apparent that these were the advanced versions of those skills. They were probably similar to the ones humans got when basic skills transformed into regular ones. He has this one. Mana Sense L1 passive skill allows the user to sense mana. He was surprised after finding one of his old passives in his tamed beasts repertoire. It was the skill that caused the original Roland to die and get the mana sickness disease. There were some skills missing though. There was no basic mana shaping and basic mana regulation was also missing. He took a note of this as this probably meant that Agni would not be able to cast spells quite yet. But this also meant that he might be able to do it after the next evolution. Maybe even this one if the skills get unlocked along the way. Roland rubbed his chin while thinking, there could be a couple of ways to unlock those magic caster skills. One of them would be just by leveling the wolf up, they would appear on their own and he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Then there was the more realistic one where Agni would need to level up the basic mana shaping skill to the maximum. After that, he might receive access to those 2 skills, either during this evolution or during the next one. He thought back to his youth when he was training his mana sense skill before the change to the mage class. He had to concentrate quite a bit to get it up, now his tamed monster would need to do the same. Roland glanced down at the now larger Agni who was getting rubbed behind the ear by Banir. The long canine tongue was out and flopping about while he had a silly expression on his face. Can this idiot even learn a skill like that? Ah whoa? Agni looked up to Roland with an accusing look. It was as if he read his thoughts the moment he thought them. He then escaped from Banir's clutches and stood proudly. What are you? Roland wondered if his wolf companion was mad, but before he could apologize Agni started doing something interesting. The gem on his forehead began to glow in a faint light. Is he actually? After focusing on the mana in the surrounding, Roland could tell that it was being absorbed into Agni's forehead gem. The moment the mana was absorbed the gem started to glow brighter and brighter as to signalize that it was working. Heh, good boy. It seemed that Agni had mastered the mana sense skill and was even able to absorb the mana from the surroundings into his own body. This made Roland wonder if he could somehow teach Agni his mana reinforcement skill. Though to get it the wolf would need the other basic mana skills that a mage received. It didn't look like the gem on the forehead had any uses, for now. It could only glow, which could only be useful in a dark cavern with no light. He beat me to it. Banir shook his head in indignation as Agni had achieved his new evolution before the half-dwarf could progress to his tier 2 class. How long till your level cap? Well, actually, I reached it this morning. Banir smiled weakly while lowering his voice. That's great. Roland smiled back while looking at his assistant. He knew that Banir had met all the requirements to get a new class, so he should be able to use the class change stone instantly. Is everything all right? He noticed that Banir wasn't looking too happy about it, and he probably knew why. Afraid that you might fail? Ha, you know me well, boss. It was clear to Roland that this smithing job meant more to Banir than it actually ever meant to him. He chose the path of the Runesmith as it was the only one he thought could utilize the skills that he had, and not due to him being passionate about it. On the other hand, his assistant was someone that wanted it badly. It's okay. Even if you don't pass on the first try, you can try again later. He tried to cheer him up as he knew that Banir did actually have a knack for creating items. Thanks, boss. Got any tips? Roland did previously do some research concerning tier 2 crafting classes, but he had already told Banir what he should expect. If he was going for an armorsmith, then the test would be to create a piece of armor. It could be anything, a gauntlet, breastplate, or even a full suit of armor if he was unlucky. Think I told you whatever I could. Now it's up to you. Why do you think I told you to make all those armor pieces for the past month? Banir nodded while glancing back to his workshop. In it, on the table, he could see the crystal that would begin the job change quest. I'll do it tonight. Both of them nodded at each other before going back to their own chores. Banir continued practicing his craft while Roland went over to Agni. Not today, but soon he would need to take his teenage pup down into the dungeon to train again. Things aren't looking that bad. He looked over his home that was coming along nicely. The trouble in the city was cleared up, and it looked that the peaceful days would follow. Then the memories of certain cultists and thieves came flooding back into his mind, and a frown appeared on his face. I should go figure out that golem system. Chapter 109. I should just activate it. Yeah, do it as many times as you can. Okay, boss. Banir and Roland were standing outside in the backyard. Agni was in the background chasing his own tail while the two were performing some tests. While holding a meter-long iron tube, Banir started to insert mana into it. This tube had a couple of mana stones attached to them, and they lit up the moment the runic components were activated. Banir could feel that a quick burst of high pressure was released from this tube, but nothing besides that. The initial activation made his hand jerk due to the blowback. He looked at Roland as if he was wondering if this was all. Continue. Roland replied while watching his assistant activate this metal tube 6 times before reaching towards his forehead. 6 times before the first headache? Yes, boss. Ouch, this stings. I don't know how you do it. Banir started to rub his template as a similar sensation of when a person ate ice cream too fast washed over him. He wasn't sure why Roland gave him this tube, but he figured he would disclose the information soon. Good. Now, Roland took the tube back and inserted something into it before giving it back to his assistant. Banir peeked inside but couldn't really make out what his boss placed in there. Okay, now point it at the dummy and activate it again. After getting a low-grade mana potion, Banir looked at a straw dummy that he had made a day before. Roland ordered him to fashion one made from wood for testing some new items. The dummy looked more like a scarecrow as Banir didn't really have any experience in making ones before. Sure, activating now. He held it out with 2 hands this time around and also gripped it harder as he was now used to the knockback. The moment he activated this tube again, he could see a round marble shooting out of it, and going in the general direction of the straw dummy. The moment this large marble connected with the dummy, a small explosion occurred. This caused Banir to jump back and fall onto his, but while Roland just observed it while standing next to him. Not bad, but I think you need some aiming practice. One side of the dummy had been blown away by this explosion. Roland was just testing a new weapon that he intended to give to his assistant. Banir had a meager mana pool which didn't allow for much runic equipment. Due to this, Roland decided to go with the disposable item route, scrolls to be specific. This design was a smaller version of his runic grenades that he once used against the bandits. That time around he just threw the round casings which had his scrolls inside them. Now he wanted to design a sort of launcher so that Banir would be able to defend himself from attackers. First, he needed to test Banir's mana capacity and how many times he would be able to use his new weapon. Then he would just need to come up with a design that was easy to aim with. Things like grenade launchers from his own world came to mind, but here a person wouldn't need a trigger but just to inject some mana. It looked like 6 shots would be the limit for Banir before he would need to drink a mana potion. Thus an enlarged cylinder with 6 chambers for ammo would need to be made. He could always just give Banir regular spell scrolls for protection, but having a weapon like this would help with aiming and a faster rate of fire. Roland was a bit surprised that no one came up with such a design. Most people still preferred to just use regular spell scrolls while holding them out against their enemies. Maybe due to the lack of gun-related technology, no one was interested in innovating in that direction. From what he knew, only large cannons like on the merchant ship he made the trip here existed. They were mostly relegated to siege weapons or defenses on castle towers. If you took into consideration that high-level archers could outperform modern-day firearms, then it made sense. His assistant on the other hand wasn't so good at throwing bombs, thus something he could steady his aim with could be a lifesaver. I guess no one really cares about making weapons for the non-combative classes. Okay, that should do it. Think we can move on to producing a prototype. Roland wondered if there would be a market for such items. This weapon made sense to him, who could actually produce the ammo himself. But for an adventurer, paying 1 large silver or more for 1 mini grenade would quickly bankrupt them. Aye boss, but you shouldn't forget about the guild. Don't forget the letter arrived. Roland grabbed the prototype rod that would be used for the launcher barrel. He wasn't really sure if he wanted to make it a 6-shooter or just a single. Banir could just pop the grenade in through the top for a quick reload, which would simplify things, but also make them slower. He was not someone that had ever been interested in guns that much, so he could mostly just borrow his ideas from the media he consumed and the current world's technology. Yeah, I remember. Did the guild master get those items for me? The bald guild master had promised to find him the manufacturing details for mana alloys along with how to build the smelter for it. It had been a couple of weeks since then, but only now had word reached them. There was also a possibility that he wasn't able to procure it and he would just give him the same sales pitch as before. I'll go there today, stay here with Agni and train up those skills. Banir had also finally advanced to the Tier 2 Armorsmith class. From what Roland was told, the item that he had to make was a half-plate armor. Half-plate armor was similar to plate armor but lacked some parts like leg protection and a helmet. When asked about the time limit, Banir was surprised. He was apparently allowed to take his time, and only when he was done the final product was tested by the class-up system. Roland wanted to file a complaint to the people that made this system. He always received a timer and had to rush through things. The reason for that was probably the rarity of the classes that he went for. Banir chose the most generic one, which made the tests quite easy. It was still a Tier 2 class though, and with it, Banir was the proud owner of the Armorsmith class. Now finally he would be able to craft the armors that he always dreamed about. With the added skills this would become easier. Roland had also taken in some knowledge that Banir had to offer. He was the son of a dwarven blacksmith that had also been an armorsmith apparently. Thanks to this, Roland could learn a couple of smithing techniques that he wasn't clued in. With this more advanced Tier 2 class and heightened dexterity, it was easy to replicate what Banir was proficient in. Aye boss, I'll use these if anything happens, so you don't need to worry. Banir pointed to his hip where he had a couple of card-sized scrolls. The weapons weren't ready, so the best defense for Banir were the magic scrolls. Roland wished to miniaturize this grenade launcher as much as he could, make it more portable like a real gun. For that, he needed to further his compression skill. Just too many things to do. Roland had been having trouble focusing on one thing lately. Agni needed further training as his level didn't go up much since he evolved into the larger form. He also was working on his golem design and still decrypting the runic code that would be the basis for it. Then there were his own skills and the defenses for his home, plus he also needed to be making weapons and earn money to support himself and his assistant. At least with Banir helping him out now, he wouldn't need to focus on armor as much. The only downside to this was that the corresponding skills for armor crafting wouldn't be going up as much. He intended to combat this by making some armor parts together with his assistant. With some help he would be able to create more improvements and do it faster. Wonder if that Baldy really got those schematics. Roland closed the door behind him while also telling Agni to stay and protect the house. The Ruby Wolf was quite intelligent and could follow simple orders like this. At this point he would not chase after him into the city, nor would he destroy the inside of the house if left alone. It was truly astonishing how much a being could change by evolving. It was as if a 5-year-old child changed into a 15-year-old teenager that could be now left alone at home by his parents. This didn't mean that he could leave him there for long. The tamed beast would come looking for his master if he vanished for more than a day. Even though his face was already seen by the guild members, he still was used to covering it up with his helmet. Roland's armor was repaired and shiny as ever. The mana stones made it look even more expensive. He hoped to get this fixed with the mana alloy manufacturing method. It would let him be more inconspicuous, as this armor made him stick out like a sore thumb. He wouldn't be surprised if someone decided to rob him one of these days just to get their hands on this piece of gear. "Welcome, Mr. Wayland, the guild master is in his office, please wait here for a moment." After coming to the guild he was greeted by the elven receptionist lady. The one wearing the glasses was still there, but when he glanced her way she evaded his gaze. He wasn't sure, but he attributed this to the way the hearing went, and how she tried to sway it in one direction. He wasn't really mad at her, as she just wanted to protect someone from the orphanage that she was running. Roland was a bit preoccupied with himself, so he wasn't paying attention to how the people in this world had problems of their own. Poverty and lack of food being one of the biggest of those problems. When you looked at this kingdom and compared it to the modern world that he came from, it was similar to a third world country. The nobles were more akin to warlords than to politicians. They could do anything they wanted in their own territory without really having to put up with the commoners. The only thing that they would be afraid of would be people with higher tier classes. Strength was mightier than the coin in this world. Someone at a very high level could also throw their weight around. Unless they did something drastic, no one would stop them. This privilege only started after you approached tier 3 though, and this was also one of Roland's main goals. Become as powerful as he could and then become free of the shackles that his noble birth was putting on him. "You may enter now." After waiting for a bit he was finally told to go to the guild master's office. On his way here he spotted someone coming down from the upper level. There were 3 people coming his way. The moment he looked at them he started to frown. Luckily his face was covered by his helmet so they couldn't see it. Nobles? The man in the front was clearly not a commoner. The fabrics and style didn't match up to what an adventurer would be wearing either. He also had 2 guards following behind him. They were wearing half-plate armor without any helmets. There was an unfamiliar crest that adorned their chest plate, but it also confirmed his suspicions, but not quite. A butler? After taking a moment to look at the noble, he noticed that something didn't add up. The clothes were costly, but the man didn't fit the bill. He was more in line with a messenger sent by a noble, which made more sense. Why would a noble venture into the Adventurers Guild by themselves and with only 2 guards? What do you think you are doing? Make way! Roland was a bit surprised by meeting this group, so he had spaced out while walking forward. Due to this, he forgot to move to the side to let them through. Even if these people weren't actual nobles, they were part of their organization. Going against them was close to spitting on the crest that they were wearing. Even if he didn't like the treatment, he knew that it was better to avoid any conflict. Thus, without replying to the angered butler, he decided to move to the side and let them through. Though he did show the proper manners, the old man decided to give him a few chosen words before moving along. "Damn uncultured adventurers. At least you are smart enough to know your place." The guards that were with this man gave Roland a harsh look before all of them moved along. The man in the middle didn't look very similar to the butler back at home. That man had style and knew how to present himself. This person on the other hand was overweight and looked like a sleazeball. The clothes that he was wearing were also quite flashy, as if he wanted to bring attention that he was part of the noble caste. What was that all about? That crest, it does not belong to the noble house that owns this land. Roland stood there in the corridor while looking behind him. The people that passed him didn't seem to belong to the estate that ruled this city. This was actually the first time that he had seen a worker from a noble house in this city. Albrook was still in the process of development. More and more people were coming while searching for riches down in the dungeon. The noble house that ruled this area didn't seem to be that interested in this location. The most important spot was still the super dungeon that was in the middle of this large island. He turned around and headed up the stairs. The appearance of these people didn't have to mean much. The most plausible reason that they were here was to give a specific mission to the guild. If it was an important one, then probably some of the higher-ranked adventurers would be forced to take it. These sort of missions tasked by nobles were mostly placed in the hands of the guild instructors. He was not planning to get involved with nobles. The pay might have been good, but the dangers could be unknown. While thinking about what the butler might have wanted from the guild master, he knocked on the door. "Come in." There was a little pause after he knocked, but the guild master was inside. Roland opened the large door and could see a bald man sitting behind his desk while looking at some papers. His brows were furrowed and his forehead was showing a lot of wrinkles. Due to this, Roland decided not to poke the hornet's nest. "Sorry for the wait, kid. Had to deal with a pompous fool. Take a seat." The old warrior stopped looking at the piece of parchment and Roland was allowed to sit. He removed his helmet now, but he was glad that he didn't show his face to the worker from the noble house. "Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first?" Roland looked up to the old man that had a smirk on his face while not really knowing what he was getting at. "Good news. Ha, I managed to find a dwarf that is willing to sell those manufacturing secrets, but—" he replied as he realized that there was something off, "but he is a greedy little bastard. Here, take a look." Roland was handed a piece of paper. After he looked at it, he realized why this was the bad news. "Tell me that this price is in small gold coins. You got a good sense of humor, kid. This price is a bit. Your skills are worth much, kid, but not that much. If you want us to make a deal, you'd have to cover half of that sum." Roland started making calculations in his head of how much he would need to sell to make a dent in this bill. It would at least take 4 or more years until he could pay up. "Don't need to frown that much, kid. I can reduce that bill further, but you'll have to do something for me." The guild master leaned back while showing off his pearly whites. Roland's forehead started to show a bit of a sheen as he didn't like where this was going. Chapter 110. "You want me to be a babysitter? Ha, that's what I like about you, kid. You catch on fast." Roland was rubbing his temples while looking at the guild master. The man was dangling the manufacturing methods to the mana alloys and to the special smelter in front of him. The horrendous price seemed like it was just an excuse to shove a particular mission on him, one that involved the nobles. "This mission isn't even that hard, kid. You just join the expedition and protect those snooty noble brats." The guild master had already revealed what he wanted Roland to do. In a month's time, a group of noble youths would arrive in this city. These kids were members of influential noble families that studied at the various noble academies. Some would be from the Knight Academy, the same one that Roland was supposed to go to when he was still living at the Arden estate. He wasn't sure if it was exactly the same one, as there were more of them across this kingdom. The Knight Academy wasn't the only one that was sending young nobles over, though. It was a joint venture with the Magic Academy. From what Roland knew, this was something the older students had to do when they were close to graduation. The academies would send them out to do missions like this. They would need to venture towards dungeons for a time with a couple of instructors and be judged. It was something like a rite of passage where they needed to prove that they could fight under pressure. This dungeon had not yet fully been explored, but the levels could be rated. The first 10 levels were good for anyone to get the hang of it. The level Roland had been venturing to was also rated as something that silver adventurers like him would be able to handle. No monsters above the 150th level had been spotted, which was the Tier 3 barrier. "Why do you want me to be there? I'm sure there are other adventurers." "Ha," the guild master gave out a sigh as his big grin subsided. "I wish that was true, but you recall our little Armand? Yes, he was actually someone that was more dependable than most of those other idiots." "You must be joking. How could he be? Think you two got off on the wrong foot. He is surprisingly dependable when it comes to fighting." Roland didn't reply to that as he started weighing the options. It seemed that this guild was still not fully operational. If they were, then this guild master wouldn't be asking him to take on an important mission like this. They were talking about noble children here. They were the future of their houses. If something went wrong during the mission, then their heads would roll. He would need to risk his life to protect those young brats on the off chance that a unique monster appeared. "You worry too much, kid. You'll only be going into the volcano area. Those brats are there to gain some battle experience. They will also have instructors from the academy with them. You and the other adventurers will only need to guide them there. And act as bait if something goes wrong? Can't hide anything from you, kid, but that's why I like YA. Listen, you can either sign up for this mission or cover the costs for the items you want instead. Let me think about it. Sure, you have a week, those noble brats will be arriving in a month, but before that, I need to have the team ready. This was understandable, the mission was quite important, so the participants had to be picked wisely. There was always a certain ratio that went into a party of adventurers. The basic composition had some warriors along with backline supporters like archers. A healer would also be needed, but those were hard to come by, thus most people used potions instead. Then there were unique spots occupied by classes like mags that could fill more roles, I understand. After some more chit-chat, he finally left the guild master's office. There were a couple of things he needed to think about. The most important one, if it was smart to get involved with the nobles. While heading home, he contemplated on what was the correct thing to do. The guild master wanted him to be there due to his magic craftsman class. He did mention during the conversation that having someone there that could repair runic weapons would be handy. He would be also responsible for certain heat mitigating equipment that would be used. Roland also proved himself to be stronger than Armand, who was close to the 100th level. This would put him close to gold rank adventurers that had to have a minimal level of 100 and capped out at 150. Past the 150th level was the tier 3 bump. After reaching that, a person was able to advance from gold to platinum rank as an adventurer. The mission was to venture below the labyrinth where he battled the ruby golem. Then remain in the lower regions for a few weeks. It was supposed to be a test for the noble sons and ladies that the academy organized. Down below he would also need to answer to the nobles. The group of adventurers, as he had mentioned before, was there as guides and also meet shields. If something did go wrong, they were required to use their bodies while the nobles escaped. This was only if there was some kind of unforeseen event. If everything went as planned, then it would be a very boring few weeks in a heated dungeon. He would only need to make some repairs to the equipment and together with the other adventurers work as a lookout. Yet because this was a mission given by the nobles, he would receive a massive reward. The high nobles were willing to pay a lot to have their kids protected. There would also be a platinum rank adventurer coming along, which made Roland consider this mission. It was the fastest way of getting what he wanted. With the new technology he would be able to create a competent battle golem body. The only real downside was working with nobles that he wished to avoid. The responsibility seemed to be high, but the job looked to not be that hard. He had already ventured into the dungeon many times and the tier 2 monsters weren't really a problem. From his perspective, the mission wasn't that dangerous, but mostly annoying. He would need to take orders from noble children and act as a chaperone. I wonder how those brats are doing. While walking through the city, he started thinking of his own family. He did have 3 brothers and sisters, with just one sister being younger than him. Roland was seen as almost the youngest child in the family, but if he added the age from his previous world, he would be the oldest. I bet they don't even remember how I look by now. It had been many years since he had left that estate and was successful in slowly cementing his life here. He didn't feel like a noble anymore, just your regular commoner with a knack for crafting. Roland still felt a bit guilty about the lie that he told to Lucienne, but the girl was really young back then, only 3 years of age. The possibility of him leaving a long-lasting impression on her was quite faint. That will be 8 large silver coins. Roland placed some items into his storage bag while looking at his coin purse. There wasn't that much left in there. After spending quite a bit on the golem toy and then further house renovations, he was slowly becoming poor. His savings that he received from his severance package while leaving Edelgard had also dried up. Most of it went into the house renovations and deep steel that he used for his runic armor. If he wanted to get his hands on those manufacturing schematics, he would probably need to take the job or wait some years till he had enough money. The biggest downside to this was the possibility of the offer not being on the table down the line. He knew that these sorts of things were kept hidden from other races. The dwarfs didn't like their secrets being spread around. The possibility of something like this being up on the auction was low. He would need to visit the black market for something like this and pay a premium price, which might be even worse than what the guild master was offering him. I think you should take the offer, boss. Dwarven knowledge like that almost never leaves a dwarf forge. Roland was now back at his own house. Both he and Banir were down in the Runeforge crafting some gear. He had brought up this with his assistant as he also needed to know about this. You think so as well, huh? I know those old fogies, they would never sell outside their little circle, Banir replied with a somewhat annoyed tone. Roland knew that the half-dwarf had a run-in with many blacksmiths and they all denied him entrance. He knew well how this race liked to keep their secrets hidden and only allowed the techniques to be passed on to true dwarfs. That guild master must be crafty if he managed to procure this kind of knowledge, wonder how he did it. Asterisk clang asterisk Banir's hammer descended on some metal as he got it into the right shape. The young Tier 2 craftsman was working on a breastplate. It wasn't for him, but to be sold off later after some mana stones and runes were added to it. He could have access to the black market, or someone owed him a favor. *BRR *, Roland replied while sharpening a sword on his runic grindstone. With the added wind turbines outside, he and Banir could use them at the same time. While working together, Roland could also compare his smithing skills to Banir's. His assistant had lower stats. He couldn't hold a candle to Roland's dexterity and strength, but he made this up with knowledge. Banir had spent his young life looking at his father crafting, thanks to this blacksmithing came naturally. The only thing that slowed down his progress was him getting a carpenter job as his default class HM. Roland looked at his sword that was finished. With some pointers and the right tools at his disposal, he was finally able to make a higher grade item. After adding some highest graded runes, this sword would go for quite the penny. Regretfully, even with this, it wouldn't be enough to pay for those manufacturing schematics. He also needed to consider the costs of the golem that he was working on. I think this will be the fastest way. Roland also felt that he was still too weak. Even at Tier 2, he didn't feel like he would be able to handle a Tier 3 person in any way, shape or form. The members from that cult were still engraved deep in his mind. The fear that he felt during that night was still something that haunted him to this day. As things were now, he felt that he would not be able to protect himself or the people around him. Banir was a non-combatant and Agni was quite young. Due to the money problem, he wasn't able to wander down into the dungeon as often and level his monster. He would gain experience from crafting, but that would not be the case for Agni. The Ruby Wolf needed actual combat experience. Good sword, boss, what are you going to put on it? Roland was brought out of his trance by Banir. Enhanced sharpening and strengthening seems to be popular with these, he replied. These two enchantments were as popular as ever. There existed Tier 2 versions of them that used up more mana but also produced better effects. Good choice. Banir, how do you feel about living here alone for a few weeks? This was one of the biggest issues with Roland venturing out to the deeper parts of the dungeon. Normally they would leave their most precious items in a vault in the workshop. It was protected by many runic traps and locks. They would not leave for more than a day at a time. They would also take some of their items on the short expedition, so even if someone robbed the house, they would have part of their wealth. Now on the other hand, he would need to leave the house in the care of his assistant. This would be the prime moment for any thieves to show up, when the strongest person was away. Don't worry, boss, I can take care of myself. Hey, stop looking at me like that. Banir moved his head to the side as Roland wasn't buying it. Not so long ago he was beaten up by adventurers without even landing one good hit. These thugs were then single-handedly taken out by Roland. We have about a month. Roland rubbed his chin as he thought about the logistics. Banir would need to stay here as he didn't feel that he would be allowed to go. He also didn't want to leave the house unattended for a whole month. If something did happen, Banir could still go to the city and ask for some help there. I'd be taking Agni with me. He started to formulate a plan, one that involved Banir defending this home alone. Agni would need to come with Roland as he feared that the wolf would not listen to Banir. He could even wander down into the dungeon alone in search of his master. It was also a good opportunity for his wolf to earn some experience. They would be down there for a while, so it was paramount to use this time to gain more power. I won't be able to create the golem in a month, but we can strengthen the fence, and you will need a weapon. I'm not really good with swords or axes. I was thinking of something less close and personal. A plan for his future departure entered his mind. He started contemplating on what would be the best option for this dwarf. He came to the conclusion that ranged weaponry would be the best as Banir didn't possess any type of fighting skills. This could be circumvented by the use of magical items, which Roland was able to create. After we are finished here, go buy me some magic ink and a lot of magic paper. The decision was made. He would be going down into the dungeon together with the nobles. Before that, some preparations needed to be made. He would need to get this house and his assistant ready for whatever event that could go wrong. He also remembered how his last expedition ended up. Roland needed to procure life-saving items for himself as well. If a Tier 3 monster appeared, he needed some kind of trump card. He already had a few ideas about that, but it would cost more money. Think we will need to sell more items to the auction house this month. Let's get back to work. Aye, boss. The two craftsmen continued with their work. They needed more funds to create better equipment and time was running out. Luckily for them, with the runic tools and fully operational wind turbines, they would be able to hasten the process. I might have to give that runic printing press idea a try. What Banir would be getting would be a lot of runic scroll-related weapons, along with a few others that Roland wasn't quite decided upon. Soon the hours and days started flying by. The weather continued to be warm and pleasant. Roland had confirmed that he would be participating in this expedition. He was given the rundown by the guild master about what his duties would be. The leader of the party would apparently be a Tier 3 adventurer that would arrive later from another guild. Roland's duties would be to keep an eye out for the nobles and also to repair the weapons and armor along the way. The fateful day of his departure finally arrived. What was left to do was do one last check before he said his farewells to Banir and left the house in his care. Chapter 111. The time for the dungeon expedition was just one day away. Roland and Banir were both inside the workshop while Agni was keeping watch outside. There was some business Roland needed to take care of at the guild today before the nobles arrived. He needed to meet up with his temporary party members, as everyone would be given a specific job that would fit this mission. The party leader had apparently arrived and he would be assigning the positions. This brought Roland back to that one other large expedition that he was a part of. That time he was relegated to the backline and placed in a team with lower-level adventurers. While this time his worth had increased, he wasn't sure where he would end up in. There was a reason why he wasn't worrying as much though. The guild master wanted his rune smithing skills. It would be counterproductive of him to send him towards his demise. That's why a position in the backline was more than likely. Before going out to the city, there were a few things that he and Banir needed to discuss. He would be leaving together with Agni for a few weeks. Apparently, the noble youths needed to complete some sort of exam. For this, they needed to last for a prolonged amount of time while surrounded by enemies. It was something that this kingdom thought out to train their younger generation for the coming battles. This wasn't an era of peace, and the nobles would be the future commanders and generals. Everyone needed to be able to protect themselves, or at least know how to use their troops and ration their supplies. From what Roland knew, he and the adventurers were more of a backup plan. They were there to guide the people inside and make sure that nothing goes wrong. The nobles from the academy would have their own soldiers and provisions that they needed to figure out how to use. Only when something unexpected happened would the adventurers get involved. They were there to lure away any potential threats that the nobles wouldn't be able to handle. Things tended to go towards the unexpected in his life. Even at that previous expedition, he didn't think that he would get buried in the mine and then almost die against a Tier 3 monster. Okay, let us go over this one last time. Roland handed Banir an improved version of the runic grenade launcher that he had built throughout this month. It did not look like a basic tube now, but as a proper ranged weapon, not like one that you would find in this world though. The most noticeable thing was the middle part, which had a large-sized cylinder. It looked like an enlarged revolver cylinder with 6 chambers. It wasn't quite like it, as there was a manual crank next to the grip of this launcher. Banir would need to crank it to make the chambers rotate into place before firing off one of the runic grenades that Roland had prepared. Beforehand, the handle was made from wood and fitted with Banir's hands in mind. Being half-dwarf left the young man with thick hands, so even if Roland tried it, he would be able to shoot this weapon. There was a secondary grip at the front part that connected to the barrel. It was there to aid with the aiming, as the weapon had some kickback to it. As with all of his creations, this one also had some mana stones embedded in the design. They were all green, as instead of small explosions that were produced by gunpowder, this one operated more like an airsoft gun. The mana usage was actually lessened with the wind pressure rune than if he used a small explosion type rune instead. For the ammo, he used small runic scrolls with various spells. It was all set up that when the orb that the scroll was in collided with something, it would be activated. Most of them would just explode while causing residual damage with shrapnel that came from the metal casing. But there were various spell combinations that Roland had shown Banir. If he was smart about it, he could clear out more enemies with less. Roland would like to have this weapon spin the chamber on its own, but there wasn't any time to figure out the mechanism. He wasn't much of a gun nut in his previous life, so he went with a more mechanical approach and a crank that spun the cylinders around instead. The thing that he made was more of a portable runic cannon than a proper gun. He even received the Cannon Craftsman title for it. Maybe if he was able to make a revolver or something similar, he would be able to attain a gunsmith title. Though he wasn't sure if he wanted to go in this direction. He already had reusable runic equipment that didn't require him to create reusable ammo. Someone like Banir was more suited for that path choice, as he didn't have any battle skills to speak of. You sure come up with peculiar things, boss. Banir held the portable cannon in his hands and pointed it in a direction. He was a Tier 2 blacksmith, so it wasn't that hard for him to use it with one hand either. Remember to only use this when you really need it and keep your distance. Most people should just run after a few warning shots. I'd be running for the mountains if someone used this thing against me. Banir had used this launcher a few times on the straw dummies in the backyard. He had riddled the ground with holes from the explosions, but after a while, he got the hang of it. After some use, he had even gotten the basic cannoneer skill. This skill slightly boosted a person's aim whenever they used cannon-type weapons. Apparently, the armorsmith class was enough to allow him to get that skill. You'll also need this, remember to bury them discreetly. Next came the mind scrolls. Agni would be away for the time being, so there was no danger of the ruby wolf to set off the traps. After Roland was gone, Banir was tasked to place these scrolls around the house and mostly close to where the fence was. The moment someone jumped over it, they would set it off. The fence would also be charged up with some electricity. This would just give everyone a little jolt to keep them from advancing forward. Roland was slightly afraid that some kids could decide to pay the strange craftsman a visit. He didn't want to have any child deaths on his conscience. If they decided to jump over to the other side even after reading all the warning signs and after passing the electric fence, then it was on them. Lessening the strength of the mind scrolls would just endanger his assistant and his own home. What about these? Banir took out something that looked like a deck of cards. These were the same mini-scrolls that Roland used, and now they were also given to Banir. Use them if the runic launcher fails you. Remember, even if they are scrolls, they still require some mana to activate. Banir nodded while placing the tiny scrolls in his pocket. The scrolls would be a last-ditch effort before an enemy got into close proximity. Roland even explained a few tactics that he used when he was still a runic mana scribe. The biggest downside here was that Banir would not enhance these runic scrolls and would not be able to activate them as much as Roland could. It would be best to use one of the camouflage spells and then just run. Don't try to be a hero. Banir rubbed his nose while Roland reminded him that this was only for protection. He feared that his assistant would try to defend this house to the bitter end. After getting beaten up by those adventurers, he felt like Banir now had a chip on his shoulder. One that wouldn't go away unless he defeated someone in some kind of fight. You can try using the escape tunnel if there is no other choice. Through the month, the two had dug into the workshop, expanding it in the process. Roland had also implemented an escape tunnel that would lead them out into a forest area behind the house. There was not enough time to finish it in time, so Banir would need to either dig himself out or use an explosive scroll. There were also other defensive items and also a detection device that could be used to check for enemies. This was something that Banir was already aware of, so there was no reason to double-check. Boss, I've been meaning to ask you. Yes? Roland looked at Banir that was trying not to avoid that piercing gaze. Never mind. I'll ask you when you return. Be sure to come back in one piece. I can't run this workshop without you. Roland just nodded while also packing up some things. His suit of armor went through some modifications and he also scribed himself a nice batch of scrolls. Now help me put on my armor. I leave tomorrow but need to get that meeting over with. Also see if you can get Agni into his, without him biting through the leather. He wasn't the only one that would be using runic equipment anymore. His ruby wolf companion had also been given some upgrades. It covered the general weak points like the neck, underbelly, and the chest area while leaving the legs unprotected. Agni needed them to still keep his speed advantage. This wolf armor was quite light and was made from a special metal that was lighter but less resistant than deep steel. Just like Roland's, it came in a darker red color and had some mana stones poking out. With the mystical monster trait, Agni was able to use more runic spells. Just like before, he was given a protective shield along with a boost to his speed. "I'll try, boss, but no promises." After dressing up in his work suit, Roland headed into the city. His destination being the Adventurers Guild. On the inside, he was greeted by the usual smell of unwashed men and cheap booze. The elven lady pointed him in the right direction, which was the meeting room of the scouting party that he would be a part of. "This is it." He looked at the piece of paper that he was given. This was proof that he was part of the expedition crew. There was also a side note which had the room number written on it. With this in mind, he straightened up and finally he knocked on the door. He was still not that comfortable with meeting new people, so he steeled his resolve. "Please come in, it's open." Roland was a bit early. He was someone that didn't like to make people wait for him. When there was an event, he would always arrive at least 15 minutes early. Quite a few people were the opposite though, which sometimes resulted in him having to wait for a prolonged span of time. "Excuse me." He grabbed the handle and pushed the door open and discovered that there was only one person in this room, dark red armor. "Are you perhaps a member of the Rising Sun Knight Order?" Inside he spotted an unfamiliar-looking woman. After the use of his identification skill, he could tell that just like him she was an adventurer at the Tier 2 rank that was close to the 100th level. She had a peculiar get-up that reminded Roland of what nuns in his old world used to wear. She had it all, the black veil and under it a white form-fitting coif. The tunic was a mix of white and yellow colors. Roland couldn't see it from this side, but on the back, there was a large drawing of the sun, a member from the Church of Solaria? It was clear that this person was part of the religious cult that roamed this land. This being the gathering place for the party meant that she was probably the healer. Her face was hard to make out as she was also wearing a dark veil, but she had one characteristic trait: animal ears. A cat? He wasn't sure what type of beastman race she belonged to, but her ears were pushing that religious headpiece out. It produced the shape of large pointy animal ears that could belong to various beastman races. "Oh? Was I mistaken? I don't see the rising sun crest." Roland just entered and stood there for a moment as he analyzed the woman's stats. Thus it seemed like he was just spacing out. The woman on the other hand continued to speculate on his true identity. There were various knightly orders that worked for the Church of Solaria. He was not aware that they wore similar armors to him though. He had also switched to using a sun-like symbol for his wares, so this could have added to the confusion as well. "I'm not part of the church, I'm just an adventurer that was hired for this expedition." The woman was still talking, so he quickly answered in the hopes of ending the conversation early. "Oh my, is that so? Would you like some tea while we wait for the others?" He stepped forward while the woman was talking. From the way her voice sounded, he put her at an age above 20, but nothing too specific. Roland wanted to sit to the side and just wait, but then the offer came. The nun had brought out a full tea set and the kettle was even giving off steam. "Ah no, thank you." Roland wasn't one to socialize with others. Talking to them with anything more than business in mind felt like a chore. Also, due to nobles being involved in this new expedition, he decided to keep his helmet on. There was no way that he would risk being recognized by someone that knew his family. "Are you sure? This Albrook honey is truly delicious with this black tea, you might regret it." "Why yes, I'm fine." After awkwardly walking to one of the chairs he finally sat down. This room looked similar to the one that he and Banir had the hearing in. There were several tables with chairs at them with enough for most people to sit alone. It was time to wait. The nun realized that Roland wasn't willing to join her, so she didn't push it. Instead, she continued sipping some tea while humming a delicate tune. "Is this the place?" "Yeah, just go in." In time more people started to arrive, though it was surprising that the very next two people were someone that he knew. "Huh? Eh?" First was a golden-haired girl with long ears that flinched back and almost fell over after noticing him sitting in the back. She was held in place by the person that was coming in after her. "What's wrong with you, Lobelia?" Roland couldn't see the person that was talking, but he recognized that voice. The person to whom that voice belonged pushed this half-elf forward and revealed himself to be Armand. What are those two doing here? It was hard not to notice them at this point. At first, Roland hoped that they might have walked into the wrong gathering room. Their actions didn't reflect this fact, as Armand just strutted in like he owned this place. Only after Lobelia indicated to where Roland was sitting with her head did his old opponent notice him. "What are you doing here?" "That's what I would like to know." Armand and Roland glared at each other, though due to his helmet being still on, this went unnoticed by the party of two. "Calm down, Armand. The half-elven girl started yanking on Armand's arm as she knew well that this wouldn't lead to anything good. How can I calm down if this bastard is in here? Ha ha, he didn't mean it. Roland started feeling bad not for Armand but for the girl that was with him. He also recalled the woman with the glasses that probably needed to put up with this idiot's character. Did you forget what Big Sis told you? Go and apologize. Lobelia delivered a swift kick to Armand's shin but the man didn't seem convinced. Before a big scene could happen, a large green hand started pushing into Armand and another person walked in through the door. Why you make noise? This deep voice belonged to the half-orc that he had also seen on the day of the hearing. As Roland recalled, his name was Korgak and he did make quick work of that band of thugs. Soon the other party members started to arrive. It was time to start the strategic meeting and get ready for the lengthy expedition that would take a few weeks. Chapter 112. Roland was able to get a good seat in the back thanks to arriving early. Thanks to this he was able to examine everyone that would be taking part in this expedition. The first person was the nun that arrived earlier than he did. Then there was the duo of Armand and Lobelia that he had the pleasure of meeting again. It didn't seem that this martial artist had any goodwill towards him. This was understandable as not much time had passed since his firing. Then there were the members that he was less familiar with, like Korgak the half-orc. This warrior didn't talk much but seemed like he followed orders from people above him, like the guild master that was also here this very moment. He was talking with the man who would be the party leader of this expedition. This man seemed to have some kind of ranger class. He was wearing lighter armor that was covered by a dark green robe. He looked to be someone in his later 30s and was of the human race. He had a somewhat scruffer-looking beard that had some white patches here and there. That was actually it. With him the party consisted of only 6 people. Armand and the half-orc were the warriors of the party, while the half-elf and the team leader were probably the trackers and for monster detection. The nun was clearly the healer, but where they would place him remained to be seen. He had a wide array of runes that could be used from various ranges. People who looked from the outside might think that he was some kind of magic warrior with a wide range of skills, a jack-of-all-trades type. In reality, he was very much focused on his crafting and mana capacity to utilize his runes. Okay, let us start this meeting. Roland heard the guild master speaking out while also glaring in Armand's direction. The young pugilist was sulking after getting a smack on the head by a giant fist. Luckily one hit was enough to silence the room, and now he and the party leader were discussing the plan. I think everyone knows the basics of this mission. You all will be heading into the dungeon to babysit some noble brats. Armand was quick to recover as he and his half-elven friend chuckled at the words of the guild master. Your main job will be to escort the nobles into the volcanic area below the 10th level of the labyrinth. Afterward, you will remain as lookouts. You will keep an eye out for any abnormalities, only get involved if their lives are in danger. There wasn't much new information. Just like he knew this was a test for the nobles and how they can take stressful situations. There would be one leader that needed to command the troops. They would need to clear out monsters while venturing into the deeper reaches of the dungeon. All of these nobles were fresh Tier 2 holders that would be mostly in their early 50s. Due to spending a lot of time at the noble academies, the noble youths lagged in terms of battle experience behind the common adventurers. They made it up with the levels of their skills and better classes that were planned out from the start. For instance, that knight class was locked away to people of noble descent. A person needed a hidden trait of noble birth to be able to procure it. A commoner would only be allowed to get lesser classes like shield warrior or spear warrior instead. The Runesmith Lord class could also have been triggered by Roland's noble roots abnormalities. Like a Tier 3 monster? He raised his hand and asked while some of the party members looked at him. I see that you catch on fast. Wayland, was it? Let me answer that. Instead of the guild master, it was the team leader that spoke up. But first let me introduce myself. My name is Silvio and I will be the leader of this party. Everyone nodded at the introduction as the man continued to speak. Yes, if a Tier 3 monster appears, we are tasked to stall it while the nobles evacuate, even at the cost of our lives. You serious? This time it was Armand that replied. He smacked his hand on the table that made it rattle around. Why should we risk our lives for some pompous nobles? Why else, for the money? The man grinned while looking at Armand. Everyone here would be getting paid an extravagant amount of money. Roland knew this after a big chunk of what he needed for that manufacturing knowledge would be paid for through this single mission. You have all signed the contracts, you know what will happen if you abandon the mission. Before this meeting even started, Roland was also called over to the guild during the recruitment drive. He needed to sign a document that would put him in a lot of trouble if he didn't prioritize the nobles. This was a serious mission that the guild couldn't afford to botch. If it's so important, why doesn't the guild send in more platinum adventurers? This time around it was Lobelia that posed this question. There are several reasons, but the most obvious one is that we don't just grow on trees. Silvio shrugged while shaking his head. The nobles also asked for adventurers that are only at the silver rank. Do you need me to explain this? He asked while indicating that it was something obvious. Roland knew what the reason was, but two certain party members still had question marks above their heads. It's the levels. They don't want to lose out on the experience. The team leader noticed this, so after giving out a sigh he just gave out the information. Due to how this leveling system worked, it was unfavorable to have high-tier people around when farming for experience. They still allowed a Tier 3 adventurer to come along just in case. If the adventurer party stayed far enough, and didn't participate in the battles, the nobles would not suffer any debuffs to their experience. Well, not like it matters to me. As I see it, this is easy money. The older man grinned. It was clear that from his perspective the nobles were just throwing the money away. The dungeon had been mostly mapped out and there were no Tier 3 monsters around. If only Tier 2 monsters appeared, it would probably be a low-danger mission for this platinum rank adventurer. The only real uncomfortable part would be living down in a heated dungeon for so long. Roland was already prepared for that situation, but he had never field-tested his equipment for a prolonged time. This would be a good chance to gather some valuable data for his future creations. Him being on this expedition had a lot to do with the dungeon's climate. The guild master did hire him probably with this in mind, as he was the only person in this party that could use frost and cooling magic. This is also why when the question came up, he knew that he would need to do a little speech. That's all fine, but how do you expect us to last for weeks while surrounded by hot lava? Surprisingly, it was Armand that posed this question. Before answering, the party leader looked towards Roland and then quickly turned over to the guild master. The guild master assured me that one of the party members here would take care of that. If I'm not mistaken, it's the young man in the red armor? The people turned to him with surprised looks. They had seen him fight, but he still acted more as a warrior type that just used some magical items to get ahead of the competition. Yeah, little Wayland here will take care of that with one of his runic creations. Mind explaining? The guild master called out to Roland, who groaned inwardly. This would be the most uncomfortable part of the meeting, but he had come prepared. Yes. He nodded while standing up from his seat and walking over to where Silvio and the guild master were sitting. After arriving, he was given some space. He saw the other 4 party members looking at him. Feels like I'm back at school. Roland never liked the presentations that the school system forced on them. He was never able to get good grades then, as he was always stiff at presenting while a crowd of people looked at him. After giving out a small sigh, he took out a large piece of parchment. There was a board behind him to which he could place this parchment on. After using some tacks that he had been make, he attached a diagram of some sort of tent on that wooden board. What's that, a tent? Won't that thing just burn up? Armand asked in a mocking tone, as if this was something that Roland didn't know. Yes, it's a tent, but it's a runic tent. It's made to resist the heat of the volcanic area. Roland tried to ignore Armand while pointing to the outside material that the tent was composed of. The design was more modern, as he took inspiration from regular camping tents. The roof part was slanted at an angle and was held up by a scaffolding made from hollow metal pipes. The tent leather that it's composed of is made from volcanic salamander leather. It is resistant to the heat, which will help insulate it. Won't we just be cooked inside? Armand asked a question again, but then flinched as he noticed the guild master looking at him. Roland really hoped that this guy wouldn't become a burden on the entire party, as everyone's lives depended on good cooperation. No, the air inside will be cooled and filtered. It will feel rather refreshing. This is not a regular tent, it has a runic structure in its scaffolding that will run on Elakian's fluid. We just need to bring enough to last us a month. I propose we take enough for 2 months to be on the safe side. Elakian's fluid? The half-orc called out from the front with confusion, as he clearly had no idea what Roland was talking about. People also call it mana fluid. Just think of it as fuel for the magic. The mana fluid was named by its inventor. This fluid was similar to gasoline from his old world as it was fuel for magic items. It was quite easy to handle. You just needed to place this fluid in a container and connect it to the desired magic item with the correct runic structure. It would then power it in a similar fashion as his wind turbines powered his entire workshop. This fluid came in two variants, one was natural and the other one was synthetic. It could be found in spots that were rich in mana, or created by alchemists from mana stones. If the mana was rich enough, the fluid could even crystallize. It took on the shape of blue semi-transparent crystals that could be confused for mana stones. Roland also found this confusing as the mana fluid was somehow a refined form of those mana stones, but it worked differently. He wasn't an alchemist, so he would probably never go down that path. Instead, he would need to improve on the generators he made. The best option seemed geothermal as he was on a volcanic island. This mana fluid was a renewable source of energy, all thanks to the dungeons. It was one more reason why it was forbidden from destroying the dungeon cores. There were far too many resources at stake here. This fluid was the next best thing as Roland had no portable generator. It did cross his mind to make one, as it would only require steam to generate mechanical force and would work similarly to his steam engine. The tent also possessed some supplementary runes and mana stones to lower the mana usage as much as the deep steel could handle. This tent design wasn't something that he had entirely come up with by himself, as some other craftsmen used similar products. He had been given the schematics by the guild master and he just updated it to fit his own vision. During the report, he also explained how they would be using these tents. They would have 2 of them and 2 people would be sleeping in each one, which would place the remaining outside as lookouts. Luckily for Roland, he would be exempt from this duty as he was a special craftsman coming along. The ones keeping watch would be the 2 warriors and 2 scout types that were the team leader and Armand's half-elven friend. The cleric would also be exempt from this burden. Wayland here will also repair your equipment if it gets damaged. He was through with his presentation and finally returned to his seat. Finally, they switched to what everyone was tasked to do. He would need to, as mentioned, perform repairs and also keep the tents in working order. Armand and Korgak were the frontline fighters as expected. The nun from the Sun Church would remain in the middle of the formation as the only healer. He would stay behind her with Lobelia and would need to watch out for any sneak attacks. Then Silvio would be the frontman, guiding everyone into the dungeon. He was clearly here to keep the nobles safe. His class was tracking and detection related, which should keep the party safe from any unforeseen events. The biggest downside to his class was that it wasn't geared for combat that much. The man's main weapon was still a bow with a dagger as a sidearm. He was still a tier 3 class holder, so he remained the strongest person in this party. Well then, everyone knows Wayland and me now. How about the rest of you introduce yourselves? Korgak is Korgak, was what Korgak said almost instantly when the question was given. The others just nodded while everyone started introducing themselves. I'm Lobelia, the prettiest maiden in this city. The half-elven girl was the next one. She stuck out her chest proudly while striking some kind of strange uncomfortable pose that made Roland worry about her spine. I haven't heard of a maiden that can drink an old dwarf under the table, was what Armand said after the presentation. He was given a quick hit to the shoulder right afterward. He was also the next one in line to introduce himself. Similar to his companion, he struck a gallant pose with his chest out. I am Armand, the man that will become a legend here. PFFF, legend, he says. Lobelia burst out in laughter right after her big brother made a fool of himself. Roland's face was covered, but he wanted to just facepalm at these 2 idiots shouting at each other. The last person was the nun, and probably the only one here besides the party leader that Roland was interested in. Praise the sun and the goddess Solaria. I am Sister Cassia. I'll be sure to keep everyone alive through this journey. Would anyone like some tea? The woman smiled while holding out a kettle with the tea in it. Everyone besides one person in the room declined. Korgak once. After a moment, Roland was looking at 2 huge green fingers holding a tiny teacup. The half-orc quickly downed the warm brew and even asked for a refill. Okay, everyone, we will meet up at sunrise tomorrow morning. Get some sleep as you might not be able to afterward. Everyone parted their ways and headed out to prepare for the next day. Roland went straight home to check up on the tents that he would be required to conserve. He used the rest of the day to check and then to recheck every piece of equipment that he was taking with him. Not everyone was like him. Korgak the half-orc headed straight to the pub to drink himself silly. Armand sneaked out into the pleasure district while Lobelia wasn't looking. Sister Cassia used this chance to speak the gospel inside of the Adventurers Guild. The church didn't have the chance to position themselves well in this city quite yet. So the people were now reminded of how annoying these zealots actually were. Well, Agni, it's time to head out. Woof. Bring back some souvenirs, boss. Roland chuckled a bit while parting with Banir and his home. It was time to meet up with the new party of adventurers and see what kind of bratty nobles he would need to babysit. His armor had been polished and looked pristine, he was only missing a nice flowing cape to make him look like a knight lord. Okay, let's get this over with, he mumbled to himself as he approached the city, the red sun rays hitting his armor as the sun rose on the horizon. Chapter 113. It's hot, a young lady with long blue hair was peeking out from within a lush-looking carriage. She could see the outlines of a city in the background. The interior was quite spacious, and the moment she closed the blinds the warm air was unable to pass inside. So this is Albrook. Why do we have to be the ones being sent to the sticks? Another voice that belonged to a girl was also heard. This one was more high-pitched and belonged to a golden-haired girl. Charlene, you shouldn't say that. It's our fault for being late with picking our assignment. What if the locals hear you? What of them? You care too much about those commoners, Lucille. The blonde girl by the name of Charlene looked slightly annoyed. Both of these girls were wearing very similar clothes. It was clear that they were some kind of uniform, but aren't they interesting? They were able to build this city and are able to live near a dangerous dungeon. That's all because they have us. How could they build the city without us nobles guiding them? I'm sure if they tried they could manage themselves, ha! My papa always says that the commoners are like headless chickens without us. Ah, if the Viscount says so, Lucille smiled a bit, but it seemed that the girl didn't want to continue this conversation anymore. Her friend here had clearly made up her mind and she would be unable to change it. Do you think we will be able to pass the last test? Lucille asked while peeking through the blinds some more. Why shouldn't we? It's just another dungeon, we also have the knights with us. I'll be counting on your ice magic to keep us cool, Lucille. You can count on me. The two girls continued to laugh and chat and soon heard a knock on the door. Lady Lucille, Lady Charlene. We will be arriving in a few minutes. A voice of a young man was heard by the two and they instantly knew who it was. Thank you, Sir Robert. Lucille blushed a bit as she saw the young man after moving the blinds to the side. He was riding on a horse, he was of above average height and wearing shiny half-plate armor. This man was packing a bit more meat than the regular youth his age. His hair was of brown coloring and he looked manly. The lady and the knight's gaze met for a moment. The intense stare that the two were giving towards each other was stopped by Charlene. Shouldn't you be going back, Sir Robert? Ah, excuse me, my lady. The young man moved his head to the side while also slightly blushing and finally trotted off on his horse. He joined up with other men dressed in similar armor. All of them had a certain crest that didn't belong to any noble family but to the academy they hailed from. The crest looked like an armored knight on a horse. He was holding a lance and pointing it into the air. The carriage that the two girls were riding on also had a certain crest. It was a different one, it had a depiction of a robed man holding a staff. You should stop talking to that person, Lucille. Huh, we weren't really talking, the girl with the blue hair snapped back to reality while holding her red cheeks. It was clear that the two were attracted to each other, but there were certain problems that came with that. He hails from a baron's estate. He isn't even the heir, Lucille. You need to find yourself a proper husband that is at least a viscount. How about Lord Abington instead? He shows a lot of promise. Lord Abington, Lucille lowered her head while thinking about the young man that her friend was talking about. He was a few years older and she saw him a couple of times at some noble parties, but she didn't know much about him. On the other hand, Sir Robert was someone that she kept running into from time to time. The two had bonded a bit through the years, but she was also a daughter of a viscount. The youth was not a full noble as he came from a mistress instead of the lady of the house. He had no rights to his estate unless the heir died. Don't even think about taking Lord Percival, he is mine. Lucille then thought to the person Charlene mentioned. He was the heir of a count estate, but there were bad rumors around him. Apparently, he was a giant womanizer that liked to sleep around. Her friend here didn't think that the rumors were true and was more interested in the wealth and title she could grab from a marriage. She was a young lady that spent quite a bit of her life reading romance novels. She preferred the young knight to the older noblemen that she met at parties. Her friends called her immature and warned them about silly acts of romance that didn't further the noble cause. Lord Percival isn't really my type. Good. Now help me fix my hair. The two girls pulled out their pocket mirrors and started looking each other over. They were stuck in this carriage for quite a bit and could not look bad when leaving it. Their looks still remained important as they were ladies in their prime. Even well after achieving their mage classes, this concern about their appearance remained. On the outside, the group of nobles was greeted at the gate with a salute from many guards. If Roland was here, he would have a good laugh at how properly the guards were working for a change. Nobles were not people that would visit such cities that weren't even properly developed. The noble house that this territory belonged to didn't even have any of their family members stationed here. Most of the time younger members of the family would be tasked with something like this, while their elders remained in the big established cities. This also depended on the number of offsprings. If there was no noble family member, then someone like this city's mayor would be given the job. The noble house. The mayor was nothing more than a servant, not even at the level of the official butler of their house. He was only there to make sure that they were getting the taxes and that no one was being disrespectful towards their name. This same mayor was looking out through his mansion window while his sweat was gathering on his forehead. He knew that this day would come and he dreaded the thought of anything happening to these noble brats in his city. He wasn't directly involved in this expedition, but he might be held responsible if anything went wrong. Relax, you old fart. How could I relax? The Duke will have my head if anything happens to those noble ladies. Even though they are only the daughters of viscounts, they are both mags. That's why I don't like those noble bastards, treating each other like breeding livestock. A familiar figure was sitting down on a large couch that was barely containing his frame. His bald head and greyish skin was a dead giveaway of his identity. Auden, shouldn't you be at the guild? What if one of your adventurers does something stupid? You can't have anyone offending any of those nobles. Some of those knights are also from influential families. My guys aren't that stupid. Well, maybe there is one. The guild master scratched his head while standing up. A face of a particular airheaded guild member entered his mind as this question fell. I'll take my leave then. You worry too much. My men have been clued in. They are there to guide them into the dungeon, nothing more. After reassuring that his adventurers wouldn't be picking any fights with the noble lords and ladies, he departed. This was mostly a pretext to get out of the mayor's mansion. He knew that the overweight butler that visited him a month ago would be coming here as well. That man was quite unpleasant and condescending. He would be coming here to impose on the mayor's hospitality and also to discuss business. Auden did not want to be here as he feared that he might punch that fatty the moment his double chin came into view. The party members aren't the best, but nothing much I can do with these limited resources. Hope I'm not wrong about that kid. The guild master thought back to how he reeled the Runesmith youth in. Due to the trinket Roland was wearing, he couldn't figure out his real class, but he was sure that he wasn't the average runesmith. When he compared him to the craftsman dwarfs, there was a stark difference. For one, his fighting capabilities were far ahead of what a dwarven runesmith was capable of. It was clear that he also had a way to use his own runic weapons more freely. He didn't seem to suffer through the biggest weakness that magical armor or weapons put a user through, this being the high mana usage. It was clear that he either had a massive pool of mana or some special class skill that allowed him to do this. The other thing was his combat ability. He had been clearly trained by someone. Mags and craftsmen that the runesmith class came from mostly did not have proper combat training. Him being able to win against Armand 2 times clearly showed that he was capable. There weren't really many smart people in this guild, and Roland seemed like the closest thing to a mage that this city had. There were a few older spell slingers that were working here, but they were too old to take part in expeditions like this. Having someone that was aware of the mana around them was always a big advantage in a dungeon. There was also the Tier 3 party leader. He was an expert tracker and good at detecting ambushes, plus also traps. He went with this man instead of someone that would be better at actual fighting. It was safer this way, as avoiding combat was what he was going for. Their work would mostly consist of acting like scouts. The battle portion would be supplied by the noble knights. Greetings, guild master. You're looking tired today. Auden was greeted by the elven receptionist girl. She was rubbing her eyes while also drinking a cup of warm tea. It was early in the morning and it would take some time before the nobles returned from the mayor's house. They had some time to get ready and he wanted to have a little talk with everyone before they left, mostly with Armand and Korgak. These were the two meatheads of the party. Korgak was violent when he had to, but he wouldn't step out of line as long as there was someone in the party that he respected. With the team leader being tier 3, this part was secured. Unless the nobles actually attacked the party, there was no real danger of the half-orc running wild. On the other hand, his old golden boy Armand was more headstrong. He feared that if some of the noble brats got under his skin he might do something stupid. The guild master wasn't quite sure himself why he was putting faith into the young man, but he somehow reminded him of himself when he was young. Armand had a certain look in his eye, he was hungry for more. He always took on the harder missions and came out victorious. It might have seemed that he didn't take anyone else into account, but he actually prioritized his party members over himself during combat. He was someone that could be relied on. The biggest problem here was that he had a hard time admitting to his wrongdoings. The guild master wanted Roland and Armand to figure things out down in the dungeon. He was of the mind that if two men were forced to work together with each other for survival, they would somehow figure things out along the way. He was banking on this happening during this expedition. Getting Roland to take this mission might have been a little rouse that he had set up. The manufacturing schematics that the young runesmith was aiming for were given to him via an old promise. The price wasn't actually that high, as the runesmith was someone that he had once saved before. The old dwarf was hard to convince, but after bringing up old history he caved into the demands. He had made a promise that he would keep. Auden also reassured that he would be giving this knowledge to a runesmith and not sell it on the auction. The guildmaster was aware of how craftsman types thought. Just as he thought, Roland was unable to pass up on something like this. The small danger of the dungeon was not enough to sway a proper runesmith away from more knowledge. If you think that I look tired, you should have seen the mayor. That poor bastard looks like he didn't shit for at least a week. The guildmaster laughed while the elven receptionist scrunched up her nose at the thought of the mayor's bowel movements. Is everyone here? Almost. I haven't seen Korgak yet. Lobelia and Armand just came in. Mr. Wayland and that person from the Solaria Church have been waiting since early morning. Mr. Silvio is also here. We can start the meeting without that blockhead, just have him wait if he comes over. The guildmaster was sure that the half-orc would arrive smelling of cheap alcohol. It would be actually better if he wasn't there when the nobles arrived. Where are they now? I instructed them to go into one of the waiting rooms. Woof, woof, woof. While talking to the receptionist, the guildmaster heard a loud barking sound. The sound was clearly coming from the main corridor that led up to his office as well as to most of the other guild rooms. Did someone bring a dog to the guild? Mr. Wayland brought his tamed monster over. I think he wants to take it on the mission. Well, that's fine, but why is it being so loud? Beats me. It looked quite gentle when I saw it. Maybe someone stepped on its paw. The elven girl shrugged while the guild master moved towards the corridor that the noise was coming from. After pushing the door open, he saw that all the commotion was about those two really don't get along. He saw both Armand and Roland looking at each other. Lobelia was standing next to Armand while Agni was barking at the large muscle man. Both of them looked like they were going to fight, which just made the guild master here nervous. Before he could go over to deliver a fist to Armand's head, the young man took a step forward and did something unexpected. Could you repeat that? Armand started to nervously scratch the back of his neck, his gaze wavering while not meeting Roland's eyes. Auden could see him move his lips, but he wasn't sure what he was saying. This became apparent after the next line. I said I'm sorry. Now get out of my way. Armand burst out in rage while quickly running into the room that the meeting would be taking place. He apologized? You'll have to excuse him, Wayland. It was hard to convince him to do this. I'm surprised that he even went through with it in the first place. Auden then heard Lobelia call out to Roland while laughing. It was clear that Armand was somehow convinced by someone to give out an apology. It was quite forced and not really genuine, but it looked like a good start. At least to this guild master it did. What Roland felt about the whole thing remained to be seen. I see, were the words that left Roland's mouth, then finally noticed the guild master standing to the side and greeted him with a small nod. Well, I see that you two are getting along just fine. Hope you invite this old man to your wedding. Roland's face contorted in various ways. This day his helmet was off, so everyone could tell how uncomfortable that comment made him. The party of 5 with a half-orc missing had a quick talk before the mission started. Before the guild master let them leave, the elven receptionist knocked on the door and peeked in. "Excuse me, guild master. A knight has arrived and he wants to see you." "Finally they are here. You lot get ready and remember what I told you." Everyone headed outside. Some of the party members like Lobelia were interested in how this noble knight would look like. The exit was along the way and Roland was in the front. He opened the door and took a step forward but then froze in place instantly. Lobelia that was behind him bumped into his armor and almost fell back onto her posterior. "Hey, why did you stop?" She then saw the armored man quickly taking a step back into the corridor while hugging the wall. She saw him quickly place his helmet onto his head while slightly fidgeting. Confused at his reaction, she looked outside. There stood a young knight of unknown origins leaning up against the wall and waiting. Chapter 114. Hey, what's your problem? You think that just because you can sense mana that it makes you better than me? What are you even talking about? I never said anything like that. Is your head made out of mush? Shut up. Hey, stop it. 2 children of young ages were seen fighting. One was clearly older than the other and the height difference was apparent. The smaller child was covering their head while the larger one was hitting it. Soon some servants came and were able to pull the larger boy of the smaller one. "Let me go. Young Master Robert, you mustn't. The Lord has forbidden such behavior." "Young Master Roland, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere?" While the youth by the name of Robert was pulled away while flailing around, an older maid could be seen hugging the younger boy. "What took you so long?" The boy replied while rubbing his bloody nose. It was a bit odd that the younger boy was more composed and was not even crying. The older boy on the other hand burst out in tears the moment the adults arrived and started reprimanding him. "What happened?" "Lady Francine, young Master Robert attacked Master Roland again." The lady that arrived now started tending to the older boy while just giving Roland a side glance. Without saying anything she started walking away. It didn't seem like she would punish the boy named Robert, nor did she help the one called Roland. Master Roland." The boy that was close to 6 years of age gave out a sigh while dusting off his clothes. "It's fine, Martha, I'm used to this." "Oh, Master Roland," the old maid quickly gave the young boy a hug while tearing up. The boy on the other hand looked more annoyed than sad at the small cuts and bruises that he had suffered. This was one of the many memories that were now rushing into Roland's head. He had just stepped out from the guild's corridor and saw someone that he didn't expect. It was one of his older brothers, the youngest of them called Robert Arden. Just like him, he was someone that came from a mistress. He had no claim to the main Arden estate and was treated more as a resource. The last time the two had seen each other was during a family gathering that was more than 6 years ago. Robert then was already at the Knight Academy working as a squire. The young teenage boy that he once knew was replaced by a large imposing young man instead. Even though he hadn't seen him for so long, he instantly recognized his older brother. "The hell is he doing here? Why would he be here so far away from home? Did he recognize me? No, there is no way for him to know. I'm still wearing my armor." Roland was now backing away from the corridor while slightly panicking. There was no reason for his older brother to be here. He should have been in a Knight Academy that was deeper inside of the mainland. There could be a few possibilities why he was here of all things. One of them was to find Roland, which he was the most afraid of. The other one was the more bearable explanation, which would make this only a coincidence. The young lords could transfer from academy to academy and also perform tasks to gain merits. The academies worked similar to schools where you gained credit. This dungeon expedition could have been one of those assignments that would give a lot of credit. It might have been the best option for him to finish his Knight Academy. Robert was 3 years older than Roland. The trainee knights would be done with school at around this age. This could really just be the last assignment for him. He would even get more merit points for crossing the sea and getting on this island on his journey, which would then allow him to be done with the academy sooner than most other young lords. "Calm down, this doesn't have to mean anything." Wine. While still being a bit shocked, he felt Agni poke his leg with his nose. He was finally able to snap out of it. Lobelia was now standing next to him after he had come to a stop. It was clear that she was confused after bumping into his red armor. "Hey, what are you doing?" Soon Armand appeared from behind and just walked through the door through which the guildhall was. Roland flinched a bit while backing off, still a bit afraid of showing himself. So that's one of the nobles? Doesn't look that special to me. Hey, be quiet, he might hear you. Lobelia elbowed Armand in the stomach that caused him to flinch a bit. The two were now looking at the knight that had come to the guild. Luckily for everyone, Silvio was there as well. He was the team leader and had already been clued into this meeting. Good day. I'm the leader of the party that has been hired for this expedition. He stretched out his hand towards this young man in shining armor, but instead of a handshake, he got an empty stare. The young man continued to look over the people here before answering. Good, we have decided to rest for the day. You are to meet us at the dungeon entrance tomorrow. Silvio retracted his hand while keeping his cool as the conversation continued. At what hour should we meet? Just wait for us, we will arrive. It seemed that they wouldn't be getting a proper answer and that this knight might not even know when they would be there. They were not in a position to complain, they were already hired for a large sum of money. Waiting for a few hours outside the dungeon entrance was the least they could do. Very well, we shall wait for you at the entrance tomorrow. Good. The young man nodded and then quickly removed himself from the guild. He seemed to be in a rush while also having the look of disdain on his face. The moment he left the guild, Roland finally decided to peek out. Who does that prick think he is? Yeah, he was being awfully rude to Mr. Silvio. Armand and Lobelia commented after seeing the scene being played out. It was strange to look at the young knight be disrespectful towards a person that was in the position of a tier 3 class. It's fine. You know how those nobles are, no respect for anyone other than themselves. Silvio didn't seem too concerned though. He even had a slight smile on his face as he continued to look at the door through which the young knight left. Listen up everybody, it looks like we will have to postpone the departure as our little noble guests have decided to stay for the day. It would be better if you avoided them altogether. We wouldn't want any incidents to happen, now would we? Silvio said while looking at a certain muscle-bound person. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Don't worry, team leader, I'll keep him away from any trouble. Lobelia proclaimed while puffing out her chest. Hey, stop treating me like a little kid, why would I get into trouble? He isn't very aware of himself, is he? Silvio turned to Lobelia while raising one eyebrow. This team leader has already been clued in by the guild master about Armand's tendencies. The half-elven girl just laughed while Armand's face turned to confusion. While all of this was happening, Roland was slowly entering the guild hall. Now without the knight being here, the coast was clear. Hey, didn't that knight look familiar? Lobelia turned to Armand while asking. Her older brother just shrugged as he wasn't someone that really cared about men's faces. Oh well, see you tomorrow at the dungeon, Wayland. Lobelia waved at the slightly spaced-out Roland while also pushing Armand out of the guild building. Soon everyone went on their way with only Silvio remaining here. You should go home, get some sleep. We don't know how much rest we will be able to have with those nobles around. Sure, see you tomorrow then. Roland nodded while moving towards the exit slowly. He was wearing his armor and his entire face was covered. There was no reason for him to be discovered. His voice had also changed, so in theory his older brother shouldn't be able to figure his origins out even if they talked. The only thing that he needed to watch out for is removing his helmet. Luckily he was part of the adventurer party and not of the noble knights. He would not really need to comply if they even ordered him to show his face. After stepping through the guild's door, the first thing he saw was a large green man heading his way. It was the last party member that was already late, Korgak. The two stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Roland wasn't really sure what to say to this guy as they had never really interacted before. Korgak on the other hand had a certain alcoholic smell to him and wasn't speaking either. The half-orc nodded and Roland nodded back, unsure of what was the meaning of this gesture. The two then went on their way with Korgak entering the guild building behind him. This was followed by a sneezing Agni that was a bit more susceptible to the odor. Let's go home for now, Agni. Woof. It seemed that the coast was mostly clear. He could see a carriage out in the distance. It clearly belonged to the nobles and was pure white. Roland also recognized the symbol of one of the magic academies that was there. Surprisingly, it was also one that was situated deeper into the mainland. Through this, his theory of the young nobles getting more points for the prolonged journey on this mission started making some sense. The not fully mapped out dungeon would also add to the mission's difficulty rating. The foolhardy youths were probably ignoring the dangers that could come out of this over getting better grades. Roland knew that the possibility of unforeseen dangers was low, thus this might have actually been a good gamble. He wasn't sure about how they rated this, but the added grade could allow the participants an early graduation. The Magic and Knight Academies took long and stunted the level of growth of their participants slightly. They focused mostly on leveling up skills over pure leveling that experience points gave them. Even with that, they came out stronger than their adventurer counterparts. Mostly from having access to better knowledge and unlocking more prestigious classes. I already signed the contract, I can't turn back now. His first instinct was to cancel this mission. Regretfully, he already signed one of those magical contracts. He was already promised the manufacturing knowledge after completing the mission. Only after that, his deal with the guild would be finalized. If he quit now, he would have to pay dearly, not only with money but also with his time. This was understandable, as the guild's reputation with the nobles was at stake. The guild master needed to have everyone sign a contract that couldn't be broken easily. Otherwise, the whole party could fall apart even on the day when the mission started. Then the guild would need to pay a massive fine. The more gold you earned during the mission, the more was required from the guild. The nobles were sure to pay more to get some insurance. If the guild wasn't able to deliver their side of the deal, they would be punished accordingly. The mission that they would be taking on didn't seem that difficult, so it wasn't strange that the guild master agreed to these demands. To him, the nobles were already overpaying by a lot for something like one party of adventurers. They would be even doing most of the fighting themselves. It was almost like free money. Roland's party only needed to stay with them as lookouts and assess the situation. If everything went as planned, it would be similar to a camping trip. The carriage was far away, but he could see some of the armored knights following after it. He wasn't sure which one of them was his brother, but it didn't seem that his position was that high. They used him as a messenger. He clearly is only one of the grunts here. Roland had an idea as to why this was the case. It was all tied to noble status. Someone from a baron's household was mostly on the lower end of the hierarchy. Robert's mother was also only a daughter of a merchant. She was not nobility. Bloodlines were taken very seriously in this kingdom. His father Wentworth was also just a first-generation noble. He gained his status thanks to his military prowess. Unless the bloodline was connected to some old nobles or lasted at least 3 generations, a person wasn't yet seen as a proper member of the noble caste. Robert was probably fighting an uphill battle, a battle that Roland evaded with him leaving his old home behind. He knew that as the 4th child of a baron he would be treated like a commoner. Having to be bullied by smarmy noble kids for years to come was not something that he wished to do. For some reason, his brother Robert was the reverse. He was adamant in showing his own worth to his father. The moment Roland showed that he had an aptitude for mana, the two got into many fights. Roland had a few ideas about why this was happening, and Robert's mother had something to do with it. The kid has his own problems. Hope he matured a bit since last time. Roland wasn't really mad at his siblings for being like this. They were the product of their surroundings. The wives pressured their children into being the best while hoping for them to get high positions in society. The noble life where your image and status was everything was very cutthroat and fake. It wasn't rare to see one of your friends or allies throw you to the wolves the moment they find a better deal elsewhere. Everyone needed to prove their worth before they could achieve anything. Robert was clearly taking the same path as his father did. With a turn of his heel, he headed in the opposite direction that this convoy of noble people was heading. Bannier was quite surprised when he saw Roland being back already. There was not much to do besides checking if he didn't forget anything. He was sure to fasten his helmet to his armor as much as he could. It would have to stay on there for quite a bit. On the next day, he said his farewells once more and went to the meeting place. It took less time than going to the city, and he didn't need to force his way through the crowds. Praise the sun, was what he heard when he got there. Sister Cassia was already there just like the previous day. He was the second person there. Roland started wondering if Sun Church clerics had some kind of sleep-resistant skill like he did. The woman had to have been here for some time, as she was sitting on a blanket and was already drinking tea. Would like to talk about the lady's gospel while drinking tea, my friend? Now, I'm fine. This place was outside the dungeon, right, and not far away from the forest. They were near the main path, so they would see other party members if they finally arrived. Roland leaned up against one of those trees while waiting. Silvio was the 3rd person to arrive, with the brother and sister duo of Armand and Lobelia being 3rd. Korgak as before was late by a whole hour, but this didn't matter much. The nobles took their time, and even when the sun was close to reaching the very sky, they weren't here. Damn nobles making us wait, Roland heard wood cracking as Armand punched a tree. They had been stuck waiting for multiple hours without anything to do. They had some noble ladies with them that were apparently mags. It was reasonable to believe that they wouldn't rush over here and only arrive after a filling meal. Hope they won't tell us to come back tomorrow, Lobelia commented while yawning. Don't worry. The guild will pay us more depending on how long this mission takes. The contract began yesterday, so we'll get compensated. Silvio started reassuring the party of mad adventurers. Woof. Think they are here, Roland proclaimed after Agni barked out. Soon the sound of horses and a carriage could be heard by all of them. The time to delve into the dungeon has finally arrived. Roland was sure to fix his helmet once more. His main task was to make himself inconspicuous. It's time to earn our keep. Silvio called out for everyone to get ready while also moving out first. He needed to discuss some things with the leader of the noble side. After that it was time for some dungeoneering. Chapter 115. Roland felt a little jittery this day. They had waited till almost the middle mark, and the longer it took the more stressed he was. He had almost forgotten that his family could even be looking for him after all these years, but now he was about to face one of their members. His older brother Robert, that he didn't really get along with, was riding on the horse a bit behind an expensive-looking carriage. He was one of the accompanying knights that hailed from the Luxembourg Knight Academy. It was clear to him by the design of the silvery armors that they were wearing. This was one of the more prestigious schools that a noble could attend. He was sure that Robert only studied there due to his father's involvement in the academy. Wentworth, his father, like the members of the family before him, had attended this very academy. The Arden House had produced many knights, but only after his father rose to be the #1 position in the academy did the name start gaining fame. There was a strict hierarchy the students followed, and he managed to reign supreme. Martha was the one that told him this tale. In it, Wentworth was painted as a heroic man that went through many missions given to him by envious nobles. All of them were jealous of his talents and wanted him to fail, but he never faltered. He achieved something that was quite rare. He raised his house name into a proper noble rank. Knights were somewhat considered to be nobles, but they were mostly treated as mere soldiers. If one of the parents was in the possession of the knight class, the children would be able to pick this class later in life. Unless they went down the same path, the class would be lost to the third generation. This was also why parents usually pressured their children into becoming knights themselves. Only if they were raised to official nobles could the class be passed down without a limit. The noble trait was a hidden title that was not seen by the system. People speculated that it was connected to the bloodlines and would be unlocked only when approved by other nobles in a given country. Higher noble titles could also sometimes unlock more prestigious classes. Then there was the carriage. The name of this academy was Xander's Institute of Wizardry. It was named by some old legendary wizard that lived many millennia ago. The two schools were in close proximity to each other. This was also probably the reason why these two institutions were working together on this expedition. Roland knew this place quite well, as he had researched it before. His ascension ritual threw a wrench into his plan. If he had normal elemental affinities, he would have probably been attending classes at that very academy for young mags. Fate worked in strange ways. He was now looking at the two academies that he might have been a member of. If he had stayed behind, he would certainly be stuck in the school that Robert was about to finish. The adventurers that were walking towards the dungeon were forced to the side by the many knights. They were all together, which allowed Roland to count 20 greenhorn knights and 2 young girls that probably haven't even seen a goblin before. Next to him, Silvio was leaning against a tree. He, as the others, weren't looking that favorably at this group of nobles. Roland understood well where they were coming from. The mission was pushed back by more than a whole day. Having to wait without anything to do was not how these adventurers liked spending their time. Roland could have easily crafted some runic equipment in this time and gained some experience. Instead, he was stuck rechecking his equipment without anything else to do but to wait. Everyone wait here. I'll go talk to our young lordlings. Slowly everyone started to get up. Korgak had to be woken up with a smack to the head by Armand. This drunkard was probably the best rested team member, as within the first half hour of waiting he had fallen asleep on the rough ground. Isn't that helmet a bit stuffy? Roland's attention was brought to the side. Lobelia was there. She was in the process of stretching out, as she had also succumbed to drowsiness. No, I'm fine. Due to the danger of his brother recognizing him, Roland was sure to never remove this helmet out in the open. Even he instantly recognized Robert even after not seeing him for over 6 years. It was very likely that his brother would be able to do the same. If you say so, I'll be counting on you. The girl shrugged while also for some reason giving him a smack on the shoulder. He didn't really budge from his spot and instead, he could see the half-elven girl's hand become a bit red. Sure, due to how the party formation was set up he would be handing out with Lobelia in the back. Woof. You too, you cutie. Agni's mouth was open soon as Lobelia started rubbing him behind the ears. Roland was surprised that his ruby wolf opened up to someone so quickly. The girl seemed to have a knack for talking to tamed monsters and Agni was clearly enjoying the scratches. While the girl was playing around with the pooch, Roland took his time in examining the noble party from afar. Most of the members were young adults. After some quick scans with his analyzing skill he could tell that they were mostly at the onset of the Tier 2 Knight class. They were mostly split between the Shield Knight and Sword Knight class, which Robert was part of. All of his brothers like him were forced to master every weapon type that was used by a Knight class. This was all for the sole purpose of easy advancement in the future. Most would focus on both of these variants, which would unlock the High Knight class. There were also harder variations that would unlock the Crusader or Knight Champion classes instead. There was one person that was above all of them when it came to levels and strength though. His armor looked bulkier and he was the only knight with a nice blue cape attached to his shiny plate mail armor. That guy must be their commanding officer. Silvio was in the process of talking to this man. He was clearly past his 40s and also a Tier 3 class holder. Roland couldn't really see his stats due to the difference in levels. His identification skill still was lacking levels to allow him to peek on everyone's status screen. The only thing he could somehow tell was that his level was close to Silvio's, probably a high knight. Don't think they would let anyone with a more prestigious class be an instructor at a knight academy. Roland knew that even though this man's level was high, he couldn't be counted on during combat. This instructor would prioritize the noble children instead of the adventurers. He would probably focus on the 2 noble ladies that were now coming into view. That one is a frost magician. First, he saw a young girl with long blue hair stepping out of the carriage. She was wearing a somewhat light-looking dress. It was white with a skirt that went down to her knees. Her feet were covered by long boots that also went up to about knee height. The upper part of this robe was form-fitting around the chest area but became looser around her arms. In one hand she was holding a large staff with a large blue crystal. This crystal was clearly a type of mana stone that would lower her casting requirements. The second person that stepped out from the carriage was also a girl, her hair quite blonde. She was wearing a similar robe, but the staff she had a more brownish stone embedded in it. That one seemed to specialize in earth spells. Frost was clearly the weakness of fire elemental monsters, but the reverse was also true. Earth would be the better option as it took quite the temperature to melt hardened stone into lava. It looked like the 2 mags put some thought into picking a fire-type dungeon for their mission. A frost magician would come in handy. A simple spell that lowered the temperature could cause some of the fire monsters to suffer quite a bit. The volcanic salamanders for instance were quite susceptible to these sorts of spells. On the other hand, a frost magician would find it hard to create their spells and concentrate with a high concentration of fire elements in the air. Thus it was a double-edged sword. It depended on the strength of the magician. She would be able to deal more damage but casting would become difficult. Either she is confident in her spells or she is underestimating the difficulty. Roland with his runic spells could circumvent the casting difficulty. He didn't need to concentrate much. Inserting his mana into the pre-made structure was the only thing he needed to worry about. The 2 ladies were wearing various accessories like necklaces, rings, and earrings. Even from here, he could tell that they were all magical tools that probably either increased their mana capacity or spell power. There was a certain lack of mana stones on most of those accessories. They were clearly crafted with the help of the manufacturing knowledge that he was hoping to get after this expedition was over. Unless he got his hands on that, he would be forced to attach bulky mana stones to his creations. This would pose a problem later on, as these monster crystals only increased in size with the strength of the monsters they came from. While Roland was glancing at the 2 young ladies from afar, Silvio finally returned. Okay, listen up people, we will be clearing up the path for the nobles. All the way up to the boss room, it's time to earn our keep. Apparently, the nobles weren't interested in killing the lower-level monsters. From Roland's perspective, they wanted to conserve their strength before the Tier 2 monsters arrived. The first one they were going to be battling would be the 10th level boss that he faced. With so many knights and 2 Tier 2 mags, even if it was the Ruby Golem, they would probably survive. Agni, stay close to Sister Cassia, your job is to protect her if something happens. Roland pointed to the nun from the church that was in the middle of the party's formation. Agni gave out a bark and quickly moved to his position. Oh my, what a gallant protector. The nun chuckled while looking down at the ruby wolf. His tail was swinging side to side while he was striking a pose. Wayland, I heard from the guild master that you can give us magical support from the back. HM? Sure. Roland nodded while taking out something from his own backpack. It was a long metal rod with a large blue crystal at the very top. There were also some smaller mana stones embedded on the rod's shaft to lower the mana usage. This was a runic staff of his own making. It was mostly straight with the top part looking like a hawk's claw holding the large mana stone in place. Roland didn't give this weapon any gimmicks or detachable parts. It had a couple of spells engraved into the spell structure that, thanks to his basic knowledge of the runic code, could be activated at will. It worked in similar fashion to the arming sword design that he made before. It was a more advanced version that would allow his spells to be activated faster. The only downside to this was the thick and heavy design he had to go with. This was mostly to save up on runic corrosion and so that he had a lot of material to perform repairs later. Due to this, the staff wasn't really something another magic caster would find a use for. Roland had a high strength stat all things considered, while most mags had meager gains in that regard. The heavy weight would also allow him to use it as a weapon if he ever needed it. Here, keep it safe, leave it to me. Roland handed his backpack to a certain person wearing a large backpack. It was even larger than the one Banir was stuck wearing. This person was a regular human and a steel-grade adventurer that was hired as one of the porters for this party. The nobles had some of these carriers following them around with large spatial backpacks as well. This person was not really part of this party but would be staying with them in their encampment. A steel-grade adventurer was entrusted with this mission instead of a regular porter as they were going down into the lower levels. Mostly people that lacked combat classes took on these types of jobs that paid less than what a proper adventurer could earn. Because of the dangers below the 10th level, the notion of regular porters was abandoned. Roland knew this, so he didn't even ask if Banir could come along. The young man that was coming with them was slightly older than he was. He was in his second Tier 1 class. His first one was the usual scout class, while the one he had now was archer. He looked to be mostly spec'd into agility and would have no problem of running away if things got too dangerous. With everyone finally ready, it was time to descend into the dungeon below. His party with Silvio in the front was awaiting further instructions. Before heading down, they had to wait for the nobles to get in formation as well. With Roland being directly in the back, he would be the closest to the knights in the front. Luck was really not on his side, as the furthermost knight just had to be his older brother Robert. He, like most of the other knights, was wearing silvery half-plate armor. There were two people from the group with more extravagant-looking gear. First was the Tier 3 High Knight instructor, and the second one was a handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes. Is that the commander of the knight unit? Just like his adventurer party, the nobles had some kind of commander in their unit. A person like this had to be someone from a well-off noble house and also be quite skilled to get this position. At this moment, the lady that had the earth elemental staff was walking next to this man and blushing. Would be nice if they stopped flirting and we could get this over with. He and the others arrived early in the morning, but these nobles had gotten here about 15 minutes ago. It was clear that they didn't care if they made the commoners wait. Roland just gave out a sigh and turned in the opposite direction. One of the reasons was boredom, while the other was his brother. The less both of them interacted, the better. OH. What is this? While minding his business, he felt someone approach from the back. At first, he ignored the call-outs as he thought that the nobles were talking to each other. Soon he felt someone poke the back of his armor. The voice clearly belonged to a woman. Where did you find this? These runic structures are so well made. Did a master craftsman fashion this for you? Huh? Roland turned around to notice the blue-haired lady mage standing really close to him. He looked down at her as she was more than a head shorter than him. Lady Lucille, please be careful. Robert quickly appeared like a lightning bolt and moved his hand between the two. Roland took a step back while being surprised. The noble lady, instead of listening to Robert, continued to look at his runic items while her eyes shone like bright blue moons. I see that the noble lady has a keen eye. For some reason, Lobelia, that was next to Roland, decided to talk. She clearly had no problem speaking up even in front of a noble. You might not know this, but Wayland here made this all by himself. He is a very famous runesmith with more talent than even the dwarven smiths. Roland tried glaring at Lobelia, but due to wearing his helmet, this was unnoticed. Instead, Lobelia gave him a thumbs up as if she thought that she was helping him strike some deal with these nobles here. This, sir, is a runesmith? I have dabbled a bit into runecraft, but I haven't seen such a unique runic composition before. Is this some kind of new spell? The young girl became quite chatty while Roland remained silent. The biggest problem remained his brother Robert, that was giving him the stink eye. Luckily for him, the blonde man that was the commander decided to walk over. Lady Lucille, please don't inconvenience the adventurers. The moment the young man called out to this young lady, Roland could see an instant reaction. Ah. Lord Percival. I apologize, I shall return with haste. The young woman was quick to go back while evading this man's sharp gaze. Roland wasn't sure what this was about, but was glad that this man could exert control over this girl. You, return to your post. Robert wasn't even graced with a name as Lord Percival ordered him to get back. Finally, everyone got into their designated spots and it was time to descend below ground. Chapter 116. A group of annoyed adventurers was standing outside the Albrook dungeon. They had to stop as a large group of knights forced them to remain behind. They surrounded the whole entrance and were keeping people from going in or even from coming out. The thought of going over and pushing through never crossed their mind. The noble crests were a clear indication of trouble. No person with an inkling of intelligence would ever involve themselves with nobles unless it was work-related. Without much to do, some decided to wait while others listened in, curious about the meaning of them being here. Lord Percival, you may start. Thank you, Sir Berthold, I will do my best to finish this mission with haste. They could see two men in full body armor talk to each other. One was old while the other quite handsome and young. After the little talk that the two had with each other, it seemed that something was happening. Everyone get in formation, we will be descending into the dungeon. Follow after the adventurer scouting party. With that order given, the people could see a party of adventurers entering into the dungeon. There were some unknown members in this party, but some people recognized Armand, and the crimson armor of a certain person that was gaining notoriety. Interesting, that guy is also part of this. A shadowy figure whose face was mostly covered commented from the side. He and a few of his party members were sitting in some shade while examining the situation. Is something wrong? Don't know, it might be a gig. I'll have go ask my contacts to be sure. Oh? The robed man started rubbing his chin while grinning. His eyes followed the large armored man in red, and how not far from him the noble knights descended into the dungeon as well. Back in the dungeon, Roland and everyone had taken up their positions with their porter hanging out in the middle. Whenever the fighting started, he was tasked to search for cover and hide. All of the party members here were silver grade, so the dungeon monsters that were below the 50th level didn't prove much of a challenge. They were more annoying than anything and mostly fell to Lobelia's arrows. Roland let the fighting up to their two warriors in the front without wasting any runic spells. Armand and Korgak were actually quite proficient at taking out any monsters that they came across. The half-orc's weapon of choice was something that looked like a very large cleaver. It only took one swing of his weapon to kill a monster that came his way. Armand, on the other hand, used his hands. The monsters were either smacked away into a pulp or thrown to the side, where they were finished off by Silvio or Lobelia. Don't really have anything to do here. Roland was somewhat relaxed while not having anything to do. Agni, on the other hand, was gaining some experience from finishing some lower-level creatures. His level had risen to 32, but he had a long way to go till his Tier 2 evolution. He knew that if he showed the shortcuts, they would be able to cut the travel time dramatically. However, he decided to keep this secret for himself. It was better to have an escape route for himself that no one else could follow in case of unforeseen circumstances. Even though there was a low chance of betrayal, it was better to be safe than sorry. Damn, those knights are slow, what's taking them so long? Lobelia commented from the side while pulling out her arrow from a less evolved salamander-type monster's head. They all were seasoned adventurers that had gone through dungeons since a young age. The knights on the other hand were rarely forced to travel through tight corridors like this maze. Roland attributed their slow-moving speed to a few things. One was their choice of armor that in a volcanic region like this was mostly a liability. Without something to lower the temperature, someone with heavy armor would become fatigued quite fast. Due to this, they had to make some stops and have their frost mage cast a cooling spell from time to time. The second problem were those lady mags. They were clearly not used to long expeditions into unknown regions. Roland was sure that their physical stats were not much better than a Tier 1 warrior. With low endurance, they would need constant stops and the heat would only get worse with time. It's fine, Sister Cassia can use a break as well. Oh, I'm quite fine thanks to Mr. Wayland here. Silvio called out to the nun that replied. Roland was just standing there while waving that large magical rod of his. From time to time he would produce a chilling effect to make it more comfortable for the party. Thanks to it being a runic spell, there was no waiting time and he could do it easily while walking. Wayland, want to come party with us after we are done with this mission? Lobelia nodded. Roland could see that she was serious. He only started doing it after he noticed some of his party members sweating. This section of the dungeon wasn't that hot, but when some salamanders showed up the temperature always increased. The dungeon wasn't that well ventilated, so fighting a fire-based creature always made it uncomfortable to be in. I'll think about it, he replied while not really thinking that it would be such a good idea. Banir and Agni were enough as he was able to maximize on his experience gain. The other problem was the person he was looking at. He certainly didn't want to work with a certain punch-crazy brute. The only reason he took this mission were the costly crafting schematics he wanted. I'll take that as a yes. Oh, they caught up. Lobelia answered while notching an arrow into her bow once more. Roland glanced at this arrow for a moment and started wondering if he could add a runic effect to it. Regretfully, without the proper wood, it would be impossible. The only other option would be a fully metallic arrow, which costs outweigh its uses. Maybe if we find one of those ash trees in the lower levels I could actually make some. They descended down while Roland thought about what he would do for the weeks they were there. At the moment they had some work to do, but after getting to the second level they would be nothing more than lookouts. What would normally take a couple of hours turned to 8 as they finally arrived at the 10th level of the dungeon and were now right before the boss chamber. A group of angry adventurers greeted Silvio that could only apologize for taking so long. The adventurers here were tasked to block the dungeon chamber from being cleared out. This of course led to some pushback from the other adventurers, but they could do nothing more than wait. They must have paid quite a bit for this offer. The longer this chamber isn't cleared, the more money the guild loses. While Roland contemplated on the noble's deep pockets, the battalion of knights arrived soon after. He moved himself to the side as one of the first people here was Robert. Their first task was over now. The ones going inside would be the nobles first and they would remain in the back. This would be their first test, to beat the 10th level boss monster. The knights looked slightly tired, but they were still Tier 2 class holders. Their high physical stats would allow them to somehow recover in a short amount of time. On the other hand, the two mage ladies were not looking that well. Roland could tell with the help of his mana sense skill that they were using some cooling effects even at this very moment. Even when not affected by the heat that much, they still looked tired. There was no way to fit the carriage into this dungeon, which forced everyone to walk. The constant usage of mana to run magical trinkets was also probably taking a toll on them. The two more than likely had lower amounts of mana than him, and not many classes had skills that lowered the mana usage when using magical items as his did. Are those two okay? Maybe they need to take a cold bath. Lobelia and Armand were to the side smirking a bit. Roland noticed that these two didn't seem to like these nobles that much. They constantly commented on their slow pace. It seemed like there was some bad blood here, but that was quite the common occurrence. Most commoners either feared or disliked their noble overlords for one reason or another. Finding a common person that favored a noble was like finding a rainbow unicorn. Which was a creature that actually existed in this world. Lady Charlene, Lady Lucille, how do you fare? It's so stuffy in here, someone give me some water. The blonde lady called out to one of the knights that quickly brought over a water bottle. You expect me to drink from this? She glared at the poor knight that shrunk back. Luckily for him, the blue-haired lady was quick to take the bottle of water and pour it into a proper glass container. Lucille, You're too lenient with these knights. Charlene took the glass and started to slowly sip from it, which put the whole expedition on hold. Though the moment the commander walked over, the haughty look disappeared from this young woman's face. We need to continue. Please get ready, we will be entering the boss chamber. I need both of you to be prepared for battle. I'll be counting on your support. Lord Percival, I'll do my best. Roland rolled his eyes while looking from the side. The person called Charlene was quick to act like a little puppy when the correct person was in the picture. He could see Armand and Lobelia scoffing from the side as well. Get ready, we will be going in after the knights. Silvio walked over to give some orders. Roland took this time to ask a question. Will we need to get involved in the boss fight? We are to stand by and watch. Only when the knight formation crumbles will we act. Prioritize the mags and that blonde noble over the others. Roland and the others nodded. They were aware of the power dynamics in that noble party. The only important people that they were actually contracted to bring out alive were the two women and the noble called Percival. The rest were expendable knights that were in a situation similar to Robert's. This was the harsh reality of the boundaries between status. Robert and the others were placed very low on the pecking order. They were either bastard sons with no way of getting the rights to their estate, regular knights, or one of the many sons from a baron's estate. If he was there, he too would be quite expandable. Get ready, they are going in. The knights took up an arrow formation with their shields raised and pushed through the boss chamber door. Following behind them were a smaller group of knights that surrounded the two mags along with their commanding officer. Behind them was Roland's party and the man named Sir Berthold. This was quite the number of people going in. It shouldn't be that hard to clear up the boss chamber with so many tier 2 class holders here. Even a ruby golem that he faced would be unable to combat so many knights and two mags that gave them fire support. The only problem that Roland had in this composition was the lack of scout-like classes. They only had heavy warriors and two mags. They lacked the fire support a class like an archer could give them and had to rely on the mage's large spells. These spells packed more destructive power than an arrow but were also less accurate. Accidents did sometimes happen, so the knights would receive residual damage from the mage spells. A pack of volcanic wolves? The platform was the same as before and on it was a small group of monster wolves. There were 4 regular volcanic wolves at level 50 with a slightly larger one in the middle that was level 60, woof. Calm down Agni, this isn't your fight. The wolves were somewhat similar to Agni but instead of rubies, they were covered in hard volcanic rock. Their paws were mostly covered in this volcanic rock with some fissures. These cracks were glowing with some kind of red energy that looked like hot magma. They were also adults and a bit larger than Agni's adolescent form. They were all waiting for their opponents to arrive. For the time being the group of knights was slowly moving forward on one of the pathways that connected to the center platform. His party and the others had just entered the boss chamber and the door behind them slammed shut. With this also the pathway they were all standing on started sliding towards the platform the monsters were on. There was no turning back as behind them only molten lava awaited. There was enough time for them to move forward but the party of knights was moving sluggishly. They seemed a bit unorganized, some of them probably surprised after seeing the molten rocks below. Are those guys okay? Lobelia asked after seeing the group of knights clash against the tier 2 monsters. To someone not versed in monster fighting, it would be hard to spot a problem, but a seasoned adventurer could see it. They are hesitating too much, Silvio added from the side while preparing his own bow. They do feel a bit sluggish. This heat takes a bit to get used to. Roland had to agree with Silvio on this one. The knights were successfully defending against the 5 volcanic wolves with their shields, but were slow to counterattack. Then there were the 2 mags that had a hard time delivering a finishing blow. These wolves were fast on their feet. The long casting times were the biggest downside to the mag's battle tactic. After performing the spell they needed to guide the attack not to where the enemy was, but to where they thought it would move to. For a short while this was also a problem for Roland when he was training with his own spell casting. It seemed that finally, the mags thought out some kind of strategy. The blonde girl finished up a spell that didn't target the monsters but instead softened the ground under them which caused their legs to slide in. After this effect subsided the ground hardened up which left 2 of the wolves stationary. I guess they did teach them something at the academy. Following this, a spear of ice pierced through one of the monsters before it could free itself. Then the second wolf received a stab from Robert that was close by. With one monster down and another one injured, the battle continued. The battle was quite boring to watch. The knights were efficient and their commander used his troops to slowly encircle the remaining wolves. There were far too many enemies for these 5 monsters to come out on top, and soon they found themselves with many stab wounds. Is it over? I almost fell asleep. Armand was down on the ground just sitting with his finger up his nose. Korgak next to him doing exactly the same thing. The battle was won with the last monster succumbing to their wounds after a long battle. After it was all over, the usual chest appeared, but before they could peek inside it, a little commotion came to light. What is the meaning of this? Why did you leave your position? Robert stood with a red cheek that was smacked by his commander. Apparently, he had broken formation during the time he stabbed one of the wolves. To Roland, it looked like the right thing to do, as the monsters weren't much of a challenge for these knights. The person called Percival didn't see it this way. He was probably the one who thought this defensive tactic was the best way to proceed. What if one of them made it through and one of the ladies got hurt? Robert was seen slumping his shoulders forward while dropping his head. After some more scolding, he could see his half-brother walking away with his fist clenched. He had earned guard duty for the first night due to not following orders. The chest was holding some kind of low-quality magical dagger that one of the knights took away. Soon the path towards the lower level was open and the expedition continued. Chapter 117. It's hot, too hot. A young lady moved the collar of her robe to the side to air it out. She felt warm and sweat was slowly building upon her ivory skin. Charlene, please, the knights might be looking. The girl quickly moved her hand away while looking to the side. For a moment she forgot that there were many men around this encampment that they were building. What are those useless knights doing? Is our tent ready yet? After the boss chamber was cleared out, the group of knights and nobles descended to the large underground volcanic area. However, they had taken quite some time to get through all the levels, mostly because a certain someone that liked to complain a lot had taken many breaks along the way. The leader knew that everyone was getting tired. Percival decided to build an encampment not that far away from the boss chamber. There they discovered a large cave. This area was mapped out well, so after clearing out some monsters they knew that they could rest here for the night. The monsters would respawn periodically, but they would not do it in areas that were populated by many people. The noble ladies had entered the cave as it was slightly cooler than the outside. The knights were still assembling the tents along with a few porters that were carrying them around. Here, this should help. Lucille placed a small metal plate and placed it on the ground. On it, there were various runic symbols and a little circular spot in the middle. Into that spot, she inserted some kind of blue marble. The moment she did, the magical device activated. The runes started shining in a blue hue while giving off a nice cool breeze. It seemed like in a small diameter around this device the climate started changing. What would I do without you, Lucille? Charlene quickly moved over to where the plate was. Soon she looked to the side of one of the knights that was stationed here as protection. Bring us some chairs. Yes, my lady. The knight nodded and quickly went outside to procure the items that the ladies wanted. Soon the two were sitting around the magical device, looking at the marble in the middle starting to dim. This pseudo-Elachian gem won't last for long, I know, but it will take a while to connect the fluid apparatus to everything. We'll get worse grades if we don't prioritize our defenses first. Lucille replied to Charlene, who was in a bad mood. Normally these two were given priority, but now they were on a mission. Percival was the leader, and if he continued to pamper part of his battalion, the teacher from the academy might lower their grades. The knights needed to set up the perimeter, build tents, and add any fortifications that could help against a surprise monster attack. With this, the two people that couldn't really do much were left here in the cave to their own devices. They were both mags, but they were not needed there to assemble the tents. These tents that the knights had were of the same type that the group of adventurers had. There were no actual craftsmen with them that could do any repairs. Everything would have to be done by the knights or by the people they hired to help them. The adventurers were also part of their forces, and even if they acted more as scouts they could be given certain tasks without failing the test. Huh? What was that? It sounded like a monster? The two girls looked at each other for a moment and quickly grabbed their magical staves that were placed against the wall. Following the strange sound outside they could hear that the knights were shouting out something. Oh, is it dead? When the two ladies arrived outside they found two dead volcanic salamanders. One had many stab wounds while the other a severed head. It's dead. Why did no one tell me?" Charlene complained a bit while pouting. Before the girl ran outside, she had fixed her hair and robe so that Lord Percival would see her at her best. With the monsters dead, she would not be able to show off anymore. "Lady Lucille, you should go back inside, it's not safe out here." "Sir Robert, are you okay?" The blue-haired girl looked at the young man from the Arden house. His silver armor was covered in some blood, and so was his sword. "Don't worry, my lady, this is only the monster's blood, I am uninjured." Lucille took out a piece of cloth and moved over towards Robert. The young froze in place as the lady started rubbing the blood out of his armor. "My lady, you shouldn't." The other knights started looking with narrowed eyes at Robert and the mage. Soon enough Lord Percival arrived to scold everyone. "All of you, get back to your posts. Lady Lucille, please return to the cave. Someone explain to me what occurred here." Robert flinched and turned back to the commander. After doing a salute, he gave a recount of the events that transpired here. The two monsters crawled out of the small lava pools and attacked them. Robert managed to chop off the head of one while the other was taken out by two other knights. "Any damages?" "Commander, one of the monsters damaged our tents." "How serious is it?" Another knight that was there came over and also started making a report. During the struggle with the volcanic salamanders, one of the tents was hit by its attack. The item was mostly intact, but its runic structure was damaged, so it wouldn't be able to be operated anymore. The cooling effect wasn't activated. Sleeping in this tent had become impossible now due to the heat. "One of our tents is already damaged so soon, Lord Percival, can't we just replace it?" Charlene moved in from the side. Her shoulder rubbed against the Lord while she batted her eyelashes in his direction. The girl wasn't really that interested in this conversation, but if the man she was eyeing as a suitor was involved, she saw it as a chance. "Yes, we do, but..." Percival knew that the tent could be replaced, but this was still a finite item. This was far too soon into their expedition to be losing their resources. He was already contemplating on letting more of the knights sleep in the cave instead and saving the tents for the future. "If only we had someone able to repair it," Percival mumbled, "don't we?" "Lady Lucille?" Lucille looked at Percival and then pointed out into the distance. There the two small tents of the adventurers were situated. They could also see a man dressed in crimson armor looking from afar. However, the moment he was noticed, he quickly made a 180-degree turn and slipped into one of the tents. "The adventurers?" "Yes, I've read their roster. That man is a runesmith. He might be able to repair the tent." While most of the nobles ignored the adventurers, Lucille had gone through their abilities. The guild supplied them with their names, ranks, and general skills. The man dressed in red armor was quite the particular person, as his class was listed as Unknown Runic Craftsman. "Are you sure, Lady Lucille?" "Yes, I heard one of his party members mention it. She was quite boisterous about it." "That armor he is wearing is also a runic item. I'm sure that he made it himself." Percival looked to the damaged tent and then to the group of adventurers in the distance. Using their runesmith to repair the tent would not be seen as a demerit, so there was no reason not to try. "You, bring the runesmith over. Tell him to repair the tent. Report to me when he is done." Percival looked over to Robert, that was already standing at attention when facing the expedition commander. "Yes, sir." "Oh, see, can I come with?" Before Robert could leave, Lucille poked her head into the conversation. She looked to Percival for approval. The young man looked back, not sure why the young girl wanted this. "Lady Lucille?" "Oh, I'm interested in the runes." "Aren't they just so interesting? They are similar to the magical language in so many ways, yet also so much different." The girl's eyes started shining brightly as she started talking about her love for runic items. Her blonde-haired friend from the side gave out a sigh while moving over to Percival. "Lord Percival, why don't you allow Lady Lucille to leave? The knight will protect her." Charlene was quick to wrap her arm around her target while yanking him away. The man looked a bit baffled by this, but he didn't back away. People that knew the Ice Mage knew that she was quite the brainy type. She loved spending her time reading old texts on magic languages and spells. Even if she didn't have the class to make them work, she would study up in hopes of gathering more knowledge. "Fine." Percival soon gave in to the request and Robert was left with the blue-haired lady there. The two looked at each other for a moment before Robert decided to speak up. "My lady, please remain close to me." "How reassuring, but I can protect myself, Sir Robert." The girl raised her magical staff up and gathered up some frost elements as she showed off. Robert gave an awkward smile and the two departed towards the adventurers' small encampment. What's up with them? Roland had ducked into one of the tents that he helped set up. There was not much to it as the instructions were quite easy. He had only managed to build this one up while the other one was being fiddled on by Armand and Lobelia. The two troublemakers started egging each other on and finally, Armand made a vow to set up the other tent himself. He was now in the back, fiddling around with the metal pipes while Lobelia continued to tease him about his slow pace. "Oh, Mr. Wayland, would you like some tea this time?" "Oh, no thank you, I'll have some later, Sister Cassia." He and Cassia were the two people that weren't required to be on guard duty. However, this also meant that they would be staying together in one of the tents while the other party members switched up in the other one. Roland was not really worried about having to sleep next to a rather charming woman. No. The real problem was that she just wouldn't stay quiet about the Sun Church. She would offer him tea and crackers, but then the sermons would start. She would constantly pray and praise the sun. There was almost nothing else that she wanted to talk about besides Solaria and tea. Roland gave out a sigh while relaxing. Their encampment was a bit further away, but he could clearly see the nobles. He was there when Robert defeated the volcanic salamander, and he had to give it to his older brother. There was some talent there. While the other knights poked the other creature to death with their long swords, Robert managed to behead it with one strong swing. It was clear that his swordsmanship was on another level compared to the other young knights. I guess anger does motivate some people. Another memory of his brother popped into his head, one of constant training. Even though Robert didn't have any particular gifts, he did have a good training ethic. There was no day that he didn't see him swinging his sword or doing some weight training. With the stigma of being a bastard son, he did have to prove himself more than the first and second son. This wasn't really time to think about the old days. Roland couldn't remove his helmet outside, but he also didn't want to stay in the tent for too long. With this, he decided to take a step outside and help the others with the second tent, as he was also worried about something going wrong. You really can't trust this guy. After arriving at the spot where Armand and Lobelia were, he noticed that something wasn't right with their creation. The leather had not yet been placed over it, so he could see the tent's skeleton. These runic pathways are broken. He could see that the tent poles were squeezed in repeatedly into the wrong sections. Some of them were bent out of place or scratched. Runic structures had no protection against physical damage. If the metal was damaged, cut, or bent too much, they would stop working. "See, I told you to be more gentle." Lobelia delivered a swift boot to Armand's behind while they continued to fight. "Can you fix it?" Silvio asked Roland, that was kneeling down and looking over the damage. "No problem, just give me a moment." Roland moved his hand into the spatial bag and went digging. Soon he pulled out his hammer and a thin piece of metal. The others looked with interest. This would be the first time that they would actually see Roland do some rune smithing. The thinner piece of metal was used to heat up the damaged parts. The sections that were heated up would be then gently struck with the face of his hammer. This hammer was somewhat smaller than his usual crafting hammer, and it produced sparks fueled with mana each time it connected with the damaged part. "Oh, that's neat." With the small hits of his hammer, Roland pushed in his mana into the runic structure. When it was softened up through the use of his wand, the runes were easy to mend back up into shape. In this case, he could have even used his rune mending skill, which would make the whole process a lot faster. It would be a waste of mana and resources, as the structure would just degrade. This should do it. Try not to damage it again. "Yes, sir." Lobelia performed a somewhat half-hearted salute that mimicked the knight's. She then turned around and invertedly collided with some chest armor. She fell back onto her posterior only to spot a rather large man looking down at her. This man was the same knight that visited the guild the previous day, and he looked grumpy as ever. "Hey, what's the big idea?" Lobelia wasn't paying attention as she was focused on Roland's rune smithing. For someone like her that had a class with high perception, this was quite a blunder. "Is there a problem?" Armand appeared almost instantly and placed himself between his friend and the large man. The two had similar builds, but Armand was still slightly wider while also wearing less armor. Roland, on the other hand, froze in place while holding his crafting hammer. The man that he wanted to avoid was right here, and it was still just the first day of the expedition. Fascinating. What pristine mana control. The silence was broken by the blue-haired ice mage that came from the noble side. She focused on the item that Roland was holding in his hand and quickly moved forward without even looking at the other people here. Robert even tried to stop her, but even before he could stretch his hand out, the girl was gone. There was also the problem with Armand standing in the way, which increased the tensions even more. Is this a runesmith's hammer? Haven't seen one like this before. Did you make it yourself? I can see that it has some runes that help conserve and control mana. What type of mana stone is this? The girl moved over while constantly talking. Roland didn't know what this was about, and the girl kept looking at his hammer. He was quite surprised that she figured out what runes he was using. This wasn't something a normal person would be able to do. Yes, I made it. Can I help you with something? The moment he casually spoke out to the noble lady, Robert's face showed a frown. Adventurers were seen as commoners, so addressing a noble without the title and proper diligence was considered very rude. Thus he stepped forward, but a large tan hand held him by his shoulder. Hey, I'm not done talking to you. Armand was also not someone that held nobles in high regard, thus he had no problem stepping forward and get physical. Robert reacted by moving his hand to his hip where he had his sword and giving Armand a quick warning. Take your hand away or you will lose it. Ha, try it, greenhorn. Armand was not scared. He was facing a novice knight that probably didn't have that much experience in close-range fighting. He had already made a mistake by stepping into his range. A quick submission move would take care of his opponent swiftly. What's going on here? Roland started to sweat. He couldn't really hear much as the blue-haired girl was babbling about runes without even looking back to Robert. It seemed that a fight would break out if no one did anything about it. I should have never signed that contract. Chapter 118. What's going on here? Sir. Robert, please behave yourself. We didn't come here to cause a ruckus. Silvio arrived at the scene to pull Armand away from the confrontation. Lobelia needed to have Roland point out that her bodyguard was close to fighting one of his party members before she reacted. It was a bit strange to see two people that he disliked almost get into a fight while he had to break it up. If the situation was somewhat different, he would just grab a bag of popcorn and let the two have at it. His money would be on Armand though. His level was higher and he also had more experience. He didn't see Robert being able to tank the heavy fisting. Regretfully, they could not offend the nobles. They were outnumbered almost 1-4, and the nobles' side also had a tier 3 high knight with them. Armand would be in a heap of trouble, and they as well by association, if Lady Lucille wishes it. Robert frowned a bit more than usual, but he moved his hand away from the sword hilt the moment the blue-haired girl entered the frame. It was clear to Roland that there was something between these two young adults. The way his older brother looked at the girl was a dead giveaway. After observing Lucille's body language, he was also sure that she appreciated Robert's company. I'll have to apologize for one of my party members. How can we help? Silvio moved in front of Armand, who spit down on the ground while moving away. Korgak was observing the whole scene from the side, but he looked saddened by the fact that a fight didn't break out. With nothing to do, he was also itching to do battle. Excuse me, I was a bit rude. Let me introduce myself first. I am Lady Lucille de Vere. The girl curtsied before Silvio, who just looked baffled by the gesture. He lowered his head a bit and nodded while not being sure how to react to a noble lady. I'm Silvio, just Silvio. In this kingdom, something like a family name was mostly given to people of noble descent, or to merchants that liked to put their businesses under their family name. Commoners, on the other hand, would only be given a name. If they had enough money or achieved greatness, they would be allowed to pick a name for themselves or have someone in a high position gift them one. This is Sir Robert Arden. She pointed to her bodyguard that looked quite grumpy. His eyes met with Silvio's and he found himself twitching slightly. Roland noticed it while observing from the side. It was clear to him that his brother realized that this adventurer was a tier 3 class holder. Sir Robert? Good day to you. Yes, likewise. Then how can we help you? The contract stated that we shouldn't get involved much after we descend to this area of the dungeon. Yes, let me explain. Lucille gave a recount of what happened in their encampment and how one of the runic tents was damaged during a monster attack. Apparently the gentleman there is a runesmith, would like to borrow his services. Soon everyone turned over to Roland, who heard the whole conversation. The party here had seen the monster attack from afar, but it wasn't up to them to react to small pests like that. Want to borrow Wayland? I don't see a problem with that, just return him in one piece after you are done. Silvio laughed and soon removed him from the conversation. His main purpose here was to warn people about monsters above a certain level. Unless one at the Tier 3 level appeared or a swarm of Tier 2 monsters attacked, he and the party wouldn't have much to do. Roland wanted to give his party leader a smack to the face as he wasn't even given an option to refuse. Finally, the others started removing themselves from this spot and Roland was left alone with the strange girl and his older brother. He now stood before the two while silence fell upon them. He was the one to break it as he introduced himself. "It's Wayland." "Ah, a pleasure, Sir Wayland." "I'm not a knight, just call me Wayland," he replied in a somewhat monotone voice. It didn't seem that his brother had realized that he was his younger brother. From what he could tell, he looked somewhat annoyed, probably from the way Roland was talking. Due to being a person from the modern world, he wasn't that used to showing proper decorum. Then he had spent quite a bit at a noble's house, but no one really cared to give him any ethics classes. Things like that would be brought up at the Mage or Knight Academy that he would have been forced to attend if he didn't run away. "Ah yes, so you want me to repair some of the tents?" "Yes, do you think you could take a look?" "Yes, sure." Roland nodded as he knew that refusing now would not be something he could do. Even though he didn't want to involve himself with the nobles nor with his brother, he had to. He was obligated due to the contract that he had signed. "Let me get this over with. Why is that girl looking at me like that? Should we go?" After his reply, there was a moment of silence. He noticed that this blue-haired girl stopped and just continued looking at him. Soon he realized that she wasn't really looking at him but at his runic armor instead. She did say something about runes and was quite focused on his hammer before the two idiots started bickering. "Yes, of course. Excuse me, it's just your armor. It's so fascinating. Did you really make it yourself?" After another awkward moment, they finally moved towards the night camp. The girl took up space to the right of Roland while Robert was to his left. He could see that his brother wasn't amused and he was even holding his hand on his sword. Trust was certainly something that he didn't have here. One wrong word or move and he might have to defend himself. "And that hammer of yours? I'm sure that it was one of these runes." "Wait a moment, Sir Wayland." Lucille stopped for a moment while putting her hand into a pouch on the side of her robe. After some digging, she pulled out a thick book that had some runic symbols on it. The girl started flipping pages through it and finally opened up on a section that had one of the runes that he placed on his hammer. "Here it's the common mana proficiency rune." Roland stopped in his tracks and looked at the content of this book. It was indeed the rune that he used, or at least a variation of it. He was well informed in many runes and with a glance, he could see some flaws in the runic structure. Something like this didn't even require his debugging skill, as he had gone through so many runic structures that picking out flaws had become easy. This wasn't the interesting part about this diagram, that was the book in question. It looked quite thick and even had a small magical academy crest at the side. "Yes, that's a similar rune, but it has some flaws," he replied while focusing on the parchment. Due to having had to mostly teach himself about runes, he was astonished to finally see a proper book about runes. It had descriptions of common runes. The most he could hope of buying himself would be a book with lesser runes. The ones at the higher grades were hidden away by dwarven craftsmen that only allowed people from their circle to go through them. "Flaws? It's an intermediate rune model, you can tell just by looking. How magnificent!" The girl's eyes went wider while looking between the rune on the book's page and the armored man before her. Roland, on the other hand, felt goosebumps all over his neck. He could tell that his dear brother was glaring at him. "Which parts have flaws, if I may ask, Sir Wayland?" It seemed that Lucille was keeping up with the Sir part even though she knew that he was a common adventurer. The mage types did sometimes look at a person that was more knowledgeable than them as someone above them. This girl seemed to be interested in runes and this was something that he knew well. "Sure, may I?" Roland looked to Robert to measure his reaction, but his dear brother continued to glare. It looked like he wanted him to do what this lady asked him. Thus he asked to be handed this book of runes, doing it also out of curiosity. "Here you go, Sir Wayland." He thought that the girl would not relinquish such a costly book that would go for many gold coins on the auction easily. However, she instantly put it into his hand when he asked her about it. "Here, this runic pathway is out of alignment and this strengthening component needs to be moved a millimeter to the left." He mentioned some easy flaws that he had spotted which only made the girl's eyes sparkle even more. "Fascinating, wait a moment, Sir Wayland." The girl quickly put her hand into her spatial bag and pulled out another book. She quickly flipped through the pages. Indeed, This would remove the small mana blockage and increase the spell output by about 6%. And you could tell just by a glance. The girl started going berserk in front of him while showing him another diagram, this time of the same rune but of a higher grading. The diagram also had some explanations to the side. It seemed that it was clarifying the flaws it had. Sure. I am a runesmith. Roland wasn't really sure why this young woman was acting this way. These were still only common grade runes, all runesmiths should be able to work on them, not just any runesmith could do something like this, so Wayland must be a master at his craft. Thank you? It was unclear to him how he compared to the other runesmith, but by this girl's reaction, it seemed that he did something rare. Maybe it was a lot harder to spot mistakes in the schematics as he did for the common runesmith. Is that the tent? To get the girl's attention somewhere else, he pointed to a damaged tent that had a hole in the salamander leather. It looked like the monster somehow charged into it before being killed by the knights. There was still some fresh blood on it to prove his point. The other knights were also looking at him now. The cooling inside of his armor had to go into overdrive to keep him from sweating. He had hoped to never go into this camp filled with nobles. Saying the least while lowering his intonation was the most he could do. The tent? Can you look at this rune before that, Lady Lucille? I think we should let the adventurer do his job. Robert finally spoke up after remaining silent for the past few minutes. It didn't seem that Roland's cover had been broken. Yes, you are right, Sir Robert, please proceed. Robert moved to the side and Roland moved over to the damaged tents. These models were exactly the same pre-made ones that he saw the schematics for. The two ones that were at his party's camp had been slightly improved upon. He had risen the rune quality to the highest. Let me fix this fast and get out of here. Do I get paid extra for this? Roland thought to himself while moving over to the damaged tent. After investigating, he noticed that some of the scaffolding was bent and out of shape. The leather wasn't that ripped, which was good, as it needed to keep the heat at bay.it. Didn't seem like the other people would be helping him much, so he needed to pull the leather to the side. It was blooded a bit, but nothing that wouldn't come out if it was washed thoroughly. The side of this tent was hit by the monster. There was a clear dent in it along with some scratches in a few other places. This tent was made from a lesser alloy that included deep steel-like properties. It was similar to aluminum and made it much lighter, but also less resistant than deep steel. It was a softer alloy that was good at holding runic spells, which it was made for. Roland couldn't see any embedded mana stones anywhere, which meant that it was made with the manufacturing technique that he was working towards. Good, at least I won't need to play with mana stones. First came the bending of everything into shape. Even though this was a softer alloy, Roland did activate his runes to give him more strength. With a better grip and added stats, he started bending the pipes back into shape. His evolved runesmith lord's eyes allowed him to spot all the broken runic structures without having to go through them one by one. This was one of the features of this skill besides looking into the deeper sections of the runes to reveal their code. The rest of it was similar to the previous tent that he worked on. With the help of the runic wands, he heated up the broken parts till they were nice and red. He then started tapping them with his hammer while getting the runic structures into the correct shape. Luckily for him, there weren't that many broken parts and none of the rods snapped. If that was the case, he would need to weld them into place. The problem with welding was that he didn't have the same alloy to melt onto the damaged parts. Thus he would need to put ethereal pathways into the components instead. After about 30 minutes of working, he gave the tent a go with his own mana. The scaffolding started glowing blue and the small podest on the ground started releasing cold air. It was a success. The only thing that remained was to connect this to a mana fluid container that also had the proper runes on it. This container was placed in the middle of the tent on a small plate in the middle. This plate was connected to the rest of the tent and used the container with the mana fluid as fuel. There, it's fixed. You just need to place the leather over the tent. When he turned around, he saw a rather excited blue-haired woman. Robert was next to her, sweating a bit. He thought that the two would just go away and resume whatever they were doing, but instead, they stayed to watch him work. Sir Wayland, you must teach me about the runes. That red glow, is that some sort of strengthening spell? Does that armor have a cooling effect? You seem to be fine in this heat even when wearing thick armor. For some reason the girl was relentless. He wasn't sure what this was about. She was clearly a frost mage and not a runesmith. Without the proper skills, she wouldn't be able to craft any runes or affect them in any way. Is there some kind of rune mage class? Does she want to get it? Never heard of it though. Excuse me, Lady Lucille, but this wasn't what I was hired for. He was interested in the books that the woman had, but he also didn't want to remain in this encampment. Now that he was done with the repairs, he just wanted to return to his party. Without him around, he also feared that they might screw up the second tent again. Leaving it Armand's sausage hands was not something he wanted to do. Hired? Do you require some payment? I can pay. Is this enough? Huh? The lady quickly moved her hand into her bag once more and pulled out a satchel with coins. Roland opened up this satchel, and if his helmet was exposed they would see his eyes bulging. It was filled with large and small gold coins. He would need to work at least for a few months to get this kind of cash himself. So what exactly did you want to know about runes? Chapter 119. Bored. I'm bored. Lobelia called out while looking at a piece of grilled meat in her hand. It's stuffy, hot. I'm all sweaty and there isn't anything to do. We've been sitting here for 4 days already. Stop complaining, this isn't that bad. Armand was sitting next to her, just chomping on a similar piece of meat, which was much bigger. Both of them were sitting outside the camp area without much to do. A bit over 4 days had passed since they set foot in the middle regions of this dungeon. This region was different from the upper levels of the maze dungeon. It was a gigantic area that wasn't fully mapped even after a year had passed. It was also filled with Tier 2 monsters which already brought in some good coin. Most adventurers liked to keep it safe and didn't push in that deep. Though the biggest reason for the slow mapping out of this level was the smoldering biome. The further a party went in, the hotter it became. Lava-filled dungeons like this were historically hard to progress in. A party without a frost mage or magical items that controlled heat had no way of progressing. We get to sit around and do nothing. This is the best possible job we could get. Armand gulped down a large piece of meat that came from a salamander they had hunted. Surprisingly, this monster was very sought after for its meat and leather. It could be eaten without much preparation, as the hard part of this monster were its scales. After getting through them, the juicy insides could be devoured. I know that it's easy money, but there is nothing to do. Armand rolled his eyes while looking at the encampment of the knights. The group had been slowly advancing further into the dungeon while returning here with their loot. He had no idea what their purpose was here, but not like he cared. They had just returned from a small expedition an hour ago, so there was some movement now. While lazily looking around, he saw a certain armored man leaving one of the tents. Roland had been noticed by him acting strangely, and now for some reason, he was constantly visiting the noble camp. Heading out to your little noble lover Wayland? Huh? Lobelia had noticed him leaving each day to go to that camp as well. This would be his third time heading there. You can't fool my elven eyes. I see you going into that cave where they are keeping the 2 mage ladies. Didn't know you were such a charmer, Wayland. She started shaking her hips provocatively while describing the situation. Soon Armand joined in on the questioning, as he did not pay that much attention. He is? The blue-haired one or the blonde? It's the blue one. Lobelia replied while Armand rubbed his chin for a moment before looking back to Roland with a dumbfounded look on his face. Whoa, good choice. She might not look like it, but she can't fool my eye. How, what do you mean? Lobelia turned to Armand as she wasn't sure what he meant by that comment. Not like a pancake as you would even understand. Hey, what did you say? Roland looked at the 2 idiots fighting. Lobelia was quick to jump on Armand after the comment and started hitting him with her small fists. He was a large man, so he just covered his head while laughing. Those 2 sure get along, but I feel like I'm losing intelligence points the more I listen to their conversations. After a few days had passed, not much seemed to be happening. The knights were periodically patrolling the area around their encampment. They faced off against the monsters that were living here, mostly the volcanic salamanders and wolf types that were similar to Agni. There was also a monster called Firefly that liked to spit lava at its enemies and was the size of a domesticated cat. It was hard to defeat with only knights and mags in the party, but some of the knights like Robert did have some lesser archery skills that could be used on this occasion. He wondered if the teacher that came with them would lower their score for not bringing any archers to this expedition, but it might have been a requirement to only use knights. Agni, stay here. Roland leaned down to his ruby wolf companion that gave out a whine and started to look at him with those puppy dog eyes. I don't trust those knights, they might confuse you with one of the monsters living here. Agni, after his first evolution, had gained a lot of intelligence. Roland felt that explaining the situation to him would actually bear some fruit, Agni. But before he could convince his wolf to stay without giving an order, he was tackled from the side by an overzealous half-elf. "Who is a good boy?" The girl started rubbing the ruby wolf's belly and his hind leg began to twitch. Soon he flopped his tongue out and was in bliss. It looked like Lobelia had grown fond of his tamed monster, and with nothing else to do she bombarded poor Agni with pets and scratches. "Don't worry, Wayland, I'll keep him busy." He just nodded while turning to the camp of the nobles. One of the knights greeted him along the way without doing anything to stop him from entering. He had made a small deal with the blue-haired woman. For money and access to the runic books she had, he would help her with some runic research. Roland was previously unaware of this, but mags could somewhat affect the runic structures themselves. Not by changing them with runecraft, but they could empower their effects with their own mana, and even convert some simple runic spells to more complex ones on the fly with their own magic. These runic mags were somewhat able to affect the magic language that was embedded into the runic structure. They were unable to affect the outside of these runes. This was all dependent on the runesmith. This mage type was not that sought after due to this limiting factor. They relied on runic weapons without being able to actually alter the hardware part of the runic structure. If anyone wanted to maximize that class, they would have to get a runesmithing class as well. However, mags and craftsmen weren't that similar in that regard. Hammering hard metal into shape and working in a smithy wasn't something that magical types liked to do. Thus it was a very rarely seen profession. Roland was now aware of this class. It was also a Tier 2 profession. He wasn't sure if he could even acquire it due to the lack of elemental proficiencies. He could not ask Lady Lucille about it, as him not having any elemental affinities would be a dead giveaway to his true identity. If it was a worthwhile class was also up to debate. He could already affect the runic code with his Runesmith Lord class. It might have not added anything new, and the skills could very well overlap with one another. The only thing he would be getting from it would be the mage focus stats if he went with it after his current class was maxed out. "You may enter." Roland was greeted by a new knight this time around. Luckily his brother Robert wasn't this lady's exclusive knight. Her bodyguards switched out from time to time, depending on who was on guard duty. "Sir Wayland, I've been waiting for you. Have you read through the research material? Do you need more time?" Inside of the cave that the two girls were living in had changed a bit. There were some curtains made from some flame-resistant materials hung up all over the place. It separated each of the girls' sections. Further in the back there was even a toilet and a hot tub. It didn't look like these two were in any kind of danger. It was like a vacation. "Yes, I've read through them." It was very insightful. Thanks to this girl he was getting hidden resources that no one besides nobility could get their hands on. This blue-haired girl was really interested in runic magic, and even had some proper skills related to them. He was unsure if she was trying to become a runic mage though. From his perspective, it would be a bad idea. The girl was already a frost mage, which was more of a traditional caster. If there was something like a Tier 3 runic frost mage class was unknown. Even if there was, would it be better than all the other Tier 3 classes that didn't need runic weapons, really? So today we can discuss the lecture about. Roland wanted to ask if the girl was really serious about this, but he was not that nosy. She was already a proper adult and had to make the choices herself. If she really liked runic structures this much, she might actually be the right person to go for a runic mage profession. For a couple of hours a day, he would explain the runic schematics to her and how they worked. At first, there was a slight barrier between the two. He was self-taught, so he had no idea how proper mags were taught. Thanks to this encounter his eyes were also open to the world of magic. He was given runic spell books and gained even a lot of experience by creating improved schematics of some of the runes from the books. Money and runes were given to him. This expedition already bore fruit. Even if they returned now and he didn't get those manufacturing secrets, he would be able to progress with his golem design. Just like that, a week had passed with not much happening. The knights continued to slay monsters left and right, and the corpses kept piling up. Soon it was time to move out. As the first part of the expedition was complete, with the order given they all marched out. This time Roland's party was back to scouting out from the front while others followed after. Silvio was quite good at detecting any danger, which then was eliminated by either some arrows or runic spells. The fire-type monsters were just too susceptible to the cold effects. However, the further they ventured in, the warmer it became. With this, the ice magic started to falter under the heatwave that were the many lava pools. Wait, we have arrived at the molten lake. Silvio looked at the map that the Adventurer Guild prepared for them. This section was quite far into the lava dungeon. In front of them was a large section with molten rock. It made it look like a giant lake that went on for a kilometer. In the middle of it was a sort of bridge that would periodically get flooded by this lava. Luckily for them, they had gathered the information beforehand. One unlucky party of adventurers fell to this trap. The lava would flood at certain times and engulf anyone foolish to walk through the bridge. We need to get the timing right or we will all die here, Silvio commented while Roland nodded. Are you sure those lordlings will pass through it fast enough? Armand chimed in from the side while throwing a rock into the lava lake. He as some of the party members were a bit unconvinced about these knights. They were quite slow and this section required a faster pace. It should be fine, that's not something we should be concerned about. Silvio looked at the sinking stone that Armand threw into the large pool of lava. It was quickly engulfed by it as it sank down. He used one of his detection skills while looking further than anyone from this party could see. There are a few of them. Get ready for a fight while we go across. A lot of what? I don't see anything. Armand called out while looking at the empty lake of lava. He could see anything besides bubbles of magma bursting, no monster in sight. There should be some monsters in the lake. Roland stepped forward. In his hand was a ball of metal. He injected his mana into it and a strange holographic landscape appeared before them. Huh, what's that? The party members' eyes widened after seeing the green light that this ball of metal was producing. This was an improved version of his previous mapping system. Now with some more knowledge about the inner workings of runes, this could be called a map. It's a map, see those red dots, those are monsters. The explanation was quite short, but Silvio, who was versed in tracking, didn't take long to figure this map out. This map was showing a lot of red dots below the surface of this lake. There were monsters, lurking to jump out at the chance of people crossing to the other side. Lot red. Korgak proclaimed while poking the light that was produced from this runic sphere. The moment the large digit poked one of the red lights, it was dispersed. This product was something that Roland wanted to introduce to the guild master after the expedition, so he wasn't worried about showing it off to the others. It could even be used as free advertisement if the group found use in it, and told their adventurer friends. By this point, he had already decided on partnering up with the Adventurer Guild. Everyone also knew that he was a runesmith, so there was no reason to hide his wares anymore. The more people saw them in action, the more he could sell later. Quite a bit of them there, but we should be fine if we cross the bridge in time. If not, we could take the other path, Silvio mumbled to himself while Roland also inspected the area. He had been here before, but he had not ventured in further than this spot. From the previous adventurer teams that had gone past this point, they had gained some information. They reported that there was just enough time to get past to the other side while running at a moderate pace. Roland examined the distance a bit beforehand and also thought that if they bolted it they would be safe before the whole thing was flooded. Even if the monsters appeared, they just needed to move forward to the other side without looking back. It seemed like an easy task of moving forward, that is if they didn't have certain two people that liked to slow down the others. Right, there was another path, he said while turning to Silvio. Yes, we could travel further west. It will take half a day, but there is another way. It's longer, the danger level is about the same, but we wouldn't need to move fast. There it was, two options, and the decision would be left to the noble leader Lord Percival. Though without even asking, Roland had an idea of which path he would choose. Silvio went away to make a report while the rest of the party waited. Armand and Korgak just stood there while yawning. Sister Cassia was right next to him and his large magical rod that gave out chilling air. Lobelia just continued to ruffle up Agni's fur. The poor ruby wolf's leg was in continuous motion. This area, the heat started to become quite uncomfortable and it would only get worse the further they traveled. Luckily for him, the armor he was wearing had a constant chilling effect. He had made some armbands which everyone from this party was wearing that had a similar effect. They were all made from deep steel and could cover the body of the person wearing them in a thin layer of chilled energy. This wasn't an item that most of this group could use for a prolonged time due to the mana drain, but it could be used to periodically cool them down, or even save their lives if they found themselves against too much heat. So, where are we going? Silvio returned with a slightly annoyed look on his face, and Roland's hunch was confirmed. We'll be taking the side path. The lordling doesn't think that it would be proper to expose these noble ladies to danger. Why are they even here then, to have a picnic? Armand asked while also groaning, "Has anyone from you visited that path?" Silvio asked as he was still a first-timer in this dungeon and quite a bit of work was shoved on Lobelia that knew the layout. "Not really, we always went through here." This time around she just shrugged as most people didn't bother with taking the long route as there wasn't anything profitable there. They also just ended up back at this lake but on the other side instead. "Great, okay, let us head out." They moved forward, only when the nobles took a break and set up a new encampment would they be allowed to rest with them. For now, they needed to act as scouts and pave the road for their employees. Chapter 120. This is supposed to be the safer path? A certain half-elven girl kicked a small rock down into a deep chasm. She leaned over to look down, but even after some time passed she couldn't hear the stone hitting anything. "Just don't fall down," Silvio replied while looking out into the distance. Roland was also there looking at this mapping device. This time around there weren't any monsters here. The path looked clear, but the fall down below would probably be a death sentence. "The path looks clear." Roland didn't see anything out of the ordinary in this place. They journeyed half a day to the west and finally, the large lava lake ended. The molten rocks at the end were pouring into a large chasm that at one side had a long winding path through it. They only needed to cross it to get to the other side and that would be it. On the way here they had to battle through quite a bit of tier 2 monsters, their levels mostly between 50 and 60. Even he managed to level up and finally reach the 80th level. Thanks to the Book of Runes he had managed to use his old cheat to gain levels faster. Even with that, his progress had slowed down. If he wanted to hasten it he would actually need to fight monsters closer to his own level. Name: Roland Arden. L80 classes, T2 Runesmith Lord L5, Primary, T1 Mage L25, Secondary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, Tertiary, HP 2696, 2696 MP 7641 7641 SP 3636, 3636 Strength 71 Agility 50 Dexterity 100 Vitality 72 Endurance 81 in. Took a glance at his status screen and now was convinced that it was the right choice to get this class. He mostly gained 2 points in each stat with agility lagging slightly behind the others. Roland had a choice to make. The tier 2 class change requirements were a bit different as he could push this class all the way up to level 50 instead of 25. Yet, he could switch to another class after 25 levels were gained in it. This left him with the option of getting more classes on the way to tier 3. The minimum level limit of a tier 3 class was 150, which left him with 25 levels of another class after he was done with the Runesmith Lord class. He felt like going to the very end with this class would be the best option. It could be a requirement for acquiring a similar strong job for his tier 3 life. This was something to think about but not something he needed to worry about much yet. His progress would slow down exponentially now. Unless he battled through hordes of high-level tier 2 monsters or gained massive amounts of runic diagrams to copy over, he would remain a tier 2 class holder for many years to come. "I hope the noble ladies don't slip and fall. I bet those knights would blame us for it." Armand chuckled with his arms crossed over one another. He was looking behind them at the group of nobles that he had no respect for. Even now they were slowly moving here, their sluggish pace had now become annoying to him as well. "If this continues, we will be stuck here for over a month." Roland gave out a sigh while remembering the plan of the expedition. After going through this passage, they would arrive at another wider area. There they would make camp for another week and the knights would sharpen their blades on larger monsters. The secondary encampment would last for a longer period of time than the first one. That one would be closer to nests of monsters and beasts, which would be the main test for these young nobles and knights. Their group on the other hand would be quite bored and just on constant guard duty. Silvio as the best monster detector would have to stay awake for prolonged amounts of time. "At least, it's easy on us, we don't need to rush much," Lobelia commented while leaning back against the rocky walls. This area of the dungeon was quite spacious, the place could even be mistaken for a smaller mountain range that went mostly downward. "They caught up with us, let us move on." Roland nodded and they started walking. The path was wide enough to allow 2 people to walk side by side. Even with that everyone decided to keep to the walls. If someone slipped and fell it would be over for them. From what Roland knew some adventurers did try to climb down from here. There were even some attachments that had some thick ropes on them. This never bore fruit as the party abandoned the descent. The further down they got the windier it became. This was no summer breeze as the heated air didn't allow anyone to get past a certain point. They walked and walked, then walked some more. The path stretched for a lot longer than most expected. They were still underground, but this dungeon seemed like it was a world of its own. Roland started wondering about how these dungeons were created. Did this thing expand for many years below ground and finally connect to the outside a year ago? Maybe it was just created by the dungeon core in a burst of magic energy that filled out this large cavern that was here before. Some smart people even theorized that dungeons were just portals into another world that somehow existed on this plane of existence. This would somehow explain why the living monsters could never leave the dungeon unless their bodies died. What is this? Silvio suddenly jumped forward and increased his pace. The rest of the party didn't comment and just followed after the experienced adventurer. What the hell? Armand grumbled after seeing something that would just stall this expedition even further. Blocked. When Roland finally arrived, he could see the path blocked by rocks. It seemed that part of this underground mountain range had slid down and was blocking the path. This made Roland think back to the barricade those bandits built that one time. Luckily, there was no place for a bandit ambush as the path they were on connected directly to the ceiling above them. Why did you stop? They were moving slowly with everyone else behind them. The knights caught up to them quite fast and Percival had moved to the forefront to see what the problem was. There must have been a landslide. It's blocking the path. There wasn't much space here, but both the knight commander and the mags came over to take a peek. Lord Percival, let me. With my earth magic I'll move these rocks in a matter of moments. The blonde girl looked pumped up. She was the earth specialist here and would finally have a moment to shine. Wait, if you use magic the path under us could give up, Silvio interjected rather quickly. It was a good idea which would probably hasten their progress. It was also very risky as the earth mage was limited in creating earth out of thin air. Certain spells could create earth like bullets, but they required a lot of mana. In this situation the girl would be shifting the existing earth to push the rocks out of the way. This could affect the foundation of this pathway which in effect could cause them to fall down to their doom. Yes, adventurer is right Lady Charlene, it could cause another rock slide. Lucille the frost mage backed up Silvio's proposition. The old man nodded his head as a thank you to the young lady while the blonde fummed a bit in disappointment. Very well, we will move the rocks out by hand then. Huh, why are you looking at me? Armand was leaning up against the wall while Silvio and Percival looked at him. Armand, there isn't enough space for the knights to go through. Korgak will help you. Korgak and Armand had the highest physical stats from the whole party here. The knights didn't compare to them either. There was just enough space for the two and they could just throw the boulders down into the chasm below. Ah, here, take this. Silvio handed Armand a pickaxe that they had brought along the trip. The porter that was with them had a large variety of tools including shovels. They were bought for just this sort of occasion. I'm getting paid extra for this, don't you forget it. Armand looked dejected at the fact that he would need to do this sort of work. Korgak on the other hand didn't seem to care as he started to pick up the rocks with his bare hands and toss them down into the hole below. He even started smiling at the large boulders that he threw. This is going to take a while. Yes, Roland answered while both him, Lobelia and the nun went back to give the two muscle men space. He was still holding onto the large magical rod which continued to exude cold energy. One person in particular saw this magical item that he previously didn't show off that much to her. So Wayland, what type of ice magic is that? Ah. He had talked with this girl about runes for some days now, but this didn't mean that he wanted to disclose all of his secrets. This rod was a spell structure that he himself created, and also had its own operating system that no one besides him or a runic mage would be able to activate correctly. It's just an altered chilling rune with a couple of other modifications. Where the blue-haired frost mage was, there was always Robert. Even when he was on guard duty, Roland could see his brother glancing at where this young woman was. It didn't take a genius to put two and two together. There was clearly something going in between these two. By how the girl sometimes looked to Robert it also seemed mutual. This was not really something that he cared about. The love life of his brother or any other person didn't matter one bit. The problem was that he was getting paid by this woman and also given runic research that he could not easily turn down. Due to this, he found it hard to be around her. Robert was constantly looking over his shoulder and was highly overprotective. Roland on the other hand acted suspiciously and never took his helmet down. He explained it by telling the two that he had a breathing condition and could not remove the helmet due to it. The lie seemed to have worked, but he feared that his brother would somehow find things out. He needed to get that research though, and as fast as he could. "We are almost through." Armand whipped the sweat from his eyebrow while tossing a large boulder to the side. Thanks to his enhanced stats, he didn't really feel that tired, and even the larger boulders weren't that much of a problem. Soon the other side could be seen and the path ahead of them looked clear, but then as everyone was chatting away, used to the lack of monsters, Silvio felt something. The Tier 3 adventurer's detection skills kicked in as he could feel something moving. "Wait, hurry up, we need to leave." He rushed over to Percival to tell him something while Roland started at the adverse reaction. It seemed that they were in trouble, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. There were no screaming monsters or any movement for now. Thus, to be sure, he took out his own detection device to see if there were any enemies around. After the initial look, he didn't see any red dots anywhere. Silvio continued to explain that they needed to hurry up though, which he took very seriously. "Agni, stay close to me, woof." The ruby wolf raised his nose up into the air while sniffing, but even he didn't see a problem anywhere, which caused him to just look at Roland with a vacant expression. It didn't seem that his canine companion could detect any danger yet. Then out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a red dot, then another one appeared, followed by many more. The dots just started increasing till they were hard to count. "What is this? But this is coming from..." He looked at a large rocky wall that connected to the ceiling above. The red dots were coming from this wall. Were there monsters behind it? Could this wall be hollow? No, it must be those. We need to move. The path wasn't fully opened up, but they needed to move forward. There was a little problem here. The group of nobles was not listening to Silvio's warnings. This blunder would cost them, as finally, a rumbling sound came from within these very walls. "What is that?" If it was only Roland's party, then they would have been fine, but with so many knights behind them, it would be troublesome. Roland moved his hand into his pouch and took out some card-sized scrolls and quickly ran towards the half-cleared path. "Huh, what are you doing?" Armand asked while being shoved to the side by Roland. "We don't have time, get back, I'm going to blow it away." "What? Are you crazy?" Armand protested, but Silvio somehow appeared right between the two men. "Do as he says, we need to get off this passage." Armand pulled away and nodded. He looked behind him and could see that the nobles were a bit in disarray. Percival did not give the order of blowing it up, but not like they had to listen to the knight commander if their life was at stake. "Get behind me, everyone!" Roland shouted while also taking out the large kite shield that he wore on his back. It was covered in runes, and on the inside was a vast array of mana stones. After placing the runic explosives that were just plain old runic scrolls, he jumped back and raised his shield. He injected mana into the structure and the shield lit up. A barrier made of blue energy pushed itself out from this shield and covered most of the area in front of Roland, while the people behind him covered up. Before Percival could shout, the runic scrolls detonated, causing a flash of fire. "What are you doing?" Percival shouted while covering himself up with his own shield. After the smoke had cleared, a passage wide enough for at least one person was blown through and the road ahead was open. The knight commander was not happy about getting ignored. He was about to give a peace of mind to this party of adventurers that were ignoring his orders. Before he could do that, a strange rattling sound was heard by him, which caused his gaze to wander towards the chasm below. "What is that?" A strange worm-like creature was spotted by him and the other knights. It just appeared out of the wall and flew down into the chasm while gnashing its teeth. Soon enough more of these strange creatures started to appear and they were burrowing through the walls. "Volcanic worms, we must flee. They can tunnel through hard rocks." These monsters started to appear from below them, but soon enough one appeared out of the wall beside one of the knights. The creature had no eyes and wasn't that large. No one here would have a problem killing one of these creatures, but that wasn't the problem. There were just too many of them. It looked like an avalanche. Most of them appeared right below them while others from above. Many of these volcanic worms just fell down into the chasm, but others made their way towards the party of people below. The moment they spotted other living beings, they attacked. The knights had never seen something like this before, so they started to panic. Percival shouted out orders and somehow managed to get them in line. They all pushed towards the opening with the adventurer party moving first. On the other side, Silvio and Lobelia gave the knights range support. Roland also joined in by sending arrows made from ice towards the monsters. This didn't even put a dent in their numbers and they continued to burst through the rocky wall. Luck was not something Roland was known for, and this time around it would prove his weakness once again. He wouldn't be the only one though, as at a certain point the large volcanic worms burst through the nearby rock. Lucille the Frost Mage was the unlucky person hit by this pile of creatures, which sent her tumbling down the chasm. Robert quickly followed suit. His attempt of saving the young woman was ineffective as he fell down right after. Before he knew it, Roland was also feeling gravity pulling him down as a massive pile of rocks and monsters connected with him from the side. Why always me? That was what he thought before falling down the cliff along with his tamed beast that for some reason decided to jump right after him. Chapter 121. Goddamit, what is this situation, Sir Robert? Please don't let go. Lady Lucille. Please remain calm. Grrrr. Roland was pushed down from the ledge and fallen along with his brother and the blue-haired Frost Mage. He managed to lodge his thick iron staff into the side of this chasm while also grabbing Robert's foot with one hand. Robert was now dangling upside down while also grasping Lady Lucille's hand. There was also a fourth person here, Agni. Roland's tamed beast jumped right after his master into the large pit below. He somehow managed to grasp one of Roland's ankles with his muzzle and was now also dangling around. Stop squirming around all of you or we will fall, he shouted at the two below him as the piece of metal that he shoved into the side of this rock was already twitching from the weight. There was no way that anyone from above will come to save them, so it was up to him to do something about it. Is there somewhere? Wait, what is that? While examining the situation he noticed something in the distance. There wasn't much light here, so he quickly activated his helmet's night sight spell. Thanks to it he could see a somewhat larger opening in the wall. It might have been a natural cave or one made by the volcanic worm creatures. The important part was that it would allow them to stand. There is a cave there, but it's about 50 meters away from us. 50 meters? We will never make it. Robert replied while sweating. There was no way of him being able to do anything here. He could only see Lucille's scared face and behind her the dark unknown abyss. Okay, hold on, I'll make a platform. Roland on the other hand had ways of getting all four of them out of this predicament. He had no knowledge of spells that could make people float, so he went with a different option. His free foot was raised up and he was just close enough to the wall to touch it. He risked losing his grip while doing this, but there was no other way. The two people below him shook around and the woman started screaming, but after an orange flash of light, she started to quiet down. By pressing his foot against the wall, Roland activated one of his attacking spells, the one that could produce spikes made from hard rocks. On the fly, he altered the runic code slightly to make these spikes wider and girthier. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 smaller platforms sprung up in a matter of seconds. He aimed them directly under the group of people hanging. He wasn't sure how many he needed to support all of their weight, but he would figure it out the hard way. His magical rod started bending down and the rocks it was slammed into finally gave out. No. Lucille screamed as she felt gravity taking over once again. Robert on the other hand quickly yanked the woman upwards while trying to shield her from any harm. The fall wasn't steep now though, as both of them landed on the platform that Roland created with his earth spell. Roland inserted his staff into the rocks once more while also pulling Agni up and placing him over his shoulder. The two slid down some more and also safely landed on this pile of rocks that he magically created. It's holding. He let out a sigh of relief as the ground under them was able to sustain their weight. Agni. Roland called out to his ruby wolf that was now somehow clinging to his shoulder. Agni, even without being given the order, knew what he was supposed to do. The small gem that was on his forehead quickly lit up to show everyone the way. What was revealed to both of them was Lucille, who was clinging like a chimp to Robert's chest. It looked like the young girl had closed her eyes and even now was trembling from fright. Robert on the other hand had also plunged his sword into the wall for some added support as he mimicked Roland. Wait a moment, I will create more platforms, we must get to that cave there. Roland pointed into the distance and now thanks to Agni's light even Robert could see the opening. The walls were also covered with many smaller exit holes that were probably made by those monsters. It seemed that there were no more volcanic worms out here anymore, which would allow them to safely reach that cave. Please do. Surprisingly, Robert just nodded while moving himself out of the way. He clung to the wall with the woman in his arms. It seemed that he knew that he needed to rely on Roland's magic. And Lucille didn't look like someone that could help them as she was still panicking. It was up to Roland to get them out of this predicament. This time around it wasn't his foot but his hand. His armor didn't need to have specific spells placed on them anymore. Now, after figuring out the runic programming language, he was able to customize his armor even more. The main runic structures were all in the chest area, while his hands and legs were used to discharge the spells. He could activate any of them from any extremity. He just needed to activate the correct executable in his pre-made program. Thus, after placing his palm on the wall, more platforms started to appear. There was some space between them, as they were just made for them to walk to the other side. "Let's go," Robert nodded while Roland moved first. The knight carried the shaky mage girl in his arms, while Roland created more platforms for them on the way towards the cave opening. In about 10 minutes of slow walking, they finally made it and ducked inside of this unlit cave. Woof! Agni flopped his tongue out while also jumping down. He sniffed the air around and informed Roland that he could not detect any danger. "This cave. It doesn't look like it was made by those monsters." Roland quickly examined the walls in here. They didn't look to have been dug by the monsters. The ceiling here reached up to about 5 meters and the width was about 3. It was quite the spacious cavern, and all of them could fit in it nicely. "Are you two?" Roland turned around as he didn't get a reply. "Please give her some time," Robert replied while giving Roland a stern look. Lucille looked quite shaken up from this fall that almost killed her. It was a natural response to something like this, he had almost forgotten. This woman was a sheltered noble lady. This was probably the first time her life was at risk. He nodded while Robert carried her further into the cave. "Agni, stay with them." After leaving the light source with them, Roland moved to where the cavern started. He looked down, and even with his night vision on, he could not see an ending in sight. When he looked up, he could also not see anything past a certain point. How far did we fall? He had panicked a bit after getting shoved into the pit. Due to this, his perception of time had been skewed. If he knew that, he could calculate how far they went down. "Can anyone hear me?" Roland moved his hands to his mouth and shouted out. His voice echoed through this chasm, but he did not get a reply. "Hello?" He shouted a few more times, but he did not get a reply back. Silvio, with his enhanced senses, might have been able to hear them, but he, on the other hand, could not. While pointing up with one of his fingers, a bolt of light energy appeared. He shot it up into the sky and could see the place lighting up. His spell traveled up and up before finally dimming and it coming undone. He did the light signals a couple of times before stopping, but even when waiting, he could not see anyone replying. If the party couldn't hear or see the flashes of light up there, they might have fallen in too deep. "How are you?" Roland returned into the cave and he could see Lucille leaning up against the wall. "So Wayland, I'm fine now." Robert was right next to her along with Agni. "I'm not sure if they could hear me. I don't see any way up or down either." There were a couple of options here. They could try climbing up by Roland creating small platforms for them to stand on. His mana wouldn't last long though. He would probably have more luck going up himself and leaving those two behind here. The other option was to just wait. Maybe someone would see the light signals or hear them shouting for help. They didn't know if the others even made it out alive. Everyone could have very well fallen down into this deep chasm. Then there was the third option, going deeper into the cave. It might connect to a secret unmapped path through which they could get out. For this decision to be made, they needed more information, but contacting the others would be paramount. "Any injuries?" "No, Sir Wayland, I'm fine." "And you?" Roland turned to Robert, who looked as grumpy as ever. "I'm fine." "Adventurer, do you know where we are?" "No, this is a portion of the dungeon that has not been mapped before. There is no way for me to know where this cave leads either. If we could contact my party members, maybe we could get some help." Robert nodded while Roland grabbed his heavy staff. He looked to it and to the walls. There was a certain code similar to Morse code in this world. Maybe if he tapped the walls here, the sound would travel far enough for Silvio to notice it. He believed that that man would probably know the code and maybe even be able to hear it with his enhanced senses. Contact them. Before he could go forward with his plan, Lucille called out to him. "Yes, we need to see if they are alive. They might be able to organize a rescue party if they know our location." Give me a moment, Sir Wayland." Lucille looked like she remembered something. The woman still had her spatial satchel strapped to the side and she moved her hand into it. After a moment she pulled out a crystal ball. "Is that?" "Yes, it is." Lucille nodded and Roland nodded back. Robert, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes at the ball, not knowing what the thing was. Excuse me, Sir Robert, this is a transmission stone." Lady Charlene has a similar one, I should be able to talk to her with it. Give me a moment to set it up. The young frost mage got to work. Agni helped out by lighting the way. The girl needed to draw a magic circle around this magical device to activate it. Roland paid attention to the drawing and was sure to glance at the item that she was holding. Regretfully, it was not a runic item of any sort. It seemed to use the enchanting language instead, and this was probably why it also required an outside magic circle for it to function. With not much else to do, he decided to glance at his brother's status screen. With his level eclipsing his and his analyzing skill gaining some levels, he was even able to see his full stats. The only thing he could not see were the skills that he managed to learn through the years. Name: Robert Arden. L56 classes: T1 Warrior L25, X, T1 Squire L25, Secondary, T2 Sword Knight L6, Main. HP 1965 and 1965 MP 639, 639 SP 2564, 2564 Strength 75 Agility 45 Dexterity 40 Vitality 70 Endurance 73 Intelligence 27 Willpower 39 Charisma 16 Luck 17 Strength, Vitality, and Endurance were his main three stats. Robert's strength was even above Roland's, even though he out-leveled his brother by over 20 levels. This was mostly due to Roland's 50 levels of both Mage and Runic Mana Scribe. Both those classes mostly added to his willpower and intelligence stat while ignoring his physical stats. Even though his strength was 4 points below Robert's, he was still stronger. This was all thanks to his Lord class. Robert's Tier 2 multiplier was only 1.5 while Roland's was 2. With the multiplier, Robert's strength would come out to 112, 5 points. Roland, on the other hand, with his 71 points in strength, would have 142 points in it. The class that he received was truly prestigious and gave him a big advantage over Tier 2 classes. Robert would need another 20 strength to equal things out. Raw stats weren't everything though. Physical classes also possessed skills that could boost their attacks and multiply them even further. Just like Armand was able to temporarily give himself a boost, a sword knight with a proper sword would not be an easy target to defeat. Lucille, on the other hand, would remain a mystery. He could not examine her stats at all as he could only see question marks everywhere. It was clear that the girl was wearing some kind of item that was blocking his identifying attempts. There, it's done. Another 10 minutes passed, and even when listening in, there was nothing but howling winds coming from outside. They were still at the entrance of the cave. Wandering deeper into it was not yet an option. Lady Lucille, will this really work? It should. I hope Lady Charlene is okay. Roland went quiet for now. He knew some basics about this crystal ball. He was worried a bit that it wouldn't be able to reach outside the dungeon. For some reason, all types of communication devices would not connect to any people outside of the dungeon. Thus this Lady Charlene would probably be the only person able to receive this message. Lady Charlene, can you hear me? The small crystal sphere began glowing in blue light and the magic circle around it activated nicely. After a minute of trying, there was no reply, but Lucille wasn't yet worried. This could take a while. She will need to create a similar magic circle, but she should be notified about our existence. She replied while keeping her eyes on the crystal ball. Roland only nodded and moved a bit towards the insides of the cave without moving too far away from the magical circle. With his night vision, he could see further than what the dim light from Agni's forehead was showing them. He could see that this cave went on for quite a bit as the tunnel continued before turning a corner. Roland pulled out his own magical mapping device and gave it a go. With it, he could see that there were some red dots further inside. The dots representing monsters weren't moving in any particular direction, which told him that they weren't aware of their existence just yet. Luke, I'm here. Can you hear me? Suddenly he heard the blue-haired lady's ecstatic voice. After returning to the communication device, he could see the Earth Mage appearing on the small crystal orb. By the gods, you are alive. I was sure that you fell to your death. There was some static at first, but soon the audio became clearer and it was not possible to converse with Lady Charlene. Though the blonde girl was quickly pushed to the side by the commander Lord Percival. Lady Lucille, where are you? How did you survive? Can you tell us where you are? The young man looked a bit frantic for some reason as he asked all the questions that Lucille tried to answer. She gave him a quick recount of the situation about how Roland managed to catch them and that they were in some cave. The adventurer. I'll be sure to reward him when he comes back. Lady Lucille, could you ask if they heard or saw my magic?
Ah, of course, Sir Wayland.
Lucille explained Roland's attempts at contacting them by making a lot of noise, but Percival denied hearing anything. There was also another problem. The Knight Commander explained that they had to move from the path as it had partially collapsed afterward. It was a miracle that all of the knights and adventurers were still alive. Roland could only blame his bad luck that he was tossed down while everyone else somehow remained on top. It seemed that they would not be able to climb back up, at least not until a rescue party was formed that could climb down. Please be assured, Lady Lucille, I will do everything in my power to get you home safely. The conversation continued for a while before the communication device needed to be shut off. This type of item needed to cool down after each usage. What should we do now? Lucille asked while looking at Robert and then to Roland that was deep in thought. Don't worry, Lady Lucille, I will protect you with my life. Robert took this chance to reassure the lady once more. She just smiled and nodded. Roland on the other hand looked at his bags of holding. Let me ask you, do you have any food in your travel bags?
Food?
The porters were tasked to carry it, the girl replied. Robert as well shook his head. None of them were adventurers, so they let the servants worry about the food. I thought so. Think we will have to see what this cave has to offer. Roland looked into the dark depths of this cave knowing well that monsters were waiting inside. Chapter 122. Cling clang phew, it's done. A certain half-dwarf looked at a piece of armor that he had created. He placed it to the side while grabbing a small monocle. After holding it out in front of the item that he made, he could see floating words above it. Good, next I'll make the greave, then it will be time for the pole-in. But first things first. Banir stepped out of the secret workshop and sat himself down on a wooden rocking chair that he made himself. In his hand was a dark bottle filled with beer he had previously brought over. Thanks to Roland's runic fridge, he was even able to keep it cool through the day. Working for a runesmith sure is great. He cheered to himself while taking a swig. It had been about a week since his boss had gone out on the expedition. From what he knew, it would last for at least 2 more weeks before they returned, so he had the whole place to himself. Should I bring that girl over? Banir smirked a bit after remembering a certain waitress that he met at the local tavern. She was a similar mix to his own race and he was getting good vibes. Then he recalled his young boss and how he had told him that he would know if there were other people here. Bringing over guests that he did not approve of was strictly forbidden. A wench is not worth losing this job over. The idea was quickly shelved after he remembered the previous months. He was finally able to reach a Tier 2 class and the future looked bright. What if his boss decided to kick him to the curb after finding some knickers stashed behind the couch? I need to finish this armor before he comes back. With runes on it will sell for a high price. Since Roland had gone away, Banir had been busy with work. He didn't sleep much and the drinking of alcohol had also gone down slightly. His intent was to surprise his boss with an intermediate deep steel suit of armor of his own making. From his calculations and current speed, he would have it ready in about 10 days. His fast pace was all thanks to several runic tools that he was able to use now. Soon he was back at it, but unbeknownst to him, he was being watched by an unknown guest. A shadowy figure was hidden away upon a faraway tree. He had a portable telescope in hand and was looking through it at the only person present in the walled-off house. The person on a tree continued to watch until the half-dwarf ducked back into the house before leaving. At a steady pace, he returned to the city and headed over to the part of town that Roland had his second run-in with Armand. In a similar-looking establishment, he found a group of 3 people sitting at a table. Okay, what did you find out? One of the men asked, as I suspected he is living by himself there, no signs of that Wayland character. How about you? The man answered while all of the people present here smirked. Yeah, I've dug up some information from the guild. Listen to this. A week ago a large expedition into the dungeon was started. It wasn't officially posted, but that bastard should be gone for another week or 2, so, are we going to move? I've heard things about that Wayland. Remember the boys from Dread End? No one has heard from them ever since they tousled with that guy. He even broke their legs. Another person from the group commented while downing an alcoholic drink. Yeah, if we do this, we will have to skip town. The guild is also getting involved with him. I agree, there might not be a chance like this ever again. He must have many magical contraptions stashed away along with gold. We can leave the island and sell them off at the mainland guilds. That will be best, the guild doesn't have a strong presence here yet, we can always come back later when things calm down. We need to prepare the escape route first, check when the ships are leaving, we'll then join the caravan and head to the port town. The group of 4 chatted for a bit more before leaving. Their faces were covered by robes so no one could really get a good look at them. Even without it, most people knew to evade these thieving types that could slit your throat for a silver coin. We should have enough water to last us for a while. Roland showed off a leather water container that he brought onto the trip. It was a regular spatial bag that was filled with only water. Thanks to the spatial magic, the amount of water that it could contain was truly immense. As for food, it's mostly bread and dried meat. On the other hand, the rations of food would be limited. He only had an emergency portion for himself while most of the rest was left with the porters. Oh my, what will we do? Lucille panicked a little bit. The group of 3 and a wolf were now around each other. Roland had asked them about their belongings as they might have to stay in this cave for a while. Don't worry my lady, you can have my share. Robert quickly replied while Roland rolled his eyes. He was the only one with any food or water, but his older brother didn't even think about asking for it. It was as if it was a given that he would need to share it with the group of 3. It's Sir Wayland's food, he should decide. On the other hand, this girl had more sense. He was even questioning her noble roots. She didn't act as one of those stuck-up girls that he saw on some of the noble get-togethers he had to attend. Most of them were more similar to the young woman that liked to stick close to Percival. Before we divide anything, we need to decide if we are moving or staying. There are monsters inside, they could also be a source of nutrients. Even though most people didn't eat monster meat, it didn't mean it was not possible. Most monsters were just too wiry, some poisonous and some not even made from flesh in the first place. If they found any monsters that could be eaten, remained to be seen. Monsters inside? Shouldn't we just wait for the rescue party? Sir Robert? She looked to Robert, who looked a bit troubled. None of them had much experience with dungeons. Lady Lucille. I'm not sure if they can form a rescue party this fast, we might have to remain here for many days. Roland was a bit surprised that Robert didn't sugarcoat it, but this would hasten the process. He is right, the main camping area wasn't that far from that location. They will probably return there and have some of my party members go through the lava lake. Roland wasn't sure if the exam would be abandoned just like that. Now with the important noble lady trapped here, they would probably send for help but might also remain here and wait. They had all the provisions so they could wait it out till a proper rescue party formed from the adventurers outside. How long will that take, Sir Wayland? How long? If they are fast, 3 to 4 days, if not it could take weeks. Finding adventurers that can climb the chasm down won't be that easy. They might have to bring a specialist from an outside town, which might push the rescue operation further back. He continued talking, and with each theory, the rescue became farther and farther away. In a worst-case scenario, they could be stuck here for even a month. With only food for a couple of days, it would be hard not to starve. Roland and Robert had higher vitality stats than Lucille, which would allow them both to last longer than the mage. She on the other hand would feel it the worst. Then there was also the hot stuffy air which only made them sweat. This would make them lose precious water and also salt plus minerals with it. Sir Robert. I think Sir Wayland should make the decision. Lady Lucille? He has the most experience from all of us and we would have died if he didn't rescue us. I just froze. Lucille dropped her head in shame as she recalled her clinging to Robert while they were outside of the cliff. If that is what the lady wishes, Robert looked at Roland in a strange way. These were not the eyes of the young boy that liked to punch him whenever they came across each other. Then he did something even more unexpected by walking forward and bowing. As a knight of Arden, I must thank you for saving the lady and myself. We from the Arden estate always repay our dues. Ah, me too. Lucille for some reason moved right next to Roland and started bowing as well. These two were truly strange. They did not know his noble roots, yet they still lowered their heads. This was something unfathomable, even less for someone like this lady who was from a Viscount family and was also a magician. You don't need to bow. I'm just following my contract. Roland coughed into his palm awkwardly and quickly turned around. The detection device that he previously used was still in one of his hands. He tried to forget about the embarrassing situation by activating it. This item didn't go unnoticed as Lucille quickly looked over his shoulder. What she saw was an illuminated map of some sorts with various dots of different coloring. Oh, what is that, Sir Wayland? Ah, it's just the map of this area. Do you see the red dots? Those are monsters. He gave her a short explanation of this map while also pointing that not far from here there was some kind of monster lurking. There weren't that many red dots there, only 2. This also meant that the swarm of volcanic worms was not here. Monsters? Where are they? Robert on the other hand looked at the map but then quickly moved in front of the 2. He looked into the dimly illuminated cavern by Agni's forehead gem. The monsters haven't noticed us yet. We should be able to surprise them, but first, tell me about your weapons. Roland could see that Robert was missing his shield. He only had a one-handed sword with him along with a hidden dagger as a backup weapon. Their frost mage had lost her main magical staff during the fall, but her satchel was still there. In it, she had some magical items along with potions and a backup one-handed rod. Roland even contemplated giving her his oversized rod of frost magic, but due to the peculiar operating system it was running on, it would be hard to control for anyone other than him. Let us head out. For now, Robert and Roland both stayed in the front while Agni was given guard duty with Lucille. The Ruby Wolf was tasked to make noise if he spotted anything creeping up from behind. Even though this was still only a one-way cave, it didn't mean that monsters couldn't burrow through the walls or use some sort of stealth skills. Lucille was given Roland's mapping sphere as he had to pay attention. Looks like it's a volcanic variant of a scolopendra. Roland peeked out of the corner and saw an insect-like creature that looked close to what a centipede would look like. Its hide was covered in dark red carapace and it had many legs. These types of monsters can't see well, watch out for their spit. It's hot magma. The common variant of this tier 2 monster mostly spat out poison at their opponents. This poison, if inhaled, would slowly seep into their victim's body, rendering them immobile. Thus it was quite the troublesome creature. Luckily this volcanic cousin didn't possess this attribute. There are 2 of them. Stand back for a moment. When I give the signal, we'll attack together. So Robert was it? His true identity wasn't revealed yet and he was still resolute in keeping it this way. Robert only nodded at the question while slowly moving his sword into position. Roland grasped his magical rod and pointed it at the creatures. They had remained silent, so they hadn't been spotted quite yet. This monster was practically blind and would mostly use its antennae to locate its prey. Soon it felt something, but it was too late as a basketball-sized ball of ice collided with its head. The monster didn't suffer much damage from the ball of ice, but was rendered paralyzed due to the sudden drop in temperature. Its friend that was to the side suffered the same fate. Now, Robert and Roland dived in for the kill. Roland switched out from his magical rod to the arming sword that was attached to his hip. Both of them quickly severed the insects' heads in one strong slash, killing them instantly. The 2 men didn't drop their guard just yet as they observed the surroundings. Luckily for them, Roland's detection device was working as intended and now the 2 red dots were gone and no monsters remained. Good work, Sir Robert, Sir Wayland. Robert smiled at Lucille that peeked her head out of the corner while Roland just nodded his head. He pushed the creature over with his rod and looked at the spot that he cut off its head. Don't think this one's edible. The 2 nobles looked like he was a madman for even considering such a thing, but they didn't voice their thoughts. There was one member from the party that saw this as an opportunity to feast. Woof. You sure you want to eat that? Go ahead then. Agni started nibbling on the monster meat that was now exposed after the slicing. Everyone looked at the Ruby Wolf with slight disgust after witnessing him feasting on giant insect remains. At least this meant that they had one less mouth to feed. The wolf would even be able to consume raw monster bodies to sustain himself. That spot is, so you can tell? Lucille, being a mage, had the mana sense skill as well. She could clearly tell where the mana stones were hidden inside of the monster's remains. Agni could do this as well and he was in the process of devouring one of the mana stones as they were speaking. It's a special skill he developed. He can't eat too many of those stones though. Fascinating. Robert looked between the 2 without knowing what they were talking about. Before he could mope for being left out of the conversation, they continued deeper into the cave. The plan was to see if it led anywhere with an exit while remaining vigilant. They scouted further into the cave. After about 200 meters, they came across more monsters. This time around it was a strange slug-like creature that was crawling on the ceiling. It had a red tint to it and the mucus it was soaked in looked quite hot. Like the other monsters in here, it could not handle ice magic at all, dropping dead after a single hit from an ice ball. Thanks to Roland's detection device, they were able to avoid any hidden monsters and luckily no traps were along the way either. After 15 minutes of walking, all of them halted. In the distance, they saw some kind of strange light. It looked green at first, but then switched to blue. It was in the distance and the mapping device showed a larger open area there, along with a couple of red dots. It looked like a more open battle was approaching them with more enemies this time around. Roland stopped in his tracks and looked to Robert, and after a moment of silence, he handed him his runic shield that he wore on his back. Here, it's set to an ice shield if you activate it. Ah, you have my thanks. Robert had lost his shield during the fall, and with only a one-handed blade he would not be at his best. Roland on the other hand had his magical rod along with his sword, plus his armor that could also cast some shielding spells. Before entering they quickly discussed the combat strategy, then they headed towards the light. Maybe after arriving in that bright room they would be able to figure out where they dropped down to. Chapter 123. Roland glanced at the inside of the strangely lit up room. In it, he spotted a ruby variant of the volcanic salamander as well as some other monsters. How many enemies? Robert asked while getting ready for some monster slaying. There are 6. I saw 2 of those scolopendra crawlers around, Roland explained to his impromptu party. His detection device showed 6 monsters hiding in the open cavern. He took a peek outside to see the closest monster nearby. To his surprise, it was a rare variant of the volcanic salamander. The rest were creepy insect types that were even crawling on the ceiling. So Robert, can you be the vanguard? Roland asked while Robert nodded without even complaining. He feared that he would have a repeat of what happened during the bandit attack all those years ago. This wasn't the first noble lady and her knight that he was teaming up with. Robert didn't seem overprotective of Lady Lucille, it seemed that he had some trust in her magical abilities. I'll be right behind you then, and Lady Lucille give us some ranged support if you can. Leave it to me, Sir Wayland. Stay safe Lady Lucille, if something happens just run. Robert turned to the ice mage, the woman just nodded while also replying, don't worry Sir Robert, I'll be fine, Sir Wayland's tamed beast will protect me. Agni moved his snout up high, it was as if he was saying leave it up to me. This ruby wolf was the weakest member of the party but he could at least stall some of the monsters. This could give Lucille precious time to finish an incantation and land a finishing blow. The plan was to use ranged attacks. Robert was the only person who lacked those capabilities. He was tasked to keep the monsters from getting past him while Roland and Lucille pelted them with spells. Everyone ready? Lucille and Robert nodded at Roland's question and they entered the strangely lit cavern. It was of moderate size with about 100 meters in length with 50 in width. The ceiling was quite high, over 10 meters. The layout was also quite peculiar as there were many glowing gemstones everywhere. Even before entering, Roland and Lucille could feel the mana concentration spike. The light was coming from these crystals that hang down from the ceiling like stalactites. There were small holes in the walls with enough size for the centipede and slug-like monsters to crawl from. Along with them, there was also one pool of lava in the middle, probably through which the ruby salamander came through. Mana, source of all power, heed my call. The battle started with Lucille beginning her incantation. She was quite speedy with her words, much faster than Roland ever was when he was still training his magecraft. Even with that, Roland only needed to raise his magical rod to produce a burst of cold energy. This was a spell called Icicle Rain. It created many small sharp icicles that would fly in a burst of cold air in a wide area. These creatures would all lose some of their bodily functions when exposed to freezing temperatures. The best way to do this was with an area of effect spell. The open cavern had a small lava pool in the middle which would make this process more difficult. It was also closed off from most sides and the area was limited, which gave this strategy some validity. Roland kept spraying cold air and icicles in all directions while Robert guarded him. Lady Lucille managed to finish her incantation. The spell she used sprayed cold energy along with snow in all directions, cone of cold. The monsters that were here were a bit slow to react as the party of adventurers was not aiming at them directly. The red scolopendra crawlers started wiggling around as they felt the shift in temperature. By instinct, they started to back away from the source of this cold energy. 2 slug-like creatures that were hanging on some of the stalactites started compressing into themselves while falling down. The ruby salamander reacted as well, but instead of attacking it started retreating away towards the nearby lava pool. No, you don't. Roland quickly reacted by sending an ice arrow towards the fleeing monster. It could not escape them, it was far too valuable and needed to be stopped before it could flee. The ice arrow connected with the creature's leg, It went right through those red gems while freezing the entire leg in place. Roland's high intelligence stat, paired with his high-grade rune weapons, was not something that a creature of this level could hope to resist. The ruby salamander gave out a maddened shout while turning its head towards the person that injured it. It opened its mouth wide, soon a wide-range flaming attack was produced and headed right towards its attacker. This was the moment that Robert was waiting for. With his shield forward, he jumped between Roland and the salamander's flame breath. The runic shield that was given to him produced a blue light. The blue light began glowing brighter before expanding outwardly into a frozen block of ice. This block of ice took the form of the kite shield with which the flame breath collided with. The runic shield kept radiating cold, which successfully doused the flames without letting any heat past. Roland used this chance to take aim once more, this time blasting the ruby salamander with more freezing arrows. The monster's body was soon covered in icicles and it stopped moving altogether. Knowing magic sure is handy, he looked around the now frosted-over cavern. The other insect monsters weren't looking so great after he and Lucille lowered the temperature in this room. He could even see Robert shivering from the cold. The rest of the battle was quite uneventful as they went around and finished the paralyzed monsters off. Think that was all of them. Let me check. Before pulling out his detection device, he took some time to look around. It didn't seem that there were any more hidden enemies around now, and that was soon confirmed with the help of his magical item. Thanks to the pool of lava in the middle, the ice began to quickly melt. Even with that, it would take some time, and thanks to this the party of 3 and a pup could cool down. What is this place? Lucille commented after stepping into the cavern. Robert was quick to come over in fear of any monsters popping up. The mana in here is strange. Those crystals, are they Elekin's crystals? Both Roland and Lucille could feel that large quantities of mana radiating from some of the glowing gems in this cavern. They seemed to be crystallized forms of the mana fluid used to power magical items. There were quite a few of them in this cavern and would probably be worth a lot of gold. Roland leaned down to grasp one of these crystals. They looked like blue gems but were much softer. When applying too much force they would break easily and even turn to liquid when used as fuel after a while. From what Roland knew, the harder the crystal the more mana could be stored in it. I could probably stick one of these into a golem. Wonder how long it would last. Golems, just like any other magical item, required a power source. This would be either something like Elekin's fluid or a magician using their own mana. Roland was trying to develop his own batteries that would use his old world knowledge, but this would work just as well. This wasn't all there was to this cave. After some of the frost had melted, he spotted some other strange-looking rocks. One of them was quite red and had some metallic luster to it. Could this be? He spoke out without noticing, which brought the attention of his 2 noble companions. They saw him taking out his runesmithing hammer along with a chisel. Did you find something, sir? Wayland? Lucille asked, but didn't get much of an answer as Roland was busy hammering a spot in the ground. After a moment they saw him pulling out some kind of reddish rock. What is that, sir? Wayland? Oh, excuse me. Roland was finally able to snap out of his trance. He was somewhat shocked that he managed to find something like this here. If I'm not mistaken, this is red mithril. Red mithril? Lucille, who was interested in magical items and also runes, was aware of the qualities of this ore. Robert, on the other hand, looked at the shiny rock. He was aware of the regular silver variant of this ore, but had not heard of the red one. Yes, it has the same qualities to usual mithril, but due to absorbing fire elemental mana for many generations, it is also fully fire resistant, Roland explained while looking at the rock. There was more of it here. If he managed to fashion his entire armor out of this metal, he would probably be able to even dive in the lava pools. The metal fully blocked any heat from going past it. It was also lighter than deep steel. What some craftsmen did was to graft thinner sheets of this metal over other heavier alloys. Even a thin layer of this metal would be more resistant to cutting than a thick deep steel one. It was done this way as mithril was quite rare and a thin armor made from it would still bend a lot. Thus it needed to be placed over something that would keep its form in place. Due to this, quite a few craftsmen used the brigandine design to go with this fantasy metal. Then there were some other metals it could be mixed with to get a good result. Wait, isn't that? A sound of a rock hitting the ground echoed through this cavern as Roland saw something in the distance. He quickly ran up to the wall with some more. There he saw a blue-grayish ore that was next to one of the mana crystals. The 2 minerals were somewhat interacting with each other, which brought it to his attention. This might be Ethereum. Ethereum? The metal they use for making magic tower cores? Lucille was quick to follow after Roland. Robert did the same. While the two magicians continued to talk about magical items, he was busy keeping an eye out for monsters. The same. Its magical absorbing properties are paramount, the runes on it will very rarely deteriorate. Even though this metal wasn't all that resistant and soft, it was still something runesmiths craved. It could be mixed with all the various minerals to produce the best runic or enchanted gear. With an Ethereum alloy mixture, the runic structures even up to tier 3 would almost never deteriorate. Roland took out his hammer and chisel and started to hit the walls like a madman. His rush to get the metal was halted by a hand that belonged to Robert. Huh? You are making too much noise, what if the monsters hear us? He was snapped back to reality by his older brother. The sight of a precious metal that could help him create superior weapons and armor made him forget about the situation they were in. Even though this was a treasure trove filled with precious metals and magic crystals, they were useless to him if he couldn't use them. I'm sorry. Roland placed the hammer and chisel back into his spatial bag before stepping away from the rocky wall. There were other various metals that he couldn't identify just yet, but they would need to wait. First, they needed to get out of here. If there was no way connecting to the rest of the dungeon, then he would not be able to use these ores anyway. Right. We should see if we have really cleared this chamber. Let us stay close together, try not to touch any strange things. We are still in a dungeon, there could be traps. Agni, go check. Roland called Agni over, that at this point had gained some detection skills. With them, he could at least point them to any regular traps and even magical ones, as he did possess the mana sense skill. The group started to slowly move around the cave once more, this time looking at the walls more thoroughly. I was sure that there was a passage somewhere. Roland remembered seeing a larger tunnel leading out of this section of the cavern when looking at his detection device. It was able to show a small minimap-like area in holographic form. After coming in here, he couldn't see any paths leading out. There were some smaller holes in the walls of the ceiling, but not large enough for them to crawl through. Some of those bug-like monsters must have gotten in through those while the salamander swam in through the pool. No one of them could swim out through this lava to see where it came out, not even Agni that had the highest fire resistance here. After going around a few times, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There were no traps or any more monsters here. The cavern was still filled with magic crystals and rare metals that were waiting to be mined. This was something that he was very much interested in, but first, he needed to survive. Roland took out his orb and injected some of the mana into it. The holographic map showed up, but it was flickering on and off as if there was something interfering with it. Strange. During the flickering, he saw something that looked like a path, but that spot was blocked by a wall. Did you find something, Sir Wayland? Lucille commented while Robert also chimed in. I don't see anything here. Roland looked at this wall as he moved closer. He remembered that there were many paths that he could open thanks to his debugging skill, thus he activated it. Jackpot. He saw a familiar runic structure like in all the other secret rooms that he discovered. Thus he leaned up and injected some of his mana into this structure to make it move. Huh? Robert jumped back with the shield raised as he heard the wall rumbling. Soon a small opening appeared just large enough for someone of Roland's size to go through it. After removing his hand, the opening closed up once more and he took a step back. Sir Wayland? This is a dungeon, there are similar hidden paths scattered around. Luckily I know the way of opening them. He didn't really want to disclose that they were based on runes. If word got out, other runesmiths might be commissioned to open these hidden treasure troves. This one, for instance, he would like to keep for himself. The metal ores would be a big help for his future creations. Oh? How did you do it? Are there runes involved? I think we should do something about our food shortage. It seemed that the girl was fast on the uptake, so he tried to shift the conversation in another direction. He turned around and started walking towards the dead monster. The salamander? Robert asked while looking at the partially frozen monster. Yes, its meat is edible, we can roast it at the lava pool. His party had already tried eating the volcanic salamander variant. This one would not taste much different, they just needed to remove the outer shell to get to the juicy meat inside. You expect the lady to eat monster meat? Are you mad? Robert looked at the killed ruby salamander that was in the process of being sniffed by Agni. The lady in question looked at the dead monster and backed away while holding her hand over her mouth. It seemed that neither of his two new companions were too keen on eating this dead salamander. Do you have any better ideas? My rations won't last us more than a few days and we could be stuck here for weeks. Without waiting for a reply, Roland moved over to the partially frozen monster. He was not a specialist at cooking or dismembering monsters for parts. Banir mostly took care of that part, but he had seen him and others do it. It would be a bit troublesome, but he knew how to prepare the meat. If Sir Wayland thinks so, maybe we should consider it. But what if you get sick? What if that meat is poisonous? Robert replied while looking at Roland that was now busy cutting up the monster carcass. While listening to the conversation he turned to his older brother. Didn't you learn about this at your night school? Monster meat is edible, unless it's a poisonous type it's mostly safe. It didn't seem like these noble types were taught any real-life survival skills for these types of situations. The lady here was stuck with her nose deep in books while the knight was mostly interested in swinging his sword. It seemed that they only focused on the things that their classes were good at and weren't interested in much beyond that. I'll try it first if you are afraid. We need to take the meat with us. This will be a good place to take a break before we move. There is only one way out and it's blocked. There were 2 passages leading into this cavern. One through they came in and the other the one locked behind a runic lock. There were still the smaller openings through which the monsters could crawl in and the lava pool. He and Robert would need to keep watch while the lady rested. She looked quite tired, her vitality being drained during the walk and fight. Chapter 124. The sounds of hammering metal were heard in the dim-lit room. Each time the hammer descended on the heated steel plate it produced more sparks that brightened this workshop. Banir was at it again. This time around he had moved up to the upper body part. He used his tongs to place the piece of metal into the runic forge. Thanks to the whole thing being run on electricity he didn't need to worry about blowing any wind into this forge with the bellows. Instead, there was a little crank on the side that when wound up in the right direction would make the forge produce heat. He had no idea how this tool really worked as his boss was quite cryptic about it. It didn't matter as the important part was that it made crafting items a lot easier. He continued striking the metal, frequently and consistently until he got it in a somewhat rounder shape. He was aiming to craft the cuirass portion today, at least the front side before the day ended. The whole process was sped up thanks to some of the machines that Roland had left behind. Before he needed to mold everything into shape with his hammer, but now things like drilling holes, quick sharpening, or even cutting were possible. It was now quite easy for him to create the desired shape from the diagram. Then drill some holes through which he could rivet the parts to each other. The most bothersome parts were still the areas for the mana stones. These grooves needed to fit the mana stones just right, otherwise, they could either fall out or be crushed during combat. After most of the day had passed Banir was left with a deep steel armor part. It was the breastplate this time around. What was left was giving it a nice shining before attempting the creation of the rear plate. When both parts were connected they would form the full deep steel cuirass, good, intermediate grade. Banir used the identifying monocle on the piece of armor before putting it to the side. With this, he would have the lower portion along with the chest almost done. Then came the arms, shoulders, and the last would be the helmet. He didn't bother with putting any intricate designs on this armor. After it was put through runecrafting it would already be quite stylish. With the addition of mana crystals, it would look even better. This would also add to the all-around cost. I hope the boss will like it. Banir yawned out while putting the piece of armor on an armor rack. Together with all the other pieces, he had made it was looking fine. Was it supposed to be 3 weeks? Or 4, Banir had been busy working, but that didn't mean that he liked living here alone. Without his boss's frowny face it didn't seem right. He hoped that he would return soon. He was very much interested in all the runic contraptions that he made and how he could aid in their creations. For him, a proper dwarven craftsman, it was quite an honor to work on the costly magical equipment. His boss also had a knack for it. He was able to come up with various items that always blew Banir away. He was looking at one of them just now. It had a spherical shape and was up on a thin stand. On the stand was a little indent for his thumb. When he injected some of his mana, a bright green illusion would appear. It depicted the whole workshop and he could even see the tunnels around it. This never gets old. Let me see. Banir had lived mostly a mundane life, thus a magical item like this was quite a novelty. His boss even told him to use it often as it detected if there were any people or monsters nearby. After a minute of glancing at this light show, he removed his thumb. It was time to go up, get cleaned, and have one last drink before going to bed. At least that was the plan, but before he could go out he heard a whistling sound. What the? It was followed by a red light going up in the corner of the workshop. This was something that his boss had warned him about. He quickly moved back to the detection device and turned it back on. The red light and whistling meant that something was amiss. This was an alarm feature and would only activate if someone was close to the property. Blue dots, there were 4 of them and they were all close to each other. Roland had given him an explanation about the various colors. Red would be monsters, green would be regular animals, and then there was blue, people from the many races. They are close by, maybe an adventurer party just looking around? This workshop was close to the city and between the dungeon. From time to time adventurers did come through here, some of them even hunted the animals in the forest as well as the lesser monsters. But why would they still be here at this hour? It was quite late, close to midnight. Everything had gone dark and there was no light outside. The city was bright from the outside, so it was easy to spot, but this house was not. He was sure to put out any lights when going down into the workshop so as to not waste any electricity that could go into the runic tools. He started to sweat. Memories of the party of thugs that ambushed him in the forest started coming back to him. The moment of weakness passed soon as he managed to snap back to reality. No, this time it won't be the same. Banir looked to the wall, on it a somewhat strange-looking tube with a large gun chamber attached to it. To the side, there was also a vest with pockets, in them quite the assortment of various colored spheres. After recovering his gaze moved back to the lit-up hologram. The 4 blue dots were still in one place. Before acting he needed to make sure that they were actually enemies and not some passers-by. Is everyone ready? One of the hooded men called out. All of them were here for one thing, and that was to get rich. They knew that the problematic owner of this house had left on a dungeon expedition. It would take at least another week for him to return, which would give them enough time to skip town. Yes. The other 3 thieves nodded while the boss looked to the large wall. This house was a bit strange. The bottom part was hardwood, but there was a metallic fence with barbed wire above it. Remember, it's only one blacksmith, he should not pose a threat. Kill him on sight. The group had been looking at this area for a whole week and came prepared with a plan. They knew about the only resident inside and were aware that he would pose no threat to them. All of them were tier 2 rogues with their boss being at the highest level. Let's go. They all nodded at each other and silently moved towards the fenced-off home. They moved in from the back going all together. There was something strange about this fence, thus they knew that it would be best to evade it. One of the hooded men stopped and moved his hands together. With his help, the other 3 were able to easily vault over this barbed wire without even touching it once. The 4th on the other hand had to take on a running start to barely jump off the fence. He almost touched one of those metallic barbs and felt a strange sensation wash over his body as he was passing by. Wait, we need to be careful. The group knew that there was something strange with this whole house. One of the thieves that was versed in traps crouched down while activating his skill. From the outside they could not tell that there were any traps, but when being so close by it was easy to notice. The ground has been dug up. He did not know what was buried there, but he knew that there was something. There were various possibilities here. Traps came in various shapes and sizes. This being a Runesmith's home, they speculated that they were magical in nature. Instead of trying to disarm them, it was better to just evade setting them off. Use that item to be sure. One of the men took out something that looked like a pocket watch. After injecting some of his mana into it, the item reacted. It sent out a dim blue light that when making contact with the traps illuminated them in red color. It's working. Let us continue. They used this item to show them the way. There were quite a large amount of these traps. The sheer number made them think that there was something good waiting for them inside of that home. No one would bother to place so many if there were no treasures inside to plunder. It seemed like they would make it. They were already halfway into the backyard before something happened. Suddenly the boss of the thieves heard a strange noise. He glanced up and thanks to his night vision skill he could see some kind of small orb. This was his first mistake. This orb suddenly burst into a bright light blinding him along with his party of 3. What? The whole place was illuminated by this golf ball-sized orb. Thanks to it the group of 4 was clearly visible even during this pitch dark night. There you are. They heard a voice coming. Instead of from the main house it seemed to be coming from a different location, this being the log cabin to the side. They all turned to see who it was. Being still blinded, they could vaguely see a blurry person. This person was holding something in his hand that looked like a tube with a handle on it. Take this. A sound of pressurized air was heard as something was launched towards the group of stunned thieves. The boss, even when in distress, kept his cool. He knew that there were still traps all over this place, so he quickly backtracked through the path that he had already taken. This left his party members open to the incoming attack. They saw another sphere traveling towards them, but before they could react, it collided with the ground next to them. Instantly it turned into a large ball of flames. The closest person to it was thrown to the side, his dark robe catching on fire. This wasn't quite over, as when he tumbled he collided with one of the many traps on the ground. This produced another large explosion that caused him to instantly die on the spot. "You think you can come here and rob us?" The voice of an angry half-dwarf echoed through the area and was followed by many explosions. Due to the chaotic nature of his attack, the thieves had a hard time reacting. No. Arg. Even without the glowing orb of light above them, the whole place was well lit up by the explosions. The thief boss was the only one fast enough to evade the initial bombardment and was also able to recover from the blinding effect. What he saw was his maimed party members. One looked dead while the other had his legs blown off, the third one was curled up while missing an arm. It was clear that this was a bad idea, but he was still alive. He looked in the direction of the man that caused this, a slightly larger dwarf that lived here. The thief boss could see him pointing a strange rod at him. It flung something his way that was round in shape. He was ready this time around and reacted accordingly. Having superior agility, he quickly stepped to the side while also being careful of where he stepped in. This flung sphere collided somewhere close to where he used to stand. Instead of exploding into a ball of fire as he expected, it sprayed some kind of liquid all over the place. The pressure was so high that it got onto his own clothes. His party members were unable to react at all as they were quite immobilized. "Wait, is this?" He quickly removed his robe and threw it to the side before hearing another orb being fired off. The moment it collided with the ground, it produced a fireball. This ball of fire, when coming in contact with the liquid, lit it up even more. The three party members that were already injured started burning up as everything went up in flames. The liquid was flammable oil that, when coming in contact with the flames, continued to burn everything in a set radius. The thief boss looked into the distance. He could see the man that killed his men standing there. There wasn't much distance between the two, but he was unsure of that weapon he was holding. It decimated his party of Tier 2 rogues in a matter of moments. Then an opportunity arose. He could see the half-dwarf opening this strange weapon up, in his hand some orbs that were previously flung at him and his party. It looked that this was some kind of archer-like weapon and he needed to reload. The old thief boss made a decision. He charged towards his opponent. He could see him fumbling around during reloading. The old thief was unwilling to leave without getting something in return. He lost all his men and would need to find a new party, but that would require funds. These he could receive by killing this half-dwarf and selling the weapon that he had. During the initial blast, quite a bit of the traps had been activated. He now had a path towards his enemy. In both of his hands, he was holding sharp daggers. The half-dwarf managed to insert the ammunition in. His hand went to the crank on the side, but before he could use it, the thief boss threw one of his daggers. The thrown dagger embedded itself in Banir's shoulder and brought him tumbling down to the ground. The thief grinned as he saw his enemy lose his weapon. He had aimed for the arm that was holding the weapon in place and was successful. Now, what remained was to get closer and go for the throat. He could see the half-dwarf going for something on his vest and he judged it to be some sidearm, nothing that he couldn't handle, so he prepared for it as he jumped in for the kill. His sharp knife went towards Banir's uninjured hand while he on the other hand held an item out. The thief expected it to be some kind of bladed weapon, like a dagger or knife. Instead, he saw a small card-sized parchment with some strange runic symbols on it. It was now too late. The tip of his dagger collided with the runic writing, but the item was already activated. Arghhhhh. A flash of electricity erupted from this small card, causing the thief to stop. The man could feel a massive amount of lightning energy going through his body as he was affected by the spell. His skin started melting as he was flung back. You bastard. He was still alive, but his body was numb. This was due to being hit directly by a Tier 2 electric spell that came out of that small runic card. "I'm going to kill you, then I'll kill your family," the man started shouting at Banir while not being able to get off the ground. He knew what was about to happen. Rage took him over as he still couldn't believe that he was done in by a blacksmith. Go to hell. Banir fired off one last grenade towards the remaining assailant. It caused another explosion that made quick work of this thief. The victor was now clear. The 4 home invaders were left devastated in the yard. Their body parts were scattered in various places and some were even burning up. Banir could barely stand up while having a dagger stuck in his shoulder. This is going to take a while to clean up, he chuckled to himself weakly while also looking at the dead bodies. He started to become nauseous, the body parts were everywhere and this was the first time that he killed a person himself. Before barfing all over the place he quickly turned around. I need to get a health potion. Banir waddled over to the log cabin while trying not to pass out. This dagger had lowered his health pool by 1/3 and he was losing more due to the bleeding status. The attack was over but he needed medical aid, after which he would need to douse the fire and take care of the bodies. The night was not quite over but he had been victorious. He didn't come out unscathed but he managed to protect his new home. I did it, boss. This hurts. How do those adventurer types do this? He mumbled while disappearing into the cabin. Before pulling out the dagger he needed to make sure that he had some healing potions to douse on this deep wound. Chapter 125. The party of 3 and a wolf rested for the night. Roland's sleep-resistant skill had been maxed out after pulling so many all-nighters, and after he reached his Tier 2 class, it evolved. Now it was called sleep immunity and he would be able to function for up to a week without needing to sleep. Due to the nature of this predicament, he chose to remain on guard. The lava pool in the middle of the cave was dangerous as more of the volcanic salamanders could appear out of it. Then there were the smaller holes in the walls through which the centipede-looking monsters and slugs came out. They had no tents so sleeping would be hard, mostly for the noble lady as she was clearly not used to extreme conditions like this. It was quite stuffy to begin with, but the lava pool only made things worse. Luckily for Robert and Lucille, they had a craftsman with them. There were also many various metallic ores in this place along with crystallized mana-giving fluid that could be used as fuel. Lucille still had the plate that she used to control ice with some modification Roland was able to use the crystals to power it. Thanks to this an area with purified air was established and they could rest. Lucille could barely sleep in Roland's backup sleeping bag that didn't really add much softness to the hard ground. Roland on the other hand continued to examine the cavern. Besides mithril and Ethereum he managed to find various other metals and minerals. Some could be sold off to the Alchemist Guild while others he could use directly for his own wares. He did not have a pickaxe, nor much space in his traveling bag.it pained him to leave all of these resources behind, but they needed to move. The longer they stayed here the more danger they would find themselves in. With his hammer and chisel he managed to snag a couple of the rarer materials, but if he could return here alone remained to be seen. He would need to convince these 2 nobles to not mention this cave when they got back, then he would also need to be able to return here in one piece. Going down the chasm would be quite hard unless he brought some climbing specialist along. The slug-like creature collapsed after being frozen by an ice arrow. The monsters continued to appear after intervals, which meant that this place was not safe to stay. It was time to leave. The edible monster salamander had been gutted and the meat had been roasted over the lava pool already. Where do you think this will lead us to, sir? Wayland? Lucille asked while Roland opened up the secret passage. I don't know, but it could be a way out. Some dungeons like this have secret passages, they mostly take you to a treasure or are a shortcut to other sections of the dungeon. It could even lead us to where our companions are staying. This place was already a trove of treasures, these many magical crystals, and precious metals would make even Tier 3 class holders salivate. Roland hoped that this passage would take them back outside into the main dungeon area. Fascinating. Lucille's eyes sparkled with naive wonder. The girl was still quite chipper and didn't realize that they could very well be walking into a trap. Are you sure that it's safe? Wouldn't it be better to wait for Lord Percival to organize a rescue? Robert on the other hand kept a cooler head. Even though they were stuck here it might have still been safer than to venture into the unknown. Roland turned to the 2 people here. He wanted to move into the secret passage. He did not want to put his faith in other people too much. You have 2 choices, either you can stay here and wait, or you can come with me. I won't force you. I will go in alone if I have to. He had already made his decision, he would go explore all the possibilities. These 2 could wait here if they wanted, the monsters weren't that strong and with Lucille's ice magic they would go down rather fast. You intend to go in without us? Robert looked a bit surprised by Roland's proclamation. Apparently, he still thought that Roland was working for them and was obligated to listen to their orders. Unbeknownst to them, this was not what was written on the contract that he signed. There was no clause specifically forcing him to take orders from the nobles. He was there more as a support than a defender or a fighter. Yes, the volcanic salamander meat should last you for some time. Lady Lucille also seems to know water magic. You won't even need my water bottle. You can remain here if you deem it too dangerous. Remain here. Robert turned his head towards the cavern that they rested in for one night. After thinking for a moment, the brother turned to the blue-haired lady that when their eyes met just smiled. Isn't it fine? My lady? I think we can trust Sir Wayland. Ah, if the lady says so. Robert awkwardly turned towards Roland and his face instantly became stern. He nodded to indicate that they were ready to move. Agni. The ruby wolf wagged his tail around while turning on the light-giving gem on his forehead. After activating the runes, the passage opened up and all of them quickly squeezed inside. The door soon closed behind them. It was time to move on. Not much space in here. I'll lead the way. The corridor was about 2 meters in width and 3 meters in height. It was wide enough for Roland and Agni to go in the front while Robert remained at Lucille's side. Just like before, there was no light anywhere. Without Agni, the two people behind him would have a tough time moving around. Roland, thanks to his helmet, was able to see clearly, but the path was long and winding. They continued walking and it took them quite a bit to finally reach a fork in the road. Two paths stood before them. Which should we take? Asked Robert while Roland took out his mapping device. Regretfully, it had limited range and only showed more winding corridors that somewhat intertwined with each other. It was hard to make out where they were going. I don't see any traps, no runes either. Agni moved forward as well. He used his wolf nose to sniff for potential clues, but he also came out short. With a whine, he looked up to Roland that just patted him on the head. We'll have to depend on luck with this one, Roland said while looking at Lucille and Robert. He knew that his own luck stat was abysmal. It would be better if one of them chose. How about you decide? He pointed to Robert as he wasn't sure how Lucille's luck stat looked and Robert's was above his by some points. How about we go right? Roland nodded, but before heading inside he moved his finger towards the wall. From his fingertip, a slight blue hue escaped that crafted a runic symbol above the path they were entering. Sir Wayland? Just marking the way. I hope that I'm just being paranoid, but it will help us if this is what I think it is. They continued forward and as Roland had presumed they came across another fork in the road. After putting a symbol above the path that they took, they ventured forward into a corridor that one of the noble youths pointed them in. 10 minutes turned to 30, then to an hour as they continued walking into multiple paths. Then finally they came to a path that they had traveled through before. The symbol above the pathway was clear. This is the first path that we entered through. Then that path would lead us back to the chamber with the mana crystals. Oh, is that why Sir Wayland put those symbols above the pathways? Lucille clapped her hands as she finally figured out what Roland intended with the markings. Thanks to his good memory, he would be able to remember which path they had already tried. They started to retrace their steps. Now they entered the unmarked passages to see if they guided them to an area that they weren't in before. With the help of this trick and Roland's good internal mapping skills, they finally reached a larger cavern. This one looks different than the rest. The entrance they were looking at was different by having 2 lit torches on the sides. It was clear that this was the exit from this mini labyrinth that took them a few good hours to go through. Sir Wayland, is that a door? Could it be the exit from this place? We should be careful. It could be a trap, Roland replied while activating his debugging skill, but there was nothing out of the ordinary on this door. He couldn't feel anything magical on it either. After scanning the surroundings with his map once more, he could only see a long straight corridor. Agni, can you smell or sense anything? He asked his tamed monster as he was the only person with trap detection and tracking skills in this party. Lucille regretfully also didn't know any trap detection skills, so she wouldn't be of much use. Agni perked up and started sniffing while moving closer to the door. The 3 humans followed slowly after the ruby wolf, but it didn't seem like there was anything out of the ordinary. Okay, I'll open it, stay vigilant. Robert and Lucille nodded while Roland grabbed the door handle. He pushed the door open and just like his magic item showed, it was a long wide corridor. Why are there so many tiles? Lucille asked after peeking over Roland's shoulder. The room was quite well lit with torches on the walls. The peculiar thing about this corridor was the floor. It looked out of place as it was composed of symmetrical square tiles. They had various designs on them, some had pictures of monsters while others of people. I can feel the mana, it's concentrated on the ground. Roland nodded at Lucille as he could feel it too. The whole floor was magical in nature, from what he could tell it was dangerous to move forward. This was probably some kind of puzzle that they needed to go through. If they stepped on the wrong square tile something deadly could occur. Let me see. After activating his debugging skill a little smirk crept onto his face. He could see it, beneath those drawings there were runic structures. After getting a good look at them he took out a small rock from the outside, stepped back for a moment. He threw it on one of the tiles and the moment the rock connected with the ground a burst of heated energy shot up. Robert took a step back as he saw the column of fire reach all the way up to the ceiling. It was clear that whoever stepped into that trap would be roasted alive. Magical traps, fascinating, and so many of them. Did someone create them in this dungeon? The girl raised a good question as to how the traps in the dungeon appeared was unknown. No one knew if the dungeon core somehow created these here or if they were created by some other being entirely. If we take the wrong step we will activate the traps and die. How is anyone supposed to reach the other side? Robert asked. Probably in another section of the dungeon there is some sort of map that guides you through this place or some kind of riddle. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. To get past traps like these you sometimes needed to solve a riddle, find something that guided you through it, or have someone versed in these contraptions in the party. Luckily for the two, Roland could do this. Roland went down to his knees and looked at the first square tile. On it was a drawing of a dragon along with some runes. His fingers glowed with magical energy as he touched it. This task was not hard for a runesmith like him. He only needed to disable the runic structure to make the whole trap useless. If this was something like a pressure plate trap then he would be unable to do anything. Luckily it was magical in nature, sir. Wayland, how did you do that? These runic traps, it's easy to disable them if you know runesmithing, he replied to the curious noble lady while moving forward slowly. I'll disable the traps now. This long and also wide corridor was covered in square tiles. Even with his large mana pool and high skill levels, it was hard to disable these many traps at once. His armor was also not made for crouching, but after about an hour they were through the corridor as he disabled the path in the middle. If I ever return here I could reactivate them. Roland wanted to return here later as he was leaving a lot of precious metals behind. What better way to keep the secret stash hidden than leaving some traps behind? He could customize the traps so that no one could disable them, rendering this room a death trap for anyone that wasn't a runesmith. The designs of these runic traps were also different from the ones that he knew of. They were also etched onto these strange stones. If he could he would take one to examine it later. Maybe he could stop using the scrolls for the mines and instead use this technology that was quite reusable. Alas, for now they needed to move forward. First, he needed to get out of here and rejoin his original party. After that he could think about the treasure. He also would need to somehow get these two to not talk about the massive minerals. On the other side of the corridor was another door. After pushing it open they came out in another section filled with long passages and more pathways. It took another couple of hours to get past this small labyrinth once more only to end up at another exit. One that was hidden behind some runes and impossible to access without Roland's skills. I think we should take a break, Robert called out to Roland that was scanning the hidden door for runic traps. He nodded as the time spent would amount to almost a day. With the bad ventilation that this place had, the noble lady was not looking all too great. They were in a smaller lit area that looked somewhat safe. He nodded at Robert and a strange scene unfolded. 3 people were seated around a plate of metal that gave out refreshing air. This was not the strange part, as it was the ruby wolf that was sitting right next to it and acting as the room light. Robert was used as a pillow as Lucille placed her head in his lap. Roland could tell that his older brother cared for this young girl. It was a bit funny to look at his blushing face that was more awkward than cute. Robert was similar to his father and had a very masculine look to him, thus such scenes came out quite comedic. What are you doing? Robert asked while glancing at Roland's hands. He had removed the scaly hide of the volcanic salamander, or at least a large chunk of it, scribing some runes on it. It could be of use in the next room. He had his scribing kit with some magic ink with him, but some of his things remained with the porter. Some of his scrolls were in there as well, so it was good to prepare more firepower. The lack of proper scroll paper could be countered with monster hide, and a tier 2 monster would work. Robert looked in wonder at the magical ink seeping into the badly cut out monster hide. Roland inserted it on the other side as he could not place the runes on the scales. After a few minutes of scribing, he glanced up to Robert for a moment before speaking out. "You should get some rest. You didn't sleep yesterday either. The next chamber might be dangerous. What about you?" "I'm fine, I have sleep resistance. I'll be fine even if I don't sleep for a few days." Robert nodded at the answer, and the awkward silence between the two young men continued. Neither of them seemed to be good at talking, and Lucille was mostly the one that initiated the conversations with both of them. Now with her fast asleep, these two introverts had to somehow cope with each other's presence. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Roland answered while putting the finishing touches on the salamander pelt runic scroll. "Do you ever take that helmet off?" His hand twitched at the question, almost making him bring the scroll quality down by a grade. "I have a rare skin condition. I need to keep it on at all times, even more in this hot dungeon." "Rare skin condition, is that some kind of illness?" "Something like that." Roland quickly evaded the question while Robert stared at his helmet. He wasn't sure what his old brother was thinking, but he needed to keep his identity hidden. If his father found him out, it would just add to his problems. Baron Wentworth was someone strong. He would not be able to resist him if he decided to drag him back to the Arden estate. He did not know what his dad would do: put him under house arrest, force him to craft armor for the noble families? He did not know, and he did not want to find out. "When the lady wakes up, we should contact Lord Percival, tell them that we are doing fine. But it would be better to not tell them of this place. He might not appreciate us forcing the lady into this labyrinth. We shouldn't." Roland was still hoping to keep this place hidden. If they reported about the long corridors, the cave with the costly minerals would be revealed. Convincing Robert and the lady would be hard though, but they also needed to make reports. They also needed to know what was happening outside and when the rescue party would arrive. "I'll have to consult with the lady." "Yes." The awkward silence continued. How long they would be stuck here remained a mystery. For the time being, Roland showed off some of his bombs and scrolls to Robert while thinking that maybe later they might have to use them. Time continued to pass. How long these four would be stuck here remained unknown. Chapter 126. We have sent 2 of the adventurers along with 2 knights to deliver a message to the Adventurers Guild. Lady Lucille, I'll have to ask you to remain strong. Roland and Robert were to the side and looking at the crystal ball. In it was Lord Percival, who was now talking with Lady Lucille. 2 days have passed since they had become trapped in this series of underground caverns. They were all now before a hidden door that could lead into another trapped room. From what his mapping device told him, it looked to be quite an open space. It was even larger than what this device could show him. From his previous experiences, it could mean a few things. 1. It would be similar to the troglodyte cavern. When they entered, the doors would close and monsters would start piling on top of them. The second option was a more tame one. It could very well just be the exit into the larger volcanic dungeon. The large space that he could not map fully could be the lower dungeon. He did not believe that this was the case, as it would be far too easy. It could also be a room filled with more traps, maybe some puzzles, and then finally the thing that he was afraid of the most, a hidden boss chamber. He only had 2 party members that he was not very familiar with. They have also sheltered nobles that didn't have experience in fighting against monsters bigger and stronger than they were. Even though Robert had trained in a similar way as he did, there was a difference in fighting goblins than large hobgoblins that out-leveled a person. Thank you, Lord Percival. Tell Charlene that I'm doing fine. After a bit, the magic sphere went out and the talk was over. Lucille didn't disclose much after Roland asked her not to tell the noble commander that they were moving deeper into the dungeon. Are you sure it was the right thing to do, sir? Wayland? It's better to not make them worry. They can't really help us here and the rescue party won't be arriving for at least a few more days. Lucille was not a person that liked to lie. He had to convince her that it would be unwise to make her friends worry. After this, she changed her tune. Roland felt bad about using a person that had a more rosy outlook on life like this girl, but he needed to look at his own well-being. Lord Percival would have told us to return if he knew. I think you made the right decision, Lady Lucille. It seemed that Robert on the other hand saw it his way. He wasn't sure what his reason for it was though. More than likely he just didn't think that sitting around and twiddling their thumbs would help with anything. He had always been quite headstrong and someone that pushed on forward even when many things got in his way. What do you think is past that door, sir? Wayland? It could be another trapped room. Roland was a bit suspicious about this place, as after entering these corridors, they had not come across any type of monster. "Can your device ascertain such a thing?" Lucille asked while glancing at Roland's orb that she did previously get the chance to use. "Regretfully no, but I've been meaning to add that function." This item was still a work in progress. Getting it to detect monsters and other living beings was the most he could do for now. He had used part of the golem code that he had bought not that long ago. The golems came with a function of recognizing people, animals, and monsters, and that's why his device could do it as well. To come up with a trap analyzer he would need to be a bit more original, but with the help of some of these new runic books that he studied recently he had been given some new ideas. "I won't lie to you, I have no idea what could be behind that door. It could be a swarm of volcanic monsters, or maybe just a room filled with treasure. We won't know until we enter it, and I won't force you to come with me." He wanted to move forward, as waiting for other people to help him was not really his style. Depending on others was something that Roland did not enjoy. Even though there was a noble lady here that everyone wanted to save, this didn't mean that he would be helped. The rescue party could very well climb down and only take Lucille with them. Then Robert would be next in line, while he, a regular adventurer, could very well be used as an expendable resource. They could even say that he died down in the cave and not bother with him. Thus he would rather try his luck in these unknown caves. His high level and gear gave him some confidence in being able to survive. "Sir Robert, what do you think we should do?" Lucille looked to her knight. If she told him to stay he would stay. It seemed that Robert did not know how to go against people in a higher position than he was. He just looked at Lucille with a confused look without knowing how to answer. "If Lady Lucille thinks that we should wait, then I will remain with her here." Roland wondered if the years of subservience to his father had shaped Robert to be the perfect soldier. Which was the one that didn't ask questions and followed orders while striving to be stronger? The girl pouted slightly after seeing that Robert wouldn't give her a straight answer. He was probably unsure which option was the safer one. "Sir Wayland, you'll continue without us if we stay behind?" "Yes, I think that this should lead to some kind of exit. The dungeon monsters should not pose a big threat to us." They were all at the Tier 2 level, and the lack of Tier 3 monsters was well documented. Even monsters above the 100th level were quite rare. With his prestigious class and an assortment of runic weapons, Roland did not think that he would suffer a defeat. "I think we should follow Sir Wayland. He seems to know this dungeon. We would have already been dead if he wasn't here in the first place," the blue-haired lady proclaimed while looking at Roland with those big eyes. He was taken aback by how much faith this girl was putting in him. They met about a week ago, and now he was trusting him with her life. If the roles were reversed he wasn't sure if he could do the same. Roland nodded while feeling a bit of pressure being put on his shoulders. This girl was putting her trust into him, and even his older brother that liked to bully him in their youth was somewhat doing the same. Even though he was putting on airs, if he really didn't trust him he would probably say it. Endangering the noble lady that he fancied would come first. "Okay, check your equipment before going in. There could be monsters inside. The area is suspiciously spacious." Roland had his arming sword on his hip and the magical rod. He also possessed various spell scrolls and his magical armor. Robert was limited to the shield that he borrowed from his younger brother and an enchanted longsword. While they were talking yesterday, to break the silence he had asked his older brother to show him his sword. Regretfully the enchantment on it was not a runic one, so he could not enhance it. It had the usual sharpening enchantment on it, which would have to be enough. Lucille only had her smaller magical rod along with some magical trinkets that enhanced her mana regeneration and spell potency. She would remain in the back with Agni as her role was backline support. Robert would be in the very front along with Roland that would also use some spells to aid him. "Let's go." The three humans nodded at each other while the only wolf in the party wiggled his tail. Robert pushed the door open and all of them glanced inside. The cavern was large, with a lot of similar rock formations everywhere. There didn't seem to be any small openings in the walls through where the bug creatures could crawl from. There were also no lava pools through which lava-resistant ones like the volcanic salamander could go through either. It was a wide area with quite the high ceiling. It was actually hard for them to see it. "Doesn't look that anything is in here," Roland thought to himself while they all inched inside. He even threw a sizable rock as far as he could to see if any traps or monsters would react. There was nothing here, so the party advanced while looking around. "Look, Sir Wayland." Lucille pointed into the distance. There they all saw a larger closed gate. It was clearly the only way that was leading out of this large chamber. Roland could also not spot any secret doors, but his debugging skill had a limited range, so he would have to examine them quite closely. Is there really nothing here? Robert asked while they all slowly moved towards that large gate. Roland also didn't like it. It seemed strange for nothing to be here. Unless someone cleared this room out, there should be a trap or some monster to beat for them to advance. I've read that some dungeons have dummy rooms. They expand too fast and can't always fill them with traps or monsters. Maybe this is one of those. Lucille added some of the knowledge that she learned at the academy. Without seeing anything out of the ordinary, Roland would have to agree to this theory. Even after getting to the middle of the room and arriving at the larger gate, nothing was happening. Is it fine to open? Robert asked while glancing towards Roland and Lucille. I can feel magic around this area, but that could just be the dungeon. It was hard to make out magical traps in dungeons that were created through magic as well. Only when a trap was obvious, or when people had specialized skills for magic trap detection, would they be alerted to them. Roland used his ball to scan what was further inside, but this time around he was getting a lot of interference. It seemed that this door was blocking his sphere from scanning what was behind it. Robert slowly pulled on the large chain that was attached to the door while Lucille prepared a spell. A monster could be waiting for them on the other side, and with nowhere else to go they needed to open this large door. The door was about 4 meters in height and quite wide as well. Even Robert with his tier 2 strength had problems in pulling this door open. Hey, watch out! As the gap in the door opened wider, Roland saw something. An elongated hand with 4 claw-like fingers extended while trying to claw whoever was there. Robert was lucky that he was opening the door while protecting his body with it at the same time. Roland was quick to fire off an ice arrow spell that connected with this hand. Robert quickly closed the door by pushing on it, which caused the now frozen monster hand to snap and fall to the ground. What was that? Lucille lost her composure slightly, but luckily they had Roland to pick up the slack. Why are those monsters so close to the door? Roland asked while finding this dungeon area a bit odd. Soon he would have his answer, as after closing the door they heard some kind of strange sound. This sound was coming from above. It was as if something was falling down. Then with a resounding roar it appeared. A monster fell down from the high ceiling as if it was some kind of trap waiting to be triggered. The creature was quite large as well and was somewhat similar to a theropod. It had dark red scales covering its body. 2 rows of dark blue, bony plates running along its back, going from the eyes to the tail. It had a large mouth, very similar to the popular predator from the Jurassic World. The main feature of this dinosaur-like monster was its huge, sword-like tail. The moment it landed it started swinging it around while trying to home in on its prey. This would be the blue-haired noble lady that at this moment was the closest person to it. Bladed volcanic Zornotaurus L 123-inch, my lady, get behind me! Robert shouted out loud while also tapping his shield with his sword. This was enough to move the attention from the panicking ice mage. The monster gave out another loud scream as it charged towards its new target. Each time its large feet took a step the whole cavern rumbled and pebbles rained down on them. Roland was not far behind. While the monster took the bait he activated his magical rod. It gave out a chilling sensation before a large ball of ice was created. This ball traveled at high velocity and collided with the large monster's side. Crystals of ice started to appear on the monster the moment this spell connected. The monster turned its large T-Rex-looking head towards Roland while stopping its advance. Lucille had since recovered her composure and followed Roland's example by hitting the monster with one of her own ice spells, Frost Ball. They were lucky enough to be on the other side of the room as the beast fell right into the middle. Roland circled around it from one side while Lucille along with Robert stayed on the other. Both of the magic casters utilized their freezing spells to slow down this dinosaur-looking monster. Just like the other creatures in this dungeon, it didn't seem to be able to contend with the cold. Most of these monsters were cold-blooded. This meant that their temperature varied depending on the environment they were in. They required high temperatures to make their bodies operate. If these temperatures dropped for some reason, these creatures would start to slow down. Their metabolism would be halted and they would go into something similar to a coma or winter sleep. At that point, it would be easy to kill even a big creature like this that was unable to move. It's working. A cone of snow along with sharp ice crystals was released by Lucille as she followed Roland's instructions. The monster was slowing down, but it was also able to take quite some of this freezing energy. The icicles that would normally shred any normal skin were just bouncing off the Zornotaurus' hard plate-covered body. Roland could also see it. Without the freezing advantage, it would be hard to damage this monster. It outleveled everyone here, and it was even armored. Their swords would have a hard time piercing down to the fleshy bits. After freezing it, on the other hand, they would probably be able to jab them through its eye sockets to get to the brain. It was a bit strange that this monster appeared after they opened and then closed the door. Roland could only attribute this to the way they entered here. It almost seemed like they were going through a dungeon in reverse. That would explain why there were monsters in close proximity to the boss chamber. They were probably meant to kill them from the other side before going inside of here. Then the monster would come out after they closed the door. If they had that knowledge beforehand, it might have been better to not close that door. The monsters on the other side didn't seem to be as strong as this one here. Luckily they had 2 ice mags working on disabling this monster, and it seemed to be over. Roland shivered slightly while looking at the giant ice statue before him. Most of this monster's body was covered in ice with just a part of its head sticking out. Its eyes were now closed and it was not moving. Did we do it? Good job, Lady Lucille. Robert and Lucille rejoiced while Roland slowly moved closer. He was the furthest from the creature while his brother and Lucille were a lot closer. Hey, what are you doing? Quickly kill it! Roland shouted as he felt something. This was all somewhat too easy. Was putting this monster on ice enough to kill it? He shouted at Robert to deliver the killing blow as he was too far away to sink his blade between those armored plates. Then before Robert could realize, the monster opened its eyes and gave out a strange high-pitched screech. The whole party had to cover their ears while backing away. Arg, what is it doing? His vision became blurry for a moment, and when he looked up he could see a big cloud of steam. The monster started glowing red. With energy and the ice it was covered in started to thaw. Soon it burst free, now covered in red lava-like energy that slowly dripped down those thick-looking plates. The sword on its tail was ignited as it swung it towards the ground. This attack, after connecting with the hard rock, sent a barrage of flaming earth straight at Roland, who quickly activated a magical shield to protect himself. It didn't seem that the battle was over yet, it had only just begun. Chapter 127. Roland looked at the monster that had gained an enraged status after it had been frozen. Some of its health had dropped, but it was now quickly regenerating back up. The monster started looking different than before. It switched to a deep red coloration, its horns and dorsal spine increased in size. The largest difference was the sword-like tail, which was now burning up. It looked as if it was covered with magma, which was also radiating from some cracks in the armor-like plates the monster was covered in. While Lucille and Robert were stunned by the monster's second form, Roland raised his rod. The runes glowed in a chilling blue light before a large ball of ice formed in front of it. This ball was then shot off while spinning around. The monster was still slow as before, but this time around when this ball of ice snow collided with it, it started to quickly melt. The Zornotaurus roared out and opened up its mouth. In it, Roland could see the flame-producing sac organ which this type of creature was known for. Shit, he quickly started running sideways. If he was a second late he would have been charred. The concentrated flamethrower-like breath collided with the spot Roland was previously in. Even the hard rock started to melt from the high temperature. The monster didn't stop with its magma-like projectile attack. It followed after its prey by swinging its head sideways and trying to hit Roland as he was running. His armor was lighting up in green as he switched on his agility buffing runes to make a fast getaway. Without his runic shield in his hands, he was not confident in blocking this attack with a regular magic shield. Even though he had that runic program in his armor, it wasn't specialized for it. Don't worry, Sir Wayland. While feeling a burning inferno at his back, he heard a woman's voice from afar. It was Lucille shouting out. Robert was next to her with the shield raised and sword in one hand. The young ice mage started concentrating and gathering mana. She closed her eyes and chanted as fast as she could. The blue crystal on her magical rod started pulsating with energy, and slowly the spell started to take shape. It looked to be a large spire of ice. It was quite thick at the base and became thinner the further it went, culminating in quite the sharp top. Ice Lance! After completion, the girl shouted out and pointed her magical weapon at the monster in the distance. The large spear of ice flew forward. The added distance only gave it more time to gain speed. The attack headed right at the monster's side. Lucille hoped that even the monster's thick plates would not be able to resist such a heavy and fast-moving object. Regretfully, the monster would not allow this to be tested as it noticed this large human-sized icicle coming its way. It turned its body. While swinging that giant swordtail at the incoming ice lance, it managed to slice it in two while only part of it collided with its heated-up plates. Due to the loss of size and momentum, the damage was minor. The monster now looked to Lucille and Robert while Roland was given a well-deserved breather. Agni appeared at his side and started whining. It was clear that the tamed beast would not be able to last even one hit. Agni, go and hide. The ruby wolf curled up its tail as it felt without use. He was smart enough to know that he would only get in the way, so it decided to bide its time for the moment that he could be useful. While Agni was moving away, Roland looked at the lava-covered ground that was melted by this creature. He did not think that his armor would offer him enough resistance against this monster's attack. Even if he pumped all of his mana into his ice shield, he would only last a few seconds before it gave out. This thing is resistant to ice. This was one of the worst possible outcomes. Previously they enjoyed a rather easy time against the lesser monsters in this dungeon. It was enough to just lower their temperature slightly and they would just shut down. This one on the other hand had some kind of internal heating organ. Even when they brought its temperature below 0 degrees, it could just heat itself back up. The monster was also a large one and they only had one-handed swords with not much weight behind them. Roland had brought things along as a large two-handed axe and hammer for such an occasion, but it was left behind with the porters. The bag that he had with him only had his runsmithing tools along with provisions. The spatial bag, he had lacked the capacity, and carrying a backpack in the dungeon was too much of a hindrance while fighting. Thus he was only left with some bombs, spell scrolls, and what he had on himself. None of these things would probably be able to cause long-lasting damage to this monster. It was heavily armored and had quite thick legs. There was also the huge burning swordtail, which was a problem in itself. Would he be even able to resist it with his runic shield? Or would he be sliced in half with one swing? It didn't seem like he would have much time to reorganize his thoughts though, as the monster gave out another giant scream. He expected it to fire another flaming breath or charge at Robert and Lucille. Instead of doing that, it took out a wider stance while arching its back. What is it doing? He could soon spot the tips of the backplate spikes glowing brighter than before. Roland took a step back before looking at Robert and Lucille. Don't just stand there, scatter both of you. Lucille was surprised at Roland's outburst, while Robert furrowed his brows while looking at the monster. He seemed to understand the situation as he quickly sheathed his sword and lunged towards Lucille. So Robert? What are you doing? Forgive me, my lady. The knight lifted up the noble lady with both his hands and started running. Almost at the same time, those glowing back spikes shot up into the air. They were clearly heated up and produced dark smoke. There were 4 large spikes that at the apex of their trajectory exploded. This produced many smaller red-hot embers that plummeted to the ground in various directions. Roland saw this and started dodging at max speed. The moment one of these glowing chunks collided with something on the ground, a small explosion occurred. They were slow-moving enough for Roland with his agility buff to react in time. On the other hand, Robert and Lucille weren't as lucky. Robert raised his shield while one of these projectiles collided with it. The explosion rattled his hand and tossed him along with the girl he was carrying to the side. The Arden Knight didn't let this be their demise though. He firmly grasped the runic shield that he was given and activated its magical effect. A large shield of ice appeared while he held it in place. Roland could see the many explosive projectiles colliding with this shield while he was trying to evade them himself. The shield of ice was quickly faltering and only more mana could mend the holes back up. He was in no position to help them though. From afar he tried casting a few runic spells, but there were far too many of those flaming balls coming down. It looked like a small meteor shower raining down from the sky. Robert was somehow able to defend himself and Lucille, but he was slowly reaching the limit of his mana. This shield was not designed for someone like him in mind. It would quickly drain a non-mage in a matter of moments. The monster was also there and it could see the stationary targets. It opened up its maw once more. The target this time was Robert and the melting shield of ice that he was holding. The explosive rain was almost over, but it didn't seem that this monster would be letting up. It had clearly produced this attack to somehow tie its targets into one location. This time around it wasn't a breath of molten lava. The charge up was not there. Before Roland could interrupt this attack, a large ball of fire traveled from the creature's mouth. "Watch out!" he shouted while Robert turned the shield to intercept this ball of flames. A loud explosion resounded through the area. There was a lot of dust created by the previous attack along with this one. Roland could not see what happened to his two party members. After raising his magic rod higher, he produced many frozen arrows. From the other side, he also activated his armor and created a few arrows made from hard rock. The magical attacks flew forward and successfully interrupted the monster's second flame attack. However, it also made it turn its massive head back towards Roland. Smoke and steam were pushed out into this room, raising the temperature to an uncomfortable point. Even with these frost runes turned on, he was starting to feel the heat. The monster opened up its mouth and started charging. This time it used a different tactic by firing off more concentrated flame balls. These were quite hard to evade. With the constant increase of smoke, it only made things harder for Roland. He found himself moving his hand forward and activating his shielding spells, just as one of the flame balls exploded next to him. This sent him flying into the nearby wall. His deep steel armor plate started rattling and bending out of shape before he fell back down to the ground. Roland felt a metallic taste in his mouth as his HP decreased by a large chunk. It seemed that fighting this monster at range was impossible. It had a wide range of attacks while also did not take much damage from any spells that he could cast. The earth spells bounced off while the ice ones melted almost instantly. Using fire spells and wind ones didn't feel advised as well, which left a few that could cause some damage. A T-Rex-like head emerged from the smoke. Its aim was his head. Roland quickly opened one of the pouches on his belt. A series of small cards were tossed out which quickly turned into balls of electricity. The monster, instead of biting through Roland's armor, got electrocuted. The lightning spell's energy seemed to be able to cause some harm to it as it was able to ignore the armored plates. Regretfully, it didn't seem to be packing up enough of a punch, as even when the monster was stopped in its tracks for a moment, it quickly recovered. It turned around and instead of using its mouth, it utilized that giant flaming bladed tail. Roland's armor started glowing in green as he quickly backed away. He wasn't fast enough and he could only brace himself while protecting his head with both his sword and the thick magic rod. Even with both of these items and while also wearing deep steel gauntlets, the monster's tail shredded right through them. He was tossed back again with both of his weapons breaking. The mana stones on his gauntlets burst and the metal bent as he tumbled back while almost getting both of his hands broken. After rolling for a while, he ended up almost in the middle of the room. His gauntlets had the runic components needed for him to cast spells. After the attack, one of them became unusable, nothing more than scrap metal. The other one was badly damaged and the runic components were unusable. Thankfully, he had his runic mending skill, which he activated instantly. The runic mending caused his mana to drop further and give him a migraine. The gauntlet was not the only damaged runic part, as his back and chest plate had been damaged as well. Missing mana stones, arms that were bleeding, and a monster with over 60% of its HP was standing before him. He had barely enough time to stand up before the monster had charged at him again. With his injuries and his armor being mangled up, he now had a tougher time in evading the attacks. The monster was becoming slower as well, but it was clear that if this continued for longer that he would be the one losing. This was a clear difference in levels. This monster was resistant to most magic that he could throw at it, even the electric spells only phased it for a moment. There was a big difference in levels as well as size, and the versatility that this monster showed didn't help either. Roland quickly found himself going through all of his spell scrolls. Various elemental magics rained down on the monster's thick hide and he could see it losing its health points. It wasn't enough. It was clear that this monster was some kind of special evolution that might be comparable to his Runesmith Lord class's rarity. With not much else to do, he went for his trump card. He threw the previously created runic scroll that he made from the ruby salamander's hide. It was aimed at the ground while he retreated. The moment the Zornotaurus approached, the trap was activated. Large thick vines sprung out from this spell scroll and attacked the enemy before it. The large monster was momentarily wrapped up, but even now Roland could see that it wouldn't hold it in place for long. In his spatial bag, he had a certain attachment. It looked like welded together iron pipes that could connect to his working gauntlet's top part, which was closer to the vambrace. This attachment had mana stones placed on the rear sides of these deep steel pipes. Runes were clearly visible on the entire structure. He took aim, With this item on his forearm, he pointed with his right hand at the roaring monster. The armor accessory that looked like a circular row of pipes started shining. The mana stones lit up along with the runic components and sparks started flying. Roland could feel his mana reserves being drained rapidly as he tried keeping awake. This thing was something he created as a last-ditch effort, as it had many drawbacks. The armor he was wearing lit up in red as all the runes reacted. The monster started shaking around and the thick vines that were made from plant matter began to burn up. It looked at its small enemy. Roland at this moment was pointing with his right hand at it while holding the forearm with his left. His whole suit was radiating magical energy, and the monster's instincts were telling him that it was in danger. It opened up its mouth and got ready to burn its enemy to cinders, but before it could breathe out, Roland's magical attack was activated. It created a bright multicolored beam of energy that flew forward and then collided with the mass of magma. The monster's attack was drilled into by this lance-wide attack and connected with the monster's head in almost a fraction of a second. A huge explosion followed the clash of these two ranged attacks and made everything hard to see. Did that do it? Roland's hands dropped down as he couldn't move a muscle. He had burned through almost all of his mana with that one attack and was unable to move. The magic beam clearly connected with the monster's head and pierced through it. He was even able to see it connecting with the chamber walls. HSSSSS. A strange hissing sound was suddenly heard by him and the smoke cleared. The creature was revealed with quite the slack jaw. It looked like the attack connected lower than he had anticipated, leaving it very much alive. It looked like it had somehow twisted its body and neck to the side at the last moment to evade this beam. Part of its neck was damaged, but its brain was still intact. Fuck, without a big chunk of its mouth, the monster slowly approached. It was quite injured and its HP was almost gone, but it could still move. This was not something that Roland could do. His legs felt like they were stuck in concrete, he could not move a muscle, and keeping his eyes open was the most he could do. The creature lumbered towards him at a slow pace, but the large strides quickly brought it over to where Roland was standing. This looked like it was the end. One swipe with its large claws or that sword tail and it would be over. Suddenly a howling sound could be heard, and from the side like a bolt of lightning, a certain ruby wolf came. He lunged himself on the monster's damaged mouth and started biting. He utilized his attacking skill that injected flames into its mouth while also using his tail to pierce the monster's eye. The angry monster started shaking its massive body around while trying to dislodge the small wolf from its head. Its small raptor-like arms came into play, as they were long enough to swipe at the intruder. A yelp was heard as Agni's body was slashed by the monster and he was forced to let go. The ruby wolf's body tumbled to the side while the enraged monster looked to the annoying opponent. This loss of focus was used by another person. As if he was waiting for the right moment, Robert came charging from the side and delivered a precise shield bash to the monster's side. Being already injured this much, this was enough to tip the beast over. This wasn't the end, as Roland heard Lucille's voice chanting a spell. When he glanced at her, he could see a massive ice spike hovering over her head. It was a lot larger than the ice spear she created before. The spell was released. The injured monster protected itself once more by swinging its giant tail at this glacial lance. The spell connected with the beast, which did quite some damage to the long sturdy tail, but it was not enough. Lucille was still only a low-leveled frost mage, she just didn't have enough magical energy to deliver the finishing blow. But this wasn't over. Roland saw an opportunity. With his hands shaking, he reached into his satchel once more, from which he pulled out some round orbs. This was the last remaining ammunition that he had, and he would need to trust his older brother with this. Robert, throw it into its mouth. With a last resort, he threw 3 orbs towards his half-brother. He instantly tumbled forward and collapsed on the ground while the items landed a few meters away from Robert. Robert was also in quite a bad condition. The previous monster attack blew away the shield with a chunk of his armor. His shoulder on the side that he held the shield had been broken along with his arm. He was still in better shape than his younger brother. The orbs that he saw before him were something he had seen before. Remembering the explanation that Roland had given him, he quickly took them into his good hand. The monster slowly stood up and glanced down at the person that rammed into it from the side. Eat this, you overgrown salamander. Robert chucked the bundled up spheres at the monster that lacked a lower jaw. With good aim, the 3 runic items made it into its mouth. Before the monster could realize what it had swallowed, it could feel its neck expanding. With a very characteristic sound, the neck of the monster exploded. Its head was tossed up into the air and landed close to the knight that tossed the runic grenades into its mouth. The battle was finally over. The three humans remained victorious, each one injured more than the other and still all trapped in this dungeon. Chapter 128. The bladed volcanic Zornotaurus lay down on the ground, its large body missing a head that had rolled over to the side. The battle was over and Roland could hear the system giving him a message. You have gained 82,689 experience points. For dealing the most damage to a boss-type enemy more than 25 levels above your current level, you have achieved the Goliath Slayer title. You have leveled up. Roland dropped down onto his posterior and started panting. He soon collapsed onto his back while having a hard time breathing. His eyes started to close, but before he could pass out he felt something slippery touch his face. It was Agni that had limped over from the side. His tamed beast had been knocked away and suffered some injuries after being clawed. He was bleeding and his side had a large gash. Good boy. Agni received a weak pat on the head before Roland raised himself into a sitting position. The injured wolf's legs started giving out, but Roland was quick in catching his injured beast. With shaky hands, Roland reached into his satchel. During the hectic fight, he didn't even have time to drink one of these potions. Now they were needed to save Agni. He quickly brought out one of the healing potions and started pouring it over Agni's large wound. It started sizzling and slowly closing. Thanks to their connection he could see Agni's status screen. After checking it he could see the bleeding status slowly being grayed out before disappearing. Roland gave out a sigh of relief. His tamed beast would make it out alive while also gaining a couple of levels. He was next in line to drink some recovery potions. Mana, health, and stamina potions quickly made it into his mouth as he recovered. He was preoccupied with his party members, but he could hear the system mention that he had gained multiple levels from gaining so much experience. Robert was holding onto his broken shoulder while also collapsing onto his back. He could tell that his older brother was quite tired. Lucille at this time was face down on the ground as well. She had probably passed out from using up all of her mana during that last spell. The experience in this world was somewhat shared and depending on who did the most damage, they would receive most of it. Even though the two contributed less than him, they would also be receiving quite a lot. Robert would most likely be handsomely rewarded due to him landing the finishing blow. Goliath Slayer title. While in possession of this title, you deal 5% more damage to monsters that outlevel you by more than 25 levels. The title gave a flat boost to damage. He had also gained some levels after this fight. This one dead monster gave him the equivalent of fighting hundreds of those ruby salamanders. If he had to choose, he would rather fight hundreds of those smaller monsters one by one than face this thing alone again. Wish these potions worked faster. Where is a priest when you need one? Priests and clerics like the woman that they brought along had various buffing magics. They would allow the party members to recover their mana and stamina at a quicker pace. It would have been nice if that healer they had taken along had fallen down here with them, but luckily he didn't lose any limbs. His right hand was in a world of hurt. He received a full hit from that monster that destroyed both his sword and rod. The pieces were still scattered around this large open cavern. This thing needs a rework. Roland looked at his right hand. On it was the melted attachment that he placed on his wrist. It had somewhat fused with his gauntlet at this point and rendered it nothing more than junk. With this he had lost both of his hand protectors and would be unable to discharge spells through them. His armor was also barely holding together. The only lucky thing about this was that his helmet had stayed on his head for the entire battle. Thus Robert could not see his face even after all of this had happened. I need to give them the healing potions. Finally, Roland moved his tired and beat-up body in motion. Robert had a whole broken shoulder after holding steady and protecting Lucille as a proper knight. He had to give it to his older brother. He had some balls. He prioritized the woman's life over his own even though he could have easily just abandoned her. Roland wasn't sure how deep of a relationship these two had, but he hoped that the girl would appreciate the gesture when she woke up. Are you awake? Barely. Robert gave Roland a weak smile while looking pale. Your shoulder. I'll have to, I know, get it over with. Robert knew that the broken bone needed to be aligned before the healing potion was drunk. Roland was not a cleric, but he knew first aid and would be able to push the bone into the right place. Arg. Robert gave out a grunt while pushing the fingers from his good arm into the rocky ground. After the bones were somewhat set in place, Roland poured the red healing potion on the injury. Then the rest was given for drinking. These potions were high quality and would be even able to heal the broken bones within a few hours of being drunk. For faster healing, something like an elixir would be required or a powerful cleric spell. How do you feel?
I'm fine, but Lady Lucille.
You should think about your own health before worrying about others. Roland stood up and moved towards the passed-out frost mage. She had a magnificent face planted on the ground while making a T-pose. This was one of those times when he missed having a smartphone to document it for future generations. Before Robert could shout at him from the distance, he flipped the girl over. She was given a mana potion, healing potion, and a stamina potion. Lucille had the least amount of wounds besides a few scratches here and there. Robert had successfully managed to protect her life at his own expense. There didn't seem to be any monsters around for now. There was even a chest that popped up in the middle of this chamber. It was similar to the one at the boss room on the 10th level, with the biggest difference being that it was made of silver. My lady. Even before his arm could heal, Robert had dragged his body over to the passed-out Lucille. The group of three and the wolf were now sitting all together and resting. Finally, after a few minutes, Lucille awoke. The first thing she saw was Robert's concerned face that was quite close to her own. "So Robert?" She quickly raised her head out of panic, which made her forehead collide with Robert's nose. The two started holding their faces while Roland stared at the comedic duo. A small chuckle even escaped from his mouth that he quickly hid away by moving his helmet-covered face to the side. "What happened? Where is the monster? Is Sir Wayland alive?" "I'm fine, thanks for your concern, Lady Lucille." "Sir Wayland? You are well. Relax, breathe in." "Sir Robert, can you explain to the lady and calm her down?" Roland stood up after resting for a bit and let the knight talk to his lady. While he explained how the monster was defeated, Roland would go over to the treasure chest, silver chest, high. It was quite the well-built chest that was somewhat a carbon copy of the bronze one he saw in the Ruby Golem boss chamber. It didn't seem to have any locks or traps on it, but Roland was not willing to risk it. He would rather not get shot by some strange spells or arrows. When he opened it, he grabbed the bladed part of his broken arming sword that he finally found. With it, he slowly moved the chest lid open. Just like with the bronze chest, there was nothing out of the ordinary. When looking inside, he could see some items: crescent axe, high, enchanted STR +5 well kept old deep silver battle axe with a long hilt and a crescent-shaped blade, deep silver ha. Just like deep steel, there were other alloys similar to it. Even though this one was called deep silver, it didn't mean that it was less sturdy than steel. The silver counterpart was quite similar in that regard, but it had some other properties like having added damaging effects against undead creatures. Roland did not think the added price was worth the expenditure, so he continued using deep steel. Both of these metals had the same resistance to runic erosion, so it didn't matter that much to him. This will come in handy. Roland held the weapon out. It was a long two-handed weapon, more in line with a halberd than an actual axe. He did not have his axe-related skills leveled up that much, but this was better than not having a weapon at all. The added strength would also boost his attacking power for when they entered the corridor filled with those monsters. Besides the weapon, there were 3 deep silver bars along with some silver coins. These dungeon coins could be used along with the minted kingdom coins, as everything was still being counted by this world system as the same. Roland felt like this reward was not that great. The monster trashed his armor and destroyed his deep steel weapons. It also put a big dent in his runic shield that he lent to his half-brother. All in all, this would probably barely cover the repair costs. There was also the problem of not being able to take the monster along with them for parts. This T-Rex lookalike would probably go for some gold coins. Its tail could probably be fashioned into a two-handed sword. He lacked a large enough spatial bag to fit it in. He would regretfully have to leave the monster there, but there was still one item that he could take. The mana stone. It was quite large, but also deep inside the monster's insides. This creature was over level 100 and halfway towards tier 3. It was a miracle that they were able to defeat it already. "We should be safe for the time being, Sir Wayland. What about those monsters behind that large gate? Won't they enter this room?" "I don't think so." "How so?" asked the blue-haired lady that was in the process of getting her hair in place. "I have a theory about this hidden dungeon." Roland started to explain about finding this place odd. The moment that door was opened, the boss appeared, but when they entered from the other side, nothing happened. This didn't make sense unless they entered the boss chamber from the wrong side. The correct path to this boss chamber was probably at another location. The path they took was a secret backdoor. The creatures behind those gates were just the usual mobs that were protecting the boss chamber. The room was more than likely created in a way that only when the door was opened and then closed did the boss monster spawn in. Fascinating. But doesn't that mean, yes, if we follow that path we should be able to come out at the intended entrance, which should probably take us to the main dungeon? Robert gave out a sigh while Lady Lucille clapped her hands together. She quickly moved her hand to the side to where her pouch was, or at least where it should be. Huh? Is something wrong, Lady Lucille? My items. I think my spatial pouch was destroyed during the monster attack, Lucille added while remembering something hitting her side. When a spatial item was damaged from the outside, whatever was inside of it became lost in the void. The bag itself would become nothing more than scrap leather. We can't contact Lord Percival now, they might think we are dead. That's regrettable, we won't be able to give them our location even when we leave this place. This was a setback that Roland could live with. If Robert or Lucille actually reported that he pulled two nobles into a boss fight, he might get the gallows for it. At that time revealing his true heritage would be the only way to save his hide. The two didn't seem like they would reveal this secret if he asked them about it. His older brother had surprisingly mellowed down, but that could have been the effect of the woman next to him. He might have been holding back, unwilling to show his old violent tendencies. I'm not sure if we can stay here for too long. Why is that, Sir Wayland? Asked Lucille, and Roland started to explain to her how these boss chambers worked. So Sir Wayland is saying that if we stay here for too long that monster could appear again. Yes, we should not be in any danger for now, but I would not stay here for more than a day. Then there is that door. We might have to charge in through it and lock ourselves in with those monsters. If we retreat into this chamber its boss might appear again. Roland didn't think he would be able to battle the monster with his broken armor. He might be able to set up a few traps, but the only real resource he had was the deep silver he just found, a few metal ores from that hidden chamber, and the boss monster's remains to scribe some scrolls. Is that so? Lucille looked at the dead monster that was in the process of being sniffed by a now recovered Agni. It was clear to Roland that his pooch was interested in the sizable mana stone that was still inside that dinosaur. Never thought I'd see one of these. You recognize this monster? Yes, I've consulted some books to see what kind of creatures inhabit volcanic dungeons like this. I never thought to see a variant of the volcanic Zornotaurus. Lucille's eyes sparkled a bit. The girl seemingly liked to read about beasts as well. Normally the only version of this monster did not possess a bladed tail. It was also not able to heat itself up as much, but still possessed the iconic flame breath. This type of monster could even evolve into a land dragon if it managed to reach tier 3. It would be still a lesser form of a dragon, but still a monster that would require a whole party of tier 3 adventurers to defeat it. You should try to regain as much strength as you can, we will have to leave soon. Roland said while standing up. He needed to pick up the scrap metal that was once his weapons and armor. Without his gauntlets, he could still somewhat use his feet to produce some magical effects, but he would need to change his fighting style. There was also the monster's remains. Just like with the salamander, he might be able to make some backup scrolls to blast those monsters in the corridors. Before he could walk away, he felt someone touch his side. Sir Wayland. I'll be sure to ask my father to give you a hefty reward when we return. Lucille shouted while Robert was quick to give some praise. Yes, the Arden estate will also provide a bonus for your services. If it wasn't for you, we all would have perished long ago. Would you perhaps be interested in moving? I'm sure my father will be glad to hire such a promising craftsman and adventurer. Hefty reward. Moving? He thought about how he would need to explain to a viscount why he endangered the life of his daughter. Then even the worst thing of having Robert somehow bring his pops into this predicament, those won't be needed. But Sir Wayland, we have to give you some kind of reward. A reward? If you want to give me a reward, then how about, yes? Anything you want. Lucille's big eyes started to shine brightly as she waited for Roland to speak. How about we keep this little accident between us, huh? Both Robert and Lucille were surprised by the request, but soon Roland went further into the explanation. I fear that instead of being rewarded I might be punished for putting a young lady's life in jeopardy. Lucille dropped her head and started thinking. Robert as well nodded, finding that what Roland was proposing made sense. Yes. The lady's father might not react kindly. Father is more reasonable than that. I think. Lucille was a bit taken aback by Roland's reaction, but after thinking for a moment she nodded as well. Soon they all reach a consensus. For Roland's sake, they would keep this boss battle secret. The party of 4 decided to rest a day in this boss chamber while keeping watch. Then they would attempt to break through the gate where the monster's arm appeared. If Roland's hunch was right, the path forward would get increasingly easier the further they went, but time would only tell. His armor needed repairing, the shield could be somewhat hammered back into shape. Robert still had his sword and Lucille's magical rod was in working order as well. With the two-handed axe all of them had some kind of weapon. If he was able to create some more scrolls from the monster's remains, he felt that he would be able to clear out the strongest enemies waiting for them inside. After that, their weapons and skills would need to suffice. First, I need to fix the shield, Roland nodded as he got to work. It was time to move forward and escape this trap. Chapter 129. It was better when we had Wayland along. A rather sweaty half-elven girl in full leather gear was seen treading through a wide-open area filled with pools of lava. You need to come here more often and build up your heat-resistant skill and stop relying on magical contraptions. A man with a large frame and tan skin was walking in front of her. He was quite handsome, his upper arms weren't covered by any armor, but from his forearms and below, thick dark gauntlets could be seen. Shut up, Armand, it would have been better if you fell into that hole instead of Wayland. You think I wouldn't want that blue-haired noble girl around with me instead? Damn, it would be a waste if anything happened to her, and that bastard is lucky enough to be with her for so long. Lobelia furrowed her eyebrows before giving a kick to Armand's shin guard. The large man didn't even flinch as he was used to getting poked and prodded by his younger sister. The two had been tasked to go back to Albrook City. They had to run while mostly evading the monsters, while the 2 nights they were given were more of a burden than help. After a full day of going through the dungeon and not sleeping, they were able to arrive at the Adventurers Guild to give the report. Armand remembered it well as the old guild master looked like he had laid an egg. He was really pale after hearing that his precious Runesmith and the nobles were trapped in some unknown underground cave with no way of climbing back up. He could recall him blowing a fuse and shouting at everyone before scrambling back into his office. Armand looked back this fondly as this was the first time he saw the old fart in so much distress. It made the whole fiasco of him losing his old post actually somewhat worthwhile. After losing his position, he was scolded by his family members. He also had to quit going to the red light district for the time being. The money had to go to his equipment and the orphanage as the prices had increased. Luckily for him, the monster parts that they brought in were enough to cover the costs, and the other family members also pitched in. Even though he wasn't totally broke, it didn't change the fact that he still didn't like the person that caused this. Wayland the Runesmith, he didn't think that he could get along with a stiff like that. Whenever he thought about his face that he rarely showed, he wanted to put his fist through it. His 2 stepsisters weren't helping either, always taking that guy's side over his for some reason. It was clear to him that he might have been able to handle things differently that time. He was still a work in progress, but it would be hard to change his boisterous ways. This is how he was, cocky and full of vigor. Is that the only thing that you can think about? Lobelia frowned even more after hearing Armand disclose his desires of being trapped in a room with the blue-haired noble. The noble lady was quite beautiful and had porcelain-like skin to match it. She didn't want to admit it, but she was defeated in a couple of places, but still thought that her face was much better than what the ice mage had. Continuing their report, a climbing specialist had to be rushed over to Albrook from another dungeon town. It took a couple of days to assemble the rescue team, and they headed back at the moment they arrived. Guild Master Auden and the mayor were rushing them all the way to the dungeon entrance. At one point they even thought that the old man would join them on the expedition. They rushed back down past the 10th level that luckily had its boss killed beforehand. Now they were on the way towards the large lava lake that they passed by previously. The side passage had collapsed after the volcanic worms burst through the mountain. This was a dungeon though, and they worked in mysterious ways. It wouldn't be odd for the cliff passage to have mended itself back to health. The holes that adventurers produced with their high-powered attacks tended to vanish after a week of time. It was as if the dungeon was some kind of huge organism that had a slow healing factor. They were traveling with 3 new adventurers. They were of a particular beastman race. They had short white beards, short tails, and long black horns. The most characteristic part about them were their rectangular eyes. These adventurers were part of a mountain goat beastman tribe that was famous for their climbing skills. Even without any ropes, they had certain skills that allowed them to cling to the walls for exorbitant amounts of time. The plan was for these 3 to climb down into the hole where the 3 people fell down. Each one would then attach a person to a harness that would allow them to carry them up without the need of holding onto them. They would become human-sized backpacks for these people while they climbed back up. Even with these specialists, it was dangerous. No one knew if those volcanic worms would not appear suddenly once more. They also didn't know how far down that hole was, nor how well they could use their climbing skills on the dungeon walls. "Okay, we are at the lake. It's not that far now," Lobelia said while waiting at the two knights that were as always lumbering behind the group of adventurers. The plan was for them to wait till the lava lake subsided. On the other side the noble encampment was still in place. They would meet up with Lord Percival and the others and then head over to the cliff with a smaller team of knights. Everything was being kept on the down low for now. It was clear that neither the Adventurers Guild, nor the nobles wished to disclose the fact that they let a magically gifted Viscount's daughter be trapped in a new dungeon. It wasn't the first time that an accident like this happened, but this didn't mean that there would not be repercussions later. Depending on how much pull the Viscount had, he could make it uncomfortable for the guild and the nobles. "Wait, what's that, huh? Where?" Armand squinted with his eyes while looking in the direction that Lobelia was pointing at. The lava had subsided a few minutes ago, so they were waiting for it to cover up again. They would not risk attempting to cross it while it was uncovered, as they would lose precious time. Surprisingly, something appeared right in the middle of this lake. "Wait, that red armor." His jaw almost dropped as Armand saw someone that he was very familiar with. Lobelia as well, with her enhanced archer vision, she could see a somewhat beat-up armored man emerge from the middle of this lake. The shiny crimson armor that was his calling card was all banged up. The gauntlets were missing, and it looked like the chest plate had been hit by a sledgehammer a couple of times. For some reason, the helmet looked in good shape. "Is that Wayland? Wait, that blue, is that the noble girl?" Wayland was the first one to appear. Lobelia could see him looking around before turning. It seemed that he was leaning down to help someone up, and soon Lady Lucille was right next to him. Then Agni appeared seemingly out of nowhere, followed by a knight that she saw a couple of times before. "What's going on? How are they all the way there? Didn't they fall into that hole?" Before the two could process the information, they could see the group of three looking around. After realizing why they were actually at, Lobelia could see the knight picking up the noble lady. They all took off sprinting towards where the group of adventurers was. Oh right, Lobelia realized what the problem was. The lake had been drained of lava for a few minutes. The timing that it would close up again had a certain pattern to it, but this only became clear after you watched it for an hour, and got ready to cross. With no way of telling how much time they had, the group of 3 humans and 1 ruby wolf started running to safety. Will they make it? Lobelia cried out in shock as they were quite a ways away from where the two were now. It didn't seem that Wayland had the usual green light covering his armor, which didn't make him much faster than the knight that was carrying the lady in his arms. Armand along with Lobelia moved over to where the lake started but didn't enter. The 3 goat beast men that were there for the climbing mission followed after them without being sure what was going on. The group of adventurers had no way of helping, as they could just wait and hope for the best. Running up to meet them halfway made no sense, as none of them seemed injured. Oh no, look. About a quarter way through, Lobelia spotted that the lava lake started expanding. Wayland was seen looking to the sides and shouting something to the knight next to him. The two started running slightly faster while the ruby wolf didn't trail that far behind. The 2 running men in their confusion lost their chance to take off the heavy armor they were wearing. If they stopped now, they would be losing more time than they would be gaining. It was a spring against time. The lava started closing in from the side, and soon the path behind them was closed. The lava lake sometimes became filled from the other side first, which also produced a somewhat larger wave going towards the end where Armand and Lobelia were standing. I don't think they are going to make it. This wave of burning death was approaching them. From what Armand and Lobelia were seeing, it didn't seem like the running speed was enough. It also didn't seem like Wayland's fancy armor was functioning correctly, as he was a lot slower than usual. Stand back, Armand shouted while jumping into the part of the lake that was not yet covered. Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to die with them? Just shut up and watch. Armand took up a wide fighting stance with his legs spread apart and knees bent. It somewhat looked like a traditional karate stance, but what he was up to, Lobelia had no idea. His tan body started turning red in a similar fashion as when he activated his body enhancement skill. There was a small difference though. This crimson color started moving towards his right fist. Soon his whole forearm was glowing in red while his muscles contracted. He kept his eyes closed while concentrating. The veins on his hand looked like they were about to burst. Before he completed this technique, he opened up his eyes and shouted, "If you don't want to die, then dodge it to the side." Armand's booming voice traveled towards the two sprinting men that could not help but notice him in the distance. It was just in time to see him throwing his large fist forward. Following this, they saw something strange. They could hear something similar to a thunderclap. Suddenly, giant tiger head emerged before them and traveled their way. It caused the ground under it to crack and pushed everything to the side while increasing in speed. Roland could see Armand's strange pugilist skill approaching. It carried a wave of strange non-magical energy that was on par with a high-level Tier 2 attack spell. He quickly moved to one side while Robert did the same. Even when this attack passed by them, he could feel the wind pressure making his whole damaged armor rattle. He was almost pushed to the side by the residual wind pressure, while Agni was luckily spared from it as he used his master as a shield. Without looking back, he continued to sprint as he realized what was the purpose of this attack. Robert, on the other hand, did a quick glance back, just in time to see the tiger head colliding with the mass of lava, and pushing it back. A giant explosion rocked the lava lake as the attack connected with the heavy mass of molten rock. This technique was strong enough to blast a large hole in the lake and also gave Robert and Roland precious time to escape, while getting some of their clothes singed by the splashing molten lava. With one last long jump, they managed to get to the other side. Roland had to grab Agni by the collar and throw him towards the exit while almost getting his feet burned. Luckily, he still had his fire-resistant boots on, so his feet didn't melt on the spot. He ended up rolling on the ground while trying to remove the boots that had lava stuck to them. With a little help from Lucille and a simple water spell, they were able to douse the fire. "Wayland, how did you end up in the middle of that lava lake? Weren't you stuck in that cavern?" Lobelia popped her head out from behind Armand. Her older brother looked a bit gassed after using that strange skill, but that didn't keep his sister from shoving him to the side to get the scoop. It's a long story. We are tired. I need to rest." Roland was not really in the mood to talk about what transpired in the caverns below. The armor that he was wearing, or at least what was left from it, told part of the story. After getting through the boss chamber, they were rewarded by another array of dim-lit tunnels. There were many monsters there that started out from level 80 and down. It was just as he had theorized before. He had opened up the back entrance to a hidden section of the dungeon. The sword-tailed boss was clearly a bonus section that would reward people with some good gear. While they continued to travel, they encountered weaker and weaker monsters. Traps and fake passages that made them go around in circles were something they got used to after a couple more days down there. Then they finally arrived into a larger section. There were stairs going up and another runic lock that he was able to open. Considering it opened up a hole in the molten lake while it was empty from the lava, they could consider themselves lucky. Otherwise, they would have flooded the chamber below, then either died or got stuck. This part of the dungeon was clearly designed to be entered after the lake cleared itself out. Without that knowledge, it would be very deadly to exit. Knowing this, a party could easily get something to detect if the coast above was clear before going back out. Now he knew, so if he ever decided to go to that pocket with the precious metals, he would be sure to create a device that was able to detect the lava. It would probably take a while before he got back there. He was not capable of defeating that monster by himself. The spot where he nabbed the Ethereum ore might have actually been able to replenish itself with time. This meant that if he managed to create a transport route for himself, he would be rich. He could sell the metals and crystals or use them for fuel. Even though he had his wind generators, they lacked portability. He had not been able to develop a working battery, yet with that pocket of crystallized mana fluid, he would be able to power items outside his workshop. After resting for a moment, he finally got his sorry behind in gear. After standing up, the first thing that he saw was a smirking Armand. He was puffing out his chest like he was some kind of hero. Roland already knew what the man wanted from him, but the cocky attitude only made Roland incapable of thanking him. "Why so quiet? Don't you have something to say to your benefactor? HM?" He was actually willing to tell him that he did a good job, but after the conceited tone, he changed his mind and a sigh escaped from his mouth. "I don't think we'll ever get along. Now move out of my way." "What's with that attitude? I saved your life." Yeah, wish you saved some brain cells while you were at it." After spending a week down in the dark, Roland was quite done with this dungeon. He just wanted to get out of here and take a cold bath. Giving a thank you to Armand was the least of his concern. Why you little, stop shouting you big idiot, can't you see that they are injured? Lobelia finally spoke up. She could clearly see that Roland's stance was shaky and that Robert had passed out after carrying Lucille in his hands for the whole run. We need to get Sister Cassia here. Armand begrudgingly stopped yelling after looking at the beat-up group before him. It seemed like they needed to either get them to the night encampment or escort them out of the dungeon. Chapter 130. Lucille, you are alive. Please calm down, Charlene, I'm fine. A smiling blue-haired noble lady was being hugged by a young blonde girl that went by the name Charlene. The two friends were now back together. The first thing this young earth mage did was toss herself at the ice mage's dirt-covered body. The other people around them were a bit surprised by the unlady way of acting. Most of the time Charlene was composed and acted as a proper noble lady of her status. Now, on the other hand, she was even sobbing slightly. Did those two have such a relationship with each other? Roland had to take a step back after watching the two girls hug it out. He had come across this Charlene person before. From his point of view, the girl was more in line with all the haughty nobles that he knew. Whenever she spotted him talking about runes with Lucille, she gave him that look. One that told him that he shouldn't associate with one of her friends. Most nobles did feel like the commoners were below them in any way, shape, or form. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary, as he was just not considered part of their group. People tended to create their own small or big cliques. If someone wasn't part of them, then they didn't belong. This was the same for these nobles. Only when accepted as part of their prestigious group, they would start treating someone as a proper human being. They were now all gathered outside the lake area. The mountain goat beast men were tasked to go grab the knights. With Roland, Robert, and Lucille being exhausted from the trip, they were in no condition to make it over the lake again. The knights had used the planned encampment and continued with their test even when Lucille was trapped. It seemed that accidents like this were somewhat included in the whole expedition. Losing one of the mags was not apparently a big enough reason to not get a passing grade. Now Roland was curious if they would not get any demerits, as the three people that fell down were able to return on their own accord. This depended on the instructor who was watching over this whole fiasco. He might even want to sweep it under the rug, as he was not able to react in time to save a viscount's daughter either. Knight Robert, please give me an explanation. How were you able to return here? The loud voice of Lord Percival moved Roland's attention away from the two young girls hugging each other. Robert and him had already drunk some healing and stamina potions, all given to them by Lobelia. Roland felt a bit ticked off by the tone of voice this noble was using. It was clear that he didn't think much of Robert, as he did not use this harsh way of speaking when talking to either of the noble ladies. Robert's facial expression, that had gone milder after their experiences down in the dungeon, reverted to its old stiff shape. His eyebrows went at an angle and he stood up straight while doing the usual knightly salute. The perfect knight that was starting to show some human traits was back to his old self, or at least that's how it seemed. Roland's only worry was him disclosing their run-in with the dangerous boss monster. He had given them the option of backing out, but not like a noble would see it like that. Roland could be held accountable for endangering nobles. This could bring various troubles his way, which he would like to avoid at all cost. Yes, Commander, I will make my report now. Huh? While standing up straight, Robert's eyes moved to the side and Roland could see him glancing at him for just a second. This took him a bit by surprise, but after Robert started to speak out he realized why he was looking his way. After being trapped in the cave, we discovered a passage that led us to a series of corridors. With Wayland's help, Wayland. Not the adventurer? It felt like Robert was finally treating him like a proper person. Before the fall he mostly referred to him as adventurer. Roland continued to listen to this explanation, and to his surprise, any information about the room filled with metals and the boss chamber was kept out of it. Robert even downplayed the number of monsters they needed to face after leaving the boss chamber. The report that he gave informed Percival that they just found a series of underground corridors filled with bug-type monsters. Then at the end, they found an opening that led them to the middle of the lake, an exit from the tunnels. Yes, my lord, but after the lava flooded, I fear that the entrance has been sealed. This was another lie. After they went outside, the pathway closed itself automatically. Robert made it sound like the mechanism was a one-way exit. Good, at ease, Percival nodded with his head. He was not an adventurer, so he was not that interested if there were any treasures below the dungeon. He was more concerned about passing this mission and not having a precious noble lady that also possessed a rare class to die on his watch. Roland wasn't sure what to say. He wanted to thank his half-brother for keeping it a secret. Before he could do that, a certain nun from the Sun Church appeared before him. Her hands were already glowing with the holy light. "Mr. Wayland, please don't move, I'll heal your wounds." A miracle of healing appeared before him. Sister Cassia's hands glowed in golden light. When this light touched his skin, he could feel a tingling feeling wash over him. He had drunk a healing potion beforehand, but healing spells were slightly different. They worked instantly. A Tier 3 priest could even recover lost limbs if their magic was high enough. There were even some rumors that Tier 4 healing classes were able to resurrect people with a loss to their experience, and some memory loss. If those rumors were true or not was hard to confirm. Tier 4 healers were all candidates for the Pope position. It was a somewhat special class at Tier 5 that could be used only by one person per church. This left all the main churches with one pope, and only when they died would another pope be chosen. Roland wasn't aware of how this all worked, but the rumors said that the gods from these churches were involved in it. Thus getting a Tier 4 healer in motion would require a lot of capital and power. Probably only high aristocrats of the Duke caliber and above could move someone like that into action. While the nobles were busy with Robert and Lucille, Roland was able to catch up with his adventurer group. "You've seen better days. At least you can just repair that armor of yours." Lobelia was the first one to speak up while Silvio moved in from the side and gave Roland a pat on the back. "Good job, glad that you were able to make it out alive. You're tough for human, next time no slip." Korgak chimed in with a one-liner. Then for some reason, after seeing Silvio patting Roland's back, he decided to come over and give one of his own. The half-orc was much larger than the tracker, so his pat was a full-time smack to his backplate. The already damaged armor rattled slightly while Roland had to take a step forward. "Mr. Korgak, please be more gentle. Mr. Wayland has been through a lot, he must drink a lot of water and rest." Sister Cassia shook her head at the large half-orc that somewhat dropped his head down. He was not sure what happened during the stay at the camp, but he seemed to be afraid of her. "Now then, Mr. Wayland, let me recite a passage of our holy gospel while you recover." Roland's mostly neutral-looking face that was still covered by the helmet showed a frown. It seemed that this was the problem, as the moment the gospel was mentioned the other party members started inching away from the nun. "I think I'll pass." Roland sidestepped Sister Cassia while she was reciting some strange passages from their version of the Bible. Lobelia and Armand also cleared out from around them while the cleric continued her speech. It seemed that she really let them hear it during the camp stay when he was done. After going through some awkward pleasantries with his party members, Roland headed over to Silvio. The party leader was glancing at the nobles that were in the process of looking over their own comrades. Lucille was the center of attention, but even Robert was greeted by the other knights. After spending some time with the two, he started thinking slightly differently about nobles. He was still convinced that the exception does not make the rule and that most nobles were still less than pleasant to be around. Silvio nodded at Roland while looking over his damaged armor, but not commenting on it. "Will we be returning now?" Roland didn't beat around the bush with his question. He was tired and his armor was rendered useless. After going through a couple of runic mending skills, it barely was able to produce defensive spells. All of the mana stones had been broken during the scuffle with the boss and he just wanted to go home. "That depends on them. We are still contractual obligated to stay with them. The one that makes the decision is that High Knight." Silvio motioned with his chin towards the older armored knight. This was the academy instructor that they came with, and he would decide if this was over. The time they spent down here was over 2 weeks and they would probably need a day or two to get back. "Sir Berthold, this won't do. We must return this instant. There isn't even that much time left for the test. Lucille has been through enough to think she proved that she can handle herself here." Roland perked up as the blonde-haired noble lady started shouting. After she was done hugging Lucille, she strutted over to the High Knight instructor by the name of Berthold. The old knight in question looked slightly troubled by this request. He was probably weighing the pros and cons of this decision. Finally, after a moment of silence, he spoke out. "Lady Charlene, I would normally be inclined to let you off, but rules are rules." At first, the blonde lady started to smile, but her facial expression changed to a pout. Both she and also Percival were now talking with the High Knight. "But Sir Berthold, Now young lady, let me finish." This exercise was supposed to take a minimum of 3 weeks and we are a few days short. May I propose a small compromise? The voices of the group of nobles started to become more silent as they discussed something with each other. From what Roland could tell, it was a positive proposition. As the blonde lady's pout turned to a big bright smile, they decided on something. I guess we are packing up, Silvio commented while covering a smirk with his hand. Due to his enhanced hearing, he could clearly hear what the nobles were discussing even though they were standing far away. Soon everyone else was clued in by the Knight Commander, Lord Percival. Listen up everyone, we will return to our encampment. The first sentence didn't sound right, but soon Roland knew why Silvio was smiling. Only half of our force will come with me while the rest remains with Lady Charlene and Lucille. We will only be returning to take the magic tents and the remaining provisions. From the order, it looked like they would be taking a smaller force to clear out the camp from what was left there. After hearing that Lucille was alive and well, half of them moved here while some people remained at the old encampment. We will then meet up with the adventurer party before the boss chamber and then head up to the city where we will stay for the remainder of the week. Oh. Aren't you glad, Wayland? Just relax, you'll be home soon enough. Isn't it great to have that Percival fellow on our side? He gave that old knight an offer that he couldn't refuse. An offer? Roland asked while not really sure of what Silvio was talking about. He did not hear any part of the conversation, but not like he was listening to the nobles from the start. Silvio on the other hand was quite sneaky about it. Use your imagination, what could an old knight like that be looking for at this point in his life? Silvio gave him another pat on the back while moving out to do a sweep of the area. He left Roland with more questions without explaining much, but he got the gist of it. The Tier 3 knight was already past his prime. This could mean that he was looking for a place to retire. Percival belonged to a count's estate, he might even be the heir of the whole estate. With a few good words here and there he could propose a position at the count's side, maybe even let the Tier 3 knight become some kind of commander there. If it's like that, then maybe the nobles were to return outside of this dungeon, but they would stay in the city for longer. It would look like the knights stayed for 3 weeks down in the dungeon, which would allow them to pass their test, while also looking less suspicious when they returned. It seemed nice to have connections with high nobles, but why Percival used this card remained unknown to him. It didn't seem as if he would have failed. Either way, was he really just being cordial towards the tired Lucille? If Roland had to be truly honest, he thought this was the wrong decision. This only showed the young nobles that if someone had connections, they could get away with murder. Even though they were trying to keep it hidden, probably some of the knights knew what was going on. Something like this would certainly not go down well during an actual war. While shaking his head about this deal, the rest of the people started moving. He was now separated from his 2 old companions while Agni remained. His ruby wolf had actually leveled up quite a bit thanks to the boss fight and then the many monster encounters after it. He would probably be evolving soon as he was already level 46 at this point. Woof. Tamed beasts have it easy. Roland patted the wolf on the head while grumbling that Agni had it too easy while leveling up. Even with his debugging skill he wasn't this fast. Let us head out. The knight seemed a lot more coordinated after the 2 weeks of being here. Now without the 2 slow mags in the party, they were even able to get through the lake in one piece. While walking he could only think about it finally being over and that his identity was safely kept hidden away. He had to commend himself on adding a few more attachments to this helmet and having Banir almost weld it in place. The helmet visor that he was using was also slightly different, and even when he opened it up, the top part of his face was covered. He had enough space to get food into his mouth without Robert noticing anything. Sometime later they arrived at the boss room exit. They had to make a temporary encampment there while waiting for the second part of the knights. They needed to spend 1 more day here till they moved back up. He noticed Robert and Lucille glancing his way from time to time, but now he was back to his old party. The adventurers had their own encampment while the nobles spent the time together. After not having much sleep for almost a whole week, he retired to his tent that he had to mostly set himself yet again. Armand had gotten the hang of setting these up, so he would not stay awake for that part. Even while being stuck with the talkative Sister Cassia in his room, he managed to fall asleep rather quickly. Unbeknownst to him, the woman prattled on for hours as due to his helmet she couldn't tell that he was dozing off. The rest went well and without a hitch. The High Knight and Percival returned without getting ambushed by over-leveled monsters and they all headed up. All of the knights had leveled up while fighting the Tier 2 monsters in the lower levels, so they had no problem with these Tier 1 variants. Finally, I'm out. I'm not going into this stinky dungeon for at least another month. Lobelia sprinted up the dungeon stairs and was the first one outside. The other adventurers were quite interested in the large party of knights and adventurers that were coming out. There was one person in particular that stood up. The beat-up armor was making a lot of noise and it looked like it was going to fall apart at any minute. It was finally over. Roland could feel the clear air and even see the sunlight shining down into his visor. He had made it out in one piece and had gained a lot while doing it. What remained to do was to return home and count the coins. Chapter 131. Woof. You sure are excited, aren't you, boy? Agni wiggled his ruby-tipped tail while running in front of his master. They were on the path towards his house. He had taken it multiple times since he had come here and it was slowly taking shape. Roland didn't bother returning to Albrook City. For now, he needed to replace his armor before it totally fell apart. It was a miracle that he could keep his identity hidden away without his helmet falling off. All the rattling brought quite a bit of attention and he knew that people were looking at him. Everyone was probably wondering why he didn't take the armor off as they were already out of danger. Luckily the nobles didn't say anything and his party members stopped prodding after a while. After coming out of the dungeon, the adventurers went their own way. Silvio informed him that he would make a report while they could take a break. They were to meet up at the guild the next day to get their cut. He also informed Roland that he would probably be asked about his little cliff accident. Robert, Lucille along with Percival and Charlene headed to the city and the mayor's house. His older brother didn't get a chance to say goodbye as he was forced back into his old position by Percival. The noble commander didn't care for pleasantries and he also didn't seem interested in having a chat with the adventurers. Roland didn't really mind, he just wanted to get this expedition behind him. The contract that he signed stated that after they left the dungeon, he was free to do what he wanted. He wouldn't even need to do a proper report, he was not compelled to. Due to this, he planned to not disclose the boss chamber or what was beyond it. Without getting a person that could feel out the runes and crack them, there was no way of entering the caverns. It was also in the middle of that lava lake, which would be a hard obstacle to pass. Not like I can get back there in this state. That monster will probably appear again, or maybe something even more dangerous. Roland gave out a sigh while thinking about the large cave with all those resources. He wanted nothing more than to just repair his armor and get back in there with Banir. With a large enough spatial bag and some mining tools, he would become rich. The problem was the boss monster along with the monsters guarding the boss chamber. He would need to get past them without much help. Banir wasn't really a fighter and the only thing he could use would be runic ammunition. Even with the runic grenade launcher, he felt that Banir would be more of a hindrance. That monster was intelligent enough to release an area of attack to trap Robert and Lucille. He would probably go for the weakest link, which would force Roland to defend Banir. Regretfully, he would need to postpone the mining expedition for another time. First, he needed to upgrade his armor and restock on his runic ammunition. He felt like waiting till he was at least at the 100th level wasn't such a bad idea. This was fine as he would have things to keep himself busy. By having this mission end, he would be getting those crafting secrets. The inferior build that required him to place mana stones on the exterior of his armor would not hold him back anymore. During this dungeon run, it became clear that having mana stones attached to his wares would hold him back. Perhaps shields were the only items that could use the old crafting process as he could stack many mana stones on the inside of them. I'll have to make a new smelter and then try mixing some batches of metals. The Ethereum that I managed to take should be enough for one set of armor. Should I make it from deep silver this time? Roland thought while now being almost at his home. He had a couple of bars of deep silver which he could melt. This was not quite enough for a full set of armor, but he could just get more at the market. This fantasy metal would allow him to keep the resistance of deep steel but would also give him a buff against demons and undead-type creatures. It was something that paladin classes like to utilize as it helped in resisting curse-type spells. Wished I had a runic shovel, huh? His train of thought was broken after he heard Banir's voice from afar. He was close to his home but not that close. This meant that Banir was still in the forest area. The closer he got the more he heard the sound of digging. Woof. Agni ran forward and started acting more as a dog than a wolf as he barked at the half-dwarven assistant. What? Agni, is that you? What are you doing here? The ruby wolf jumped on the red-haired Banir and took him down to the ground. He started licking his face while wagging his tail. Roland peeked out from around a tree while moving forward. He grasped his damaged helmet and started pulling it off. What he saw was his assistant digging up a large hole. Next to this hole were 4 sacks that were tied around the top. Even without asking, he could tell what was in there. The flies that were circling around the dark dried blood made things clear. What are you doing, Banir? Roland called out while Banir managed to finally push Agni away. Banir had a confused look on his face and it seemed that he needed a few seconds to process this situation. Boss, you are back. Why are you back so soon? I thought you would be in the dungeon for at least another week. That's not the problem here. Why are you burying bodies so close to my house? Roland pointed to the obvious remains in the tied sacks. This made Banir look like some serial killer getting rid of the evidence. The grave was still shallow, so it seemed that he just got here. Oh, these 4 chumps. Ha ha, you won't believe me when I tell you. Chumps, huh? Roland raised an eyebrow. It didn't seem that Banir was perturbed by the fact that he was digging a grave for 4 bodies. This made Roland think that their deaths were justified in some way or another. If not, then maybe his assistant had a screw loose. Listen, boss. I'm listening. A few days ago, these 4 idiots tried to rob us blind. Oh, did they? Roland listened to Banir's explanation about the home invasion that he wasn't part of. Banir gave him a very colorful tale of a heroic blacksmith that battled 4 thieves with his bare hands. It was a hard-fought battle that he somehow managed to win while shedding blood to protect the new home he lived in. You broke the last one's neck with your hands alone, huh? Yes, boss, he almost got me when I was tired, but he didn't account for a blacksmith's strength. Roland just gave out a sigh while moving closer. This doesn't explain why you are burying them in the woods. Well. I went to the city to report it to the guards. They came over to check it out, but... They didn't care. The bastards told me to just bury the bodies myself. Why do we pay taxes if those leeches can't even take care of thieves? It seemed that the guardsmen didn't care for the dead robbers. They did take their adventurer cards which the thieves possessed. They were apparently all low-leveled silver-ranked adventurers. I was sure that they would do that, so don't worry, boss. I grabbed anything that was worth something before I called the guards. Banir gave Roland a thumbs up while grinning. He would need to check up on those items, but he didn't expect anything besides some daggers and maybe silver coins. Couldn't just leave them in the backyard. They were starting to reek. Banir decided to bury these 4 in the forest and not too close to the house. That was the right decision. Roland nodded as this did make sense. Normally the guards would need to hire an undertaker to come get the bodies. This of course cost the city some good coin, which probably made them leave it up to Banir. The death was not inside of the city, so they didn't care as much. Glad that we can always trust in the guards to avoid work. Roland didn't know what to say, so he just started walking towards his home. I'll leave you to it then. I need to get some rest. Leave it to me, boss. You can tell me about the expedition later, but Banir trailed off at the end of the sentence while also turning his face away from Roland. Something the matter? Oh, nothing. Rest well. I'll just dig up this grave. Okay then. Roland was too tired to prod his assistant for the strange behavior. Soon he would realize why Banir was acting sheepish. The moment he opened up the door at his fence, he saw it. The whole backyard looked like a blast zone. There were small and large holes everywhere. The grass that he grew to make it look somewhat presentable was all burned up. This made Roland realize what really transpired during the home invasion and how all of the traps must have gone off. There were also larger craters that probably came from the weapon that Banir was handed. It was clear to him that his assistant exploded the attacker. This was probably why they were in tightly tied sacks. He could even see some patches of dried up blood and chunks of human meat that were not properly cleaned out. I need to come up with something better than mines. By some miracle the wind turbines were intact. Some had some damage, but they were in working condition. This could not be said for the wiring that was exposed to the elements. If Roland had gotten here back a week later, then maybe Banir would have enough time to clean this mess up. I'm home. Roland moved to his house. The building was standing with no visible damage. It seemed that Banir was successful in defending it. The backyard could be repaired later. First he needed to sleep and get cleaned. While going in, he tossed the miraculously intact helmet to the side. When this helmet collided with the floor, the visor flew off and slid to the side. Following this, he started undoing the straps from his chest plate, pauldrons, and all the rest. Some even snapped loose almost instantly. It was clear to him that this piece of equipment was not usable anymore. This armor had been one of his first works as a proper runesmith. It served him well for many months, but now it was time to retire it. The pieces of armor started littering the ground as Roland took them off. He was tired, but even then he was unwilling to just leave this on the floor. While grumbling, he picked the parts all up and descended into his workshop. The armor made it into the scrap box, where he kept most of the pieces of metal that were cut up for later smelting. He did not have a replacement runic suit at the moment, at least not a full one. He had made some replacement gauntlets with which he could cast some spells, but that was it. After being free of his old suit, he felt a lot lighter. It was time to take a bath. Before leaving though, he spotted a finished armor on display. It was not one that he made, nor did he remember buying one either. Did Banir make it? He gave it a quick examination and could see that it was all at the intermediate level and made from deep steel. It looks like it will fit me. Without any spares, this new set of armor would do nicely for when he needed to report to the city. He could use the spare gauntlets that already had the runes, and he also could take a spare helmet. Roland still had to watch out for Robert as his brother, and the rest of the nobles were staying in town for another week. He didn't need it to be combat ready, just so that it would cover his face. Even though his brother seemed to have mellowed out with age, he wasn't sure how he would react if he knew Wayland the runesmith was his lost younger brother. It's almost over. They will be gone from here in a week. While heading back up, Roland thought about tomorrow. He needed to pay the Adventurers Guild a visit. Sylvia would be there to make the report, but he needed to get what he was promised from the guild master. With that in mind, he prepared his bath. Even though he looked to be doing okay from the outside, he was really tired. While being down in the tunnels, he didn't get any sleep, and even after getting out he was only able to take a small nap before they left. Now, while being submerged in his tub, he glanced at his status screen. His levels had gone up after killing all those monsters and that boss. Name: Roland Arden, L85 classes, T2 Runesmith Lord, L10, primary, T1 Mage, L25, secondary, T1 Runic Mana Scribe, L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith, L25, tertiary, HP 3024 3024 MP 8141, 8141 SP 2082, 4082 Strength 81 Agility 58 Dexterity 110 Vitality 81 Endurance 90 Intelligence. Glanced at his mana numbers as well as his stamina numbers. The more he looked at them, the more he thought that the class that he received was a cheat. Even if Robert caught up in levels with him, he felt like he would be physically stronger than him even without the armor. Robert's class gained strength, vitality, and endurance somewhat equally, but even with that, it couldn't go against the Lord class 2-time multiplier. I wonder if other people have this class variant. Roland closed his eyes and started thinking. He was probably not the only one with a class like this. There were probably also variations of this class at tier 3. What would be the multiplier then? 4 or 5, would he be able to also get a prestige class when the time came, and would it force him into another troublesome trial? His thoughts started becoming hazy, but then drifted towards a new skill that he had learned after attaining the 10th level of Runesmith Lord. Basic Rune Overload skill allows the runesmith to boost the power of a runic spell temporarily. There is a chance of the rune breaking when this skill is used. The higher the rune's grade, the lesser the chance of the rune structure collapsing. He didn't get to test it as he feared that his armor would get damaged too much. He already used his runic mending skill a couple of times, and at the end, all of his runic gear fell to a level below intermediate. I'll test it out tomorrow. Hey boss, are you here? I took care of the bodies, but I'm sure you've seen the backyard. I didn't have time to. Banir returned to the house after an hour of digging. His digging skill was quite high, so he was able to finish up quite fast. He wanted to apologize for how he didn't have time to get the backyard in better shape, but before he could, he saw something interesting. In front of the door to the bathroom, he spotted a dark crimson ball of fluff. This was Agni, curled up and sleeping as if he was guarding the entrance to where his master was in. Did he fall asleep in the tub again? Bit early for that. The sun was going down, but it was not yet dark outside, so Banir was a bit confused. Then he realized that Roland had just come back from a long dungeon expedition and was probably tired. With that in mind, he decided to remove himself from the house. This was not the first time his boss had fallen asleep in that bathroom, and most of the time he woke up during the night and found his way back to his bedroom. I guess I can try fixing those wires. Where was that magic dark liquid again? Bernier whistled to himself while closing the door to Roland's house. While his boss was resting, he would do some work and then follow it up with a nice drink. Chapter 132. A somewhat wrinkled Roland moved out of the bathroom. It was about 7 in the morning and he had stayed inside the tub filled with water for the entire night. His body was kind of aching after resting against the metal tub that was clearly not meant for sleeping. I need to stop sleeping in that thing. Roland twitched a bit after feeling something press against the rear side of his knee. Agni was there to greet him, which almost caused him to tumble forward. Good morning, Agni, woof. With only a towel around his waist, Roland moved towards his bedroom to get dressed. After finding a plain white shirt and some pants, he was ready to eat something. After looking inside the refrigerator, he luckily found it restocked. There was some cheese, eggs, and even meat in the form of sausages. There was also no lack of beer in here that Bernier was sure to buy. Here, your share, you've earned it. Agni got a little pat on the head and also a bowl filled with meat. He had saved his hide back there in the monster chamber, which Roland would never forget. Roland started eating. The dried provisions that he had at the dungeon ran out quite fast. Afterward, he was stuck eating grilled monster meat, which got quite boring after 2 days. He wanted to relax and go to one of the more famous Albrook restaurants, but that would have to wait. The guild owed him some money and crafting knowledge. The guild master stated that he would have everything ready when he returned. This is the last time. Again, he was consumed by greed and fear. The only reason he took this job offer was that he didn't want to wait. With his profession, he would be able to make money even with the mana stone variant of the runic items. With time, he would have a chance to get that knowledge himself. He could even try going to different cities and hire some bodyguards with enough money. Yet he got scared of people moving in the background. There were the cultists and the assassin hired by someone from the Arden estate. Roland found it hard to relax, so he risked it all to get his hands on items that would help him build up his power. He was successful this time around, but he could have very well just fallen to his death during that volcanic worm event. It didn't seem that his family was aware of his existence. Even his older brother didn't notice that it was him. After so many years had passed, he didn't think that anyone was looking for him anymore. That would still leave him with the cultists, which were probably a more realistic adversary. Yet he didn't think they would bother sending anyone too powerful to find a young blacksmith. They probably never looked into his identity and were forced out of the city rather fast. It was more believable that they focused their eyes on his previous known boss and his tier 3 bodyguards that fled the city around the same time as he did. It was hard to relax for someone like Roland that was trapped in his own mind. Only when he gained enough strength to face someone at the level of those cultists, he would not be able to relax fully. With that in mind, he was already planning his next move, which was a golem. After going through some of the runic theory books that Lucille lent him, he was closer to achieving this. He had also nabbed a nice big Elikin crystal that could be used as a power source. With it, this automaton could move around freely. Still, this was a finite power source that could not be replenished. He was hoping to design a sort of runic battery that could be recharged with his wind turbines. For now, he had a lesser prototype that could store an excess, but it was not portable enough to insert into a human-sized golem. The easiest way would be to use some wires, but this would be an easy target for any opponent this golem faced. Good morning, boss. Roland's thoughts came to a halt after his assistant appeared. Bernier looked somewhat different than before, as if he matured slightly. The little scuffle with the thieves had apparently given the half-dwarf some confidence. Morning, I've seen that you have been busy. That armor isn't bad. So you've seen it. Wanted to give you a surprise, but then those thieving bastards appeared. Yes, I've seen the backyard. Didn't know your punches could produce holes that big. Maybe you should become a pugilist instead. Roland smiled while Bernier turned his head to the side. His previous retelling stated that he battled the four with his bare hands, but Roland obviously knew that that wasn't true. So, how was the weapon I gave you? The runic launcher? It was great, but... The reloading mechanism could use some work. Roland rubbed his chin while Bernier told him the real story. He described how he fumbled during the reloading procedure and almost died. The weapon is meant more for ranged support. Maybe a sidearm would do the trick. Instead of improving on the reloading mechanism, Roland contemplated creating a smaller backup weapon. Something closer to a regular handgun that people without combat classes could somewhat utilize. As before, instead of gunpowder, runes would be used. The biggest problem would be the ammunition. He was not able to condense the runes into something small like a bullet. This would mean that for now, the bullets would just be regular bullets. A regular gun was still a good weapon for someone without any skills. A powerful archer would still be better with a bow, and all the skills made them even deadlier than a modern-day sniper. This would be only a backup weapon meant for more of a surprise attack. Without knowing what to expect, the enemies would not be able to react to a bullet in time. The problem would be the design. Nothing like a revolver existed in this world. On the other hand, something like a musket wouldn't be hard. A small explosion rune or a pressurized wind rune would push the bullet outside. The reloading would be faster than a regular musket, as the person would not need to shove gunpowder into the muzzle. Instead, they could just insert a round bullet and then instantly take aim. A smaller handheld version could also be made before he figured out how to create a proper runic revolver, so that's what happened. Good job. No need to thank me, boss. I'm sure the news spread through those thief guild circles. They will probably think twice before trying something like that again. Banir commented while Roland nodded. He would also start working for the Adventurers Guild from this day forth. They would probably think twice before attacking someone affiliated with a giant organization as the Adventurers Guild. The possibility of getting robbed while they left on business was always there. Roland would need to prepare more defenses while also thinking about hiring some muscle from the guild. Just like any other merchant, he needed some help. For now, he didn't quite have the money to get himself competent protection. The most he could hope for is silver or maybe 1 gold ranking adventurer. After having his breakfast and discussing some things with Banir, Roland descended into his workshop. The armor was put on and his face was hidden yet again. This suit of armor looked a bit strange as the parts on the arms didn't match the rest of the set and were also in red color. This will have to do. I didn't think you'd wear it yourself, boss. Isn't it a bit tight? Banir scratched his forehead while looking at Roland standing in the armor he made. He didn't show it, but he was quite happy that the item he made was already being used. It's fine, surprisingly fits well. Did you use one of the old schematics? Yes, why do you ask, boss? I redid most of them to fit my size. Without knowing, Banir apparently used one of the schematics that Roland previously customized for his own height. In reality, what Banir was doing wasn't that profitable. Making a full set of armor required taking measurements of the person that would be using them. Roland was on the taller side, which would make this finished armor harder to sell. The best way to sell these was to make them at an average height so most men could use them. This is why Roland mostly only sold weapons, shields, and separate armor parts like gauntlets, arm guards, and shin protectors that could be used as replacements by almost anyone. He would need to talk with Banir about these sorts of things in the future, as he did want to make more money. His assistant, on the other hand, had a less coin-focused mindset. He just wanted to craft items and have other people use them. Agni, stay here, I should be back in a few hours. Agni dropped his head a bit, but Banir was quick to get his attention. While those two handled the backyard problem, he would go to the city. He was not in a hurry, so he just walked while taking in the sights. Good day, Mr. Wayland. He nodded at the guard that instantly let him through, even while keeping some other wanderers waiting. His fame was slowly growing. Being the only real runesmith in the city, he started to get some pull. Even now, after seeing the runic inscriptions on his arm guards, the people could tell that it was him. With his contract with the guild going into motion, he also would be getting free advertisements. He just hoped that no one would bother him at his home for custom wares. May the lady's blessing be upon you all. Before the Adventurers Guild, he witnessed a peculiar sight. It was Sister Cassia, all dressed up in a white nun's uniform with a golden sun pattern sewn in. She was not alone, as there were other members of the Sun Church with her. She was next to the Adventurers Guild, speaking out loudly. The adventurers could not evade her gaze, and almost everyone that got near got a little custom preach session. Glad that you made it, Wayland. Oh, hey there, Silvio. Silvio appeared from the side. He was wearing a large backpack and looked ready for another expedition. Was nice working with you. If you ever find yourself in Isgard, be sure to visit the guild. Think that cleric is staying here? Well, CYA around. Roland nodded while the party leader made his exit. It seemed that he had gotten his reward and completed his assignment. With nothing more to do, it was time for him to return to his own city. Isgard, huh? Isn't that the one closest to the super dungeon? Silvio was gone, but the nun remained. The church's presence in this city was low at the moment, but it seemed that this woman would try to change that. Even now he could see some people approaching her. Was it her beauty or charisma he didn't know, but maybe soon the city would finally get its own grand cathedral. The tavern door swung open and he was greeted by some familiar faces. Elodia with her resting secretary face was giving some coins to an adventurer that finished his quest. Armand and Korgak were there drinking while his younger sister was shouting at him and complaining. It seemed that for once he was late to the party. Everyone looked to had already gotten their rewards and he was probably the only one left. Mr. Wayland, the guildmaster is waiting for you. While approaching the receptionist's, Elodia called out to him. He looked at her and almost could spot a small smile that quickly vanished as she moved her attention back to the person at her counter. He was now more or less part of this guild. All of his items would be deposited here and sold at the stores affiliated with the guild. This was acceptable to him. He could earn more at the auction house, but the fees were much higher, which brought the all-around earning potential to around the same. There was also the guild master that promised him runic research. If he was able to procure the crafting knowledge now, he might be able to get some later. This time around he would not take any life-risking requests. At most he could fashion some custom items for some big shots. It felt a bit strange, but Roland started remembering his old job in Edelgard. The store he was working in was not as large as this guild, but it had a similar structure. Whenever the people saw him they either greeted him or nodded their heads. It seemed that his Runesmith title had already given him some respect from these guild workers. I'm coming in. Roland knocked on the door before opening them up. Inside he saw a grumpy-looking guild master. The muscular giant of the man looked somewhat tired and it seemed that he had lost some weight. He was looking over some papers while not really paying attention to the man that just entered his office. Fuck. Before Roland could ask about his rewards he heard the large man smack that large desk of his with all his might. Damn nobles making demands. Can you believe this? Auden looked up to a fully armored Roland that didn't reply. Not like he knew what to say. This guild master here was somewhat hard to talk to. They want us to clear up the best hotel in Albrook and get them a servant per person. Do those little shits want to be found out or not? The desk was slammed again. From what Roland knew, the nobles were supposed to keep a low profile and not stand out for the remainder of the week. They could not return to the academy before a certain point as it would just show that they failed in their mission. Ah, it's you, Wayland. Auden finally moved his head up and noticed that it was not one of the usual workers but a certain Runesmith. You probably came for your cut. Good job. The large man smirked a bit while pointing with his finger to a sack on one of the bookshelves. Roland slowly walked up to it and grabbed it. Inside he found some books and money. That's the runic knowledge you wanted and also a little bonus for keeping that lass safe. I don't know how I would explain this to the Viscount. You saved my hide there, brat. Roland nodded while looking over the items. It seemed like everything that he wanted was indeed here. It's all here. Of course it is. I keep my promises. Don't forget that we have a contract now. Start sending those runic items when you can. Everything seems to be in order. I'll leave myself out then. The old man leaned back and gave out a sigh while waving his hand. Do you have to be so stiff all the time? Loosen up, kid. You won't find a nice girl if you're like that. Your looks are being wasted, and stop wearing that blasted armor everywhere. Okay. Roland just turned around without knowing how to reply. Now with the notes and some change he was ready to give the new smelting process a try. First, he would need to digest the new knowledge and see if he had the materials to fashion it. This should not be a problem as the new runic forge would mostly look like the old one, just made in a specific way, and with specific runes on it. With his debugging skill, it would be instantly upgraded into a high-quality tool that would probably last him for a while. The nobles were stuck in some hotel for now, but that was not his problem. His involvement with them was over. He could now take his sweet time in designing his new wares. Roland's most ambitious project would be on the way, something that would cement him as a proper runesmith. That was, to make a golem. After entering the large guild hall he ignored all the adventurers and headed for the exit. It was finally over. With one push the door swung open and he was on the way back home. At least that is what he had hoped for, because as he was just about to leave he heard a familiar voice behind him. Sir. Wayland. He stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head around in a sort of mechanical way. There he saw a familiar-looking blue-haired woman, with someone closely resembling his half-brother. God damn it, what do those two want? Chapter 133. Roland in his mismatched armor stood there. Before him was a smiling Lucille and a somewhat awkward-looking Robert. He was wearing a new knight half-plate armor that must have been a spare. Robert, just like Roland, had lost his previous armor during the dungeon expedition. "Good day, Mr. Wayland." "Ah, good morning." He was wearing a different suit of armor, but the parts covering both his arms were clearly runic in nature. Through this, it was quite easy to tell him apart from regular warriors and knights that did not have enough mana to use gear like this. "It's surprising how fate works. I was just looking for Sir Wayland and he is here. Don't you think, sir?" "Robert?" "Yes, lady." Robert just nodded. Roland expected him to tip a fedora that would fit that reply. He was still acting very gentlemanly when around this young woman. "Can I help you with something?" Roland was still a bit apprehensive about being around his older brother. It was luck that kept his face hidden away for so long, but now he was slowly running out of excuses to wear body-covering armor. "Yes, you can. You didn't think that we would forget about what you did for us down there?" "That's right." Robert nodded while keeping his arms crossed over and against his wide chest. Today the two were in lighter clothes. Lucille was wearing a full-blown dress that went all the way up to her ankles. She was even holding a parasol over her shoulder to keep the sun rays from hitting her pale face. Robert, on the other hand, had a blue tunic under that half-plate armor that made him look like some kind of beefy prince. His look was finished off with a longsword strapped to his hip. The two actually looked good together. Robert was quite the handsome man with somewhat different facial features than Roland, but some parts were quite similar. It was clear that their father's DNA was running in their veins, and if he took off the helmet it would become even more apparent. "It's fine. You already thanked me when we were in the dungeon." Roland did remember that he was promised a reward, but he didn't care about it that much anymore. The access to that treasure trove was enough for him. He didn't want to be too greedy. His plan was to wait a year or two before going down there to face that boss. Maybe longer, depending on how much time he would need to make a golem. That was the thing that he was missing during that fight. Something or someone that could tank the hits from that monster. Even at this time, he would probably have enough firepower to pierce that monster's skin. The only problem would be to keep it in place to deliver a critical blow. For that, a tough golem made from fire-resistant metal and that could tie down a large creature like that was needed. "I must insist. My father always told me to keep my promises. It would be shameful to the De Vere name if I didn't." "The lady is right. We at the Arden estate have the same rule." "Did we have something like that?" Roland asked himself, as he didn't really recall things like that being mentioned. This could be due to the fact that he was mostly ignored by his father and the other servants. No one really treated him like a proper noble, and he himself was not interested in it. He spent most of his days training his basic skills and planning his escape after attending the Young Mage Academy. That of course fell through when he discovered his lack of elemental proficiencies. Even to this day, he did not even have a fraction of a percentage in any of them. "It's really fine. The guild gave me a nice bonus for my troubles, and didn't Lady Lucille lose her purse while in the dungeon?" Roland was sure that all of the girl's belongings went missing during the dungeon run. Even if she wanted to give him the money, she shouldn't be able to. This is unless she asked for some pocket change from one of the other nobles. That is true, but Albrook does have a bank. A bank? Roland thought for a second. He recalled hearing something like that being opened a month or two ago. In this kingdom, there was one main bank called the National Bank of Caldris, NBC for short. He never really used it as the price of admission was quite steep, and also because most of his gold was in circulation. Roland constantly bought new metals and resources. Everything that he earned from selling runic gear was invested into his workshop almost instantly. There was no reason for him to make a bank account. That wasn't the main reason why he never used one. It always came down to his true identity. These banks had costly identification devices. The item that was enough to fool the guild's lower quality analyzing item would not work in the bank. While the Adventurers Guild didn't care that much about the true identities and criminal history of their adventurers, the bank did. Roland would need to subject himself to their scanning devices, and they would probably see his true name on it. If this information would find its way to his enemies was up to debate. Supposedly, the banks were very hush-hush. This didn't mean that his father would not get this information. He was probably safe from the cult with that, as they did not know his real name or association with the Arden estate. "Yes, luckily I still have my bank card," Lucille proclaimed while holding out a dark-colored card with some strange inscriptions on it. Roland's eyes shone for a fraction of a second as he noticed that there were many tiny runes on it, but he also noticed something else that was a first. It's a runic item, but I can't debug it. Lucille was presenting the card right in front of his face as she stood there proudly. This allowed him to see everything quite well. Even then, when he strained his senses, his debugging skill did not show him the correct paths. It was clear that this was a runic item, but the runes were beyond small. If it wasn't for some larger one sticking out, he would have a hard time telling that it was an actual runic item. This could mean two things: either this was not a true runic item and thus his skill didn't work. The other possibility that he was more inclined to believe was that this item was above his skills level. That card, what is it? This? Did Sir Wayland never see an obsidian bank card? Lucille couldn't tell, but Roland was squinting with his eyes while trying to scan this item with his debugging skill. If he focused a lot of mana into his eyes, he could see a hazy image of the schematic. It was not complete and faded almost instantly even before he could make out anything insightful. Lady Lucille, that's a bit. Robert turned to the blue-haired girl with an awkward expression. Huh? Oh, I didn't mean it like that, Sir Wayland. Roland snapped back after burning through 30% of his mana while trying to analyze this black card. From the conversation, it seemed as if Lucille implied that he was not wealthy enough to get one of these cards, or even worse, to visit a bank. I'm sure the bank would accept Sir Wayland as a client. Besides the strenuous identification requirement, the bank always did a thorough background check. They sometimes even utilized magicians that could see into a person's past to see if they weren't someone in disguise. This of course only left people like nobles and merchants using the banking system. There was a consensus that only after getting a proper bank card could a merchant see themselves as being wealthy. It was far easier to get a card like that if someone was part of a noble household. The background checks were also a lot more lenient. No, that's fine, I have no use for a card like that, Roland replied while Lucille started flailing her arms around. It seemed that the girl had not yet been pushed through the ringer of the noble life. She seemed overly nice even to someone like him that would be considered a somewhat rare commoner, but still only a commoner. What Lady Lucille would like to propose is that you come with us to the bank. To the bank? Yes. I might have lost my purse, but I left this card at the mayor's house. Lucille quickly recovered while blushing a bit. It seemed that she did not take all of her possessions down into the dungeon. The card that she was holding would not be useful to anyone besides her as well, so it was even okay to lose it. I will need to buy more materials for this runic forge. Even though Roland did not wish to go with these two, he was in dire need of more funds. Even with the bonus he received from the guild, he still didn't have enough. There were far too many projects that he wanted to sink his time in, but not enough gold to go around. Without the reward that he was promised from these two, he would probably need to spend months crafting runic items to sell before being able to invest his time in more important things, like his golem project. Also, please take this, Sir Wayland. What is this? He asked as Lucille handed him a rolled-up scroll. At first, he thought it was some kind of spell scroll, but the lady said otherwise. Those are the synchronization coordinates to my own magic crystal. With this we will be able to exchange runic theories even when I leave here. In short, Lucille was giving Roland her phone number. Every mage had their own special crystal ball that they were attuned with. On the scroll, there was an encoded magical number that Roland could use. He was a tier 1 mage, so he would be able to use any kind of crystal ball meant for communication with ease. Runic theories. Yes, maybe I could even introduce you to the professor. Professor? Wait, you want me to call you when you leave? Can't I? Lucille pouted slightly after Roland posed the question. Robert raised his brow a little bit as it looked that the Runesmith wasn't interested in staying in contact. In reality, this was a very favorable connection that Roland could grow. Most people would fight to have good relations with a promising tier 2 mage. There were various lucrative opportunities waiting for him. He might even be able to get connections to the Magic Academy that probably had a whole section of runic scriptures. The only problem here was her relations with Robert. Even he could tell that the two had a somewhat deeper bond after venturing into the dungeon. Their future would be a rocky one as Robert did not have the status to go with his noble title. Being only the third son and coming from a commoner merchant side, he didn't have much leverage. The only realistic shot he had was if he gained a lot of military merit as his father before him. "Do you have access to more runic knowledge?" he asked, as it did pique his interest. Even when he stayed in contact with Lucille, this didn't mean that Robert would be shadowing her every move. They both went to different academies and also lived in different cities. It wouldn't be strange if the two only had a relationship through letters and magic calls. "Yes. We also have a knowledgeable runic mage at our institute. I'm sure the professor will love your take on crafting runes." Apparently, this professor was a runic mage. Some proper insight from a mage's perspective to help him with his research could hasten his progress by many years. This didn't seem like such a bad deal, mostly because he didn't have to do anything for it. There were no contracts and dangerous expeditions to the dungeon this time around. It looked to be safe. "I'll think about it," Roland nodded while putting the scroll into his spatial bag. This would also be a good moment to get himself a communication crystal. "Wonderful. Let us depart to the bank, sir." Wayland. After thinking it through, there was no real reason for him to refuse more money. He would not be the one using the bank card, and they would not be identifying him. This was also a good chance to see how the inside of such a bank looked like. They started walking. Lucille was quite the chatterbox as always, while Robert just nodded his head and agreed with whatever she was saying. Surprisingly, the theme this time was not runes, but remembering the times down in the dungeon. As always, Roland wasn't one to talk. He was more interested in the obsidian bank card that he could not use his debugging skill on. Even against the dark cult, he was able to see the runes in that device that trapped him in an illusion. When thinking back to that time, he was inexperienced, but now he could somewhat measure its worth. It was an item at the greater grade, which would put it along with tier 3 classes. This meant that this card was above it, either an even higher greater item or one at the grand level. From what he knew, these bank cards were given to the nobles with a set sum encoded in them. The person that commissioned this card would deposit a large sum of gold into the bank. The bank would then take a slight cut from it and give the person this card. At other banks, these cards could be read and the client could take out cash. It was quite similar to debit cards from his old world, with the difference that there was no internet to keep track of the exchanges. After a use, the card would have the funds deducted from it at the bank, but there was no bank account that others could deposit their money to. It was just a way to safely keep money while traveling. No one could use the cards, and a person could always return to the bank that the card was created at. There they could recover their money if something ever happened to their card. This process could take months though, as someone needed to check with all the banks in the kingdom to see if the card was ever used and if the client wasn't a liar. Only after that would a new card be created with a new fee added to it. It was still safer to have it than to walk around with a large purse filled with gold coins. The cards could be hidden away in various ways, which also added to the safety. "We are here." They stood before a large bank building. This building was pure white and made from sturdy stone. There were columns at the front of the large opening which made this structure somewhat reminiscent of old Greek architecture. It also made it stick out like a sore thumb around the more medieval-looking buildings. In front of it there stood 4 guards. Even without identifying them, he could tell that they were quite skilled. As the group approached, the guards moved to close the path, but as the card was shown they moved to the side. "Follow me." Lucille was quite cheerful for some reason as they entered. On the inside, he spotted a shiny marble floor. On the sides, instead of torches, there were some light crystals that were shining even now. The first thing he noticed were the large columns creating a path forward. Then on the sides, there was something that he was familiar with: iron golems. There were 4 of them in total, and this was probably the main line of defense that this bank was offering. While Lucille and Robert moved forward, he slowed down to look at these runic devices. This time around his debugging skill worked just fine, and he could see all the external runic traces and large runes. They are similar but of better quality than of the worker golems I've seen before. "I welcome you to the official Albrook Bank. I apologize for our lack of staff, but we are still in the process of building." They were met with a nicely dressed elven man. He was wearing a dark tailored suit that made him somewhat look like a high-class butler. "Good day, I would like to withdraw some coin." Lucille bowed politely while Robert nodded at the man as well. It seemed it was time to get his second payday. With so much cash in his possession, he could really start expanding his workshop. Chapter 134. Roland glanced at his pouch that contained multiple golden coins. He even started looking over his shoulder. wondering if someone from the Thieves' Guild would mark him after he came out of the bank with both Robert and Lucille. Luckily, he did not see any shadowy figures looming in the dark. The guards that were standing around the bank made sure to remove any suspicious elements from the premises. This building was also in the innermost reaches of the city. To get in, a person needed to get past another gate that was surrounded by a large wall. This was recently created and most of the rich merchants lived in this section of the city. This of course pushed any poor citizens that previously lived here out into the slums that as always were kept hidden away from the main roads. "Well then, I'll excuse myself, you two take care," Roland said while nodding slightly. With the money in his possession now he could go prepare a list of materials that he needed. He didn't even have time to look through the new crafting schematics that he received from the guild master. There was also the problem with Robert being here. For now, he was successful in keeping his identity hidden, but this could change. It didn't seem that Robert was suspecting anything. This was mostly thanks to Lucille being here. It was clear that he was love-struck and had a pile of roses inside his brain keeping him occupied. "Wait, sir." "Wayland. Was there something else you needed?" Roland asked while stepping down into the road. "Yes, we have a request, but it isn't from me." Lucille looked to the side of the knight that was accompanying her. Roland turned his head towards his brother that instantly evaded his gaze. Why is he acting all shy all of a sudden? The suspicious behavior was quickly explained by Robert's next words. "Yes, I have a request. Could you create a runic shield like the one you lent me in the dungeon? I will of course cover all the cost of manufacturing it," he said while pulling out a sack filled with some coins. "You want me to make you a shield?" "Yes, we will be staying here for another 6 days, is that not enough time to make one?" Robert asked while his brows were furrowed. The shield that he lent to Robert had mostly turned into scrap metal after they left the hidden dungeon part. He was given it back later, but the only thing he could do with it was to melt it down to get the deep steel back. 6 days were actually enough to create a shield from scratch. He just needed a thick enough slab of metal that he could cut into the shape of the shield, then shape it further with his hammer. Attaching the handle and some mana stones was probably the more strenuous process as it required more control. Then only the runesmithing would be left. This he could probably knock out in a day or two with his current skill levels. With his high mana reserves, he would probably be able to power through it without needing that many breaks. This also depended on the complexity of the runes, as some of the lesser runes he could fashion in a couple of hours. 6 days might be a bit, he lied, as he tried to refuse the offer. Even if he could do it, he still wanted to minimize the interactions with his brother. It was a half-lie, taking into consideration that he wanted to do some other projects first. Making a shield was not something on his radar. It would be difficult. "Is that so? That's a shame." Robert didn't seem to even argue about it as he accepted the refusal. But before Roland could escape this predicament, an overzealous ice mage spoke up. "How about we just buy a good shield at the store and sir, Wayland just adds his runes to it. That should save a lot of time." Well, Roland twitched slightly as he couldn't deny that fact. Would that be possible? Robert's eyes lit up in anticipation as he looked at Lucille. "Yes, most runesmiths only focus on creating runes. There is no need for Sir Wayland to craft the whole shield. With his skills he shouldn't need more than a few days to finish, isn't that right, Sir Wayland?" Lucille looked at Roland with a big smile as if she gave him great advice. She looked like a puppy that wanted to be petted, but he wanted to punt her instead. "I guess you are right." Not wanting to seem like a total asshole, he just agreed. He was still talking to a noble lady with high status. She was his ticket into the Magic Academy and more runic knowledge. It would be unwise to alienate her. She might seem all friendly now, but after she left that could change. "That's great. Do you know any good shops, Sir Wayland?" Lucille asked while Roland just thought about his next move and how to minimize his interactions with Robert. "Good shops. I mostly send my assistant to buy resources and I also craft my own weapons." He did visit some of the blacksmithing shops just to see how the city was structured. This he did to see if he could borrow any new runic designs, but there are a few large weapon and armor shops here. "I'm not sure which one would be the best. We will need a deep steel shield at least." Roland turned to Robert and started asking questions. "What kind of runes would you like me to inscribe? Would you rather have a multi-purpose item or one that focuses on something specific? Both have their pros and cons." "Multi-purpose?" Robert asked as he was not sure what Roland was talking about. Most of the magical equipment that people came across had one or two enchantments on it. A suit of armor would most of the time be given a buffing rune that for instance increased the user's strength. Then it would also have one active skill like a magical shield that could be activated on command. Roland's own armor could not be used by anyone that didn't possess a runecrafting skill. Without access to the runic code inside the item, it would be impossible to activate all of their features. This was why when Robert previously used his runic shield, he could only activate one of its effects that was set as default by Roland. Yes, I could place activation runes at the shield's handles, you'd just need to focus your mana towards the activation rune to activate the spell. I wouldn't put too many runes though, the more there are the quicker the shield will deteriorate. This explanation revealed some of his techniques. This was mostly learned by him when he was a runic blacksmith and when he had to be creative. There he just used spots in the weapons that when a person injected their mana into it would then activate the desired effect. Fascinating, a multi-purpose runic structure. It sounds so elementary, but also quite difficult if you take into consideration that the runesmith would have to customize the already created runic structure to fit the weapon. It shouldn't be that tough, you just have to alter the schematics slightly. Alter the schematics? Lucille's reaction to Roland's statement was a bit strange. The girl's eyes went wide and she looked like the first time she saw his runic armor. Did I overestimate the runic knowledge of the basic runesmiths in this world? Roland was self-taught, but this was not due to him wanting it. Due to this, he was still unaware of how other runesmiths operated. He thought back to all the schematics that he lifted from the stores. That time he only attributed it to not being able to enter the inner parts of the stores. He thought that these runes were just the basics that everyone used and then altered for more promising effects. By how Lucille was acting, this seemed not to be true. It looked like altering an already established rune was not an easy task. By Celeria, you must be a real prodigy, sir. Wayland, I just must inform the professor about this, I'm sure you'll have so much to teach each other. The girl started bouncing around like an overzealous slime monster. It took a few moments for her to calm down before the conversation could continue. How about we go to a store and pick out a shield for Sir Robert here? Ah yes, the shield. The group nodded and they finally moved towards the shopping district where most of the weapon and armor shops were at. As expected, most of them were run by dwarfs. That was when another problem arose. Welcome to Mulgud's armor shop, how can I help ye? A robust dwarf asked after seeing Robert coming in, but when he saw a peculiar-looking runesmith in runic armor, his expression changed. What do you want? Don't ye have your fancy smithy? Huh? Is there a problem? Sure is. Now git. The group was shooed away by the grumpy dwarf before they could even ask about any available shields. They attributed it to the dwarf having a bad attitude. Robert needed to be held back from going back inside. In his eyes this was blatant disrespect towards his lady. Luckily she was able to convince him otherwise. That was strange. Roland wondered if this dwarf just didn't like him or something. For now, they just continued to the next shop that was also run by another dwarf. This one reacted the same after seeing the intricate runic gauntlets that Roland was wearing. It was clear that they knew who he was by now and didn't appreciate it that he was coming into their shops. What's wrong with these dwarfs? This is the third shop. Yes, they are extremely rude. Should we go complain to the mayor? Robert and Lucille weren't sure what was going on, but now Roland was sure about the reason. It's my fault. Your fault, sir. Wayland? But you didn't even do anything. That doesn't matter, I'm a human and I also signed a contract with the Adventurers Guild. The Dwarven Union had probably given an order to ban me from all of their stores. Roland had to give it to the Union. They were somewhat neutral with him when he was just an up-and-coming craftsman in the woods. Now, on the other hand, the moment he signed a contract with the guild they decided to go to war with him. This also meant that he might have difficulty in getting good prices on the market. He would need to get in touch with some of the non-dwarven merchants. The Dwarven Union, why would they? Lucille managed to realize what this was all about and stomped her foot in indignation. Robert on the other hand wasn't that invested in runes or blacksmithing, so he wasn't aware of the Union's pull. After a quick explanation, he also looked maddened by this face. It's fine, this was bound to happen. It's just how the dwarfs operate, but not all of them are like that. Roland didn't care that much as he had enough knowledge to get by already. There was also the guild that would probably supply him with well-priced materials if he really was banned from the market. Such an approach would have worked on a more inexperienced and unestablished craftsman, but he was now somewhat entrenched. Dwarfs don't run all of the armor shops. Think there was one place that my assistant told me about. We could try there. If all fails, then Lady Lucille, you'll just have to buy the shield yourself without me. It would be better if Roland was with them so that he could pick up the best shield from the lineup, but if he couldn't, then it was also fine. He was not really that interested in making this shield in the first place. Oh, a non-dwarven shop. That seems interesting. Yes, my assistant always told me to go there as the goods are pristine. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us depart. So they went towards this shop with the pristine goods. The journey took them away from the richer part of the city and more to where the regular people lived. The shop became visible soon, and it had a characteristic sign with a bull with large horns on it. This is the place, excuse me. Roland was the first one to enter as he was leading the way. Robert, on the other hand, held the door open for his noble lady that just giggled. The inside looked a bit dark, but it was certainly an armor shop with some shields on display. Greetings, what brings you to this Taurus smithy? A peculiar bell sound resounded through this shop, and it was followed up by a womanly voice. When he turned around, he realized the meaning behind pristine goods that his assistant was talking about. So that's why that idiot was always blushing like a 13-year-old schoolgirl whenever he talked about this store. Before him stood a large beast woman. She was at least 2 meters tall and had large pointy horns on her head. Her hair was a mix of black and white, her legs were covered by long black leather boots. For a moment he expected to see hooved legs, but by the shape that he was seeing she had regular feet. The woman before him had quite the assets that were barely being contained by a large smithing apron. Her skin was slightly darkened and looked similar to caramel. She was quite toned while also packing on a bit of muscle. It was clear that those hands were good at swinging a heavy hammer. The source of the bell sound was also revealed by a cowbell-type accessory around this woman's neck. Ah yes, my friend here would like to purchase a shield. Your friend? The large woman turned to Robert while intently looking at the young man's features. Not bad, I'll give you an 8. You'll find the shields over there handsome, take your time. She pointed Robert in the right direction. The young man was clearly not used to women like this one, so he took a moment to process the information. His lady companion showed a cute pout before both of them left to look at the goods. The beast woman then turned to Roland. She rested one hand on her hip while using the other one to rub her chin. You have a nice deep voice, but without seeing your face I'll have to give you a 6 for now. Okay? Roland wasn't really sure what to say. The woman just laughed while standing behind the store counter. She then leaned forward, which caused a certain bouncy place to be more visible. You must be Wayland the Runesmith. You're becoming famous around here, but maybe infamous would be the better word for it. So I have heard. It doesn't seem that you care for the Union's ban that much though. Those dwarfs can go screw a wild boar. They think that they own the whole market. Speaking of dwarfs, you didn't bring that red-haired fellow with you, did you? Banir? No, did he do something? It seemed that people were already aware of him and Banir living in the woods. This was a good thing as it would get people to think twice before attacking his assistant again. I guess the weasel didn't tell you. Roland wondered what this was all about. He did remember Banir coming back with a black eye one day. He just told him that he got into a scuffle with some drunks at the bar, but maybe someone else was responsible for it. I must apologize for my worker's behavior. Did he cause any damage to your shop? To the shop? No, to my pride on the other hand. Are you sure you want to take responsibility for that? The woman replied while licking her lips. Roland flinched slightly as the atmosphere changed. Before any sexual harassment from either side could take place, Robert returned with a shield in hand. This shield looks fine. What do you think of it, Wayland? Roland's head did a quick side turn. As he moved his attention to Robert, he could have sworn that he heard the woman clicking her tongue. Looks fine. The shield was a large kite shield that was in the shape of a teardrop. It was made from deep steel and was actually of high quality. Great, we shall take it. I see that you have a good eye for quality, sugar. Do you want me to wrap it up? The woman poked some fun at Robert, who was still confused. Soon the party left the shop. The lady blacksmith sent them away with a bright smile, though this smile was mostly directed at the hand filled with shiny coins that she was now holding. Chapter 135. I should get this over with first. Roland was back home with the shield in hand. After coming back, he reprimanded his assistant for being a pervert. Benier just explained that he just gave the woman from the shop a little tap on the posterior. As she was bending down in front of him. He started fearing for Benier's safety, as that beast woman would probably be able to crush Benier's neck like a ripe melon if she wanted. He had glanced at her classes and he noticed that she had leveled a warrior class at Tier 1 together with the blacksmith class. She had a bit of unique class distribution as she had gone through 25 levels of weaponsmith, and was now an armorsmith with 20 levels to her. This meant that at level 100 she would be able to switch classes again, to what he could only speculate. She seemed open to doing business with him, and might have had some ties to non-union merchants that could help him. It seemed that he was universally disliked by the dwarfs in this city. There were some good blacksmiths that outranked him, some might have even been tier 3, but there were no runesmiths besides him. This would normally give him a big boost to his wares as he had the first adapter privileges here. The problem was the Dwarven Union that controlled a big chunk of the market. Most of this could be counteracted by him having a deal with the Adventurers Guild. Even the Union could not go against them as they required adventurers as bodyguards to protect their merchants and more. This didn't mean that Roland wanted to procure everything through the guild, it felt a bit constricting. Being reliant on just one source was always an unwanted turn of events. It feels as if I was gone for a year. Roland opened up his workshop and was greeted by the usual stuffy air. This was quickly alleviated by pressing a button on the wall. One to turn on the light while the other turned on special runes that purified the air, what you can do with some frost and wind runes. He took a deep breath and could feel the fresh air entering his lungs. This rune that he developed would make any AC manufacturer jealous. It only used up renewable energy and was actually good for the environment. This also brought an idea to Roland's mind. If he had a contract with the guild, he could probably convince the guild master to use some of his runes. From his conversation with Lucille and after going through actual runic knowledge, he realized something. The runesmiths here weren't very flexible. They stuck to the old schematics and didn't even try to innovate. All the runes on the weapons were all the same type and they just varied by grades. There was so much a runesmith could do to affect the runic structures. They could still make a highest rated rune but turn down the output for someone that had low mana reserves. They could also do the exact opposite and crank it up. This would allow people to pick and choose items to fit their builds more. Ones liked to spam many attacking skills while others aimed for that one big attack that hit at that one right moment for maximum damage. This could be done with the basic sharpness rune. It could turn a blade into a one-hit kill skill by using up most of the user's mana. The regular rune on the other hand only used a small fraction to keep the blade in working condition and the rune from breaking. With that in mind, he could burst out onto the market with new innovative weapons. Weapons tailored to specific classes that took into account their unique characteristics. Ones that had multiple features for every occasion and even ones that abandoned all safety for that one last-ditch attack. Everything could be done, but it would take some time till he gets a feel for the market. Time to get to work. Roland placed 2 books on his workbench. One looked more like a binder with strings tied through old scrolls. This book showed him how to build the runic furnace in which he would be able to melt the mana stones. The other one was a lot thinner as it had the recipes for some alloys. These magic alloys would work as if they had an implanted mana stone in them. Thanks to them being a mix, the runic structures would actually work much better. He would also save a lot of space as making the specific runic structure for the mana stone socket would not be needed. This would also allow him to make runic items of smaller weapons like throwing knives or throwing stars. Those kinds of disposable weapons could turn into deadly bombs while also benefiting from their users' throwing and aiming skills. He could also add paralyzing effects, and even poison ones that didn't require the thief to dip the knives into any liquid. Thanks to this, it would be quite safe to handle them even by someone that was not particularly dexterous. Making this smelter will take some time. Roland gave out a sigh while closing the books filled with crafting knowledge. Instead of the smelter, he needed to get this shield up and running. He placed it on the same workbench and examined it again first. Heavy kite shield. A heavy shield made from deep steel. It gives a bonus against staggering to its user but requires a minimum of 55 strength to use. The user suffers a penalty to their mobility if the requirement isn't met. His analyzing skill had gotten a lot better. Thanks to it, he could even tell the strength requirements of holding it. Tier 1 classes would have a hard time holding it in place as it was quite thick and bulky. Thanks to this bulkiness, he would have something that would hold the runic structures for quite some time. Also thanks to this he could insert the mana stones into the rear side of the shield by just drilling into it. The holes would be shallow, but it would be enough to place the mana stones in strategic positions. Thanks to the glue made by the alchemists from this world, it would stay in place. Previously he needed to wedge it inside and have it physically stick in, but now it was much easier. With that in mind, he got to work. First, he needed to design the runic structure to fit this shield. His brother liked the idea of having a multi-purpose elemental runic shield. With how large this one was, there was enough place to allow Roland to do this. He drew 4 circles around the handle that would be then drilled out to house the mana stones. Each mana stone would come from a specific elemental creature, which would add a boost to the elemental runic structure. There was no end to red mana stones as the dungeon was fire-based, and the brown earth mana stones were also plentiful. The rarest kind would be the ice one, which he had to take out from his mana stone safe. The spell trigger points would be placed by the shield handle. Depending on which digit Robert used, it would activate the corresponding spell effect. Besides these there would be another special effect that would be activated by injecting the mana through all 4 points at once. Roland learned a few special ways that he could activate the spells which didn't require all separate trigger points. Thanks to this he saved up on space while being able to make more combinations without running out of finger space. For people without the mana sense skill, it was a bit hard to learn to control these types of items. Everyone was able to inject their mana into runic items, but it took some time to be able to do it with their fingers, and not the entire hand. Within a few hours, he had the schematic drawn up on a large piece of parchment. Even without his debugging skill, it was at the intermediate level. Bringing it up to the highest level gave him more experience as always, but at his current level, this wasn't much. Soon the shield found its way on the drilling table. It was clamped down in place for safety reasons and was ready to be drilled in. The drilling table that he created was still utilizing his old drill. It possessed a crank on the side with which he could lower the drill down. With a couple of movements, the drill bit descended to the previously sketched-on hole. Soon 4 identical openings that were in the shape of a tilted square were around the handle. With those now in place, it was time for some hammering. Before he could move to runesmithing, the shield needed to be heated up. Even with his enhanced skills, it would be hard to force the runic structures in without previously softening this shield up a bit. The heated-up shield was grasped by Roland. He did not use any tongs as he had made special fire-resistant gloves for himself. With them on, he would not be afraid to stick his hand into a burning fire. His grip was as strong as a vice, which meant that he did not have to worry about the shield moving out of place as he hammered it. Soon the workshop was filled with the noise of the face of his hammer hitting the deep steel shield. The traces slowly took shape while glowing bright red before settling down, and becoming hard to see. Roland's mana started being drained at a staggering pace, but it took a while before it dropped below 50%. At this point, he needed to take a breather or suffer the onset of the mana debuffs. This will probably take 2 or 3 days to make. Even when my skills increase, if the material gets better, the time it takes stays about the same. While Roland was busy with crafting this runic shield, time continued to pass. The nobles mostly remained in the better part of the city, with not many of them wandering outside. This was not due to Percival not allowing it, but by their own volition. There were not many nobles like Lucille de Vere that were interested in the way the commoners lived. With her knight, she was seen going around the city, which caused problems for the mayor and guild master. This was also why when they came to Roland's luxurious home out in the boonies, they were together with 2 familiar faces. "Why are you here?" "Hey Wayland, how's it hanging? Do you wear that armor even at your home? Isn't it hard to work in?" An extroverted half-elf called out to Roland from behind Lucille. For some reason, Lobelia was together with these 2 nobles, and to her side was his favorite idiot. "I'm not here because I want to. Blast that old fart." Armand complained while frowning. It was clear that the guild master had forced him to be a bodyguard for this pair of nobles. This was probably the right call. Having a noble be snatched up for ransom would be not something that he would want. "Good morning, sir." "Wayland. I must say, this wall and that barbed wire look imposing." Lucille curtsied a little bit while hiding in the shade of her umbrella. "Can those 2 stay outside?" Roland pointed to Armand and Lobelia that frowned. "Hey Wayland, what is this favorable treatment? Let me see your house, don't be stingy." She protested while Armand didn't seem to care. "If Sir Wayland is against it." Lucille looked over to Robert, who just nodded, and then to her 2 bodyguards. Lobelia just pouted and stomped her foot on the ground while Armand decided to squat down. Great, come in then. Roland moved to the side and let Robert and Lucille enter through the gate. He was sure to close it afterward and also gave Agni something to do, watch the entrance. If those idiots try to come in, bite their ankles. Woof. Agni stood up proudly while guarding the entrance. Lucille chuckled while giving the older puppy a few pets. I'm going to miss you, Agni. Here. From inside her pouch, she pulled out a large meaty sausage that she promptly gave to the tamed beast. Don't overfeed him, Roland grumbled while moving towards his house. Robert and Lucille started looking around. They could see the opened log cabin with a red-haired half-dwarf in it. The moment he saw the girl, he was quick to get up and run over. Greetings, lady. This Banir is at your service. He bowed his head quite low. Unbeknownst to Lucille, he was checking her out. The girl was wearing a long dress, but this didn't keep the horny dwarf from licking his lips. Roland was aware of this and hoped that Robert would not be. Banir, go fetch the shield. Ah, sure, I'll go get it. Banir straightened out and went back into the wooden shed. In a minute he was back with a runic version of the shield that Robert picked out for himself. Here, try it on. Roland took the shield from Banir and then handed it to Robert. The knight clutched it tightly while trying to get a good feel for it. Robert could see that the shield's rear side had changed and now had 4 mana stones around the handle. It fits my hand well. Great, let me explain the runic structure to you. How about we move here? Roland pointed to the side as he wanted Robert to activate some of the spell effects. Doing it right next to his house could cause some damage, so they all moved to the backyard. Sir Wayland. What are those? Windmills? Lucille pointed to the 2 large wind turbines that were spinning around in his backyard. After a week of work, they managed to clean the backyard out from the debris and all the wires were placed back into the ground. Ah, it's something similar. Let's test the shield though. Roland moved his head towards Robert as he didn't want to have Lucille snooping around those turbines. He feared that she might start asking him more questions which would prolong their stay here. His plan was to just hand them the shield, take the money, and wish them good luck in their life. He wasn't even sure if he would ever contact Lucille with the magic crystal ball. This runic professor sounded like an interesting person, but this would mean that he would need to get involved with nobles yet again. Good, now try infusing your mana into the shield with your index finger. Robert nodded, and while gripping the shield tightly he tried to infuse the shield with his mana. The runes on it started glowing for a moment, but then the light faded away without anything happening. Not like that. Just your index finger, you are still using your whole hand. Give me the shield for a moment, I'll show you. Robert's brows furrowed a bit, but he gave the shield away. Roland held it out in such a way that his brother could see how he was gripping it. When he used his index finger to inject mana, now the shield started glowing red and soon a red shield of flames appeared. Then to show off the features he used his middle finger, which changed the shield into one made from green wind energy. While this shield was active, a lot of wind was produced. While it wasn't as solid as the other shields, it could be used to blow things like poison and smoke away. Can you see? Robert looked at the magical shields that were created and his eyes seemed to lit up. While he was focused on Roland holding the shield, Lucille was seen walking away from the 2. Roland turned his head towards this blue-haired noble girl. She was clearly going towards one of the wind turbines that were further in the backyard. These turbines were about in the middle of the backyard, the same one that had mine runes buried in it. What is that idiot doing? His lovely assistant was nowhere to be seen as he could hear sounds of hammering in the log shed. Roland was far too busy with his work to pay much attention to the backyard. Banir knew how to restock the mines and Agni would not set them off at this point. The mines were refilled after the fiasco with the thieves, but before letting Robert and Lucille in, he did have Banir tie a rope to block the path further towards the backyard. He even hung up a "Don't Enter" a sign there. Lucille apparently ignored this sign and slipped past the rope while Roland was showing Robert the new shield. Stop, don't move, you idiot. His voice was loud, but this didn't stop the girl from moving forward. The only thing he could do was to activate a somewhat unfinished agility boost that was only crafted into the armor covering his arms. Robert was stunned for a moment as he saw Roland run towards Lucille at full speed as if he wanted to ram into her. Almost at the same time of Lucille stepping into one of the mines, Roland managed to arrive next to her. The runic shield was still in his hand, so he protected the ice mage from the explosion while holding her closer towards his own body. The explosion was somewhat mild, but if Lucille stepped into it, her foot would have been gone. What do you think you are doing? Didn't you see the rope and sign? I'm sorry, sir. Wayland, I just saw the runic symbols and couldn't huh? What? Robert was closely behind Roland, but instead of helping Lucille up, he was looking at Roland's face. While unsure what was happening, Roland noticed something. He could feel that something was missing, something that was previously on his head. Chapter 136. There it was, down on the ground. A helmet made from metal with small openings for the eyes and a somewhat wider bottom for easy fitting. This was Roland's spare helmet that didn't really fit Banier's armor that he had made. It was also not fastened to Roland's face as it was back down in the dungeon. During his rescue sprint, he had forgotten about this part. He did not think that he needed to fasten his helmet tightly to his body. This was supposed to take around 10 minutes before Robert and Lucille left. He had not foreseen that the runic groupie would be attracted by his wind turbines so much that she would ignore the warning signs. Sir. Wayland, your face. Lucille was the first one to speak up. She looked at Roland's face and then slowly moved her gaze towards Robert. This turned to a back and forth. It was clear that the two young men had similar facial features. A similar jawline, a similar head shape, and hair color, even their noses were somewhat the same. There were enough differences to keep them apart, but also many similarities for people that were familiar with one of them to notice it. Lucille was a person like that. She knew Robert's face quite well and could see the resemblance. Roland? Is that really you? Robert broke the silence before Lucille could ask a question. Just like Roland was able to recognize his brother at a glance, Robert was able to do the same. Roland? Not Wayland? Lucille asked while still being confused. Roland? Never heard of him. Roland, after moving away from Lucille, quickly turned around and grabbed the helmet that fell off from his head. Without turning around, he tried to place it back on his head. Maybe if he played it off, he could get Robert to think that he just resembled his long-lost brother. Before he could place the helmet on his head, though, he felt a firm hand grasp his shoulder and yanking him back. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm stupid? I can recognize my own brother. It seemed that it was over, the secret was out. Roland didn't know what to say. He froze. Many thoughts went through his head. He remembered his old life back at the Arden estate. He did not want to go back. He was just about to build his life back up in this city. This was supposed to be a new start for him with no shackles binding him. His own little life that he was fully responsible for and that he could shape in the way that he wanted to. Would running away be the only way? Would he need to escape to a different country to be free of his noble title? His mind raced, old memories of his old life where he spent whole days slaving away at his job making money for others. Then they were replaced by more recent memories of the fencer that had attacked him about 6 years ago. He still did not know who from the Arden estate had bribed that man to go kill him. The only person that he could exclude was his father. The rest, even Robert here, could have been the perpetrator. Huh? Before he could utter a word, Robert did something strange. Roland expected his half-brother to be mad or stunned, but instead, he moved in closer. He was charged, and at first, he thought that he was being attacked, but that was just Robert's way of hugging. By the gods, you are alive. Instead of any hits, he received a big hug from his brother. Oh my! Lucille moved her hand towards her mouth and was unsure what to do. She watched as two armored men embraced each other, at least one of them. Roland had his hands spread apart in an awkward fashion, as he did not expect this act of affection from his half-brother that bullied him in their youthful days. Robert? After a moment he gently tapped his half-brother's shoulder, which somehow brought him back to his senses. He moved away and the bear hug came to an end. You were alive, I guess. You were fucking alive. Robert's face switched from one of joy to one of rage. Before he knew it, Roland could see a large fist coming his way. This was an unexpected turn of events, so even though his class multiplier gave him higher physical stats than Robert, he was unable to dodge this punch. Hey, what's the commotion about? Banier stormed out of the workshop to witness his boss being punched. He flew for a few meters and even tumbled once from the force of this hit. Is everything okay in there? What was that explosion? Yee? What's going on in there? Let us in. The voices of Armand and Lobelia could also be heard. The knocks on the gate turned into loud thumps as it was clear that someone was trying to ram it open. Sir. Robert, please calm down." Lucille tried shouting, but for the first time, Robert ignored her calls and charged towards Roland that was slowly getting off the ground. Fuck. Roland spit out some blood after being sucker punched. The world was slightly spinning as he tried to recover. His half-brother wouldn't give him a chance though. This didn't mean that he would just let himself be beaten up. Back on his feet, he put his guard up. Both men were wearing metal armor, so even when Robert punched Roland's arm guards he wasn't hurting his fingers. After taking a couple more blows, Roland finally caught Robert's fist with his hand. The second fist was also caught by Roland, which turned the fistfight into a battle of strength. This competition would go to the younger brother that had a higher combined strength stat. Robert didn't seem to want to give up though. As his hands were trembling and being pushed back, he moved in for a headbutt. A clean hit on Roland's nose sent blood splashing everywhere. Roland didn't falter though, his grip was kept on Robert's fists. His head flew back, but it quickly returned as he smashed his forehead into his brother's nose himself. Robert's nose made a cracking sound as he rebounded from the hit. Both of them moved a step back, their noses bleeding and brows crinkled. It didn't seem that the fight was over, but for Roland, it was time to get serious. The two moved forward, both of them going into hand-to-hand combat positions. Before the brotherly fight could continue, a large ball of snow landed between them. It exploded into chunks of ice that caused the two to jump back. "Sir." "Robert, sir." "Wayland, please get a hold of yourselves." It was an ice-type spell used by Lucille. It caused its targets to be covered in a thin layer of ice, without causing much damage. She quickly ran between the two, and it was clear that she would not allow another altercation to happen. "Don't worry, boss, I'll help you." After Lucille's spell, Benier appeared with his trusty runic launcher in hand. He had the weapon up and ready, pointing it at the man that attacked Roland. "Hey, get this thing off me." "No, don't hurt Agni, he is a good boy." In the back, at the gate where he left Agni, Armand started shouting. The Ruby Wolf followed the instructions his master gave him. He was in the process of chomping down on Armand's ankle after the pugilist forced himself through the gate. Lobelia, on the other hand, was clinging to one of Armand's arms and trying to keep him from punching Agni. Her protest seemed to be working as Armand found himself not delivering any blows to the guard wolf. Roland gave out a sigh before straightening himself out. He moved his hand to his nose, which was dripping blood. He looked to Robert, who was doing the same. The only difference was that he had managed to break Robert's while his own was still mostly in one piece. "We should talk." "I agree." The two brothers nodded at each other while Lucille gave out a sigh of relief. "Put that thing away, Benier. Agni, let go of that idiot's leg." Roland called out to his two allies that followed his order. It was time to move the conversation inside of the hose where the nosy guild members couldn't hear them. "Here." "Thank you. I'll be outside if you need me, boss." Benier passed some tea over to Roland and Robert while the two sat opposite each other. Lucille looked between the two and followed the half-dwarf outside. The door to the house was closed and the two half-brothers were finally left alone. "Robert, Roland." The two men looked at each other without talking. After the emotional outburst, it seemed that none of them knew how to follow it up. Their wounds had been healed by some healing potions, so talking was not a problem. "That was a nice right hook. You've become quite strong as well." "Well, why did you do it?" Robert asked. "Why did I do what?" "Yes, why did you not come back to the estate? Everyone thinks that you are dead. Father went away to look for you." "That old man did?" "Impossible, why would he care about someone like me?" Roland replied in a mocking tone. He could believe a lot of things, but not that his daddy was concerned with him that much. "What do you mean?" "Father, that old man only cares about how he and the Arden estate look. Let us not talk about him." Roland started becoming irritated when the theme changed to his father. He wasn't sure why, but he disliked that man. He could not see him as a proper fatherly figure, but as a tyrant that was mostly interested in upholding his family name. He was also the reason that the original Roland had died. "What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean?" "You must return home with me. We must inform the family that you are alive." Robert smacked his palm into the table as he shouted, "I don't think that would be a good idea." "Why? Why do you reject the Arden name? Do you wish to spend your life as a commoner?" "Yes, that is my intention. There is nothing that you or anyone from that estate can offer me." Robert looked a bit stupefied. It was as if he could not fathom why anyone would reject the title of a noble. For someone whose main goal in life was to prove that he was worthy of the noble title, this was a hard pill to swallow. It was as if Roland was denying the path that Robert had chosen for himself. It can't offer you anything? You jest. Listen, Roland, I know that I have not been kind to you when we were younger, but bonds between family cannot be broken this easily. Return with me, I'm sure father will understand. Roland was a bit surprised that Robert actually apologized to him for being a little shit when they were younger. The second part where he still intended to bring him home still bothered him though. It didn't seem that Robert would let this go, and there weren't many things that Roland could do to stop him. Killing him was thrown out of the window. There was no way that Roland would go through with something like that. Begging and convincing him would not work either. There was a moment of weakness in Roland's mind in which he thought that holding Lucille hostage, and making Robert sign a contract of silence would be a good idea. Making more enemies with the nobles that were from Lucille's side was a big problem. Then there was the last option, telling him the truth. Stop, I can't return to the estate, at least not before I'm strong enough. Can't return? Strong enough? What do you mean? Roland gave out a sigh before leaning back in his chair. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It started when our father allowed me to leave the estate when I was 10 years old. Robert was given the real reason why Roland was skeptical about returning home. There was someone trying to kill him, and that someone was probably in the Arden estate. He told him about the man that he killed together with the 3 adventurers, and how he then fled the city without disclosing their real identities. That's what happened. I never knew, but who would want to do such a thing to a member of the Arden estate? Your mother Francine, Raina, Edwin, should I list out the entire family? If we weren't talking now, I'd still consider you as well. Mother? She would never. Robert slammed his fist into the table once more, but soon started thinking, she would not, wouldn't she? Roland asked while Robert leaned back some more. It seemed that even the son wasn't sure if the mother wouldn't pull a stunt like that. She never liked me, no one ever did, not even you. You know how they all are, being the son of a commoner is reason enough, but you seem to have realized it by now. Roland shrugged. He could already tell that Robert had been discriminated against by the other nobles and that he knew how it worked. He would need to gain many merits before his status could be on equal footing with the pure-breed nobles. I can't imagine our elder brothers being behind this, can't you? Robert crossed his hands over one another while lowering his head as he started thinking. Their older brothers were different, they were real full-blown nobles. They had no stigma of being born from a commoner mother behind them. Raina was the firstborn and Edwin was the second. Even though they came from the same mother, it was known that they didn't like each other that much. Wentworth, their father, didn't care about anything like age, so it was an open contest to which one of them would be the heir. Even Roland and Robert could be seen as potential threats to their success. Thus Roland did not think it would be that strange for one of them to take a chance on eliminating him. Roland also knew that the two were also cold towards Robert as well as him. The two were older, so they were already out working as squires or trainee knights even when he was younger. Neither he nor Robert probably knew what those two were doing or thinking. You are correct, I can't say that they would be above it. Brother Raina and Edwin were always busy with their training. It seemed that Robert also agreed with him. He as well didn't really know the true character between these two. This is why I must implore you to not say any of this to any of our family members. But I'm sure we can trust our father. If we bring it up with him, he will help us find the culprit. You really do trust our father, don't you? Roland leaned back while replying in a mocking tone. He knew that Robert was trying to get into the good graces of their father and placed him up on a pedestal. What if it's Edwin? What if it's your mother? Would he choose them over me? There was a clear hierarchy between nobles, and Roland was right on the bottom. Even if one of the culprits was revealed, they might not even be punished. Roland expected nothing more than a slap on the wrist, maybe house arrest, and Robert also knew this. Also, why would I want to leave? I like it here. You want to remain in this small town in the middle of nowhere as a simple blacksmith? Simple blacksmith? Could a simple blacksmith overpower a trained knight that is older than him? Overpower? If we continued, you would have what? Did you forget about these? Roland replied while moving his hand up. He was still wearing his runic gauntlets, and as he injected mana into them, the runic traces lit up. During the fight, he was not trying to kill his brother, which would be quite easy to do if he activated his runic attack spells. You changed, Robert quieted down after seeing the glowing magic gauntlet. From his previous experiences in the dungeon, he knew that he would not stand a chance in an all-out fight with Roland. Even less if he was wearing a full set of runic gear. Can I trust you to keep my secret? Do you truly not wish to return home? Not now, maybe in the future, I will. Roland replied he would have to put his trust in his older brother. Since adventuring with him down in the dungeons, he could tell that he wasn't a bad person. If he gave him his word, he would most likely follow through. I can make that promise, but under one condition. You'll have to stay in contact. Stay in contact? Yes, we can use Lady Lucille's crystal. You can use it, correct? Yes, I do have the mage skills required for it. Roland was a bit surprised. His older brother seemed more concerned with his well-being than he had previously thought. When he arrived here, he looked to be more of a pompous prick, but he was showing clear concern for a family member. If it's just that, Roland nodded at the request. If it was just what he wanted, then it was fine. So, you and Lucille? Planning to get married? Huh, what? Me and the lady? That's preposterous. Robert was surprised at the quick change of theme that he almost fell down from his chair. Really? It seems like she likes you. She does? Roland narrowed his eyes at his older brother. He wasn't sure if he was just dense or the barrier in status was keeping him from committing. Well, I wish you both luck. You'll probably need it. The two brothers continued to converse for a while longer, which left the group of 4 people and 1 wolf in the dark. Chapter 137. What do you think they are talking about? I don't know, maybe about their unyielding love for heavy plate armor? Lobelia replied to Armand's question while he inched towards Roland's house. The moment he did, though, a growling sound was heard. This sound was coming from a certain young ruby wolf that was guarding the entrance. Can't I just kick this thing? It's getting on my nerves. Armand scoffed at Agni, but Lobelia was quick to kick the back of his leg in protest. He is not a thing. He is Agni and he is a good boy. He is just protecting his home, and if you tried, I bet Wayland would just beat you up. Beat me up? Yeah, like last time. Why you? That was, while the two were arguing, Lucille was to the side. She was sitting in a wooden chair that Benier lent her from his workshop. The two were looking at the comedy routine that these two were performing. They really are close with each other. She giggled while hiding her mouth behind her hand. Roland's assistant just nodded, but he did not reply. He was far too scared to do anything. With a genuine noble next to him, he was not sure what to do. After hearing stories of people being thrown into slavery for being rude to nobles, he was somewhat scared. They certainly are a lively bunch. Benier was not sure what this was about, but after taking a look at that Robert fellow, he noticed the resemblance. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he realized it. Together with the conversation at the beginning, it looked like his boss was connected with the nobles. This could spell disaster while also being lucrative depending on what this connection was. From the quick fight, it seemed that the two were related. Was his boss some kind of noble bastard? They are really taking a while. I hope everything is all right. Mr. Benier, maybe we should go take a look? Lucille commented after having drunk her tea that was made when Robert and Roland started talking. It should be fine. I don't reckon they will start another fight. I think? Benier did not know how to reply to this question at all. The history between his boss and the noble was a big unknown. They did manage to calm down for the time being, so it was looking fine. You are right, it's better to give them some space. Oh. So she still remembers me? Surprisingly, yes. This must be because of Lucienne's mage class. At least she has her elemental affinities. Roland leaned back in his chair as he had discussed a few things with his older brother. The conversation switched to the family members and Robert informed him about everything he knew. There weren't really that many people from the Arden family that he cared about. Lucienne, his little sister that used to follow him around, had recently turned 10. With this came her ascension ritual, and surprisingly she had gained the same class as he did. Lucienne was Robert's full sister, as she and Roland were only half-siblings. Francine, the second wife, was quite ecstatic as her standing in the family was cemented. Having a rare mage in the noble house was always seen as a boon. There were many paths she could follow, but it seemed that her fire affinity was the highest. Apparently, this matched her fiery nature, as Robert stated that his mother had trouble controlling the little squirt. So she still remembers me? Yes, she has an astonishingly good memory and she learns really fast. Robert was smiling. It seemed that he was a doting big brother that was proud of his little sister. Apparently, like most mags, her learning capabilities were above average. She found reading and learning quite easy. There was a small problem due to this. Lucienne was able to vaguely remember her older brother named Roland. This brother had gone missing almost 7 years ago. Thus the little girl had put it upon herself to find this missing brother. I hope no one is taking her seriously. Just send her to the Mage Academy, she will forget about me soon enough. I don't think it will be that easy. Robert painted a picture. Lucienne, for one reason or another, was very adamant in her beliefs. She was sure that her older brother was alive somewhere and that everyone should keep looking. Wait, she was sure that I was alive. Yes, for some reason she was convinced, and not even Mother could talk her out of it. It turns out that Lucienne was right. How about I tell? No, don't tell her. I can't trust a child to keep a secret. Robert frowned while Roland started thinking. Lucienne's fixation on him was something that he was not counting on. He also had a little theory about why his half-sister was so sure about her claims. There might have been a reason why she was convinced, as one class in particular in this world had such skills. She might have the talent to be an oracle. Oracles were one of the main classes boasting capabilities to predict the future. Diviners, seers, there were a few types, but they all were under the umbrella of the magic classes. To get one of these classes, a person would need to start out as a priest or a mage, then also gain a rare talent to go with it. Lucienne's belief in Roland being alive might not have just been a feeling. It could be something backed by a magical skill. This skill might have not shown itself into the open yet, or the girl might not have mentioned it to her parents for one reason or another. It would not be strange if her fixation on him somehow activated this skill and let her confirm his status. These classes were rarer than the usual magical classes. Her worth would skyrocket if she managed to get one. If this was the truth, the people at the Magical Academy would probably find this out sooner or later. Lucienne would need to reach Tier 2 to unlock one of those classes, which would leave Roland with a limited time frame before his younger sister discovers his whereabouts. It feels like hiding was never an option. He was already discovered by Robert, but there was still a chance to reason with him. The younger sister, on the other hand, sounded a bit more emotional. It could still be a red herring, and she might never get the class. Roland then steered the conversation in a different direction. Rainer and Edwin had left the Night Academy a long time ago. They were busy working in the Kingdom's army and gaining merits. They were 2 years apart, which caused them to butt heads together, but Robert's info was limited. They apparently never interacted with him that much, and so he did not really know what they were up to. Their father Wentworth has been a mystery as well. Robert could count the one-on-one encounters with him on one hand. It didn't seem that Wentworth interacted with his family much besides forcing them to eat at the table together whenever they were all at the estate. The oldest sister Sophia had apparently married a viscount not so long ago. Diana, who was a bit younger, was approaching that age as well, and as always they were planning to marry her off to someone rich or influential. Roland did not really remember his older sisters that much. Most of the time he tried to keep to himself while being trapped in the Arden estate. With a lack of interest from him, the others didn't seem to open up either. Then the last one was Martha, his old maid that had tended to him in his youth. Robert could not tell him much besides seeing her sweeping around the estate. Hearing that she was still alive and well would have to be enough for now. Roland was not the only one that was asking questions though. Robert started grilling him as his turn came. Roland had to explain his class, but he only mentioned being a runesmith, but he was not sure if his older brother bought it. Haven being bested in a strength contest by a runesmith was a hard pill to swallow. Can I trust you to keep it a secret? Robert started thinking. There was a lot of information to process, but after a moment he finally looked at Roland and nodded. On the Arden name, I shall make a vow to not disclose this information to anyone. He was a bit surprised that he was able to get a vow out of his thick-headed brother. He knew that the man took being a knight very seriously. Vows like this were not just spoken words. For someone that had a knight class, a broken vow could cause them to lose the requirements for higher classes. Though if he switched to something else then it wouldn't matter. The moment the vow was pronounced, Robert's body began to shine. This light was something akin to a written contract. If Robert broke it he would suffer a debuff. I didn't think that you would go this far. Roland was a bit stunned that he got this man to agree to his request this easily. Through their long conversation, he did figure out why Robert was acting this way. It was mostly due to Roland going missing and Robert maturing enough to feel bad about his younger days. His conscience seemed to have weighed down on him. The days that he bullied his younger brother came back to haunt his dreams after he disappeared. This was also probably the reason why Robert had an emotional outburst earlier. Going through close to 7 years of regret only to find out that the brother he was worrying about was still alive, was enough to trigger rage. "You are still my brother," Robert commented while standing up. Roland on the other hand didn't know how to feel about this. The attachment to this family had withered with time. The man before him felt more like a stranger to him than a family member. Still, he had to give it to him, he had earned some brotherly points for that vow he made. Even though Roland could never see himself as a true Arden, this didn't mean he could not be friendly with some of the members. "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb" was an old misquoted saying. He was someone that believed in it, as the bonds people made along the way were sometimes stronger than family bonds. "I see. I'm surprised that you are the same Robert that I used to know. Are you sure you're not some kind of changing in disguise?" Roland replied while being surprised that this young man before him was the same young brat that he thought of a nuisance. Thanks to his mind being of an adult, he never held the things against the young man. It was mostly an annoyance that he hoped to leave behind after he escaped the estate. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Their conversation was then brought to a stop as Agni's growls started getting louder. "I think we are done here." "Yes, remember to contact me." Robert gave Roland his current address to send letters. He would also await contact through Lucille's magical crystal. This would really force him to buy one. With it, Robert could even buy the services of other mags to call him. He would just need to right number to reach him. "What's all this noise?" Roland opened up the door to the outside. There he saw a maddened Armand shaking his fist at Agni. His ruby wolf was quite menacing, his teeth were out on display. Lobelia was also there, clinging to Armand's waist as she tried to pull him away from Agni. "Woof." The moment Agni noticed Roland, he snorted at Armand and turned around. His hind legs did a digging motion as if he was burying some excrement that he made. He then slowly moved to the side of his master while leaving Armand with a red face. "Stop bothering my wolf or I'll tell the guild master that you weren't doing your job properly. Teach that mutt some manners first." Armand was clearly mad about Agni nibbling on his ankle. "Oh right, you're going to pay for that, right?" "Huh?" Roland pointed to his busted gate that Armand's shoulder tackled into scrap wood and metal. "Hey, that was an emergency, you can't fault me for it." "Of course I can also report it to the guild." Armand was clearly mad, but he couldn't do much about it. The gate was trashed, and after he arrived inside, the fight was already over. Mr. Armand was only doing his job. "Don't worry, I'll cover the costs of your gate, sir." Sir. Wayland. Lucille had to stretch out after standing. Robert had already walked over to her after removing himself from Roland's house. She was already aware of his true name as she was given the short version. She also knew that he didn't want the people in the town to know that he was the son of a baron. Luckily Armand was a bit late to the party and neither he nor Lobelia were able to hear the previous conversation. Roland was also back to wearing his helmet, also that his face could not be compared to Robert's. Armand wasn't really the problem here. Lobelia on the other hand had enough brain matter to figure things out. Right, I didn't get to show you how the shield works." Banir moved over with the runic shield that was made for Robert. Before they could leave, he would need to show the last trick of this shield. "It's not much, but it could help you push a troublesome enemy away from you. Also please don't go past the rope." "I won't." Lucille shook her head and flailed her hands around as she was the main reason that Roland's secret got out. Roland moved over to the backyard that had a new hole in it. With now the shield back in his hand, he demonstrated its fifth function. With a firm grip, he injected his mana into all of the runes. This caused the shield to light up again while sending out a burst of condensed energy. This was a magic that would push anyone in front of the user away. It had enough magical energy to even force the larger beasts away. This spell had no elemental affinity and was more akin to a physical pushback. This spell is called repulsion. Don't confuse it with wind-based spells. "A repulsion spell, how interesting," Lucille commented while Robert got his shield. With a bit of training, he would learn how to handle this item. With this test product, Roland had also gotten a bit of an insight into the market. It would be hard to sell an item like this as most adventurers would not be willing to take the time to train with a multi-purpose tool like this. While in combat it would be hard to concentrate, a blunder that could activate the wrong spell effect could cost someone their life. Finally, It was time to say goodbye to his long-lost brother. Just before the exit that was ruined by Armand, Robert decided to turn around. He held out his hand towards Roland for a handshake. While feeling slightly awkward, Roland took the hand of his half-brother. They shook on it while nodding. He wasn't sure what Robert was implying, but he nodded his head as their hands parted. Soon Roland and Bernier were left to their own devices. He would probably need to explain a few things to his assistant now, but before he could speak up, Bernier was first. "You don't need to tell me anything, boss. I don't care who you really are. You could be the reincarnation of Celeria for all I care." He laughed out loud while Roland just took down his helmet. With no Robert here anymore, there was no real reason for him to go around in heavy armor. Roland looked down at the red-bearded Bernier and nodded. "Thank you. Now let's fix this gate before it gets dark. I'll go get the nails." "Woof. You want to get the nails, Agni?" Bernier laughed at the ruby wolf that started wagging his tail, and the two made their way towards the shed. It seemed that it was finally over. In 2 days the nobles would be gone and he could finally continue with his life. Chapter 138. There they go. It was about 10 in the morning and a group of knights was moving out from Albrook City. He could see a nice-looking carriage in which his new noble friend was occupying. This was clear by how close his half-brother was sticking to the carriage. What do I do now? Roland had a decision to make. It didn't seem like Robert would be betraying him. The vow was made. By how seriously Robert took this whole night business, it didn't look like he would go back on it. There were of course ways to break such vows, ones that didn't result in the vow-taker getting any debuffs and curses. Though they were extremely costly as they required the help of rare items or people with rare classes to remove. Thus being betrayed by his brother wasn't out of the picture just yet. Then there was the problem with his younger sister Lucienne that could find him when she got older. Her being an oracle or diviner was not a sure thing yet. Many events could transpire during one's life which could take his sister in a totally different direction. Does it even matter at this point? Roland turned around while heading back into the Adventurer Guild. There was a new thought going through his head, one that would end this all. It was just to go tell his father everything and be done with it. At this point, his class path was already cemented. It would be hard for his father to salvage this situation and force him to turn into a knight at this point. His class was also special, so it would probably be seen as a boon for the whole Arden estate. The problem with that was that his money-making capabilities were too high. He could very well see himself being locked away in the estate smithy working the whole day just to make money for the family. Then there was the whole assassination attempt. He didn't expect his father to do much about it as the only witness was eaten by a bunch of dungeon monsters. Assassination attempts and nobles went hand in hand. Unless the heir was set in stone, there would be tension between the siblings. Some even saw it as a trial between the youths. The one that remained would have proven themselves as the best person for the position. He was not a knight or a mage. If he proclaimed that he did not wish to inherit the estate, then there was a possibility that his siblings would just leave him alone. After talking with Robert, he saw that there was a possibility of coexisting with his family members. Even though he might be able to somehow move past that assassination attempt. This didn't mean that he wanted to be involved in noble affairs. It would still be a big pain in his posterior to have his overbearing father looming above him. I'll just wait, no use getting involved just yet. He decided to not reveal all of his cards. There was still a lot of time for him to build up his operation. Even if his sister came looking for him, it would probably be at least 5 or even 10 years from now. If she was even allowed to travel was also up to debate. She was still a woman, and in this world noble women had one main purpose: to produce heirs for the man of the house. Would this special class be enough to save her from this fate remained to be seen. Even with that, girls of noble birth were still expected to be married by the age of 30. It was seen as strange if a woman by that age wasn't able to produce at least one child. There were a few exceptions as always, but this required a lot of personal strength. Something like this existed for the commoners as well, but mostly for the farmer and laborer side. The lady adventurers didn't adhere to these norms and could more or less do what they wished. It was actually quite a common occurrence for the women adventurers to be girls that run away from a forced marriage. The Adventurers Guild offered them an escape, but they needed to take a big risk. Not all of them ended up in a favorable position after the years, some even returned back home to live an easier life. Glad I wasn't stuck in a girl's body when I came to this world. The doors of the Adventurers Guild opened up and a Roland in a set of armor walked in. Now with no nobles remaining in the city, he didn't care about being seen. His brother that he was hiding from had also seen through his disguise. The only thing he would try to avoid is being recognized as a noble. His resemblance to Robert was there, but there were enough differences for most people not to notice. Even Lobelia wasn't able to piece it together, so it would probably be fine. "Welcome, Mr. Wayland." "Good morning." Elodia called out to Roland while moving out from behind the counter. "The guild master has informed me about everything. I'll be showing you around today." Today was a somewhat special day. His contract was signed and he needed to start his work. Elodia here was to show him the way towards all the affiliated adventurer stores. Some of them were directly here while others were sprinkled through the city. "Let's start with the shops inside the guild." "Yes, I'll be in your care." Roland nodded while Elodia took out some kind of file. In it were probably all of the information about each shop. The first one was built to the side of the Adventurers Guild and could be accessed by one of the doors in the back corridor. This was also the side that Roland and Elodia made their way in. On the inside, he could see various bladed weapons and armors alike. This was the back of the shop, so they weren't as neatly placed or organized. He could see a few people carrying these items from here to the front of the shop where they would probably be presented to the buyers. "This is the main guild shop. You can come here and take any wares for enchanting." "Good day." A rough-looking man looked at them. He was wearing a bandana over his head and had a scruffy beard to go with it. "Good morning, Mr. Russell. Let me introduce you to Mr. Wayland." Roland looked to the old man that was clearly checking him out. "This is the Runesmith. Isn't he a bit young?" It was clear that his age would be a problem. Most craftsmen started out after getting their first Tier 2 class. This mostly happened in their early 20s, while at about 30 they would start becoming proper masters at the craft. "Don't worry, Mr. Russell, when it comes to runecraft then Mr. Wayland is very distinguished." "Distinguished?" The old man glanced at the runic gauntlets that Roland was wearing and just nodded. "It does look runic." It was clear that this man here would not really be able to appraise the runes for their worth. He was more of a normal worker that just hung around in the shop. "Mr. Wayland is free to take the items from here, so be sure to accommodate him. If it's the order from the top, then I can't do much about it." Russell just shrugged and finally left to go tend to the shop. "I must apologize for Mr. Ruzel's behavior." "It's fine." Roland didn't care much. Respect had to be earned and not given freely. After the runesmithing goods started popping up, he would probably change his tune. While they were here, Roland picked up one of the blades and looked over it. With his appraisal skill, he was able to see the grade and the materials that the items here were made from. "Would it be enough for me to make a list of requirements and someone picking them up for me later?" There were quite a bit of weapon and armor parts in here. It would be quite troublesome if he needed to go through each one by himself. He was not willing to enchant blades of lower quality or that were made with non-magic resistant metals. Someone would need to go through all of these and pick out the ones that were worth investing time into. That wouldn't be a problem. "Great, my assistant will bring you the list and you can also give him the goods. Or perhaps you could just send someone to deliver them to my house directly." Bernier would be utilized as an errand boy to his fullest potential. Though now after he also became a Tier 2 armorsmith, Roland was feeling bad about making him do such tasks. It would be much better for Bernier to practice his craft and not waste time by constantly going on fetch missions into the city. "House delivery. Think that wouldn't be a problem." Elodia nodded while also writing something down. Soon they left the Adventurer Guild and headed towards the city. There he visited a couple of shops and smithies. After going through a few, he noticed something: not a dwarf in sight. The craftsmen and craftswomen were all from other races. He wasn't sure if this was a coincidence or if the guild master was just trying to usurp the Union's grasp on this city. Albrook was still young. It would probably take a few more years for everyone to entrench themselves. This was something only a big company like the Adventurers Guild could do. Not even the Dwarven Union could just outright ban anyone involved with the guild. They would go bankrupt. The dwarfs were dependent on the adventurers, who went through weapons fast. The armors also needed constant repairing, not that this meant that there weren't ways that they could make it difficult for the guild-run shops. Dropping down the prices and offering discounts for everything would quickly spell disaster for the guild-owned shops. The other revenue stream would be the nobles and their military organizations. They were quite large, but with so many dungeons everywhere the adventurers took up quite the bulk of their operation. Unless there was some kind of war effort in the background, the Union depended on adventurers to sell their wares. Finally, they were at the last store. After this, Roland would be finally able to go home and resume his work. This will be the last spot. The person inside is also both an armorsmith and a weaponsmith. This is, oh, does Mr. Wayland know this shop? Roland was standing in front of the store that he visited a few days ago. It was the same one that he picked the shield up for Robert. I've been here once. Soon the two entered the store and were met with a lack of customers. This was also something that was the same in all the other stores. It was clear that the Dwarven Union was making it hard for all the other craftsmen to make a living. From what Roland could tell, this was a basic tactic to get rid of their competition. The Union had vast resources. With this it was easy to undercut the other craftsmen that needed to make a living to survive. Through this, it was also clear to him how the guild master managed to get this many stores to sign a contract with him. They had no other choice and probably had no love for the Union's tactics. Be right with you. After entering the store he could hear a dinging sound. It was the sound of metal hitting metal. This shop had its own smithy on the other side, and it was clear that someone was working. After a few minutes of waiting, the store owner that he saw a few days ago finally showed up. Oh? Well, isn't it Mr. Runesmith, HM? The large woman looked a bit sweaty. She stopped for the moment as she saw Roland before her. This time around he was not wearing a helmet. Not bad. I'll give you an 8.5. Maybe in a few years, you'll be a 9, but you'd need to be taller to get a 10. His previous score of 6 was raised after his face was seen. He was already quite tall, but the woman was still a few centimeters over him. Roland didn't think that he would be able to grow any more than this, which would leave him as a 9. This is Ms. Diana. She is one of the blacksmiths working with the guild. Some of her wares were on display at the main guild store. I see that you are already acquainted with Mr. Wayland here. He will be working with us. Oh, he will? Diana got closer to where Roland and Elodia were and quickly delivered a smack to Roland's back. Luckily for Roland, he had enough strength to tank this hit without falling down on his face. Great, maybe some enchantments can make me sell something. I'll be counting on you, handsome. Ah, sure. He just nodded while the large woman became more handsy. Roland could even feel something soft press into his side as the woman got closer. So what do you need? Swords? Axes? Maybe spears or armor? I can make it all. The woman possessed both the armorsmith and weaponsmith classes and was close to level 100. By the looks of the wares here he would have to agree that she was a better blacksmith than he was. I would need items made from deep steel or similar metals that can resist mana degradation in the runes. Mana degradation, huh? The woman finally let Roland go while she started thinking. Most regular smiths didn't really care about things like that as they just used the best available metal. It didn't particularly need to be good for enchanting as long as the weapon could kill monsters. How about these? Diana handed Roland a longsword, which he then quickly checked with his analyzing skill. He could even see the dimensions. The whole sword was 120 centimeters long while the bladed part was at 105. It will do for now, Roland mumbled while looking at this sword, but his words were taken a bit more seriously than he had thought. Hey kid, what do you mean it will do for now? When he looked up to the woman that was all smiles previously, he could see her maddened face. It seemed that she took his comment badly, as if he was mocking her craft. Craftsmen that were proud of their work certainly were not good at taking criticism. I apologize, this is a fine sword. I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? It's made from materials that are limiting to my craft. Have you ever heard of a rune forge? Rune forge? Isn't that something that those midgets like to use to get their alloys? Yes, something like that, Roland quickly started explaining. This was a guild-run store and he had already discussed a few things with the guild master. What he was getting here at is that he wanted to produce special ingots for the blacksmiths that were working with him. They would then produce wares from these fantasy metals that wouldn't require external mana stones like the sword that Diana gave him here. Ha ha, I see now, should have said that sooner. Sorry about that. Diana laughed some more and started vigorously patting Roland's back. He was really forced to tank those heavy hits, but thankfully Elodia was here with him. Ms. Diana, please stop. Mr. Wayland looks uncomfortable. Oh, does he now? He looked happy just a minute ago. The two women started glaring at each other for some reason while he was left standing in the middle. He coughed into his hand to get their attention. I'll be sending a list over to the guild to gather some equipment for the initial runesmithing. The first batch of runic weapons would be made with his traditional mana stone technique that left them on the outside. Then if they are successful in selling them, they could introduce the improved version that would also cost more. With that, his visit to the shops was over. A lot of work awaited him and his assistant. With so much to do, it might soon be time to expand his business to the next level. Deep inside of a sandstorm, two vague figures could be spotted. The surrounding area was nothing but sand with no vegetation or water anywhere. Suddenly a monstrous sandworm burst from beneath the ground, charging at the two cloaked figures. The monster opened up its toothy mouth that would easily be able to devour a full-grown man. The creature descended at one of these figures, but suddenly the larger person's arm started twitching. It expanded in size while turning into something resembling a blade. As the monster descended, it was promptly sliced in two pieces by this monstrous sword arm that this person produced. The sandworm creature fell down to the ground before these two strange figures stopped. I hate this place, I have sand in my underwear. How much longer will we be here? A female voice could be heard from the smaller figure, while the other one that changed their arm into a sword remained silent. The high priest was graceful enough to give us another chance. We must prove ourselves. Yee. The high priest, blah blah. This all because of some stupid kid. I hope he suffered a painful death. I agree, that child dared to desecrate the holy artifact. He deserves to suffer. His death was not certain. Not certain? What are you on about? There is no way he could have survived a stab from my blade. The woman screamed out in a maddened rage, which was mostly silenced by the continuous sandstorm. Calm yourself and focus on the task at hand. The woman gave out a sigh while walking through these sandstorms. Even though the winds were strong enough to fell a tree, these two seemed to be just fine. Soon the monster core was swept away by the sands as the two vanished within the desert storm. Chapter 139. That should do it. Roland and Benier were standing in a somewhat enlarged underground workshop. Due to the need of creating a new smelter, they had to dig up some more space. This was not such an easy task, as the more they dug up, the shakier the foundation above became. Everything required support columns and beams. Without Roland wanting others to get involved, he was stuck doing this himself with his assistant. Luckily Benier was quite proficient at this. The material they used was special flame-resistant wood that was easy to come by. The dungeon here in the lower area had ash-like trees that could be carried outside. They were very resistant, not much worse than rock, but it was still wood which was lighter. It took them 2 weeks to expand the workshop to accommodate the building of the new smelter. Roland was also thinking about future endeavors, thus he made it a bit larger than he really needed it. Finally we can start, let's bring it over. This would not be a regular smelter. Normally a smelter was used to extract metals from ores. This was not an easy process, and most regular smelters would only produce metals with lots of impurities. The smithing equipment in this world went in a different direction than in his original world. There, techniques implementing chemical reducing agents to decompose the ore were used to drive off other elements as gases or slag. Only then was the metal base left behind. Here on the other hand, instead of more scientific solutions, magic ones were implemented. Anyone that had a class had a little bit of mana in them. A person didn't need to be a mage to run equipment like this, as the lack of it could be counteracted by Elikin's fluid. This smelter that they would be setting up here was the same. In the schematics, there was even a little side section for the fluid tank. This would be something that Roland intended to modify. If it was just sitting in his workshop, he could implement his wind turbines that didn't require him to spend more money. The smelter was cylindrical in shape, with the top part being wider than the bottom part. On the top, there would be a bowl-shaped center with 6 smaller areas around it. The middle part was reserved for the metals. This type of smelter would require Roland to already have a ready ingot to be placed there. It could not smelt ores or purify them. The 6 spots around the main one were for the mana stones. There they would be melted into a liquid state, and then through small passages, they would flow into the middle. All of this would be done by specific runes that he would need to runecraft into this thick slab. Under the middle part, there would be an opening that would be closed at first. With a crank on the side, it would be opened by the blacksmith and the concoction would flow into the middle part of the smelter. Inside, the bonding process of the metal and mana stone would take place. After going through some of the recipes that he received, this process could take up to several days. This thing would burn through mana, the heat needed to be constant, and the magical runes needed to change the structure of the mana stones and metals they bonded to. When it was done, the smoldering magical metal could be removed from the bottom. Under the smelter, he could place some kind of mold. This could take the shape of a regular ingot or something else. Thanks to this, he could even use one of the older bronze weapon forging techniques. Most of the time he would go with the ingot route, as he had to deliver these metals to the other blacksmiths in the city. They would be the ones forging the weapons and then returning them to him for the finishing touches. He would of course save some for his own crafting sessions, but he wanted to focus his talents on other things. Crafting old-styled armor and weapons was not the only way to go for a runesmith. There were far too many magical devices that he could create. One of those were the golems that he had an itch to create. The runic books that Lucille had lent him were gone now, but he had memorized all the parts that were important. With their help, he was finally able to move forward with his golem program. Now the only thing was to build a basic body for his golem and start working the bugs out. I need to get that crystal ball and contact Lucille soon. While he and Benier were assembling the new smelter together, he thought back to the promise that he made with Robert. He was required to stay in contact. His brother would probably show up or go back on his vow if he ignored this request. There, Benier wiped some sweat from his brow after hammering the last rivet into place. The prototype smelter was now in place and it only needed the runes to go with it. Due to it being made from separate parts, it was better to leave the runecrafting for later. The smelter was made from very thick specialized magical steel. It also cost Roland a small fortune to buy the resources. The all-around shape wasn't hard to make, but it would take some time till he got his money back. This sure is a strange-looking smelter. Well, it doesn't require any exhaust vents, the runes take care of everything. Benier just chuckled, as he had already given up on ever understanding how magic and runes worked. Soon he headed outside and Roland was left here alone. Soon the slow process of runesmithing was started, which he needed a whole week to finish. The smelter was extremely thick and the rune traces needed to be deeply ingrained into the metallic structure. If they were too thin, the smelter would not be able to function for too long. It would require some maintenance later on, but with this, it would be able to last for a few good years. Roland took a step back to behold his newest creation. The whole thing looked like a boiler on 4 legs with a very thick bowl on the top. 2 circular cranks, one closer to the bowl part and one below the middle part, were also there. Everything was made from dark-looking thick metal that was not very shiny. In the back, there was one thick black cable that was attached to the bottom of this smelter. Roland was inspired by his old-world electrical sockets, which he now used with all of his runic tools. After connecting everything, he could see the runic structures lighting up. Now it was time to test this thing out. Let's try half load for now. He placed 3 tier 1 mana stones on one side of the upper bowl area. In the middle, he placed some scrap deep steel that could be melted down into the new magical ingots. Just as previously stated, the smelter lit up. There were several runes on the side that started glowing brightly as the process was started. The mana stones started melting and the deep steel in the middle as well. Then the first problem arose, as the mana stones were liquefying at a faster pace than the metal in the middle. At first, he thought that this was fine, but as the metal continued to melt, he could see it. With the help of his mana sense and his runesmithing eyes, he could see the mana dissipating into the surroundings. If the mana stones melt before the metal, there will be a big loss to the quality. Roland stopped the process, as he could tell that if he continued he would only receive a lower product. His mistake was using cheap lesser mana stones along with higher graded deep steel which had a higher melting point. This problem could be easily alleviated by either placing the mana stones in later or adding a little runic program. Thanks to his current knowledge, injecting a timer into the smelter's structure was not a problem. He was actually planning on doing this after going through some tests. His biggest advantage against other runesmiths was his high degree of customization. While others stuck to the pre-made runes to a fault, he always looked into them and tried to make them more efficient. The problem here was that the smelter was really large and thick. It would take too much mana to change the runic program each time he found another magical metal. That's why he came up with another solution: plates or cartridges. These would look like cards with runes on them. Each one would have a pre-programmed timer for every metal that he tests. Roland didn't know much about other runesmiths and their techniques, but he had a theory with this smelter. Probably the runesmith or their assistant would need to place the mana stones at the right places and at the right time. This would mean that either he or Banir would need to watch over this process and lose hours of their time if he did it the old way. With these cards, his assistant could just slide it in and go on his merry way. The cards would be small and easy to alter as well. First I'll need to test out these recipes that I have. The recipes that he was given gave him the timing of when he needed to place the mana stones on the smelter. The time that was required for the metal to stay inside the middle part was also included. Some of them required him to get other magical ingredients to sprinkle before the first crank was turned. This will take a while to figure out. Roland brought out a notebook to take some notes. It was time to test the limitations of this smelter. Later in the day Roland finally turned the lower crank and looked at the hot red metal in liquid form pouring down into his ingot tray. There it was, his first creation. Every metal that went through this process had the ether prefix. It seemed that the process was successful, but how well this compared to an item imbued with mana stones the old-fashioned way only time would tell. His analyzing skill was not yet fully matured. If it was, he could tell at a glance how high the mana saturation of this metal was. The only thing he could go off was that lesser part. I guess this will be enough. It was time for a test, and for that he called Banir over. It was not required for them to make nice-looking weapons like a dagger from this. A paddle would do, reminiscent of his old days. He had Banir hammer a similar deep steel ingot into a paddle wand shape. He did the same to the new etheric ingot. After making sure that the two were of the same weight and shape, he began the runecrafting process. When it was finished, he was left with almost two identical wands with the wind arrow spell on them. The only difference was that one of the wands had a spot for a mana stone on it while the other didn't. Back on the outside, it was time to give these two a test. First would be the mana usage, which would be easily tested. Roland took aim into the sky and fired off a couple of wind arrows. The birds were spooked by the green bolts of energy and quickly scattered to the sides. Soon he discovered that the mana usage was around the same. Surprisingly, the paddle with the mana stone lost out by about 10%. The ether wand is probably better saturated. If I placed another mana stone on the other one, it would equal out. Roland was sure that the reason for this was the mana stone in question. If he added another one or a tier 2 one, then the mana stone wand would probably edge the ether one out. It seemed that even with this technological improvement, there was still use for the old models. While the ether metals could be further improved and didn't suffer from the exposed gems that could be destroyed, the mana stone variant could be customized a lot more. The ingot that was made also took on the qualities of the mana stones. If he combined mana stones from fire-based monsters, it would gain bonuses towards that element. It was locked to this bonus and would actually work worse on opposite elements like ice. This was not really much of a drawback, as most weapons stuck to one theme. There weren't that many crazy people like him that infused their weapons with multiple elemental spells. The armor that he had made would mostly be considered a failed item, as no one besides him could use it. He was someone who lacked any elemental affinities but made up for it with a large pool of mana. Thus he didn't really care if the mana stones contradicted with each other too much. There was always a base quality to each tier of mana stone, which should be the same with these ether metals. Great, now comes the boring part. With the first test being successful, it was time to go through it again. He would need to start mixing metals, mana stones, and everything else to create the best ratios. He already felt bad about selling a lesser ether item, but not like he had enough knowledge and resources to get a higher tier just yet. Starting off with lesser mana stones and slowly building up to the common ones. On these, he would probably remain for quite some time. This smelter was a tier 2 item. It was only made from common runes and he would need to study it. Then in time, he hoped to achieve a breakthrough. When he was younger, he managed to create common grade runes even when he only had a tier 1 class. This gave him hopes for doing the same here. The time continued to pass and Roland continued experimenting with the new smelter and his favorite alloy, deep steel. With time he was managing to improve on the lesser type of ether deep steel. This would also be his main experimentation resource. With a lot of scrap metal in his workshop, this smelter was the perfect tool to produce recycled parts. While the young runesmith was working hard on improving himself, other forces were working in the background. At a certain place, a group of short-bearded men was discussing some business, so, how bad do ye think it be? Nay sure, this human runesmith is not known to me there was a large wooden table next to these for dwarfs. On it there were a couple of bladed weapons, some looked to have mana stone attachments, but more, your magic expert what do ye think? An enchantsmith not a runesmith, Junan. How should I know? Just look at it, you old fart. The two dwarfs started fighting and finally, the one named Bamor picked up a long sword. It was a runic item with a characteristic blue mana stone attached to the bottom of the hilt. Craftsmanship is amateur at best, our apprentice could make a better sword than this. We know that, how about runes? Runes on other hand, mana flow, it's a very unfitting combination. What kind of idiot would put such pristine runecraft on a failed product like this? The old man shook his head while placing the weapon on the side. It was clear that this group of dwarfs was discussing the new competition that came to the city. That's what I feared. We might have to ask for some help from Union, but for now we shall wait. Chapter 140. Here it is. Roland found himself outside of a small shop. The building was squeezed between two others and the entrance was hidden in an alleyway. It looked like the owner of this shop was trying to not sell anything. The sign depicted a magical staff along with some potions around him. He was not sure why, but all the shops in this world had such banners. It made him think of the old RPG games that he used to play when he was still in his old world. In them, all the stores always had a characteristic sign to show the player what was inside. He took a step forward. Once he opened the door, it triggered a bell that was above it. Expecting someone to call out and greet him, but there was no response. It seemed that the person running this shop was probably in the back room, thus he decided to take a look around. The first thing he noticed was that how cramped the place was. His head almost touched the ceiling and the shelves were crammed with various strange items and potions. With the help of his debugging skill, he could even spot some runic items. Is anyone here? Roland called out while approaching the shop counter. On it, he spotted a little bell that looked similar to the bells at hotels. He gave it a ring and finally someone called out from behind, "Hold your horses, I'm coming." There was a strange rumbling sound followed by something falling down. The voice seemed to be somewhat high-pitched yet also old. After a minute the cloth that was covering the entrance to the back room finally moved and the owner of this shop emerged. "My apologies, must have forgotten the time." An old gnome popped his head out. He looked really old and had a very characteristic pointy black hat on his head. This was accompanied by a black robe which made him look like a stereotypical black mage. Roland had to wait until the small gnome slowly walked over. The store counter also had a little step ladder that he had to climb. "How can I help you, young man? Do you want to buy some health potions, maybe some herbs for a bad back?" No. I'm looking for a crystal ball, one meant for communication. I heard that I could get one here at a good price. Magical items still weren't that widespread in this city. The dungeon was here, but without having tier 3 monsters inside it would not attract the wealthier people. All the strongest adventurers were close to the S-class dungeon in the middle of the island, while Albrook could attract at most tier 2 ones. A promising adventurer party would not remain in an area where the monsters were a tier below them. They would just not be able to progress further, the experience gained would be too minuscule. Besides the dungeon, there weren't really any natural resources to attract people here. Roland on the other hand knew that there was some potential sleeping deep inside that dungeon. That spot with the rare metals and mithril ore deposits was proof. Dungeon mines were sought after for one reason: the ore deposits would respawn just like the monsters did. The area he found could be farmed for resources repeatedly. The time of respawning was mostly set and could range from weeks to months. A crystal ball? Well, you came to the right place. I think I still have one lying around here, give me a moment. The old gnome called out and slowly moved down from the step ladder. He vanished behind that dark piece of cloth. Roland could hear something like pots falling down, maybe some crates. It sounded like the old man was tripping over everything. After about 5 minutes he emerged back with a round object in his hand. His hat was now turned to the other side and his robe was full of dust. "Sorry about that, lad." The old man laughed and placed the object on the counter. Roland looked at it and thanks to his mage skills could tell that this was the item in question. So those came in runic form as well. Surprisingly, this magic crystal orb had runic inscriptions on it. They were not visible to the naked eye. Without his debugging skill he would also not be able to notice it. The item looked like a clear orb made from crystal. How someone forced the runes into it was the biggest question. Roland was quite knowledgeable about runecrafting when scrolls and metals were concerned. There were far more materials out there that would not be able to sustain regular rune smithing. He would not be able to make a flying carpet as the runecraft would burn through the fabrics. The only explanation was that such a crystal ball required a somewhat different approach similar to the scrolls. There was still a big hole in his knowledge. While he was light years ahead in some places like runecrafting, there were many basic things he did not know. Just like the magic ink, there were various other concoctions that could be applied in various ways. What he needed is more knowledge, and this here crystal ball could help him with that. For this, he needed access to the magic knowledge that was being held behind closed doors. Lucille, his new acquaintance, could help him with that. The only real problem would be asking for some help. Due to Roland's character, he found it hard requesting help from others. Normally he would try to figure it out by himself, but a promise was made. If he didn't contact her, his brother might come looking for him, this time with his father in tow. Yes, this looks like the right item. How much will it be? You have a keen eye for such a young lad. Just for that you can have it for 20 small gold coins. 20? Roland almost keeled over as the price was mentioned. This was more money than he was given by his old adventurer party. He was able to survive half a year on that while also crafting scrolls, and now this crystal ball cost more than that. You might not know it, lad, but this crystal ball was made by a powerful runic mage. Runic mage? Not a runesmith? A runesmith making a crystal ball? You must be joking, young man. How could those brutes make something intricate like a crystal ball? They are better off making clunky golems. Roland was surprised by the revelation. If this old man was right, then this item was quite rare, as it was made by the unpopular class of runic mage. From what Lucille explained to him, they were not proficient at crafting runic items, but only using them. Instead, they were supposed to alter the program inside that was crafted by a proper runesmith. There could be some exceptions to the rule. Most of the regular crystal balls were enchanted items. These could also be made by enchanters instead of enchant smiths that just clobbered metals till the enchantments fit in. There might be some special spells that the mags use for permanent enchantments, which would make this feasible. From what Roland knew, regular mage enchantments were temporary. They would last a few hours or days at most before the enchantment faded away. Thus the services of these mags were more like a trial which some adventurers used before entering a specific dungeon. Even though they were not permanent, they had their uses. If there was a particular boss that was weak to a certain spell, it was cheaper to go with an enchantment. There was no reason to buy a full set of fire-resistant armor to fight a flame dragon if a mage could produce the same effect for a fraction of the price. 20 too much? Well, this is a rather old model. The old gnome started thinking really hard. Roland knew that this crystal ball was probably not something that would sell. There was no real reason to get a more pricey runic variant when the enchanted version cost less. The gnome also didn't know that a person like Roland would probably pay that price just to get his hands on a new rune. How about 10? Before the old man could answer, Roland started bartering himself. 10? Do you want to rob this old gnome, young man? 18. 18? Can you even sell that crystal ball to anyone? New enchanted ones cost 10. 12. Soon they went back and forth, and finally Roland was able to barter down to 14.5. Luckily he still had some found, and with the guild promoting him he was getting some materials at a discount or even for free. No respect for their elders. The old man was given the money, and Roland now had a new item to test. If he figured out how these crystal balls worked, he might be able to set up his own communication network. The ones that the mags used were similar to old phones. The lesser models like the one Lucille had required magical rituals that boosted their communication range. Other ones could use Elekin's fluid as a power source instead, or be implanted in other devices that hastened the process. With how scarce the runic orbs were, Roland believed it to be an untapped market. The problem would be how to reproduce this without the help of a runic mage. There was apparently one at the magical academy that Lucille hailed from. Maybe if he asked nicely, that person could help him do it himself. His class was a rare variant, maybe with some luck, he would be able to learn the rune mage skills as well. The bell sounded once more as he went outside the shop and removed himself from the back alley. What people saw was not a man in red armor that was covering his face. Roland finally decided to quit hiding his appearance. After his conversation with Robert, he realized that he could not live like this forever. Sooner or later his past would come back to bite him in the behind. What he was wearing was mostly lighter leather with a couple of runic armor add-ons. He switched to darker colors and covered both his hands with runic gauntlets and arm guards. On his chest, he only had a breastplate, and then his shins were protected by leg guards. There were no pauldrons or even a set of half-plate armor. This would be enough for protection, as he did not think that people would attack him in the city. With the runic equipment he was wearing, he would be able to utilize various Tier 2 spells which no normal person would be able to contend with. People clearly noticed him as the armor parts were brand spanking new. It was clear that he stood out from the general public, and not because of his armor. After now reaching the age of 17, Roland started noticing people turning their heads towards him. Even now as he continued to walk, he was getting these looks as well. This was due to one thing, his face and his charisma stat. Even though it was not at the level of mind control, it was above the norm. Roland found himself with something he was not very familiar with, being attractive in the eye of the opposite sex. When he was out, the women were taking second glances at his face. His large stature only added to his all-around looks. Why isn't it my favorite Runesmith? What can I help you with, handsome? Please stop calling me that, just call me Wayland. He had entered the store where Diana worked. She was one of the more promising blacksmiths in the city and was young considering she was close to level 100. Due to Bernier having been a little pervert, he needed to come here instead. It seemed Diana didn't like him that much, and would give him a good thrashing if he ever entered her store again. This left him to do the dirty work for the time being. Even though the woman had that look, she was still a professional. When the time was right, she would revert to a true craftsman. First name basis already? You sure know how to make this young girl's heart flutter. He wanted to comment on the age part, but he was afraid to receive a knuckle sandwich if he prodded too much. Instead, he brought out some of the ether ingots that he had produced earlier. Oh, what is this, a present? Roland rolled his eyes and placed 4 ingots on the store counter. Diana grasped one of them and started looking over it with much interest. This isn't regular deep steel, is it? No, it's ether deep steel. I've smelled a few samples. What do you think? Can you make something that will sell with these? After looking one of the ingots over, she placed it back down on the counter before commenting. Doesn't look much different than regular steel. It should be enough for a long sword. What about the hilt? Doesn't really matter, I can place the runes in after the whole sword is finished. With the help of the ethereal pathways, he didn't need to runecraft before the hilt was attached to the body of the blade. He would need to exert some more mana, but it was possible for him to force the runes in there without hammering it too hard. Ether metals? Never worked with them before, this will be interesting. Diana smiled while turning back to Roland. A moment of silence fell between the two as she looked down at him. How about we? Before the woman could continue though, Roland cut her off. I should be going, I have a lot of work to do. His chores were not over yet, as the two spoke. Bernier was delivering the other ingot samples to the other affiliated blacksmiths. He hoped that within a week they would have one of these ether weapons on the display. For now, he stuck to the weapons as a full set of armor would be hard to produce. Even when the smelter was used for the whole day, there would not be enough resources to cover all the stores. He was already thinking about building another one after he had worked the kinks out. Even now he was getting mixed results and the programming process wasn't that fast. It only took a little mistake to change the outcome of the end product. Leaving already? Won't stay over for a drink? A drink? The moment drinking was mentioned, he recalled himself at 10. The long-buried memories of being forced by certain 3 idiots to get drunk and pass out came back. I don't really drink alcohol. Alcohol? Why would I offer you alcohol? If not alcohol, then what else? Tea? Milk, of course. Roland narrowed his eyes and glanced at Diana's horns. Then the hair was partially white and partially black. Going down, he saw the large bell around her neck that was supposed to be used for cows and not people. Then without thinking much he glanced down at a pair of large mounds. Of course it's milk. While having trouble with keeping his eyes on Diana's face, he shook his head around. Yeah. I think I'll have to have a rain check on that one.
Rain check?
I don't think it's raining outside. Roland just inched out of the store and finally got out of there. The last thing he saw was Diana's very saucy facial expression. He was sure that the older woman was having her fun harassing a young man such as him. What she didn't know was that he knew what game she was playing. That was close. Roland's heart rate increased as he handled the situation. Even if he knew what was going on, it didn't mean that he wasn't affected. He was still in a young man's body that was in his prime. It was quite hard to fight with the bottled-up hormones. This was no time to relax, he had a business to build up. With the onset of his runic items that would be in proper stores, his name would be known. Previously he used the auction house, so no one really cared that much to look at his little crafter's emblem. Now on the other hand, there would be a name to go with it. Things were looking good for Roland, but he knew that he could not relax. Just like previously, he knew that if he didn't prepare enough, things could easily turn sour. Chapter 141. Here is the last batch. Banir placed a couple of blades onto the workbench and was having trouble fitting all of them next to the other items. When he looked around the workshop, it looked jam-packed with weapons and armor parts. Are you sure about this, boss? Even you will have trouble with all of these. It's fine, Banir, I'll just get this over with. If you say so, good luck, I'll go tend to the runic smelter. The half-dwarf gave a smile and a thumbs up before leaving this section of the workshop. Since the expansion, they had installed separate rooms. The largest one was the main smithy with all the tools, the forge, and all of the runic tools. Then in one side room was the generator room. It was soundproof as well as cooled. The generator that he made produced a lot of heat, which had to be kept in check with magic. Then in the newest room, there was the new smelter. Roland had made a card that Banir would be able to use. It was programmed to work with deep steel for now. When he figured out the other ratios, he would try the more exotic metals. A last room that was mostly unoccupied was also there. It was devoid of tools and furniture. Inside of it was just a board with a large schematic nailed to it. It depicted strange runic parts and symbols that almost no one would be able to decipher. First this, and then I can get that project underway. Roland gave out a sigh before chugging down a large blue potion. It was bitter and tasted awful, but the moment it was gone he could feel a strange prickly feeling wash over him. With the mana regeneration buff from this potion, I should be able to do this. He picked up one of the blades and brought it over to the furnace. After heating it up gently, he started hitting it with his runesmithing hammer. It didn't take more than 10 minutes for the lesser rune to be formed and the enchantment was done. This was his workload, for the time being. He had gotten some of the better deep steel and deep silver blades from his associates. The decision was made to not overdo it. Other craftsmen would produce the items while he just inscribed runes on them. This wasn't all, as each and every one of these items would also possess a mana stone. The blacksmiths that prepared them were given the diagrams and fashioned the hilts accordingly. What Roland only needed to do was to engrave the runes with his skill and place the mana stone in the socket. With this phase 1 of their plan would be going in motion. They would flood the market with runic weapons that also lowered casting requirements. The runes were all simple ones like sharpening or impact. Thanks to this, Roland could work fast. His skills were quite high at this point and he was able to make these weapons when he was a runic blacksmith. Now as a runesmith lord, this didn't pose a problem and he could go through them quite fast. The only problem was his mana. The more he worked, the faster it dropped. Luckily for him, he was working for the Adventurers Guild, and the mana potions were given to him at 50% of the normal price. He hoped to get them for free, but the guild master was quite stingy. There was nothing of the sort in the contract and mana potions were not a requirement for his work. They would make it faster but wouldn't really profit the guild that much, as Roland intended to make other items for himself. The guild master knew this, so he only went down to about what the guild was buying them for. Even this helped, as Roland could now buy mana potions at a great discount. This was only possible when someone bought such items in bulk. There was a downside to the potions: a person couldn't just drink them constantly. With time they would cause a debuff which would be akin to feeling melancholic and tired. The only reason he was willing to put up with this debuff was that he wanted to go back to his own projects. Even with Banir working the smelter, they were understaffed. The trip to and from the city for more resources always took up a lot of time. With that in mind, he would need to ask the guild to lend them a porter. He was even willing to pay their wages if they just took care of the errand work. The work continued late into the night. Roland was seen with bags under his eyes and a somewhat glassy look. There, that's the last one, Roland covered his mouth after burping. To the side, he looked at the empty 6 vials that were previously filled with the mana regeneration potions. With their help, he was able to power through all of these low-level weapons. In one day he was able to do what other runesmiths would need a week or more. His large mana pool and all of the bonuses that came with it were the reason. This, along with all the skills that lowered runecrafting requirements, allowed him to get this done. The only downside was that he still needed to boost himself with the mana potions, but it was nothing that a good night of sleep wouldn't cure. I'll be able to focus on the golem now. Before that I also need to take care of that. After taking a warm bath and for once not passing out in it, Roland headed to his bedroom. There on a cabinet was a crystal ball, the same one that he bought from the strange magic shop. He had already gone through the runic structure and everything that was important was scribed down into one of his notebooks. What remained was to go through with his promise. It was already late at night, so he wasn't planning to talk just yet. What a person had to do at first was send something similar to a direct message. After this, the mage on the other side would know the number of this crystal ball and only then a call could go through. The crystal balls were large and required a lot of magical energy to run. It was hard to catch the mage on the other side at the correct timing. There was also a way to talk via writing, which required a lot less preparation and was a lot faster. This was Roland's preferred way of talking, as he never liked long phone calls. Even when he was in his old world. It was already close to midnight, so he didn't expect to get a reaction. With a little prod to the crystal ball, he sent his message. It was just a simple greeting, and he intended to call the person on the other side when he woke up in the morning. After getting through so many potions, he was not really feeling too great, But as luck would have it, the moment he turned around he could feel the crystal ball gave out a chime. This sound was an indication that a person on the other side received the message and was going to respond. This was something that he could not stop. When the connection went through and there was a response, it would commence the magic call. Thus when the person on the other side popped up on the crystal ball, she could see a very grumpy-looking Roland. Greetings, sir. Roland. It didn't seem that she was able to read into his mood too much, though, as she sounded rather cheerful. Greetings, Lady Lucille. Didn't expect you to be awake at this hour. I've been busy with my studies. After our little adventure I've been inspired. There is so much to learn from the runes. I still remember, sir, Roland's runic magic during that battle. He was not able to get a word in while Lucille went on a tangent. As always he was praised by her, though it seemed she was mostly praising the runes that he made and not him for using them. I was worried that you wouldn't contact me, or that something bad happened. It has already been over a month. Yes, I apologize, I've been busy with my work. What are you working on? I constructed a runic smelter for ether alloys, but that doesn't matter. I just wanted to give you my coordinates. It's late, we should go to bed. Roland tried to end the conversation fast before the devilish woman there started barraging him with questions. He had already forgotten how much of a dark hole Lucille was when it came to runic stories. Mentioning the runic smelter was already the wrong choice, as she quickly figured out the meaning behind it. A runic smelter for ether alloys? Does Sir Roland intend to build something with those? But if you speak about ether metals, those are mostly used for golems. Oh my, is Sir Roland building a golem? It seemed that Lucille was pushing her face up against her own crystal ball. It was as if she wanted to climb through it and come over to his workshop to look at the golem plans. Why yes, something like that. Lady Lucille, could you tell my brother that I'm doing fine? He quickly steered the conversation elsewhere in the hopes that he would not need to talk about his runic wares. Sir Robert? Yes, I'll be sure to include this information the next time I see him. Lucille seemed to quiet down, but soon she recalled something. Speaking of Sir Robert, I think his shield did quite the impression on the professor. The professor? Roland recalled that Lucille mentioned such a person before. This was supposed to be some old teacher that was also a rune mage. Being a reclusive introvert as he was, Roland was not looking forward to the introduction. There was a finite number of people that he could stomach. On the other hand, this person could help him with his research if he ever got stuck on something. Lucille had already informed him about his extensive knowledge. And years of expertise. If this professor was a runic mage, he would probably be very knowledgeable about the software part of the runes. This was probably his biggest weak point. He even felt confident in recreating Tier 3 runes if he was ever able to procure them in the future. As it stood now, he lacked the funds to get them and he didn't feel like rushing. It was the right plan. While he still lacked a perfect understanding of the software component in the Tier 2 runes, there was no reason to jump those steps yet. He would arrive there sooner or later, and with time his heightened skills and stats would also make things easier. Ah yes, there was a person like that, yes, when the professor saw Sir Robert's shield. Lucille covered her mouth and started giggling. It seemed that something happened between the second runic nut from the Magic Institute. This time around his brother fell victim to it. Did Robert give his shield to the professor? Give it? No, he borrowed it and it was returned to him after a week. You should have seen how he pouted. Roland had a hard time imagining Robert's pouting face. The man was quite gruff-looking. He probably looked like a powder keg waiting to explode. Yes, I promised the professor that I would introduce the creator of that shield. Could we arrange an appointment? An appointment? Yes, how about in 2 days? The professor is busy for now, don't want to intrude, but it should be fine in 2 days. 2 days? 2 days it is then. It's getting late and I'm running low on mana. We will have to continue this conversation later. Before Roland could decline the invitation to the appointment, Lucille vanished from the crystal ball. It seemed that he would need to have a talk with this professor. He recalled his old university days and was reminded how some of those professors there acted. If he didn't go through with this, his only connection to the Magic Academy could be void. Fine, what can go wrong? He tossed his hands up into the air before flopping down onto his bed. The fatigue from the full days of work washed over him and he fell asleep. Even his skill that resisted skill was not strong enough to counteract mana deprivation and build up stress. There was not supposed to be a headache. On the dawn of the next day, Roland awoke with a splitting headache. He dragged his tired body into the kitchen to drink some pain-alleviating tea. It was possible to do this with more potions, but there were also less intrusive ways of countering such pain. The migraine didn't go away fully, but it was bearable enough for him to work now. Damn. It feels like I'm working back at the old repair shop. While placing some food in Agni's bowl, he recalled his old life. There he did spend time on the computer late into the night. In the morning he woke up half dead and still needed to go to work. Good morning, boss. Hey there, Burning, could you bring the weapons back to the guild? Oh, did you take care of all of them? You don't look so good, maybe you should take a break today. A break, huh? While Benier gave him the idea to take a break, Roland didn't really know what to do with that. In his past life, playing games on his computer was his only pastime. The rest of the day was spent on work or cooking for himself. In this world, on the other hand, he didn't really have a normal hobby. Even if he wanted to take a break, he found himself thinking back to runes and how he could improve them. There wasn't really anything he wanted to do. Instead of wasting time like that, it was better to go down into the dungeon to train up Agni. I'm fine. I just need some tea and a couple of hours to recover. Also, give this letter to Elodia, she will know what to do with it. Benier grabbed the sealed letter that Roland wrote not so long ago. In it, he just asked for a part-time porter that they could spare to work for him. Oh, what is this? Benier looked at the letter in question and tried to peek into the writing. At the end of his examination, he gave Roland a big grin followed by an elbow to the side. I didn't know that you had it in you, boss. Little Elodia isn't bad. I would have gone for the elf myself. She feels like the fun type, if you know what I mean. Roland just sipped his tea while looking at his pervy assistant with an empty look. Could you for once stop thinking with your underside? It's business related. But I like my underside and the ladies love it too, hee. Benier started laughing before removing himself from Roland's house. Woof. What is it, Agni? Soon Roland was left behind with his ruby wolf. He was jumping around a lot this day and he had a sinking suspicion as to why. You probably want to go into the dungeon, huh? Woof. Agni's level was approaching 50. It would probably only take one more dungeon run before this adolescent wolf became a proper adult. The only problem was that Roland wanted to focus on his golem, but for some reason, there were other things pulling him away from constructing it. Can we do it next week? I need to work on something. Agni started whining and his tail curled up. No. Don't look at me like that. Roland was given the puppy eye treatment that he was weak against. It didn't always work, but this time around it seemed that Roland was getting swayed. God damn it, fine, my head is killing me anyway. Let's go to the dungeon. He stood up while Agni started jumping around and making circles. His head was feeling hazy and he felt that if he started his work he would be making a lot of mistakes. It would take about half a day till he recovered, so killing a few monsters would be a nice change of pace. Luckily for him, using runic weapons didn't require much concentration. Just let me grab my armor, woof. Chapter 142. PND no one. Oh, that should do it. Roland stood back while looking at his tamed beast. Agni was in the process of brutalizing a volcanic salamander. At level 49 he was already able to handle these monsters that were a tier above him. With a little help from his master that applied some chilling spells, there were a few ways to gain the system in this world. Most of the experience went to the person that did the most damage, thus it made hitting practically dead enemies give low amounts of experience points. The only option to power level others would be applying debuffs instead. These debuffs would count for less and could disable the enemies, which was happening now. The monsters that required high temperatures to operate were very easy to disable with a simple chilling spell. Volcanic Wolf, Fire, Earthy Beast, the adult version of a common canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their manner and paws are covered by even more volcanic rocks. Ruby Wolf, Fire Earthy Beast, the adult version of an uncommon canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. With the increase in size, their rubies become even more apparent. Gemstone Wolf, Fire Earthy Beast, an adult rare canine-type monster found in deep dungeons. This adult Tier 2 variant size is close to a small horse. It gains an armor-like pelt that is good at resisting physical attacks. Mystical Ruby Wolf, Fire Earthy Beast, a rare adult variant of the Ruby Wolf. The gem on its forehead grows in size. This monster is highly intelligent and can learn basic spells. He could see some of the old evolution options still being there, like the Volcanic Wolf, and even the Gemstone Wolf. From the description, it seemed that the Gemstone variant was quite big. If it was the size of a smaller horse it might have been mountable. The Mystical Ruby variant was also there, but Roland saw a small problem. While all the other options looked the same, the one that he wanted was grayed out. There was one explanation for this: some of the requirements have not been met. Well boy, I think you'll have to work on your skills before we can evolve you further. Agni gained most of his levels thanks to sharing experience with his master. Due to this, he leveled up a lot faster than the other monsters. This meant that his skills naturally lagged behind as he could only progress with them when they were used. Woof. Agni gave out a weak woof this time around. It seemed that he knew what the problem was. The main skill that he gained from munching on mana stones had not reached the 9th level yet. His skills that controlled mana were not quite there yet as well. He would probably need to level them all up before this option became available. You can have some more mana stones back home, but you're not getting that big mana stone. Ever since returning from the last expedition, Agni has been eyeing the large mana stone he got from the dinosaur-looking monster. It was quite big for a Tier 2 monster that had already evolved once. He was saving it for something else. It would be melted down into ether alloys that would then be used for his own armor. With the quality of that mana stone, he was sure that he would be able to get a better grading on the metal. Before we go home, we still need to take care of one more thing. Let's go. The Man and Ruby Wolf party went on their ways towards the deeper areas of the large open lower floor. There was one monster in particular that he wanted to hunt, as he required parts of it for his next project. After about 30 minutes of walking, he came into a section that the noble party evaded before. There he saw one. It was big and it looked dangerous. It was a golem that was about 4 meters tall, which made it twice Roland's size. The ruby golem that he faced before was even bigger than this one, so he wasn't worrying as much. This monster had a brownish orb sticking out from its left rocky shoulder. It was hard to notice as it was barely exposed, but Roland had come just for it. It was the golem's core that spawned at random places inside of these golems. They were hard to spot, which brought troubles to adventurers that tried to fight it. If this golem core was destroyed, so would be the monster that had it. He needed this item for his own golem, as it was much easier to use a monster golem's core than to fashion one instead. It was also a lot cheaper for him to grab one down in the dungeon than to buy one from the market. Roland was already quite strong, so he decided to gather his resources while also getting Agni to level 50. Some might say that he was being a penny pincher, as he could afford a golem core while just crafting. He could only nod to that accusation as if he had a way to save money that wasn't too hard. He would use it. Okay, Agni, wait here. You might have leveled up, but your teeth won't do much damage on a golem. Agni whined a bit but stayed behind like his master ordered him to. With slow steps he approached the monster, the runic symbols on his gauntlets glowing blue as he got ready to cast a spell. The monster finally noticed the human opponent approaching and started to sluggishly attack. Roland didn't panic as he opened up his palms. A blue orb of chilling energy formed in front of them. Before the monster could get into striking position, Roland activated his runic spell. While pointing the orb of blue light in the golem's direction, a burst of cold was discharged. The monster took a direct hit but continued to lumber towards its enemy. Each step it took caused the bedrock below to crumble. Each time a thumping sound was heard and it was not stopping. Finally, it was standing in front of the human that was attacking it. The golem moved its lumbering hand up, but as it attempted to move it down to squash the smaller enemy, it found itself unable to. That should do it. The golem stood still as it was frozen in place by Roland's magic. For someone like him, that could switch magic attributes for every occasion, fighting monsters like this was quite easy. Now then. On his back, he had a large sledgehammer that he brought over for just the occasion. With one powerful swing to the golem's leg, he brought it down to the ground. With a couple of more, its legs and arms were all shattered at the joints as he rendered the creature immobile. The golems were hard enemies to beat for low-level adventurers. They were resistant to bladed weapons, and even heavy blunt ones had trouble causing much damage. For Roland, that boasted overwhelmingly higher stats and buffing effects, this was not a tough enemy. After the monster was disabled, Roland brought out a chisel and hammer from his spatial bag. These golem cores were quite brittle, so he could not risk landing blows at the shoulder area. They were quite resistant to magical effects, which made them perfect for runecrafting. There we go, you can come over now, Agni. Agni wiggled his tail while approaching the frozen golem. Once the core was removed, this monster became nothing more than rocks. Even then, Roland had to shake his head at his wolf that started desecrating the dead pile of rocks as if it could fight back. Let's get a few more and return home. My headache is gone too. After spending most of the day down in the dungeon, Roland returned home. Just as before, he used the shortcuts in the dungeon to quickly make his way up. This was still something that he did not report to the guild. He feared that they would task him with mapping out the entire dungeon and searching for all the hidden chambers. This was something that he intended to do on his own later. The probability of another runesmith going down and spotting these hidden rooms was quite low, so he wasn't worried. It was already getting late, but there was this itch that he just needed to scratch. With everything ready, he descended into his workshop, and into the mostly empty room that was reserved for just this type of work. He placed 5 orbs of various sizes and colors on his workbench. All of them belonged to golems that he faced down in the dungeon and would be used for his experiments. It's not good that they don't all have the same dimensions, which might alter the results. Roland gave out a sigh after holding 2 of the golem cores in each hand. One that came from AL-51 golem was much smaller than the other that came from one that was 10 levels above it. The larger the core, the more punishment it could handle, but it was also harder to runecraft on. For the time being, he decided to start with the smallest one and work himself up. He hoped that he could start building a working prototype by the time he got to the 5th one. Otherwise, he would need to descend into the dungeon yet again. There were many types of golems in this world. Ones made from rocks, ones made from metal, ones made from flesh, and even ones made from pure energy. The one that his class was focused on would be the metal one. There were various ways a person could get a golem to do their biddings. The most rudimentary way would be to just use a pre-existing spell. Such golems could be summoned by the summoner-type classes, and supposedly these summons came from some kind of different dimension. They were practically the same type of being as the golem monster that he took care of today. Even though they were easy to come by, they could not remain in this world for too long. They burned up the caster's mana, and the longer they remained, the more they would require. Supposedly there were ways of extending their stay. Some included contracts that would make a golem like this a caster's familiar than other ways that remained a mystery to Roland, as he lacked the book smarts. If someone wanted a more permanent golem, they needed to work for it. Making one was the other option, and it also came in many ways. Even magicians could produce a golem by gathering the right materials and casting the right spell. As long as the golem had a core and a power source, it would be operational. The ones magical smiths like him made came in various shapes and sizes. The golem core was the brain of this construct. It would need to be ingrained with the correct operating system. This was where he would inject the runic system that he studied from the miniature toy golem. Before the system could be implanted, he needed to fashion a body for its shell. Depending on the shape of the golem core would need to be altered. Due to this reason, Roland decided to make his first golem to be similar to the toy that he studied. The small golem that he had was a bipedal one, 2 legs, and 2 arms. The operating system came with a few pre-existing features that he was afraid to touch at the moment. Only after having a working prototype would he be able to see what his alterations did to the way it behaved. After glancing at his notes and the schematics on the wall, he could not wait. He grasped the golem core and started to concentrate. His mana traveled to his fingertips and started to slowly insert itself into the golem's core. The core started trembling as if it was resisting. The material he was working with would not be able to resist his regular rune-smithing blows, so he was forced to do it by hand. The core still had some data left from the monster it came from. First, he needed to delete all of this data. Before inserting his OWN.IT was similar to formatting a hard drive from an old operating system, before putting on a new one. Even if there was space to fit another operating system, it was ill-advised. It would only take up space and could very well corrupt the parts that the runesmith was working on. Then finally, with a resounding burst, the golem core shattered into many tiny pieces. Roland was quick to close his eyes and turn his face. The crystal-like substance that the core was made from shattered against the walls of this room, and even collided with the other cores that were on the workbench. I guess that was too much mana. 5 cores turned to 4, then he was down to 3 as another one exploded. By the second attempt, he had put on safety goggles so that he could see when the core became unstable. I might need better quality cores. As with everything in this world, the cores were also ranked by grades. This Tier 2 golem core was still on the lower end, thus they were more delicate to work with than higher quality cores. Some were so resistant to mana that they would never break, while others like Tier 1 cores were almost impossible to work with as they shattered with the smallest amount of magic. Finally, on the 3rd core he managed to erase the chaotic monster program. It was not runic in nature, so it looked like a bunch of chicken scratch to him. The original monster brain that was ingrained into this core would probably be a good way to study it, but he had no idea how to decipher this language. The monsters in the dungeon were able to form some degree of battle strategies. It would be quite a simple process if he could just translate everything into runic form. Then he would have something akin to a summon monster. That is, if he could get it to recognize him as its master. Otherwise, he would be just making a machine that would murder him instantly. This is harder than I expected. The 4th golem core shattered when he was about halfway through his rune inserting process. Now left with only 1 remaining core, he was troubled. Should he go for it, or should he wait till his skills leveled up before attempting more? Roland glanced at his status screen and could see that he was still lacking in a few places. His mana controlling skills were not maxed out and his rune-related skills weren't either. The progress with them had almost stopped. He could now see why people had troubles advancing towards Tier 3 classes. Even now at his first Tier 2 class, he was having troubles and he still needed to get another one before he could attempt another advancement. Maybe it was stupid of me to try this so late into the night. He gave out a sigh and placed the last golem core down. It seemed that he was overzealous in his first attempt. Maybe if he got a good night's rest he could try it once more. There is also that thing tomorrow. Roland went to bed while dreading the next day, as then came the time for his appointment. When he was eating his breakfast he started hearing a sound. It was coming from his bedroom. I should have more time. Why is Lucille calling me already? The communication crystal was already beckoning him over. It was the day that he was supposed to talk with that professor person. He feared that he would make a bad impression on the man, or that he would be called an idiot by someone more experienced in the runes. Even though he didn't like asking for help, he could tell that he would make a lot more progress if he had someone to bounce his ideas off of. Thus, with a bit of resistance, he finally answered the call. There he saw an unfamiliar face, a face that he did not expect that would belong to someone called the Professor. There you are, the fabled country bumpkin Runesmith. He could vaguely see Lucille standing in the back and waving. She had a strange apologetic expression on her face. What he saw was quite the sight, as instead of a person he was looking at a black cat. It looked to be a regular old cat. The most characteristic thing about it was the monocle covering its left eye. Well, this is certainly unexpected. Chapter 143. There he was, the professor in the flesh. The fabled person with extensive runic knowledge that could push his progress to another level. The only problem with him was that he was a cat. Did a mouse get your tongue? What's with that expression, young man? Did my presence overwhelm you already? Quite the cocky cat to boot. Ah no, I just didn't expect you to call me this early, or that you would be. I would be what? Roland scratched his cheek and started wondering if suddenly Bonnier would pop up and say that this was all a prank. A cat. He said it while not really knowing what this creature before him was. There were certain magical and mystical creatures in this world. Just like Agni that was getting smarter with his evolutions, this also might have been someone's tamed beast that had grown in intelligence. You would refer to this professor as a domesticated pet? Why, I never. Ah, you'll have to excuse my friend Professor Arion, he didn't mean it. Soon Lucille interjected from the side as she could clearly see that Roland was in distress, on the merit of being a runesmith of skill. I will excuse this transgression, but remember well, child, I am not a mere house cat. Ah, you have my apologies. Roland just replied as he did not want to argue about things like this. Still, it looked like he was getting pranked by Lucille. The real professor could be somewhere to the side laughing at his confused face, but as they continued to talk it didn't seem that anyone else would be showing up. Well then, Mr. Wayland was it? Young Lady Lucille has told me that you were the one that enchanted that magnificent runic shield. I see that it has slipped her mouth. Roland was a bit surprised by the reaction of this cat that was supposed to be the runic expert here. This creature clearly wouldn't be able to runecraft with those cat paws that it had. How it went about using the runes as a rune mage was intriguing. Yes, quite. I must say, lad, you sure did outdo yourself, and while at such a young age. If young Lucille hadn't insisted, I would have thought it was done by one of those old drunks. As you can see, I am not a dwarf, just an ordinary human. From the cat's tone, it seemed that he had no love for the dwarven kind. Being that he was a rune mage that was interested in runecrafting, it made sense. The Dwarven Union was already giving him trouble now. He could only imagine how bad they would cooperate with a talking cat. How did you manage to come to this level of skill? You don't seem to be that experienced. Is it some kind of unique skill or mayhaps some lost knowledge of an old runesmith master that you have unearthed? The cat started walking around while trying to figure out how Roland's runesmithing skills came to be. The magical crystal ball was on a table and the strutting cat on it was a strange sight to behold. The professor was right with his first assumption, but not like Roland would reveal his secrets just like that. This level of perfection is unprecedented, even though they were only common runes. The way that the mana guides through them is quite fascinating, but... Was there a problem? Oh. You didn't realize? The runic matrix was not as refined as the rest. You seem to have a full grasp when the outer shell of the runic structures, but fail at fully understanding the runic matrix. The runic matrix, this was something that he had read about before, but just once. It was during his change into the Runesmith Lord class and only there. When he reached the library he was given the basic knowledge about that term, which he referred to as the runic software. The rune matrix was what made the whole spell structure tick. It was the most important part of them. With it, he could change the runic spells on a higher level than when he only used the outer runic components. Even a basic runic structure could be turned into many spells with a better understanding of the software. There were still limitations to how much a person could do. Only when both hardware and software knowledge was combined to its fullest would Roland finally be a true runesmith. Yes, this is true. My knowledge of the rune matrix is still lacking. I can only produce simple spell effects that had already been created by others with minor alterations. Roland could look into the runes and copy the code that was inside of this matrix. What he usually did was just copy-paste it and see if something stuck. This was a strenuous process. Without a full understanding of what he was doing he could only go with a grueling process of elimination. I see. This might have truly been a fortuitous encounter indeed. How so? He asked while the cat with the monocle chuckled to himself. Can't you see it, young man? You lack the knowledge to fully access the runic matrix, while I require a skilled runesmith that can create impeccable runic structures with no faults. The black cat started laughing maniacally for some reason while Roland pondered what he had said. It did seem like a good pairing if what the cat was saying was true. If he could get some extensive knowledge about the inner workings of this runic matrix, he might be able to produce some interesting spells. Roland's basic knowledge about how magic worked in this world was quite rudimentary. It was always aided by skills, though he somewhat knew what he was doing. He didn't fool himself though, what he was doing was just remembering and performing the acts while not fully understanding them. With this approach, he might be able to pass some tests but not apply them to a real-world scenario. To actually become someone that could create and innovate, he needed to get more information. If not, he would be stuck experimenting for years upon years. Even this golem that he was trying to make was already giving him a headache. You are right, I do lack the knowledge when the Matrix is concerned, but would you be willing to disclose information to someone like me? Someone like you? Yes, an unknown country bumpkin. Ha ha, I see you have taken my little jab to heart. I must apologize for my small joke, I did not mean to offend. You are right. First, we need to build up some trust. What say that we exchange some of our knowledge first and see how it goes from there? Roland rubbed his chin a bit as he contemplated. Would it be okay to trust this person that wasn't even human or any of the other humanoid races? His new friend Lucille trusted this cat, but she had her head up in the clouds. She did see past Robert's hard outer exterior to see that he was not a bad person inside though. Maybe she was a good judge of character even though she mostly seemed that her head was up in the clouds. How would you envision this exchange of information? Yes, how about I send you some rune schematics that I have been working on? If you can correct the faults to the outer runic traces, I would be grateful. Then when I am successful at correcting them, will you disclose some information about the runic matrix to me? Yes, you do catch on rather quickly. I will accommodate the transfer of schematics with haste. The kitty cat started bouncing on the table as if he was quite excited. It raised its tail and started walking away from the magical crystal without really discussing how this exchange would be happening. Instead, Lucille found herself next to the crystal ball with a big smile on her face. Wait, how do you intend to deliver the schematics? Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Wayland. We will just use the Academy's gales to deliver everything. They will arrive at the location of your communication crystal. Ah, all right then. He was not sure what these gales Lucille was talking about, but if he asked he would probably be teased about being a country bumpkin some more. Then, I'll see you later. Soon the connection ended and Roland was left in his home with a lot of information. Did I really spend the last half hour talking to a sentient cat? He flopped back into his seat and looked up at the ceiling of his house. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, it was time to eat some breakfast. Then it was time to go back down to his workshop where his only leftover golem core was waiting for him. Might as well. After getting a good night's rest and remembering what happened yesterday, he was willing to give it another shot. Even when he failed, there was a mine of golem cores waiting for him down in the dungeon. He could slowly learn through mistakes and progress along the way. With failure came experience, with experience came skill level-ups. In this world, a person was rewarded for continuously building themselves up. The constant system prompts that reminded everyone that they were slowly progressing only made a person try harder, as there always seemed to be a light at the end of the tunnel. So he grasped the last remaining golem core. This one was the largest and came from the highest level golem that he faced off against. He concentrated and the old monster matrix that was inside of it was slowly erased to make place for his own. Sweat formed on his forehead as he concentrated. Slowly the light brown core started getting dimmer as it was cleared out of what was left of the old golem. Just as he was done with erasing the old data, he was shown a prompt of acquiring a new skill. Due to it taking him by surprise, the golem core that he was working on started to tremble. Soon it exploded into many tiny shards that collided with the protective goggles that this time he remembered to wear. Roland threw the shattered remains of the core into a container with all of the other failures. Then after calming his nerves, he went over the new skill that he had learned, runic cleansing. With this skill, a runesmith is able to remove old existing runes from various materials without damaging them in the process. It seemed that the skill would allow him to just erase old runes from items. This might have not seemed that useful at first glance, but could prove quite handy. If he was working on costly materials and fumbled during it, he could be granted a second chance. Then where this skill probably had its uses the most was on items like this golem core. When using it on materials that would break easily, it would aid in keeping them intact. Probably with a high enough level he would not even need to concentrate while working on a golem core like this. That's nice, but now I need more golem cores. Having taken care of the runic weapon backlog the day before, Roland didn't really have anything else to do other than to work on his golem project. He hollered for Agni and both of them descended into the dungeon once more. With having a set-up grind spot, it didn't take Roland much to return with 6 more golem cores. The sun was already down over the horizon and it was getting dark. Thus when he saw the strange green glow over his house, Roland was a bit alarmed. "Oh hey boss, glad that you are back. That thing has been perched on top of the chimney for an hour now. I was not sure what to do with it, so I waited." Banir was there and he was pointing at the glowing thing in question. "What is that? A bird?" On his chimney, a nightingale was perched, but it was illuminating the night with some kind of greenish glow. The moment Roland had arrived, the bird turned its head to him. Soon it zoomed down from there and started circling around him. This caused Agni to growl, but Roland raised his hand up to stop him from making so much noise. "It's fine, I think I know what this is." He reached out with his hand towards this magical creature, and just as he had thought, it landed on it. Soon the glow that was coming from this magical bird faded along with it. Tiny green particles of light rose up into the air as a small satchel was left behind. I guess this was the gale that the cat meant. Sure got here fast. The magical academy was quite a distance away from where Roland was located. This magical creature must have been flying at an astonishingly high speed to get here. "Would you look at that? Is this one of your runic contraptions, boss?" "Mine? No, it's just a message from the magical academy." Banir looked at the small satchel that Roland placed back into his own pocket. "Oh? Did you make some new friends with those uptight mage types? You have to watch out for them. My father told me that they have no respect for the craft." Roland nodded at Banir and soon headed to his home. There was a certain way that most mags carried themselves. Lucille was the exception to the rule. Most of them were rumored to not think much of the common folk, thinking themselves to be more intelligent than almost anyone. Back in his room, Roland undid the little bow tie that the satchel was tied with and was created by more bright light. He was lucky that he placed this small bag on the table and didn't open it in his palm. After the light faded, he could see a few items. The first thing he noticed was a large thick book. The introduction to runes, it read, and after skimming through it he could tell that it was some kind of basic handbook. It explained some basic runic knowledge that he already knew, but also delved deeper into some content that he was not aware of. It also included a couple of new rune schematics that he didn't know. Besides the book, there was also a letter. It looked quite official with a wax seal and an emblem. It was clear from who this came after he looked at the seal, as instead of a noble crest it had a cat paw print on it. "To my dearest new acquaintance, Mr. Wayland." Roland started reading through it and it was clearly written by the cat. How it managed to write it without opposable thumbs was anyone's guess. Maybe Lucille was the one writing it, as the penmanship was quite nice. In the letter, the cat explained everything to him. He was given a schematic that he would need to correct. When he was done with his work, he was supposed to place it on the magical scroll that it came with and activate it. When he did, it would transform into another green bird and carry it back to the academy. This scroll, it's runic in nature. The moment he looked at the scroll he could tell that it was a high-grade tier 2 spell. From the outside the runes didn't look at much, but what really made it complex was the program inside. So you can make complex spells like that even with common runes. Creating something like an intelligent messenger bird like this that could distinguish people and deliver items to the correct person was not an easy task. The magical bird waited for him to get there, and only then would he give up the goods while ignoring Banir. Then there was the last item. A folded-up block of paper which he quickly unfolded. What he saw was a complex runic diagram that he had never seen before. The runes were somewhat strange as their pathways were overlapping over each other. It was as if there were 2 separate runes imposed over one another in a stack. Wait, could this be a tier 3 runic schematic? Roland licked his lips while quickly attaching this schematic to the board on his wall. With it there he had a clear view of his new task. Chapter 144. Is this tier new product? A group of dwarfs were looking over some magical weapons again. This time around Junan's facial expression was extra grumpy as he examined a short sword. The craftsmanship has improved. It seems that Runesmith stopped making weapons himself. What he was looking at was a simple blade with a sharpness rune on it. Junan handed the blade over to Bamor, who was their magical weapon specialist. The other dwarf injected some of his mana into the blade and it produced a nice blue glow. While this blade was activated, he retrieved another blade from the side. It was of similar shape and size, but the magical markings on it looked to be larger. While the runic blade only had smaller runes closer to the hilt area, the other one had long writings in an unknown language. Well, wit. Do you want me to acknowledge that our weapon is of lower quality? Bamor, slightly enraged, tossed the runic blade down to the floor, which caused the other dwarfs to quickly pick it up. Hey, don't damage th. Sample, I don't wanna have git another one. It had been a few weeks since the new runesmith in town started distributing his wares. They hit the shelves, and at first, the dwarfs weren't worried. No one seemed to be buying them due to the higher price compared to the tried dwarven magical wares. That all changed after one day. Greetings, fellow people of the Adventurers Guild, could you lend me your ears? The rowdy adventurers that were bickering and looking at the mission board looked to the side. There, a blonde elven girl that they knew to be one of the guild receptionists was giving a speech. I'm not sure if you are aware, but our guild will be hosting a presentation. Be sure to all come to the training area in the back, as we will be starting in 30 minutes. Solana gave a wink at the crowd of manly men, which made them shout out in unison. Some of them were quickly punished by their womanly companions that started kicking their shins. What is this about? No idea? Should we stay? Not like we have anything better to do. How about it, Rudy? Some of the adventurers that came back from missions shrugged and decided to see what all the commotion was about. This was something unusual, as the guild rarely hosted any events. Most of the time the most interesting thing were the Tier 2 tests, which mostly ended up in the new adventurers eating dirt. Though with one certain adventurer having done the same to an instructor, the guild was swapped with more rank-up requests than ever. I'm sure you are all aware of our own city's Runesmith. You might have also witnessed him down in the dungeon. Yes, I'm talking about the gentleman in the crimson armor with a very gruff exterior. Oh, red armor? Wasn't it that person? We should go and see it, Common Rudy. Why are you in a rush, Kira? The lady said that it's going to start in 30 minutes. The red-haired adventurer called out to his companion, but was met with deaf ears. His party member was already heading out towards the area where the guild performed rank-up tests. The only thing that he could do was to shrug, finish this drink and move out. Where is she going? Rudy turned his head and saw his other party member, a larger male that was wearing full plate armor. The guild is making some kind of presentation or something? He just shrugged, as he had no idea what this was about. Oh, a presentation? A second girl with long jet black hair popped her head out from behind the larger man. Soon the three headed outside and spotted her friend leaning over the wooden short fence that was supposed to keep people from opening the training field. Oh hey Sangza, look at who it is. Kira pointed into the distance and the other girl followed the finger. There she saw a handsome young man wearing some strange armor. His gauntlets had intricate runic designs which made him look more like the son of a rich merchant than an adventurer. Wait, is that? I don't think I ever saw him without the helmet. Yeah, it's a wonder that he hides his face if he looks like that. If only our two could look like that. Kira looked at Rudy and started shaking her head. The young man in question was taken aback by the act of blatant disrespect. When he looked at the person that the girl was pointing at, he could only admit defeat. A man's face doesn't matter. It's all about spirit and conviction. The two girls looked at each other and started to chuckle. But wait, those runic patterns. You're a little slow as always, Rudy. Don't you remember that time? That time? The red-haired youth crossed his hands and closed his eyes as he contemplated. In a moment it dawned on him as he recalled a certain person in runic gear saving their lives. When they became trapped and surrounded by lizard men-like monsters, he came to their rescue. It's him? Finally remembered? If you're slow like this, you'll never stop being a noob. Hey! Ever since that little event, the party spread the word of the Crimson Adventurer saving their lives. This trend continued, as this was not the only party that Roland had lent a helping hand. During his travels down into the dungeon, he was one of the few adventurers that was known for helping newbies out if he ever found them in troublesome situations. The word noob was quickly taken up by the younger crowd as a slang word implying that someone was still green. Soon people started to gather. The beautiful elven receptionist was quite good at bringing attention while her glasses-wearing friend remained silent for most of it. I see that quite a crowd has gathered. Let us start the presentation then. Solana was the main presenter, but next to her people could spot some familiar figures. One was the runesmith that was known as Wayland. Next to him was another large man that was mostly known by his visits to the red light districts. The presentation started with Armand moving out into the ring along with the Runesmith. While Armand was wearing the usual gauntlets, the man next to him only had a tower shield with him. At first glance, it looked to be a normal shield, but if someone looked closely they would see runic patterns on the outside and inside. I'm sure that most of you are aware of the magical weapons, but have you ever witnessed ones with more than one enchantment? More than one enchantment? People started murmuring as something as a multi-purpose weapon like Roland liked to create was not widely spread. The vast majority of adventurers used weapons and armor that only had one active spell. Multiple buffing spells were easy to come by as they possessed a constant effect that didn't need the user's concentration. On the other hand, multi-purpose spells were rare and also troublesome to create for the crafter. Not many people knew how to alter the runic or enchanting schematics to combine spells together. It might have seemed like an easy process for Roland, but for people without the debugging skill, it was already hard to create an intermediate grade rune. Thus most were of the mindset that it was a fool's errand to go outside the specifications of the schematics that they received. Only when they reached higher echelons of their own craft would they start experimenting, and then they would focus on fewer commercial spells. With this, a large hole in the middle of the market was made. There were many lower-level enchantments that many craftsmen used to build up enough experience to move up into Tier 3. Without many variations, there came no innovation, and the adventurers were stuck with the same old weapons everywhere. Yes, please turn your gaze to our two handsome presenters. Solana shouted out as she motioned people to look to the guild training area. Their Armand was glad to show a smile and wave at all the pretty ladies that were there. On the other hand, the man that was opposite him just shook his head around. Go home, Armand, you stupid drunk. I hope your prick falls off. While people gave curious gazes to the fabled Runesmith, Armand on the other hand started getting cussed out by some of the other adventurers. It seemed that most of them had run-ins with him that didn't go too well. Screw you too, you want a piece of me? No wonder your party member left you if you're this much of a mama's boy. Why you damn, please, calm down and let us resume with the presentation. The elven lady had to bring the attention back to herself as it seemed that a brawl could break out soon. It didn't take much to imagine what might have happened between Armand and a few of the adventurers here. While the men were giving him deathly glares, some of the women were blushing. Might I bring your attention to the shield that Mr. Wayland is holding there? It might look like your everyday enchanted shield, but there is more to it than meets the eye. Soon the presentation started as Roland assumed a defensive position with the shield pointed towards Armand. After having a nice talk with his old friends, Armand finally went into a battle stance. His fist started shining with some strange flame-like energy as he punched out. His fist was met by a shield made of ice. The moment this fist of flames collided with it, its force was nicely dispersed and it looked like the shield did its intended purpose. This wasn't the end though. Armand moved back and they started from the beginning. This time around, instead of flames, his fist was covered by a transparent colorless energy. When it descended on the shield again, the people were surprised that this time around the shield was not made of elemental ice, but flames instead. Armand was then seen moving back while waving his hand around to get the flames out. This made some of the men chuckle out and point with their fingers as they could see that their most hated foe was in some pain. As you have noticed, the shield can switch between elemental spells, but 2 is not the limit. Soon the shield shifted from flames to rock and then to wind, which caused everyone's hair to flutter. It was a nice presentation showing that this item could serve them through many types of elemental-based enemies. You might ask yourself, why would I use such an item if I can just use a mag's enchantment instead? But dear friends, how many times can you get an enchantment? Will there always be an enchanter on your journey? What if you encounter a foe that you didn't prepare for? Will the little coin that you have saved be enough to cover that visit to a priest? Solana continued with her pitch as she listed a few things that would make a more costly multi-purpose shield a good investment. That's all fine, but what if that thing breaks? Will the other runesmiths be able to repair a shield like that? I did work with one of those dwarfs before, they don't take kindly to change. One of the older adventurers shouted out his concerns. To him, the shield might have been a nice product, but it didn't seem to have longevity. Most of the enchanted gear was kept the same for a reason. This reason was repairs. Working with runes was not an easy task. If the runes were destroyed too much, an unknown runic structure would be impossible to mend. Something unique like this would most likely be turned away. And the person that bought it would only be able to repair it by the person that made it. That is a valid concern, but Mr. Wayland will also be offering his services from now on. You may bring your runic items to him for repairs and improvement. Solana, knowing well that this was a true concern, tried to shift the attention elsewhere. The people looked at the person of interest that was standing there. He did not smile nor did he frown, but instead he just nodded to confirm this claim. While some people would be turned away by lack of repairs, some more experienced adventurers didn't see a problem with this. They understood that quality was hard to come by. If an adventurer found a good craftsman that they could trust, they would not worry about long waiting times when it came to magical weapons. While the presentation was over, Solana continued to discuss a few concerns with the adventurers. The fabled Runesmith returned to the side as he was done with his part and was now hoping to return back home. Finally, it's over. Hope they stop bothering me for a while. He was still in the middle of working on the Tier 3 rune schematic that he was given. Even though his debugging skill was able to produce a better version of this rune, he was not able to actually bring it to metal. The way that these Tier 3 runic pathways stacked over one another was not an easy thing to figure out. It was clear to him that there was some skill required to do this part, but some skills could be discovered ahead of time. With enough testing, he might discover a way to produce these Tier 3 runes, and get this stacking skill just as he did get the cleansing one. There was also a nice surprise that brought him back to his cheating days. It was possible to receive experience from scribing this schematic onto paper just like he did with his first rune. He was rewarded with not only a large pile of experience but also an upgrade to his runic scholar title. With it, at the third stage, he would probably be receiving a nice boost to his next class change. The only problem was figuring out to produce these Tier 3 runes before he actually reached this class level. Excuse me, Mr. Wayland, was it? While Roland was deep in thought, he heard a female voice call out to him. When he turned to it, he saw a group of 4 adventurers. One of the younger men had characteristic red hair and was eyeballing him for some reason. The girl that called out to him also noticed this and delivered an elbow to the youth's side. Hey, stop it, you idiot. Arg, I wasn't doing anything. Can I help you with something? Roland could not put a finger on it, but he could swear that he saw this group of adventurers somewhere before. Even with his good memory, it was hard to piece the faces together as he came across many such youths when he went down into the dungeon. Do they want to request some runic weapons from me? They don't really look like they could afford them though. With an eye for gear, Roland could tell that these were steel-grade adventurers. Even when they achieved the silver rank, it would probably take a bit of saving up till they would be able to buy a pricey runic item. Yes, we didn't get the chance to give our gratitude for saving us back then. Back then? Yes, in the dungeon, you saved us from certain death. After taking a good look at the group, he finally recalled saving some newbies from a bunch of troglodytes. It wasn't as hard to remember them as they did ruin his grinding session by activating the trap most people avoided. Yes, I see, glad that you are still alive. Roland was not sure what to say. The group of youths here was about the same age as his body was, but he felt like an adult among high schoolers. How about we buy you a drink at the tavern? I don't really drink. I must apologize, but I still have a lot of work to do, so I'll have to excuse myself. He quickly shut the girl down as he had no time to be picking up new friends. Due to having to perform a presentation, his social battery was running on fumes. Now he just wanted to get back home and return to his runic research. The 2 girls pouted and looked saddened by his reply. The boys on the other hand looked relieved for some reason. Luckily Roland was able to get away from this event, but soon he would be getting a lot more customers. Chapter 145. Hey boss, I know you said that you didn't want to be bothered, but... Is it another one? Yes, but there is more than one this time around. Should I tell them to leave? Roland gave out a grunt while closing his notebook. The room he was in had its walls covered with large strange runic schematics that Banir had no way of figuring out. There were crumpled up papers thrown to the side. In the middle of this room, there was a small stand on which an orb was on. This was no simple orb, but a core that came from a golem monster. This stand was fashioned from silvery metal that also consisted of many runic inscriptions that were immaculately crafted to somehow work with it. I'll never finish if this continues. I should have never gone to that marketing event. A few weeks ago Roland found himself called to the guild. The guild master was all smiles and he commended him on making the runic weapon so fast. At first, Roland thought that the man was just trying to make him work more. He might have been a bit overzealous in fashioning the items, which proved his output being quite high. Luckily for him, the contract had a set minimum number of things that he was required to make per month. Any surplus depended on his mood. This was true. The conversation started with this, but soon it was pushed into a different direction. Even though there were new items in the stores, not many people were buying them. Thus they came up with an advertising campaign to boost the sales. To Roland, who was not that against making some money, this didn't sound like such a bad idea. For a successful business, a good brand was a requirement. Only if his wares were known would people flock to them. By being the only runesmith in the city, he had a leg up against his competition that could only order wares from outside. The people also trusted more what they saw. Some would rather get things from the locals, as they could always return the wares if something broke. If they got their weapon from the auction house, there was always a risk of costly repairs. Such repairs would need them to travel to specialists that could very well be on the other side of the island. Just as most rare class holders, they mostly flocked to the more developed cities that they knew would not waste their talents. Albrook, on the other hand, still needed a few more years to be able to attract more people. He was talked into taking part in the presentation, and the rest was history. It was his first real public appearance and quite the learning experience. Even though he was not good with social interactions, when it came to business it was different. When he knew what to expect from the exchange, it wasn't that bad. After this event where he showed off his runic shield, his name had become widespread. He was unsure what was happening behind the scenes, but suddenly a week or so ago there was the first knock on the gate, and the floodgates were open. "What do you want?" Roland had Bannier install a little peek hole that could be slid open from the inside. He was doing this just now, as he was still reserved about letting people inside of his home. Not till he had figured out a better way of handling intruders than landmines. "Good day, isn't this where the town runesmith works? I heard that I could get my magical items repaired here." What he saw was a somewhat well-geared adventurer couple. With all the Tier 2 monsters running around, the city slowly filled up with silver and gold-ranked adventurers. The latter ones were quite the big spenders, as with a lack of magical equipment it was hard to battle some of the creatures. "Yes, that's me. What needs repairing?" The man was wearing some deep steel armor which was not magical in nature, but then he took out a nice-looking silver longsword. "I see. Please place it on the tray." After saying this, a long tray popped out from the door that could even fit in a whole armor set. The person that was holding the sword looked to his female companion that just shrugged at him. "The guild said that we could trust the runesmith." The man nodded and placed the sword into the tray, which then Roland pulled back inside. After taking the sword into his hand, he could tell what the runic enchantment was. The blade's handle looked somewhat worn out, but the blade was nice and sharp. "Frost blade rune." "Oh, you can tell from one glance. See, I told you that this will be quicker than going to the main city." Roland murmured to himself, and it was heard by the man that handed him the weapon. It seemed that he was really the only craftsman in the city that could do quick repairs. The word was slowly spreading, and he would probably be getting a lot more customers. "The handle needs to be remade, but that's not what I'm offering. The rune has deteriorated below half of its original. I'm sure you've noticed that it's not working as well as it should." "That's right. When I got this sword 6 months ago it worked like a charm, but now I can barely use the enchantment. Can you fix it?" The man replied while agreeing with Roland. Overuse of runic equipment caused the runes to deteriorate. Depending on the rune's grade, this could happen sooner than later. With a lack of runesmiths around, it would be hard to get this in working condition. If a rune dropped below 30%, it would more than likely stop working. "Yes, it will cost 1 small gold coin." "A whole small gold coin?" "Yes, if you don't like the price you can try another runesmith." The man thought for a second and nodded. All things considered, this was not that steep of a price, as adventuring to another city to find a good runesmith would prove a lot pricier. "Please come back tomorrow to get your sword back." Soon Roland closed the latch while noticing the surprised expression on the man's face. He knew that as most magical craftsmen took sometimes a week to get such an item into working condition. For this runic craftsman, on the other hand, repairing this rune would not take more than 30 minutes. The only reason that he told them to come back the next day was so that people didn't get the wrong idea. They could start demanding quick repairs on the spot if they knew that he could do it. It didn't take much time and he earned a lot of money. Due to this, it was hard for him to refuse this business venture. He could earn quite a penny by just repairing runic items, which was much easier than fully runecrafting them. There was also the added bonus of him getting free access to more runic schematics. With his debugging skill, he also didn't really need to worry about not being able to repair a never-before-seen rune. Thus he had come to a decision that would save him a lot of time. Another one, boss. You sure are getting popular. Heh, popular. Good that you are here. I need to talk with you about something. Wait a moment here. Roland descended into his workshop while Banir waited in the living room. In a minute he returned with a rolled-up parchment, which he then placed on the table. Isn't that the plan of this property? Yes, I redrew it and added a couple of things. Here, have a look at it. Roland knew that Banir was the building type, as he had worked as a carpenter for a part of his life. Did you add a new building here? Are you finally? Banir rubbed his red beard and soon realized what this add-on to the land would be. It was quite spacious and would be placed inside of his property. Yes, I wanted to wait longer, but how things are now, your renown is growing. If things continue like this, we'll be swamped with work soon. Roland nodded, as what the new building plans entailed was a new building that would house his own shop. Inside of it he would place all the runic wares that he made as well as the ones that Banir produced. There were just too many people getting aware of him. There was a certain advantage that he had over the dwarven craftsmen here, which was that he was actually not part of their union. Any union member gained a lot of benefits from signing up with them, but there were certain drawbacks. One of these drawbacks was something akin to taxes. The union would take a part of their earnings. For new and upcoming crafters it didn't seem like a bad deal. They received help from a giant that was the union and would be able to work with the best masters from the kingdom. On the other hand, the further they progressed, the more they would see that they skipped the small text in the contract. The contracts were mostly the same, and the fees that might have seemed nice and just at the start of their craftsman journey soon became predatory. The only way to get away from those was to prove themselves as worthy of investments. Roland didn't suffer from this contract and could take all the earnings for himself. The contract that he had with the guild only forced him to offer some wares to them. While he was not allowed to sign up with the competitors like the guild, he was free to open up his own business. He was sure to be adamant about this part of the contract. If he didn't get the flexibility of running his own operation, he would have refused to sign it, to begin with. He would still need to go through the guild providers for resources that he didn't gather himself. With a treasure trove of magical metals waiting for him in the dungeon, he was hopeful that this would not pose a problem even if the costs increased. The guild master was an asshole, but he didn't seem like the type to screw him over, at least not too much. But boss, if we open up this shop, then we will need someone to run it. Can one person even handle it? Banir was right. There was no way that Roland and his assistant could stay in the store while also working on their craft. They at least needed one salesperson to take care of it. Yes, I know and I'm aware. Then do you mean? Roland nodded while Banir for some reason looked quite ecstatic. Yes, please boss, can we hire a young lass? Roland facepalmed as the reason was quickly revealed to him. After talking with Diana, he was aware of his assistant's lecherous nature. There would certainly be a problem of keeping him away from the other workers if he allowed it. The other shops that were serious about their business all had lady workers on the forefront. They were just better at smiling and attracting the clientele. Even back in his old world, this was a tactic most stores used, as men were willing to pay more whenever a cute girl was looking at them. We probably will, not sure if we'll get many customers if you sit there instead. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Roland shrugged before pointing back to the building plans. Let's get this done first. I can't be bothered with looking over the runic items every time someone wanders over here. We will have our new hire take care of that. With this expansion, he wished to lower the burden on himself and Banir included. He was not sure how many workers he needed. Some stores had many while others were run by just one person. With more workers, it also meant that he would need to wall up the backyard that was more or less a death trap for anyone that didn't know what was hidden there. This would also keep people away from snooping on his wind turbines, as more of them would soon be placed there. We might also need a new storage shed closer to the new store. How about we connect it to the underground workshop directly? This will save us the trouble of having people wandering around and getting blown up, Banir commented, and Roland agreed as he remembered a certain noble lady almost doing that. I think we will need to hire some guards as well. Do you know anyone trustworthy? Can't say I do. I could ask the lasses at the guild for some recommendations. With the added notoriety and the opening of an actual store with lots of costly items inside, there was a need for protection. They could not just leave a defenseless person alone in a store filled with runic weapons. They would be asking to get robbed if they did that. In Roland's mind, it would be great if he could just produce golems for protection against thieves. This would alleviate the problem he was running into with the mines. This wasn't something feasible for the time being, as he was only at the stage where he could erase the golem core's old programming. What about the pricing, and will you be keeping the books? This was one of the more difficult questions. Roland was somewhat aware of the prices the items on the market had, but he was not an expert. He didn't really have time to research the market and follow the trends. It would be best if his new worker would be able to do this, but finding someone that could run the store, and was also good at calculating the expenses, was hard. There was also the question of trust, as it was quite easy to withhold information. It would be easy for someone to hike up the prices even slightly and take the excess for themselves. Some people could even smuggle in their own wares that they could sell at his store, which could cause problems down the line if they were of poor quality. It will be hard to find someone trustworthy. Someone that is good with numbers, is a solid worker, a looker, and that we could trust. Hey! Isn't there one person that fits that description, boss? Bannier looked at Roland with a grin on his face. It took a moment for him to figure out who Bannier meant with that description. There was one lady in particular that somewhat fit what they needed. She did seem like the trustworthy type. Huh? But she already has a job. What of it, boss? You just need to offer her a bit more of what she is getting now. I'm sure she is also tired of working with the rabble. I think she will bite. Roland thought of this new potential worker. From the people that he knew, she did seem the most trustworthy. She did have a good work ethic, and her situation did imply that a better paying job could entice her to quit her old one. Yes, she is perfect. She does feel like the best option from the people that I know, but what, boss? Oh, nothing. The talk was of course of Elodia, the guild receptionist. Roland was well aware of the orphanage situation that was now suffering due to Armand losing some of his privileges. It would be up to him to make the right pitch to get her over to his side. Would the bad blood that he has with Armand keep her from accepting the deal? He did put a big hole into their family's budget after he fought with him in the city. She could very well be holding a grudge even though she was not showing it. Maybe I should get Bannier to go talk with her instead. Roland looked to his assistant, but soon started shaking his head. She always wears those baggy and reserved clothes, but I'm sure she has a sinful body underneath. I'll go find a nice uniform for her. I guess it's up to me. Roland groaned a bit while slumping his shoulders forward. This would be a battle that he needed to fight himself. Chapter 146. You're a lifesaver, Elodia. An elf with golden hair could be seen hugging a woman wearing glasses that had a stack of papers in her hand. I don't know what I would do without you around. Elodia took a step back from the overzealous elf as the stack of files in her hand had almost tipped over. Soon her co-worker left the area as she had a very important appointment with a new admirer. Yes, whatever would you do? Elodia grumbled to herself while looking at the extra work that she would have to do. This wasn't the first time her friend left her with some extra things to do. If it happened that some of it wasn't completed till the next day, the guild master would probably give both of them an earful. Being that she was already on shaky ground since that incident with Armand, she would rather not risk it. All of this would take her about an extra hour to finish, which was that bad. Ever since the guild master started dipping his toes in the weapon dealing business, the workload had increased. There were a few new hires here and there, but it fell on her to show them the ropes. Being the top worker had its ups, but also had its lows. Being the most knowledgeable person around just made everyone look to her for advice. This in effect took away from her own workload that only stacked up till the end of the day. Knowing that something like this could happen, Elodia had already spoken with Lobelia, her younger sibling. She would need to take care of the kids till she came back home. Luckily, she was not out adventuring this day, as they had recently come back from a dungeon run. She could remember the day before. That morning more shouts between her brother and other adventurers took place. Armand was still quite hot-headed, which caused him to butt heads with the other adventurers. He and Lobelia came as a team, but they didn't belong to any larger adventurer group. They either went together or joined smaller groups that were searching, walking, and was making a stern expression. Would she refuse him outright? She could have had some circumstances that kept her away from taking up other job offers. She also could be the type that was loyal to her workplace. Ah yes, of course, it would be work-related. He could hear her mumbling some words before fixing her glasses and straightening up. Elodia was back to her old self, and it looked like she was going to give him a reply. That is, if a certain person didn't call out to them from afar, "Oh, what do my elven eyes see? Big Sis and Wayland coming home together?" Roland looked to the voice and spotted Elodia peeking out from the corner of a large property. He had been around here before but never took the time to go inside. From what he knew, this was one of the orphanages that this new growing city had. There were actually only two, with the bigger one belonging to the Church of Celeria. That one was much larger and had more funds that came from the worshippers. This allowed the kids to get through their childhood days without many woes, as they were provided for. It had some drawbacks, as the children were asked to get clergy-related classes if they ever wanted to stay past a certain age. One of Roland's old acquaintances came from such a place, and she made her disdain for it quite noticeable. Through this fact, sometimes orphanages like this could be better for the development of the child. They would not be forced to go in one particular direction, but this depended on the caretakers. There was no money to be gained here, and without a sponsor, such establishments were mostly doomed to fail. It was surprising from Roland's perspective that Elodia was somehow able to make it work, but she had to still work long hours, so there were probably times where the kids remained without supervision. From what he knew, there were 3 proper adults here. Well, one of them was more like a child in a man's body though. "Good evening, Lobelia. We were just talking about work." Roland just nodded, as he was not sure what the half-elf was getting at. Lobelia, on the other hand, looked over to Elodia and started grinning for some reason. Through the long walk, he had managed to explain the gist of the deal. There was not much that he could do here until he had the plans for the new store. Elodia would require a contract, her wages needed to be decided, and for what she would be responsible for. Roland wanted to force the bulk of the operation onto Elodia's shoulders. He did not want to worry about the accounting side of the business. That didn't mean that he would not be checking the books to see if someone wasn't cheating him out of his money. Things like interior design, store uniforms, and what the market looked like would be on her. He wished to have a manager to take care of that part of the business while he focused more on his craft. Spending long hours just sitting behind the store counter was not something that he ever wished to do again. "Ms. Elodia, I hope you think about my proposal. You don't have to hurry, as I haven't decided about the store layout yet, but if you decide to accept, I would be glad for your input. If you find yourself unconvinced, I would also appreciate it if you could point me in the right direction. You probably know someone who would be interested." It was clear to him that the woman was acting strange through the entire walk. He wasn't sure, but maybe she was more loyal to the guild than he previously thought. If she refused, then his only option would be to make a notice and then interview people. Without knowing many people in this city, he would rather ask for the opinion of someone that he somewhat trusted. He knew that this woman had a head on her shoulders and would probably point him in the right direction. "Ah, yes, Mr. Wayland, I'll give it a thought." She trailed off a bit at the end while bowing down with her head and slowly turning around. It seemed that he would now be able to return home and give his new endeavor some more thought. Bernier was tasked with getting the contractors ready. With the city still being in development, the waiting times were still long. "Wait, you can't just leave like that." While Roland was about to turn and go back home, he saw Lobelia bolting out of the orphanage. She was followed by 2 kids that quickly followed her instructions. "Get him." His legs were grabbed and clung to by 2 young boys while Lobelia started yanking on his arm. "Don't be a stranger, Wayland. It's already late. How about you stay for some tea, Even while the elven girl was yanking and the kids were trying to push him towards their house, he remained without movement. His basic stats were quite high, and with his multiplier of 2, he would give warriors at level 100 a run for their money. "Damn, what are you made of?" Luckily for him, Elodia was quick to deliver divine judgment to Lobelia's head with a quick fist strike. The 2 kids that were pushing and pulling him were instantly frightened and started running away. "Run for it, Big Sis is angry." They scattered in 2 separate directions, which caused Elodia to stop. It was clear that these 2 knew that if they separated, that she couldn't get them both. This was clearly not their first rodeo, but he wasn't sure if they realized that they would have to return home sooner or later, and probably get punished anyway. "Wayland, what are you doing here?" While he was free from the clutches of the 2 kids, another bigger child arrived. It was Armand who was holding a half-empty bottle that was probably filled with cheap booze. Roland didn't answer as he was still ready to just go. Instead, he saw Lobelia sprinting over to him and then whispering something into his ear. "Know them?" He then turned around and looked at Elodia with a raised brow. His gaze then turned to Roland before going back to Elodia once more. Armand then turned to Lobelia and the two started grinning at each other. "Well, then I'll be going. Miss Elodia, please think over my— Oh, where do you think you are going?" Instead of being able to leave, he felt Armand's muscular arm being slung over his shoulder as the man got dangerously close. "What are you doing?" he asked, but was just petted on the shoulder instead. "Don't be a stranger, I'm sure you'll love the stew." Now instead of Lobelia and the kids trying to pull him inside, it was Armand. With the strength difference being a lower now, he would have to actually actively resist Armand if he didn't want to get pulled inside. For some reason, the two kids returned with more people and now he was getting yanked inside by 2 adults and 5 kids. In the corner of his eye, he could see Elodia rubbing her forehead, which was showing a large forehead vein. It was clear that she was about to blow a gasket. While deliberating on what to do, an image of Benir popped into his head. He recalled him mentioning that he should stop locking himself up in the forge and should meet more people. His relationship with Armand has mellowed down through the months. While he still thought he was an idiot, he was more or less a harmless one. Lobelia was a chatterbox and Elodia was more similar to him in the way she acted. Maybe staying over would not be such a bad idea, and it could sway his potential employee to accept him as her new boss. "Okay, fine. Stop. I'll stay over." The moment he said this, the kids burst out in celebration. It was as if they won some kind of battle. It took Elodia's angry look to quiet them down. Soon, he and the rest entered the orphanage. Instantly when he entered, he was greeted by the loud sound of child laughter. This was already different from the orphanages that he saw at the church grounds. Loud talking, running, and even laughing was forbidden. The kids would be punished if they didn't behave properly. While here it seemed that the young ones respected the authority of the 3 adults here. There was a certain sense of freedom that they were allowed. It was also interesting how much they quieted down whenever Elodia gave them the glare. She was clearly the boss around here, and the kids fell in line when asked. When he stepped inside, he noticed some other things. First was the state of the building. It looked to be quite old. It was made from red bricks that were slowly crumbling. It was clear to him that they only managed to get this place as no one else would be willing to invest in it. The floors were cracked, and with each step, he could hear some strange sounds. While the place has been cleaned out and he could not see any dust or cobwebs, its state was not good. The building was wide and had 2 stories. There was a certain lack of doors, and the ones that were there looked like they could fall out of their hinges any moment. "Children, supper is ready." While he was being led forward by Armand, Elodia went away somewhere and he could hear her calling out to the children. Her voice was surprisingly loud and domineering, which was a contrast to the down-to-earth way she talked during business hours. He was pushed into one of the side rooms by Armand, who also for some reason had a slightly stupider expression on his face than usual. Lobelia as well, she was acting strange while whispering with Armand and always having a dumb smile on her face when looking at him. It felt like the two were playing some kind of prank on him. "Take a seat, we need to have a talk between men." Armand pointed to a wooden chair while he himself occupied one that was opposite it. Roland and he were in one of the side rooms. There were chalk drawings that probably the kids drew all over the walls, and some wooden toys were scattered on the floor. "Okay." After sitting down, Armand leaned back and started asking some questions. "So how long have you been eyeing my sister for this?" Roland wasn't sure what this was all about at first, but then he finally realized. Elodia must have informed her siblings about the job offer. This did somewhat explain their strange behavior. "I've been considering her for a few weeks. After going through it in my head, I don't think I could find a better person in this town." Armand's eyes opened wider and he was clearly surprised by the answer. He leaned forward and the conversation continued. "Damn, not even denying it at all. I thought you'd be more of the reserved type, but you speak like someone with a lot of experience." "I wouldn't say that I have a lot of experience, but I think I at least have more practice with such things than others." Roland had been running his own little undertaking himself, which brought him more experience in the field. Managing other people to do the correct work would be something new, and for that, he needed people that would not screw him over in the long run. Not hiding your previous conquests either. We two might not be that different after all." Armand nodded as if he realized something. Roland on the other hand didn't know what he was talking about. Armand clearly had no business sense, nor should he be able to relate to a craftsman like Roland. So you want Elodia, is that it? Armand asked, and Roland replied just as fast, yes. Good, but can I really leave my big sister up to you? How should I know that you won't abandon her, or just replace her? Replace her? I don't think that could happen. I don't think that I could find a better fit than Ms. Elodia. We will of course form the right contract for the occasion, so I don't think there should be a problem. What? A contract? Armand quickly jumped up as for some reason he was stunned when the contract was mentioned. Then he grasped his head as if he realized something. No, wait, if you do that, won't you be my older brother? But aren't you younger than me? I didn't think this was so serious. Soon he stormed out of the room somewhere. Roland was confused about his behavior. Then after a few minutes of silence, he could hear Lobelia shouting as well. The whole orphanage erupted in a sea of voices. He had no idea what was being discussed, but Elodia joined the fray as well. When he peeked out from around the corner, he could see both Armand and Lobelia kneeling down on the ground. Elodia was holding a ladle that was slightly bent out of shape. There was also an imprint of it on Armand's head. After waiting for some more, he was picked up by one of the young children. The girl looked cheerful and somewhat reliable even at such a young age. It was a bit funny, but the moment he saw her he could tell that the girl was imitating Elodia, her mannerisms, the way her hair was done, and even the glasses made her look like a miniature version of the guild receptionist. Soon he found himself at a large table with a lot of kids. There were at least 20 of them here. Elodia and the others did a small prayer to Celeria, but it wasn't as excessive as some of the sermons that went down at the proper church. The kids were quick to dine in while he himself didn't eat much. With so many orphans around, it just didn't feel right. Only when he was stared down by Elodia did he take up some of the stew that they offered. The ingredients were quite basic, but it was surprisingly tasty. Roland recalled that the food at the inns and pubs he used to eat was far blander than this. He found himself finishing his bowl rather quickly, and having to hold himself back from asking for seconds. With Elodia being such a good cook, he even started deliberating if he should have her make something at the store for the customers. Maybe opening a little dining area where they could rest and eat would work out. Roland then noticed something. Even though these kids weren't living under optimal conditions, even though their clothes were all filled with patches, even though the home wasn't the best nor was the food, they looked happy. This brought him back to his old memories from the 5 years he spent at the Arden estate. The food was better, the house was luxurious, and the food was made by people with special cooking skills. But there was a certain empty feeling whenever he was around his old family. This certain feeling for some reason was not there in this room. The way the people acted, even with Armand and Lobelia acting silly. This felt different. They all seemed to have a somewhat deeper connection with each other. This doesn't feel so bad. Soon a stray thought entered Roland's mind and was followed by the faintest smile. Chapter 148. It's surprising that they can live in such conditions and still have a smile on their faces. Roland was walking back home after being forced to take part in the family get-together. It was loud, some of the kids smelled rather odd, and he did his best to leave early. Even with all of those downsides to the experience, there was a certain warm fuzzy feeling. A feeling that he long forgot after coming to this world. He didn't ask too many questions as he didn't want to be too nosy, or get too involved in their situation. It would be easy to solve their problems with money, but he didn't really have a reason to do so. This was still a harsh environment that they were living in. His funds would be better spent on expanding his workshop than looking after children that seemed healthy enough. The guards nodded their heads at him and allowed him to leave. The gate was closed and he had to exit through the side door. As with other cities like Albrook, there was a curfew. This hour fell at 9 p.m, all the gates would be closed at this hour and the guards started their patrol. This didn't mean that the locals couldn't go into taverns to have some fun. This only meant that they would be controlled if they ever wished to leave the city at this hour. Things like large carriages would be stopped and would need to wait till the gates opened in the early morning. It's good to be a higher-grade adventurer at these times. Not all things were equal though. The adventurers had a free pass to move back and forth between the dungeon and the city. Everyone knew that the adventurers were the reason that this city was prospering. It would not be the best idea to slow down their biggest revenue stream, which was monster parts from the dungeon. Without his helmet to show him the way, Roland switched to a pair of glasses. With his skills to compress the runes even further, he was able to enchant them with the night vision spell. It was a bit annoying, but walks like this brought him back to reality, and how this was not his previous world. If he was in a leading position in this city, he would get some construction workers to set up some street lights. The road that was leading up to the dungeon was also not in the best condition. It was just your average dirt road that was paved out by adventurer footprints. Luckily, there were some attributes to this world that didn't totally make it a backward medieval world. For one thing, there was no stench of a horse or human excrement some people would attribute to such times. This was all thanks to classes like beast and monster tamers, that is. Creatures like slimes and some slug-type creatures like to feast on those smelly things. This kept the streets clean. It didn't take much to tame a few slimes, so low-level adventurers could earn some coin by just pointing their pets to do the work. There were actually some large-scale operations that focused on slime cleaning. The little creatures were quite handy to have around. I should hurry up. Roland increased his pace as he had an appointment to keep. Today he would give back the improved Tier 3 schematic that he had worked on. Even with it being the correct one, he could not make it work. It was clear that he lacked some kind of layering skill to make it connect. The Tier 3 runes were clearly not made by a simple stacking method. There was a part that he was missing, and maybe the person he was exchanging notes with could help him with it. Back at home, he was met with a rather drunk Banir and a sleeper-looking Agni. The wolf was busy munching on some mana stones. With his skills not being topped of, it would take some time before he could advance him into the higher Tier 2 adult Ruby Wolf. Hey boss, how did it go? Did little Elodia agree to the offer? I'm not sure. She was acting a bit strange at the beginning. The girl was a bit more panicky before he presented his offer. She even looked somewhat disappointed afterwards, but he still hoped to make it work. Oh, did she refuse? No, I think she will think it through. If she is smart, she will come work here. The biggest benefit that he was offering was not the increased salary, it was the weekend breaks. If someone took a moment to think about it, they would be asked to work less and get paid more. The only problem he could see Elodia having with his offer was his store being new. If she left the guild and his store went under, then she would be out of a job. But seeing as she was talented in that regard, she would probably be able to get her old job back. If she refuses, we'll have to go to the city hall and post a notice. He would rather get Elodia to work with him, but if she refused, that would not keep him from going through with his store. There was just too much work to be done for him and Banir alone. They already had a part-timer arriving in a few days that would take over some of Banir's duties. Roland entered his house while Banir remained outside of his shed. The log shed in question had been extensively worked on by the dwarf. It now even had a nice side bedroom where Banir placed a regular bed in. His own little place that was all his. Back in his own house, Roland moved to his own bedroom where the communication orb was in. Thanks to it being a runic variant, he was able to discover a few outside uses. While the program inside was above his skill level, he would be able to recreate the rune. It was Tier 2 and didn't require much work besides a similar medium like the Golem core that he already had some practice on. The program inside of this rune was like a router that connected to a gate outside. This was all that it was doing, along with some other runes that were used to forward the user's voice and image. While if he just recreated the rune's design, he would only get another crystal ball. If he altered where the signal was transferred to, he could create his own closed system. This was something that he was working on, as he wanted to create a set of communication devices around his workshop. One would be placed in the new store while another would be down in his workshop. With a set of these devices, he would not need to run back and forth if his workers needed something from him. What am I doing? Roland gave out a sigh as he was looking over his own face in the mirror. Having spent a big chunk of his time hiding it, he was not used to displaying it to others. Even less to people that he meant to impress. It felt like he was back in time and trying to get through a job interview. The communication crystal gave out a sound, and after poking it with his index finger, it was activated. Soon he was greeted by a familiar-looking black cat. Good evening, young friend. The moon is splendid today, isn't it? Yes, it is. The clouds in the area made the full moon a bit less pronounced in his city, but this little comment had Roland thinking. Was this cat a believer of the moon god instead of the sun goddess? I've received your schematics. Roland could see the cat stretching out on the ground as before. He was lazily sitting on some kind of giant pillow. It didn't seem that Lucille was anywhere in this room. In the background, he could see some shelves filled with books and strange alchemical concoctions being brewed. This was a peculiar sight to behold as they were floating up in the air by themselves. To someone that was not informed about magic this might seem like much, to Roland on the other hand it was nothing out of the ordinary. It might have seemed like this was some hard-to-do spell, but the reality was different. Something like this was mostly done through memorization. The spellcaster would perform the task manually first, while a spell was cast in the background. This would record the motions they went through, and when it was recast it would perform them in the same fashion. This was only the simplest variation of this kind of spell, which was also the worst. It didn't give much space for error. For instance, if the potions that were being floated around were in the wrong vials or the weight was not quite the same, it would break the spell. A spellcaster could add layers onto the spell. It was similar to a program that followed logical conditions. If the weight was not in order, one could program in a function to halt the spell, get rid of the excess of the potion, and so forth. This was no simple matter, as most of the mags followed the pre-made spells just like runesmiths did. Only the higher-tier archmages could hope to unravel the secrets behind the spell's inner workings, and how was it? The cat took his time in strutting around the area to just sit back down on his pillow before he answered, yes, it's fine. It's fine? What? Did you expect me to sing your praises for correcting a basic tier 3 rune boy? Don't get ahead of yourself, this was only the beginning. Roland wanted to do nothing more than to go over to where the cat was and drop a slice of cheese on his face. Regretfully, in this exchange, he had more to lose if he angered the cat. His general spell knowledge was meager, so he was unsure of what he should start with. The beginning. Wait, I did what you asked me for, wouldn't it be time for you to return the favor? This didn't mean that he would not try to gain more knowledge out of it. Oh. Did you finish with the material that I sent you over? Yes, it filled up some holes in my knowledge, but most of it was quite basic. Roland shrugged, as through the years of self-study and experimentation he gained his own way of thinking. While the runic books covered some bases, they didn't go into too much beyond what he already knew. Most of what the books focused were on disclosing the schematics and didn't go too much into detail about why. The books mostly divided runes into larger chunks of runic schematics that were then put together like puzzle pieces. This was very similar to his old approach, where he just mapped out all the runic components that acted similar to circuit board components. The only difference was that the books didn't do a good job at dividing everything up, which then limited the uses. Quite basic, you say? Those are strong words for someone that knows little about the mysteries of runes. The cat replied while his tail danced around back and forth. Alas, you have risen to the challenge. You probably won't disclose how you managed to achieve this while being at your level. Roland just shrugged, as he did not want to discuss his debugging skill. This was a clear give and take relationship, and he didn't think that the cat would disclose all of its secrets if he asked for them either. I figured as much. If you wish, I can send you some theorem about the inner workings of the runes, but did you have something specific in mind? There it was, his chance to make a move. Yes, actually. I've been having some trouble with my golem research. I could use any materials that you might have about the way that runic golems are constructed. Runic golems? The professor, who was a cat, asked. Yes, is there a problem? No, but I expected you to be at least a bit different than those bearded buffoons. I guess you are still a runesmith and they only have those clunky contraptions on their mind. Is that so? He wasn't really sure how to reply to the cat's rant. To him, golems and their variations that could be made were quite intriguing. What kid didn't once dream about having a robot do their biddings? The golems were quite similar to their modern-day counterparts, but they actually worked fine. I'll send a Gale to you, but I'll have you look over some schematics. That's fine, I'll correct them if I can, if you can? Does your little secret skill have some limits, Mr. Wayland? Roland didn't reply, as he wasn't sure himself. The only time that his skill had failed him was when he looked over the runic bank card. If the card was a tier 3 rune or a tier 4 rune, he had no idea of knowing. I'll take your silence as a yes. Interesting. The cat started grinning for some reason while nodding. Very well, this will be all for today. Soon they said their goodbyes and Roland was left in his own bedroom to ponder. He was sure that what the cat sent him to alter would become increasingly harder. But this was all fine, as it would only aid him in discovering his own limits. While he was unable to make tier 3 runes himself, he was gathering important research materials for later. The components that these Tier 3 runes were composed of were similar in some spots while totally different in others. There were some findings that he made after working on this first one. For once it seemed that the rune had one base rune that acted as the core. The stacking effect would be multiplied from it as the other stacks had similar base patterns which then added more changes. Roland knew that he could probably map the Tier 3 runes out just as he did with the common and lesser ones. The biggest problem here was, as always, the inside spell structure that made the whole rune work. If he didn't understand that, he would not be better than all the other runesmiths that just copied runes over from old books. He wanted to be able to customize them to his own wishes. Only then he felt like he would be able to call himself a proper runesmith. The gale should arrive tomorrow. He rubbed his chin while sitting down. Luckily his cat friend did things with haste. The new Tier 3 rune schematic would probably arrive early in the morning. With it, he would receive some insights into golems. Roland made a mental recap of what he needed to do. First on his agenda was finally creating his first prototype golem. Then the creation of the store would be next, along with hiring more people. The thought of buying up more of the land around his house had also sprung into his mind. While he left some of the empty